All right, hey everybody, and welcome back to Set the Pipe. There are a lot of things we're going to be covering tonight, including the GCU conversation that needs to be brought on Set the Pipe. We're also going to be talking about women's beach volleyball in the Gulf Shores that's happening and what's going on, and the JC ranks in the state of California, Division I pairings, D3 finishes, and they have a national champion, and the NAIA for men's volleyball is going on right now. But I can't do this without my partner's co-host. CK's in the house, and then there's Bear, and then back is the East Coast correspondent, Dave DeTenley. Boys, welcome back to Set the Pipe. It's been a while.
What's up, fellas? Been a while. Guys. Good to see everyone. So let's get right back into the Grand Canyon University men's volleyball, who made a stab at winning a national championship not that long ago, is eliminated from their athletic department. We have a lot to say about this. Everybody's talking about this right now, rightfully so. In our era, we went through a couple. San Diego State dropped their program. Stanford, for a brief moment in time, had a suggestion of not having their men's volleyball continue, but they still are. Loyola Marymount.
What do you guys think about all this?
It's tragic. I mean, it goes down to what we talked about before of what's the funneling down from the top of the money, from the NIL to the revenue sharing to what's just happening in the landscape of college sports. Grand Canyon University, they're pretty well funded as a university. I'll just say that, compared to a lot of universities around this country. And if they can't keep men's volleyball, it's scary to me.
Yeah, I mean, AD's Jamie Boggs, she brought down the hammer, and people are taking different stance on this in terms of reasoning why it's a business decision. But I think everybody's more pissed off about how it was handled, right? You get a meeting, and then all of a sudden the recruits that are going to go to GCU, the players, all find out on social media. Brutal, in my opinion. Just brutal.
And again, that's things that, as we keep growing as a society with what's going on with sports in general, is going to have to be addressed. Like, they need to do a better job, but this is going to happen a lot. And it's sad. And it's not just for men's volleyball. It's for a lot of sports, a lot of schools. You know, what do you say? You know, like it's like, you know, the one thing that I thought about when I read that, the first thing when you sent it and I started talking on my chains, was when we had Al Knipe on here. And Al said, the NCAA's missing the boat and schools are missing the boat. Now, listen, I could be dead wrong. And if I am and someone wants to correct me, please do. But GCU had a real shot at winning a volleyball men's Division I championship. I don't know. This is what I was going to say. Correct me if I'm wrong. If they are up in the top 1, 2, or 3 in any other sport where they have a real chance to win a title. And that's what Al said. Yep. And that's what Alan said. He goes, these men's schools, these programs from Michigan on down are losing chances to compete for a national championship, because you really can. And so they were in the Final Four last year, Grand Canyon, not 5 years ago, not 10, last year.
Yep.
Right.
And
within a game of knocking out Long Beach, right?
Yeah, within a game. So. And now the program's gone, and 12 to 15 guys need to go find other programs to play at.
Is this an isolated situation, you think, or is this the beginning of a snowball situation where other programs are going to start dropping? What do you think?
Well, I'm hoping it's not. I mean, I'm hoping it's not men's volleyball, and I know we're biased, right? But 10,300 back-to-back nights are watching men's volleyball right now. I mean, what other sports are making those kind of crowds right now? To be quite honest. And, my heart goes out to all the players, the coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, the community itself, I think it's just brutal. And so I rarely read comments, right? Because there's a lot of people commenting, they're uneducated about the sport and about our vertical and volleyball in general. But one of them brought up basically like, hey, they're going into a different conference next year. So, and they'll be the only one in that conference. What they don't understand is that's just like, well, prior to this year, but last year or the year before, UCLA Stanford, they weren't part of the Pac-12 conference. They're part of the MPSF, right? And so there should be no reason anybody's even thinking about, well, they're going to a new conference, so no one else plays it, so they can't do it. Wrong. They're in a totally different conference altogether. So yeah, disappointed. I'm disappointed how it's all played out for sure. And I think all of our hearts go out. But yeah, Bear, I hope it doesn't trickle to other universities. I really don't. We're on the upswing. Our popularity is going through the roof. Our people are watching on ESPN Plus right now for everything. So yeah,
and it's being played. I mean, our country, like, Al said this, and a lot of the other folks we've had on here, it's being played throughout our country more than it ever has been, especially at the youth level. So we have so much opportunity of kids playing at those levels for both the boys and the girls, and we just need to continue to grow the chances in men's volleyball. And like this one hurts, but like San Diego State hurt when we were in college. Mm-hmm. Like that one hurt probably the most. Yeah. I mean, it was a bummer to lose LMU too, but those two, like we lost them right, within a year of each other. Yeah. They were a bummer, but San Diego State, I mean, it's San Diego. It's, such a volleyball community, and like for them to lose the program, but it kind of stopped there. Right. So like for a long time, UOP. And, UOP did, but they kind of were late in the game adding the program, and then they turned around more than a handful of years later and canceled it. But, I hope it's not the case. We're seeing more teams, elevating, at least on the D3 level. We're starting to see it be played more. So hopefully this is just a one-off and just a business decision for them. And then, for them going into the Mountain West, and most schools, don't have men's volleyball in the Mountain West right now. Would have been great for GCU to go in there and spearhead opening up the Mountain West.
That's what I was thinking.
In volleyball, right? Like, why don't you change that? A lot of them have beach volleyball, women's beach volleyball. They have women's, indoor volleyball. I mean, you have the poles. All you got to do is raise it up, and you're not buying women's poles. Right, the poles go to both heights.
They're universal.
So you've already have the poles. You have the balls facility. Are different, but you have the facility. You have the balls. You have the nets. You just you got to change the balls out because they're different. Big deal, right? Like you could do it. They have club teams already at these schools.
Yeah, Arizona's blowing up in men's volleyball right, and boys volleyball right now. Crazy, right? I mean, who knows the Big Ten? We've been talking about it for at least 3 or 4 pods that. Indiana could join, and Michigan, like you said, the rivalries, Ohio State and Michigan and men's volleyball. I mean, can you imagine that packed house and just the rivalry alone? That would be just crazy great for the sport of men's volleyball. So, yeah, like I said.
One more question on this real quick. Do you think it could be a Title IX thing, bringing in other women's sports? So they had to get rid of men's volleyball? Like a women's rugby team or flag football, women's flag football?
It's been around for 17 years. It's not a Title IX thing.
All right.
Yeah, it's been around a long time, and Coley's he has the more pulse on because of his boy going into Washington State in 2 years. That he's got more of a pulse on what's actually going on, and he's kind of following the court decision right now. But geez, it's coming down like an avalanche between transfer portals are crazy, NIL is crazy, and all the teams and potentially. The 18 team cap of the players. And so, Coley'd love to hear your insight if you have any, but I know things are kind of stalled a little bit right now.
Yeah, that's part of one of the things that one of the judges was talking about was that 18 team cap. That's kind of where there's a few more things in that. So I'm following it, not I want to say every day, but I'm trying to read as much as I can for a few reasons. One is the settlement. My younger one or my older one gets part of that.
Sure.
And then 2, what does it look like? Obviously from my immediate need is my own son, but like, what does it look like? What does this look like for all of our friends? Right. A lot of our friends, Al's your friend, Al's my friend, Jarrett's we could go down the road. All of these men and women that coach this sport, what does it look like for them? Like, and I don't think anybody has an answer, like a real concrete answer. So I don't know.
And my understanding for GCU, they're done. Like, they're not even going to give it a year to try to raise funds. They're like, nope, we're done with it. And I was like, I mean, I have empathy, good and bad, but man, put myself in those players' shoes. They get a 5-minute conversation. You're gone. If you want to hang around, you get to keep your scholarship. But otherwise, thanks for being at GCU. I mean, as a 21-year-old, you're going, wait a minute, what did they just say? And they just walked out. They just walked out of our meeting. What? right? And it takes you forever to really get your head wrapped around this thing. And like I said,
Samuelson's buddy, Samuelson was saying that a good friend of his son's found out, like you said, on social media.
Yeah.
A recruit.
And what if you committed there? Yeah. Now you're screwed.
He's a recruit. Yeah. Like,
now you're screwed because you're committed. And I mean, Al's got his kids already, you know, Hawks has his kids already, right?
Yeah.
Northridge, everybody.
What are they going to do? Absolutely.
Yeah. Nuts. So I know
there's a college is always looking for players.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of talk about this, and I wanted to get it on Set the Pipe, and I know we can talk forever on this, but we do have a lot of stuff to talk about. But like I said, if you haven't signed that petition right now, hopefully get something out of that. Go out and sign that petition that's going around.
Well, you know what I'll say is this, and we've talked about. Last thing I'll say about it, and I've been having this conversation in the last few days. Different sport, but same issue.
Yeah.
What's really this is affecting is the high school kids. It's just like all those kids in college. Like if you're trying to get to JOs and it's your last year or you're a junior or you're senior, you're trying to get looked at. There's 10 dudes that just are on a college volleyball team that were in the Final Four last year that need to play somewhere.
Yeah.
So like if there's a scholarship left or there's a space left at Long Beach or Northridge, they're taking those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
right?
and double up. What if they do an 18 cap?
It's a tough one, man.
So they're looking for a home on teams that already that have to cut their own anyway.
It was so hard when I was a kid. It was really, really, really hard when Jake, 7 years ago, to get a scholarship. It is not almost impossible is the wrong way to say it, but it is so hard now to get a scholarship out of high school for any sport because of those reasons. Yeah. And like I said, this just is even different. Like if you're getting recruited, like we said, imagine being all excited. You're a high school junior or you're a senior. They're about to play the playoffs right here in Southern California for the boys playoffs. And if you're a senior, you're probably committed, but you're a junior or you're about to be this. And all of a sudden the sophomore middle who was, conference player of this and is unbelievable. He needs somewhere to play college volleyball. Like, so you thought you were going to come in and be the second or third middle at such and such. Now you're the third or fourth middle. And if there's two middles and they're really good, you're now the fourth or fifth middle when you thought you were the second or third. No other way, not based off how good you were, how much you're training, how your parents are going to get you just steak and potatoes and you're going to put on an extra 10 pounds. Like you're 17, about to be 18, and you're playing high school volleyball. And those two guys that played middle played in the Final Four, and they're 21 years old and they're stronger and they played. Like you just moved down with in the last 2 days. Yep. Nobody's fault. Like it's a crime. It's a crime in some ways. Like I said, NCAA, it's your fault. Make sure you hit subscribe and set the pipe. But that's the bottom line. It's a bummer, and it's going to be very interesting. Like we keep saying all the time.
Didn't Coach Travis on your episode say he still had at the club like 3 or 4 guys on his big team that still hadn't committed?
Yeah,
if I remember right. And he's like, that's
happened.
That's new. That would never happen.
Yeah, and then now they have to compete against 20 kids from a university trying to find a home somewhere, and they promised them, well, we'll give you a scholarship if you want to play club, but that's that. Woo-woo. If you're done with school, then fine. Stay if you really love the university. But I'm telling you, the interviews that I've seen right now, those guys are heartbroken. They're trying to play.
Of course they are.
You don't get to play. You don't get to play at this level.
I'm sad for everyone. Like you said, the whole community of volleyball, we're all sad for. We're part of that. Yeah, but to be one of those kids or one of their family, I couldn't imagine. Like, I mean, I had to deal with like the phone call when COVID got canceled. We're not playing, but like I couldn't imagine them saying, "Oh, hey, Dad, guess what? I'm not going to school here next year. Like, there's no more basketball. What? Like, what are you talking about? We just talked to the coach last week. We're on a visit. Like, we bought all the gear. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean?
So the great thing about Set the Pipe is we've had coaches on here, head coaches on here. We have, especially Coley, calls out the NCAA, right? Jamie Boggs, this is on you. This is absolutely on you, and you handle it unprofessionally. So to me, that's it. Let's go on, because I'm just going to get more pissed about it. Bear, let's bring you in the loop on this, buddy.
Bear Dan coming in strong. Let's go to here, Bear.
California Junior College Volleyball had crowned their champion. Talk to us about that, buddy.
Yeah, it was an exciting year. My shout out to Nick Armato and Golden West College for winning it.
Wow. All right.
Yeah,
Golden
since
West.
2013. It's been 12 years since they won it last.
So, Orange Coast was pretty much the number one team all year. And it got a little crazy towards the end too. San Diego Mesa, those three schools were pretty much the top three schools all year. And it was kind of weird how it played out, because Orange Coast beat Mesa twice during the year. Mesa beat Golden West twice during the year. Golden West beat Orange Coast twice during the year. So it was kind of in that way. And Mesa ended up beating Orange Coast in the semis. And then Golden West, who had not beaten Mesa in the finals, beat them in the finals.
Yeah. How many games?
I think it went four games. And I think one of the sets was 27-25. So it was a little close.
Yeah.
But all in all, my hats go off to Golden West, and Nick Amato's doing a great job there. He started, I think, about 3 or 4 years ago, and didn't have much to work with, and has turned that program around. And we played him this year, and they were solid. And I know he didn't play his complete starting lineup, but he's done a great job there.
Congrats, Nick.
Yeah, congratulations, Dick. And my understanding, he had an undersized outside hitter that just went off.
He could fly.
Yep, just went off, can fly, and just leaned on his arm. And the kid from Mesa got his share of kills, but just sounds like the ball control and the kid on the outside just tore it up. So, yeah, congratulations to the Rustlers. Yeah. Golden West College wins the state championship in junior college out in California.
Hey, Bear, real quick, who do they have a neutral site that they play it in, or is it like higher seed?
It changes every couple of years. I think we vote on it, and since COVID, I think it goes 2 years at one school, but Orange Coast hosted it, so that was another huge thing where. With Orange Coast being as good as they are, I thought it was kind of they were a shoe-in because they're playing at home, and that's a tough that's a tough gym to play in. So
yeah, for sure. Hey, next topic.
Two little things real quick.
Sorry,
Joe Munoz, who was a libero there, and Jay Pearson played for Golden West, and I coached those guys when they were little guys, so it was good to see those guys won the state championship. So I had to give them a shout out. What you're saying is
they got their ball control from you.
They were just little guys. They were like 12 and 13 when I coached them. Yeah.
That's awesome story. That's awesome. Hey, but you affected them, right?
Yeah.
Go to junior college, whip it up. That's awesome.
Good guys.
Yep. Boys, the next one on our podcast is the Women Beach Volleyball's Championship in Gulf Shores is set. I'll tell you the pairings. Everybody can tune in on one of the ESPN channels. I want to say it's on ESPN2. But UCLA is the number 1 seed with TCU, the number 2 seed. UCLA is matched up with Chattanooga. Florida State, number 8, is matched up with the number 9 team, Long Beach State 49ers. Next bracket, number 5, USC against number 12, North Florida. Number 4, LMU will go against number 13, Florida Atlantic. And Boise State is going to be matched up against Stanford, who has the number 3 seed. LSU 11 is going against Cal Poly at the number 6 seed. The last two brackets has number 10 California versus number 7 Texas, and the last bracket is number 2 TCU versus Georgia State. That is happening on May 2nd. You guys
couple things on that. Texas, shout out to Stein Metzger, first year of the school having beach volleyball, women's beach volleyball in the tournament. Dane Blanton, good luck to you. He's going for a 5-peat. They have won the last 4 women's beach national championships, USC. So he's going for a 5-peat. Congrats to Jenny in her first year coaching at UCLA as the head coach. She's been the assistant to get the overall number 1 seed. And obviously to all the other coaches and women playing in this, good luck. It's going to be super exciting. Can't wait to watch. But some great storylines. Like I said, just mentioned a few of those. Should be pretty fun. And it'll be the first year that I think that I've watched that I can recall in the last 5 years that UCLA and USC are on the same side of the bracket.
same
So
bracket.
and it's single elim now, where they started that last year instead of double elim, where they would have normally played in the winners final, and then they have almost every year played against each other. That will not happen this year. One of those two, if they again advance to that point, one of them will not be in the national championship match this year. So it'll be some really exciting things to look forward to that. So tune into that. Fired up for some women's collegiate volleyball.
I was going to say Hawaii actually didn't make it, and it cost that coach his job. So Hawaii is looking for a coach right now, and very proud of Long Beach State, Big West Coach of the Year there as well. So if you are not tuning into the NAIA boys or men's volleyball tournament, make sure you turn into the women's beach volleyball. Holly McPeak was very high on that. She wanted us to really get into that because it's exciting. And like Coley said, it's a new format this year. So all good things coming that way. Okay. And so lastly, we got to give a shout out to Boise State. I think this is their first time in the tournament. And Cabry Sullivan, good luck, kid, out there for you and your team. Trained her when she was much younger in Iowa. But I'm rooting for you, kid. Do good things out there. So we know quite a bit of folks out there. So again, tune in if you can. But let's go on to the Division I pairings. We still have Division D3 finishes today because there was a national champion, and NAIA is going on right now. But Division I pairings, guys, what did you guys think about that? It was kind of coming down to the wire there with the Big West tournament and some excitement of who was going to get in at large bid and who wasn't. What do you guys take?
I loved it. I mean, I was on a bunch of different text chains, of course, locally, some, friends playing, kids' friends playing, but it was super exciting because I think everyone knew Long Beach was in out of everybody.
No matter what.
No matter what.
Yeah.
And so when they lost,
because Hawaii beat them.
Yep. It's like in the basketball thing. It's so cool that if you win your tournament, you get an automatic bid.
Yeah.
So when UCLA lost, it was the same thing. Pepperdine and SC had a chance to go to the tournament, to dance, right? I was excited to see it. I was excited for that. Hawaii's now in it. Hawaii doesn't win that match, they're not in it. Right. They got themselves in the tournament by winning. I thought it was really exciting.
Does Long Beach deserve the number 1 seed?
Ooh, good question.
I think so.
We talked about this. We've all talked about this. How
in Hawaii,
hard to beat Hawaii in Hawaii. I mean, you talk about that's probably the biggest home court advantage in men's volleyball there is. I mean, the pyramid's great and stuff, but you've got 10,000 people cheering pro Hawaii. It's
3-1 there. In my 2 years I went there. Just saying, I was 3-1.
We won a national championship there. Oh, by the way, but still,
I played in Clum, but that's different.
We talked about that Clum gym.
So Tyler Hansbrough at Duke. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, but you're right. I mean, I don't know. I think they're the best team. They've proven they're the best team. They did lose to Hawaii, who's great, and they lost at Hawaii. And let's see. We'll see. They'll get to play. Maybe they'll play again on a neutral site, and we'll get to see who's the best out there. You don't
think UCI should have got that other spot
over UCLA?
Yeah,
they beat them. UCLA beat them, and
that's what it came down to. The head-to-head.
Well, UCI beat Long Beach as well, but I guess it's head-to-head.
Yeah, but UCLA had beat, I think, UCI twice, and they also, again, nothing's perfect. They were ranked number 1 or 2 almost all season. Sure. They handled almost everyone from east to west. And they, you're not going to go undefeated. They lost half a dozen games or whatever it is, all really tough matches. And I mean, again, I thought UCI was going to get in also, but
but then Long Beach lost and took that other.
That's what took them, right? And that's what hurt. But that's what makes, like Sully's question was it exciting? I think it's always exciting like that when the games matter, right? And that's what, go back only for a second to the women's beach volleyball format is up until last year, it was always double elimination like a normal beach volleyball tournament when we grew up. So if you lost, you still had a shot. If you win in the finals, you'd have to win the double final. Last year, they went to 16 and it's single elimination like a normal, NCAA bracket tournament. You lose, you're out. Mm-hmm. So that's exciting. And in the last couple days for both the East Coast, Midwest, and the West Coast, there were games that mattered. If you won, you were in. If you lost, you were out. Right.
Yeah.
And so that was awesome. I love it.
CK, we were talking before you hopped on. We couldn't remember. Did UCI go to Hawaii and lose both of those? So if they win one, do they get in?
That's a great question.
I don't remember.
They might have split. I don't know. I should know that. We do have the internet. Maybe I'll look it up.
Well, let me tell everybody the pairings here, right? So actually soon up is Damon versus Penn State. That's the first game of the tournament on May 2nd. That winner will play Hawaii. So the bracket is number 3. UCLA will be playing Belmont Abbey on the 8th at 10 a.m. Central Time. So 11 a.m. Eastern. And then Hawaii will play either Penn State or Damon. And then Fort Valley State is the 8th seed. Will play Long Beach State. And then Pepperdine goes against Loyola Chicago. That's probably going to be a great match, by the way.
Yeah. They lost both in 3, by the way.
UCI
did.
Oh, Bo's beat them. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There you have it. So anyway, those are going to be exciting. So it all starts on the 2nd, but the tournament really pops off on the 8th. Make sure you guys, everybody tune in. It's only the best thing for sport. But it's going to be exciting. Yeah. And I agree with Coley. I think everybody's holding their breath, especially when Long Beach is playing at Hawaii in Hawaii. So that like people on the East Coast are sleeping, so they don't know who won until the next morning.
I can tell you this. I was sleeping because it didn't come on until 1 or something like that.
It was unbelievable, the crowd. And I mean, I wasn't there, but I had a few friends that sent videos that were there, and it was just electric. And again, that's men's volleyball. Hawaii's always been an outlier for that regards with their fans. Their fans are amazing in every sport.
Right.
They support their school and their student athletes like their family, which is great. But when you're playing in those arenas in Hawaii for volleyball, and there's 10 to 12,000 people for both the men and women's games, it's incredible.
Yeah, awesome. Right now, NAIA is going on, and we've been keeping a little bit of tabs on this. Greg Wrights is a good buddy of ours that didn't make the tournament. But Pool A actually has the Masters, then Park out of Missouri and Mount Mercy out of Iowa. Pool play is almost finished up. You can go on to NAIA.org, I believe, and there's going to be 2 links. Make sure you click on Urban Edge. Urban Edge, you don't have to sign up for it. It takes you directly to the matches. Pool B, number 2, St. Xavier and Grandview of Iowa and Benedictine Mesa, Arizona are going at it. Pool C, Lawrence Tech of Michigan is number 3 and 6, Missouri Valley, and number 11 out of Kentucky is Georgetown. The last pool, Pool D, has number 4, Missouri Baptist, going against number 5, St. Thomas out of Florida. And number 12, to round it all out, is UC Merced. So again, pool play is going on right now. It'll be finishing up. Make sure you head on over to watch some NAIA men's volleyball. It's a great time of the year to really watch some high-end volleyball at every level. So, good luck to all you boys out there. Okay, DDT, Dave DeTinley. This is your expertise, man. You've been following this. It really is close to your heart, and really thankful for you because we are, before we started Set the Pipe, we really didn't follow D3. So it's really good to see some highlights, and you've been sending me when you're on site and some final points and all that kind of good stuff. So how do we wind up? How do we get there? Lead the way, brother.
You got it. Thanks for having me, guys. So Monday night, the championship happened. Final 4 was Saturday or Friday night, and then it was pushed. It was supposed to be played on Sunday, but it was pushed to Monday. I'll explain that in a sec. Let me just give you kind of a little background of it. So the NCAA D3 men's championships have been going on since 2012, of which only 6 teams now have won championships, with Springfield winning the majority of them. Prior to that, it was called the Moulton Division III Men's Invitational. And Springfield, that happened from 97 to 2012, and Springfield and Juniata pretty much won or split the majority of those as well. So Springfield overall was going for it. I believe it's their 12th national championship. Coach Sullivan, for those out there. So let's just go into some facts. There were some kind of interesting things. So first off, largest field in the NCAA area of 19 teams came into this year's tournament. There were all 14 D3 conferences. The number 1 seeds won their conference. So it was the best out of every conference coming into the tournament, plus 5 at large bids. So keep in mind this, that Cal-Lu, the defending national championship, independent, not in a conference. Also Springfield, with its rich history in D3 volleyball, not in a conference. Those were two independents. They were getting two of the bids, and they didn't end up getting them. Juniata, Messiah, and it'll hit me in a second. One other team got the 5, got all of the at-large bids, and so this is how it shaped up. So there were 3 play-in matches this year. The overall number of top seeds were NYU was undefeated all year long. Whoever they played, they beat, and they went all over and played everybody, and everybody went to them, and they beat them handily. Southern Virginia was number 2. They were undefeated until the last 2 weeks. They went to Springfield after a long road trip and lost at Springfield in 4, but they still held down the 2 seed. Stevens Institute, they just won it a couple years ago out of Hoboken, New Jersey, an absolutely beautiful campus there. They were the 3, if I read the bracket right, and then Wentworth out of Boston also wrapped up the top 4.
So two of those teams that were at-large bids were both in the Final Four, and they were
actually 3 of them.
Oh, 3 of the at-large bids were in the Final
Four.
Wow.
Yeah, Juniata, Springfield, and Cal-Lu made.
Yeah, Cal-Lu. And Cal-Lu and Springfield played each other.
That's right.
In the
Cal-Lu upset.
I'll get into that. No. Yes. Oh gosh, that was
Cal-Lu upset NYU, baby. They're undefeated all year long. Then bam, Cal-Lu came through.
And lost the first set at NYU, and then won them, and then swept them from there. So the other one that fell early as well, the earliest number 1 seed was Nichols beat Stevens Institute in the second round after beating the ODAC champion Randolph-Macon.
Right.
So Nichols came in, and they are the NEVC, and I'll explain that. There's an interesting twist to that conference, the New England Volleyball Conference, or Northeast Volleyball Conference. I think they just rebranded. But so they had avenged an early season loss to Stevens and then beat them, and then went on to the next round. NYU loses to Cal-Lu in the quarters. Did not see that coming. NYU had dominated all year long, as I tried to allude to earlier. Then Springfield as well, they survived 2 early 5-setters. So they had to play Mount Union was 1. And then the next round, it'll hit me in a sec. And they had a tough one against Carthage, which is out of Wisconsin, also who had won two of the national championships.
They hammered Cal-Lu 3 straight, though.
Oh my God! So then we get to Friday night.
Cal-Lu.
CK. Then we get to Friday night, and I'm thinking, all right, this is Springfield. Okay, so first semifinal of the night was the 3rd meeting, and I know we talked about this a little bit earlier, the whole dreaded curse of the 3rd meeting. But Southern Virginia had played Juniata twice already and crushed them, is fair to say. They beat them in 3-0 every time. This one went 5 and went down to the wire with 15-10, 15-11, I think, in the 5th. I would say Southern Virginia held on. How's that?
Yeah.
How's that? Fair to say. Juniata came to play, and they put it to them. So that was pretty good. The next one right after that, a long we were there for a long time at Roanoke College in Salem, Virginia. Beautiful facility, by the way. But Springfield rolls in. Cal-Lu had just beat NYU. You're thinking, okay, this is going to be a battle for the ages. No.
Smashed.
No. It was. I want to be very nice to the Cal-Lu team, but they had a gnarly travel schedule all year, and it just seemed like it caught up with them. Honestly, it just did. Says Springfield really demolished them. I mean, so Springfield's no like spring chicken. I mean, they had the number 1, so they had the first team All-American both in the preseason and the end of the year. Dylan Mulvaney is the setter. They had this pin hitter, Carter Durvage, as well. He was incredible all tournament until we get to the finals. More on that in a minute. And they just destroyed them. So now you go into the finals.
Hey, Dave, real quick, so that Juniata, Southern Virginia, that first set, 31-29.
Yeah.
31-29. And so Juniata's down. They go into the second set. Juniata gets smashed 25-10.
It was
so they went from a 31-29 emotional
heartbreak
barn burner,
loss. Yeah.
And then they absolutely get their butt kicked 25-10. And then they make it to 5th. They come back and win the third 25-21. the fourth 25-23, and they wind up losing. But holy
What was
cow,
the
you
fifth? What was the fifth set score?
15-10. They
10.
lost 15-10. But what an emotional roller coaster for that Juniata team. I mean, just to go the 31-29, then just get squashed. I mean, they could have thrown in the towel and said, you know what,
Shows a
not
lot of
our
heart.
day. But they did it. Yeah, a lot of heart to go 5. So yeah,
I'll
continue,
say
Dave.
this
Sorry
too.
about that.
This thanks Sully. I'll say this, that Juniata was pretty much led. I mean, they were solid. Okay, they're really solid, but they were led by, they have a 5'11" outside hitter, and that guy torched Southern Virginia all night long. But I will say this, in the end, Christian Schaefer was the D3 player of the year. It's just too much of him and Garrick Tolman, their setter. Just too much at the end.
Yeah.
That was it. Just came down to those final 5 points or so.
Yep.
So you roll into the finals, and all things, there's a bunch of things that happened, but you roll into the finals, and there were at least 3 advantages to Springfield. So let's talk about them. One is SVU's starting opposite, Sam Candland, who was a stud, goes down late 5th set, mid 5th set, late 4th set, rolls his ankle. He's out. They throw a freshman in. Can you imagine that? In the national semifinals, throw a freshman in. He comes in, gets a kill right away, and then does a bunch of other good things. He gets him through, or he's one of the crew that helped him. So Candland's out. They're starting Oppo, which means that a senior, Jayton Hall, comes in and plays in the finals. To me, that's advantage Springfield. Okay, so they're not their strength. And then SVU's only loss, like I said, was only 4 weeks earlier, and that was against Springfield. So they know them. They got their number. They've got a little confidence going in. Advantage Springfield. And then Springfield was pretty well rested, all things considered. Now, they both had an extra day because it was pushed due to SVU's church connections there. So it was pushed to Monday night, which was totally fine. And again, well rested. They had the 3-0. The other SVU had the 5-setter. Advantage Springfield again. And then you roll in on Monday, and SVU beat them 3-0.
Yeah,
So
kind of smash them too.
yeah, go ahead.
Let me share this with you guys
Yeah,
real
thank
quick.
you.
This is championship point. And they go nuts.
Yeah. By the way, this same clip is on the NCAA broadcast, and a bunch of people use it. That's the Dave DeTenley clip. Just
That's
so
what I
you
was
know.
gonna
That is
say.
me
That's
standing in the
DT,
stands,
baby.
taking that with my.
Our very
I
own.
promise you guys. I'll give shout outs to if I borrowed anybody's thing, but that's a Dave DeTenley clip. So overall, Jayton Hall, the senior right side, comes in, right? The non-starter, I would say. That's no shame to that. He came in super solid, missed his first 2 swings. After that, money. Super solid all the way through. Got to give him a shout out. Christian Schaefer, player of the year. Garrick Tolman, the setter. They were awesome. Freaking awesome. And I just got to call out number 8 on Springfield, Sam Levinson. That guy was great all tournament. Great all tournament. He's their oppo. He's like 6'2". Nobody's huge, by the way, on these teams. Nobody's Schaefer's 6'6", legitimate. But I thought, like, being up in the stands, they all look big, and I thought they were kind of average, like 6'3", 6'4". Nope. You go look at all their thing. They're 6'1", 6'2". These guys jump out of the gym. In the end, it was fantastic. So I just saw something early 26 projections. Springfield brings, I think, almost everybody back. So they're probably
maybe a
gonna
few
lead it.
more with what's been going on from what we
Amen.
talked about
Oh,
early
you're
on.
right. You're
Yeah,
right.
So-
you know, and the finals with the 2 head coaches, legendary coaches, Charlie Sullivan,
Yeah.
Tom Peterson going head to head. And Tom Peterson, you know, I mean, he was a coach back in the day with us, winds up winning an Division 3 national championship. So congratulations
Pretty
to those
cool.
guys, Tom Peterson,
great.
yep, Charlie
That's great.
Sullivan. That guy's won 11 of them, by the way. So for Coach Peterson to get one, that's pretty awesome. Yeah,
Another one at a different level as well.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Peterson. So
that's pretty. that's
can I give a couple shout outs just real quick? I know I
Yeah,
talked a
man.
bunch, but look, there's a whole bunch of guys out there that follow D3, and they're fantastic to listen to and watch. And I just want to call out Kevin Pratt. Bear, I sent you one of his podcasts, and I sent in one of the podcasts to him. He runs KP here.
Yep.
He does a great job promoting overall. He, by the way, was a player at Pacific.
Oh,
He was
Okay.
back in the day, Kevin Pratt. Frog jump volleyball, I've mentioned it multiple times. Coach Ramius, look, they're fantastic. The data they collect, the analysis that they put in, all focused on D3. men's volleyball. And then one final shout out, Coach Mitch Sturkenberg. He's from Marymount University, but he has a great YouTube channel around and promoting D3 volleyball as well. I look forward to all these guys weekly, bi-weekly when they post. I really enjoy them. So
that's awesome. Boys, that was a
Good
lot.
work.
I know we could have went into each and every one of those in much more length. Did we miss anything?
Don't think so. It's always a pleasure.
I got one. I got a couple. Hold on. Super STP for your soul. I cannot leave. I got a couple of them. One is this. Okay. New Jersey City Universities just had a player set their all-time block record.
Nice.
I can hear you guys thinking, okay, so what, Dave?
Yeah.
Ready for this? He's a 40-year-old man.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Love it.
Damon LaSalle.
Good job, Damon.
Stopped playing in the early 2000s, comes back after he's talking to his wife one day. Supposedly the story is it's all these news articles, but he came back to finish out his career and set the all-time block record.
Bear.
How about
It's
that?
amazing.
There's still time.
Still
One
time,
more
Bears.
hours of goal left.
You have one more year
I thought that was a
left.
great story. 40-year-old dude.
Great
There's a
story.
great picture of him too.
Do you
Sully.
guys have? Is there team handball at Santiago? Because I can jump into a new sport.
Weren't you going to do that in the
Pickleball.
Olympics?
Pickleball.
Weren't you in the
Pickleball,
national
CK.
team
Come
court?
on.
I thought
For what? What
for
sport?
handball. Team
No,
handball.
no, I
I
knew,
thought you
but-
had a shot at that
Well,
back in the
I-
day.
you really?
I was, no, I wouldn't say I had a shot.
They asked you to
did.
try out or something.
When
I
I was
did.
rehabilitating my ankle,
Yeah.
I had met a bunch of the guys that had played on the team. and
I actually
it's not
did, Bear.
Sully. I want to hear Sully's story. It's not a
True
well
story.
played sport here in this country. Team
No,
handball.
true
It's a great
story.
game, by the way. Also, it's really fun.
Yeah.
And so I was gonna consider doing it, thinking about it. I mean, I would have had to, devote my time. My ankle was just getting better. This was back when I was just finishing up college. But so no, I never did do it. But I love the game, and I've played it before. And I think if people played the game, they would really think it's fun. It's a pretty fun game to play.
It is
Would
fun.
your-
We used to do it
would your
for
ankle
warm-ups
have held up,
when I played over in
DK?
Europe.
I'm sorry.
Would your ankle have held up? I mean,
Yeah,
is
I mean,
it-
right
I've watched
after-
it in the Olympics, but
Back
I'm not.
then, back then it would have. I was still fine. I went and played in Europe, and that was fine back in those days.
Yeah.
Looking back at my journey, I wish I would have done it. I wish I would have tried. Doesn't mean I would have even made the team. Sully, let's hear your story.
So, Dave,
Sully.
this is going to come close to home, and as well as Bear. So there was a guy in my wedding named Carlos Kirby. Do you remember that name?
Oh, whoa! Seriously?
So Carlos Kirby was a football player at Long Beach State, came from Iowa. All of a sudden, he didn't come back to the dorms the following year. So I'm like, where the hell is Carlos? I mean, we don't have cell phones. We don't have internet. We don't have any of that stuff. Come to find out, he became a Olympian bobsledder. First
Wow.
ever
Yeah.
a Winter Olympic bobsledder out of the state of Iowa. He went to two of them. He beat Willie Galt. Remember that name? Willie Galt. in
Wide
his-
receiver for the Bears, baby.
Yep.
Number
Beat him.
83.
Beat him in the sprints. That's how fast Carlos was.
Wow.
So he went to two Olympics, and that was when the Olympics switched. So it was Winter
Every
Olympics
2 years for the-
it
for
was
the
2
quick
years,
one. For
right?
the
It was a
quick
quick
one,
one.
yeah.
So he got to do both. Calls me and says, "Hey, they need some athletes like us to go out for the handball team. Are you in?" I'm like, "What? Like, aren't you a bobsledder? Like
The
this
little blue
is out
ball,
of
the
blue."
handball. Like, you mean that or no?
No. So
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
T-ball, right? Yeah, for sure.
I know what team handball is. I was
team handball,
joking
right?
like you didn't know. Because when you say that to a lot of people, they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you mean like with the,
The
ball
ball
with the
against the
blue?"
wall?
No,
No
Rubber
racket,
ball.
racket ball without the
yeah.
racket.
no.
Yeah, it's awesome to watch. But anyway,
Yeah,
so
ball's
so
hard
he
as
was
shit,
like,
too.
I'm invited to go. I'm a part of the Olympic movement still. You interested? And I was it just so caught me off guard. But yeah, he was in my wedding, Dave. But yeah, he was in the
remember
same
him.
dorms that Dave
That's
and I
right.
lived in. We were
Yeah.
It's awesome. One thing we haven't talked about, and it's another discussion, and I'm going to bring someone on here, is the paravolley, the sitting volleyball. So I actually did try out for the sitting volleyball team because of my ankle is considered
Really?
A disability.
a disability, and it was so fun, and it is not easy. I think we should dedicate some time in the future to talk about Paralympic
I would-
volleyball or para
I would
volleyball.
love
Sitting,
to.
because sitting volleyball, it's actually really fun to play. It's
It
hard
is
too.
close to my heart, and I'll tell you why. So I don't know if you guys know, my youngest was born without any right fingers.
I did not know that.
Okay.
Did
Yeah.
not
So
know
she's
that.
a soccer player. She's a trackster. You don't know unless you look or you tell them. And then so her name's Kylie. And then Kylie had a friend named Kylie who I trained in private lessons for volleyball. And she had a prosthetic from the knee down. So She moved to somewhere because of her dad's work, but she's doing sitting volleyball right now and absolutely loving it. So Kylie is actually eligible to be Paralympics if she wants to do because there's a certain section for her. But yeah, the other Kylie is actually really involved in it. So it'd be kind of neat to get a, junior and high school perspective on what's
I
going on.
would love to talk about it because when I tried to pick it up, I did real quick here in San Diego. I knew some people. I went out to the training facility in
awesome.
in Oklahoma.
Really?
I did in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually went and tried out on the team. Like I
That's
actually
cool.
tried out. And again, we can tell this at a different time, but it was amazing. And like my roommates where I was staying for the weekend or the 3 days I was there, like they both were ex-military and they both didn't have any legs.
Oh, awesome.
And they were amazing. And I just felt so not out of place, but almost disrespectful in a way. Like,
because
you come rolling in.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
What's up,
walking
guys?
in.
Yeah,
I mean, there's other people that walk too and have different things, all kinds of things. And again, I'm legally disabled because of my ankle. It does, the whole thing that I went through, and it doesn't move. I can't jump or whatever. It doesn't matter. But I was so mesmerized, at the level of volleyball and how they play the game itself, but just like the human being these people are. Right. Just the fortitude, like no big deal.
Competitive.
Like I get up and I'm tired in the morning and make a coffee. Like they're putting on their legs and like, it's like no big deal. Like, and just super like, don't look at me differently. Like I'm who I am. Like it's just,
Kylie was the first one in her
put my
kindergarten
legs on,
to
I'm
tie her
good.
shoes. She was the first one in her kindergarten class to tie her shoes, not because we taught her. She figured it out.
Yeah.
I mean, and they just figured it out. And if they got that competitive streak and love the sport, they've got a chance to do it. And it's, that's cool. I didn't know you tried out. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Fantastic.
It was a tough weekend though, because I was debating to play, to continue it down. It was the same weekend I was about to fly home and Kobe Bryant was killed that day that weekend. And so I was like, do I want to do this? Yes, because I still wanted to do it for me. This is what we talked about to do this.
Sure.
But at that moment, I just couldn't take myself away from my children and my family what I just saw happen with Kobe.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna miss, even though it's an Olympic dream of mine, to try to make it and do these things. And I was like, I'm over that. I'm good.
Okay, that wasn't that long ago then.
No,
So
it wasn't.
5 years ago, 6 years.
Yeah.
How long?
It was right before COVID.
Yeah. Okay.
It was. I should know the date because it was devastating to me, but it was literally
5
right
or 6
before,
years ago.
right before COVID is when that happened
5
with
or 6 years
Kobe.
ago.
Actually, it was because it was in 2020. It was in January of 2020.
Okay.
Jake got buckets up at to the sixth man of the year at Oregon. Pritchard, he gave them a 20 piece at UCLA. UCLA lost, but Jake still gave him a 20 piece. But it was that same day Kobe died. Jake gave Oregon a 20 piece, and I was flying home from Oklahoma City, and I was on the flight home, and they had talked to me about, hey, we'd love to have you. Like, you can be part of the program. It wasn't like I was some crushing it or anything, but it would have been fun. And I was learning the game, and I was interested in doing it, and then on the flight home, I thank God that ESPN, I got to watch Jake play on the TV, but it really just put it all into perspective for me, because he was one of my heroes. He's Jake's hero, and to see him die like that, and with his daughter, and then his family without him, and I was just like, you know what, like I played volleyball, and it was a hell of a run for me, and I wish I didn't get hurt, and would have liked to see what I could have done had I not got hurt. But it's my page has been closed for a while, and this is way more important to me, especially after what I was just, sobbing through for that day. And, but yeah, I'd love to talk about it. I've talked to Lori Okamura, who
I was going to say, really, Lori just stepped down though, right? She just stepped down, but to have her come on, that'd be great.
I just reached out to her literally last week. And so when we talk about our times, I'd love to have that on. And talking to her via the email made me think about something that's one part of volleyball we haven't talked about on here.
Man. I'm 100%
and I think we need to, because it's a great sport, and it's there's a lot of folks that play that, and it's part of volleyball.
I think that's great.
Hey, big shout out, because it's one of the marquee events in the Valor Games, which is for wounded warriors, servicemen as well. I've worked one of those, and as a former service guy in the service, so big shout out. It's really fun to watch.
Hey, so to wrap this up, I remember when we were at Nationals A6 Paul Mitchell, and everybody's at the beer garden, and I just happened to go walking around, and there was this guy, and I'm like, his sets were super clean. I'm like, but something's not right. Couldn't figure it out, right? And then these guys are all wearing red, white, and blue. I'm like, oh, and I saw a guy with the prosthetic. I'm like, so what's the setter doing here? I'm like, oh. I ran back to the beer gardens, and these guys are all talking up a storm. I'm like, you guys got to follow me right now. You have to go see this right now. So they all, whatever, so like, fine, we'll go over there. So that we went over there. This guy's setting nectar, and no spin every single time. He doesn't have any hands.
What?
He doesn't even have any hands. I mean, it is wrist down. He was unbelievable.
I remember that team. I remember that team. Yeah,
blew me away. I'm like, I've got no complaints in the world. They were unreal. It was really fun to watch them. Good stuff.
Have any of you, either the three of you, played sitting volleyball?
No, I never have.
Mm-mm.
No.
Never have.
How hard was it? Honestly?
It's pretty difficult.
Yeah.
And to, again, another discussion, but like the rawness and the on it nonstop and the hitting and
Yeah.
bloody and just like
I love watching it.
It's not easy moving around on that. But it's a lot of the same similarities in the game. Of course, the hands, the blocking.
Right.
You can use your hands a lot, which I love, which we weren't able to do.
Right.
And I just, I had played once in San Diego for like 2 or 3 hours. And one guy was an ex guy who had played on the team, and they're like, you got to go, like, because you had played, and they don't get a lot of guys that had played at that level down
with the volleyball IQ, right?
That got hurt and get to play. It's more like learning, from those things or played and whatnot. So I was super stoked. So the next thing I know, I'm going to Oklahoma City, and I went right into the thick of it. Like, I'm like, oh, I played once too. Like, you're training with the national team.
Yeah.
Like it was like, oh, here you
Feet
go.
to the fire, baby.
Yeah. Like I was like, dude, trying to do drills and like,
Yeah.
and I'm a competitor. So like, I'm not trying to act like
I'll get
I'm
it.
hurting. Like I'm going to do it. Like it was
your core okay? Because that's
was-
a lot
that-
of sitting
yeah,
up. And,
that's fine. It's your butt that ends
Butt
up
and
hurting.
back, I would imagine.
So,
Yeah. Well, good stuff, boys. Thanks for doing another episode of Set the Pipe. We've got more in the bank for everybody out there. So we're going to be posting them pretty soon. So for everybody, CK, Bear,
Hit
DDT from the East
subscribe.
Coast. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you, boys. Love you guys.
Set the pipe.
so yeah.
Set the Pipe. Okay, everybody. Hey, and welcome back to Set the Pipe. I'm Sully. There is CK and Bear. Today, we have somebody I actually coached back in the day, and he's been a head coach for a number of years. Greg Wrights. He's the man. Welcome to Set the Pipe, brother.
Hey guys, thank you so much for having me on. It's awesome.
Good to see you, Greg.
Great to have
Great
you,
to
Greg.
see you guys.
Thanks for
Great
coming
to
on.
see you guys.
It's been a while.
So this is the time you get to sit back and kind of relax, and we get to talk all about you. So Greg Wrights, he was named the first ever head coach of the women's volleyball at Lord's University in 2009, and because the program started in 2010. He also became the first head coach of the men's volleyball prior to the 2012 season. A couple years later, in 2015, he was the WHAC Coach of the Year. That's pretty quick after you start a program. So super impressive. 55 WHAC all academic team members and 31 NAIA scholar athletes. So you've done your good job there. For 4 straight seasons from 2014 through 2017, he coached Conference Players of the Year, in addition to 3 Liberos of the Year and a pair of Setters of the Years during that time frame in the league. So again, super impressive. Greg, 5 seasons as associate head coach at the University of Toledo before he went to Lord's assistant coach at the University of Texas, El Paso after 2 seasons as a head coach at St. Joseph's College in Indiana. And he began his college coaching career at Toledo as a GA. But where I know him is he was a part of the Golden West College State Championship in 1995 when he was co-head coached by Long Beach State head coach Alan Knipe and myself. And he was named the state's most valuable player. After he ended with the Wrestlers, he wound up being a 49er at Long Beach State. So there you have it. Greg Wrights. Again, welcome to Set the Pipe, brother.
Thank you so much, man. It sounds like I'm old.
It's always great to hear all those things. The one thing I did hear that Bear, and Bear and I are looking at each other 3 years ago, and like when you talked about all those accolades at Lords with all the scholar athletes, Bear and I would not have made it to Lords. But other than that, it sounds fantastic. I mean,
It took
congratulations.
me 11 years to graduate, Cole.
Yeah, me too. I was close. I took the sabbatical, but I did graduate. But what a great career, and awesome what you're doing, and you're still coaching and giving back to the game. How is it coaching at the college level?
Oh man, it's a blast. It's a blast. I mean, it would. I look at it as it would suck to have a real job. I absolutely love, I absolutely love the sport of volleyball. So to get to kind of teach the game, I think of it as like professing volleyball. And again, I look at, man, I was so fortunate to grow up where I grew up and to have the mentors and the coaches. I mean, when I started playing volleyball, I had some of the greatest minds in the sport of volleyball ever to kind of glean from. And then throughout my college career of playing, yeah, had continued. I mean, Sully and Allen, I mean, pretty successful. Not too shabby of a run there. But I mean,
okay, I think. I mean, I think
he-
it's questionable if he's going to be a good coach or not. It's still the verdict's out, but he's doing okay.
he's new to this role.
Yes.
But I mean, shoot, Rocky Chirelli. How can I
I
say
was going to
anything
say
other
you
than,
played for Rocky
I mean,
at Huntington, right? Yeah.
absolute
Rest in peace,
greatest.
Rocky. Miss and love you,
I
my
mean,
man.
And we do miss you.
Yeah, for
Amen.
sure.
Amen, for sure. I mean, the greatest mentor anyone could ever have, and has
Yeah.
mentored so many collegiate coaches and high school coaches, club coaches. So, no, just so blessed to have been in the situation I was in. Unfortunately, my parents decided to live in Huntington Beach, and the rest became history because of that.
Right. So Huntington Beach, hard place to leave, but you did. I mean, you didn't go like Northern California, Central California. You left. Why the decision to really leave where your roots were, and you had those mentors? You really took a leap of faith there.
Yeah, I tell you what, didn't know I was going to be a college volleyball coach when I left. I was actually searching for a way to get into the strength conditioning business for potentially professional athletics. I mean, I had dreams of maybe being the 49ers head strength coach or something like that. So when I started applying to jobs, I needed a master's degree. And you guys know, you were in California. They don't give away education for free. So I started applying to graduate assistantships, and most of them ended up being outside the state of California.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, they're not going to pay people to go to school and give them something that everyone wants anyways. So Toledo came through as an option, did a whole lot of research, had to look at a map to see where it was, had no idea. But as I was researching it, come to find out that the head coach for volleyball at the women's team had been with the national team for 10 years.
Oh.
Kent Miller was the head coach when I was moving out to Toledo. But I wasn't going there for volleyball. I was going there through a sports medicine graduate assistantship program to learn more about strength conditioning and to kind of get my internships and to get my degree. So, yeah, I mean, it was a leap of geographic faith, a leap of spirit. I mean, everything about it was just follow your path. And I'm not right in the path. I'm just living the path.
Yeah.
But everything happens for a reason. I had to get here. And during my I had a two-year graduate assistantship. My first year was spent in strength conditioning. And my second year, I switched after getting to know Kent into a graduate assistant role with him.
Interesting.
And that's where it took off from there, huh? After that 1 year, you decided this is what I want to do.
Yeah, 1999 fall was my first coaching job as far as the college world. I had coached a club season before I left California. So while I was in college, I graduated in 97 until 98, was coaching club for a year at good old Surf City Volleyball Club.
Of course. Yeah.
D'Alessandro leading that one.
Yeah,
So another mentor out there. So, I mean, it goes back to great people and the passion for volleyball. And it spread. It got contagious. So it was within me. And then, just happened to meet Kent while I was out here in my first year and interacting. Obviously met him through volleyball. I met a guy who was coaching with him, started playing. He introduced me, went into spring workouts, and one thing leads to another. He has an opening and says, "Hey, you want to switch your GA?" Sure, what the heck? Let me give it a shot. And then a year later, I graduate and I'm looking for jobs, and one I found was that St. Joseph's College was strength conditioning and head volleyball coach.
Oh,
I was like, hey,
Wow.
perfect.
I got a,
Perfect.
Right
I
up.
got a
right
year
up
under my belt.
Yeah,
I got a year,
I'm
I
ready
got
to
this.
go.
a whole
Well,
year
well-
under my belt.
That's amazing. One thing I want to say about that again, we started doing this to bring stories to the masses and talk about volleyball and how great it is. One is make sure you hit subscribe. That's the first thing. But the second thing is to listen to you. Played volleyball, had some mentors that we all love, from Danny Glenn to Rocky to Deli, to Pesto, and all of those guys that have taught a lot of us how to be men, not just about how to be volleyball players. But you went to with something like to try something that you wanted to do, and you still came back to volleyball where you were playing and you found the love of it, but you found it a unique way, and now you've been coaching ever since. What's the goal for you in coaching? Are you happy where you're at? Do you want to take Al's job when he's ready to call it a day, or is the teaching where you are gratifying as well in that regards?
Yeah, I mean, that's always the question, and I've loved where I've been. As long as you're supported, I think, and you do what you love, that's the important piece. I'm not making $1 million a year, so I don't think I'm quite ready for that. But it's one of those that I think you're where you're supposed to be. Some great relationships come through the program and become relationships after the program. Had some great student athletes before, like in all the schools I've been. I stayed in touch with a lot of them. Some of the players that I coached in that first year in 1999, I'm actually interacting with more now because their kids are the same age as my kids. It just happened that way where I got a little slow start on having my kids. And so, yeah, they interact, and it's just crazy that volleyball keeps us all tied together. And I mean, it's a spider web that connects quite a bit of life.
So
Pretty awesome.
So you started the men's or the women's and then the men's program at Lourdes, correct? Can you go into a little of the details on how you start a program? I did it at Santiago at a JC, and there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. Can you go into that a little bit?
Yeah. The crazy thing was I was hired at Lourdes at the same time a men's basketball coach was hired. So it was the two of us starting athletics while starting our teams. We were the first two sports that they added. A little bit later, before we actually fielded our first teams, they added men's and women's golf to join us. So in that 2010 fall, we opened up with 4 sports. But volleyball, women's volleyball being a fall sport, we got to be the first ones. So, I mean, it was is elaborate as looking for what association are we going to be part of, because they hadn't really planned it out. It was, if we pick something, which we're in the NAIA, so not the NCAA, and Barry, you were part of it quite a bit.
I coached at
women's
Hope
and men's.
Yeah.
So, well, you were at Vanguard as well, right?
Yeah.
I did. Yeah, I
Well.
coached Vanguard for a couple years
How
as
did
an
you forget
assistant.
that,
Wow.
Bear?
Yeah.
Like, how
Don't
did you forget
worry.
that?
You're right.
I'll remind you. I remember.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I helped him volunteer there. I'm like, this is your best year of your life. What are you doing?
Hence the reason why we wouldn't be getting into Lourdes. Like I mentioned at the beginning of this thing, there are a lot of things Bear and I are good at, and there's a lot of things we're not. And I don't think schools
A lot
will
of
know.
things we're not.
Just saying.
Anywho,
Proper
I love you,
recruiting,
Bear, and you know it.
Yeah, but I mean, it was like laying the foundation of the entire thing. So just starting a volleyball program is one thing. I mean, we need to get some poles, we need to get some balls, we need to get nets and all that kind of equipment. But we need to decide what type of students are we going to go after, what type of characters are we going to go after, what type of student athletes are they going to be athletes? Are they going to be like? So all of that kind of built into it. I mean, it's crazy to think back at 2009 to 2010 of the recruiting process. But I mean, one of my first recruits was a Division I transfer who was playing junior college for Chris Costi. If that name rings a bell to a few of you as well. So he was coaching a girl who had transferred from a D1 school, and he was up in Idaho coaching a junior college. And she's from Alaska, and now she's a godmother of my youngest child. And
no kidding.
The other day. So, I mean, you never know what you're going to come across. You just, I mean, that provides, I think. So it sets you in the right direction.
And when that happens with regards, like what Bear was saying, because I'm curious, you obviously are getting the administration support. The athletic department is having some form of a budget for you to start a program, correct? So you have that. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah. So they're gonna field athletics. They were starting athletics for the school. The school had never had athletics.
Okay.
The school was a non-traditional school, a commuter-based school. Didn't have housing. Didn't have really a food system. didn't have any athletes on campus, and their
Oh, you
goal.
fit right in. Long Beach State and Northridge. I mean, gosh, you were at home. Wow. Sounds familiar. Just kidding. We all four of us went to state school, so we know the commuter school of SoCal. But sorry, I interrupted you.
That's exactly true. That's exactly true. And when I first started recruiting, I said, well, yeah, I can get you. I can get you.
Yeah.
2.0, we'll get you in here.
We'll get you
We'll
in,
see
yeah.
what we can do with you. So then it was
the
just
long-
a start.
Yeah.
What do you think about the NAIA? Like I said, I was there for a couple of years, and I always thought it was kind of just like the wild, wild west. I mean, there was unlimited subs. You had a lot of money from the school. You didn't have to do a lot of fundraising, but a little bit of fundraising. You can get athletes that are 30 years old playing if they, if their record's okay or whatever, right? So what do you think about the NAIA?
Yeah, there's a lot of rules that I think could be maybe funneled down a little bit, maybe to make it a little more close to the other associations and kind of the other rule books that happen. The unlimited substitution thing, the first match I sat down to coach, one of the coaches did like a 6-person substitution when they were serving and serve receiving. And I was like, come on. I mean, we're
Put in a whole
we're
new
going to
team.
take forever. This is going to be a 3-hour match, and it's going to be a 2-set match or something. Like, come on. So some of the things I'm frustrated by still 15 years later but the Wild West part of it is mostly because there's not a whole lot of rules as far as recruiting is concerned.
Right.
But there's enough rules in kind of keeping your athletes, keeping them eligible and all that kind of stuff. So it's not that dissimilar. It's more just the theory that it is the Wild West. So thank you for exacerbating that whole condition.
How many scholarships in NAIA for men's volleyball? And then how many for women's?
The beauty of it, it's the same for men and women if you're fully funded. We, however, have not been fully funded ever. 8 scholarship equivalencies would be fully funded for NAIA.
For both teams, so 8 and 8. So if you're fully funded, you get 8 scholarships. Which is great. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean it's incredible. So that we actually have a winning record against Division 1 and 2 teams. We played mostly probably Division 2, but a handful of Division 1s as well. So on our men's side, at least, the women, they don't have to play us because they have enough teams in their own association. But yeah, we can have the resource to be able to maybe pull. Now, a little bit different with the NIL and all that kind of stuff that we're not going to pull the same type of kid, but and it depends on the budgeting and what athletic department and the school itself decides is important. But no, we've been able to do pretty well.
Yeah. So you touched on NIL. So, next year with Division I just changing a ton in terms of.
Sully, I was reading today. So there's the court case isn't finished yet. Things are changing rapidly.
Daily.
I just read today that they're not going to do the cap on athletes. That was one of the things that one of the judges asked to have it pulled back out. So that was just today.
So cap as an 18, you can have as many as you want.
That's what they were saying. They were trying to remove the cap. It's all this. It's going to stay in the court for a little while, I think. So I didn't mean to just jump in on that, but I literally just read it about an hour ago.
Yeah. So what I was getting to is, since you guys do have rules, are you guys like saying la 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 la? That's you guys. That's the NCAA. We have nothing to do with that. We're steering our own ship. Are you kind of waiting on what's going on in the courts? You've been doing it for a long time, so I would think you have a pulse on what's going on, Greg. So, what's your insight on that from an NAIA perspective?
Yeah, actually, my look on the men's side was hopeful. I mean, regretful that if they did put a roster cap, just be as a former player, that you don't want to see it limited. I mean, it's a sin to do that to them.
Agreed.
But then to me, as a greedy coach in the NAIA level, to say, hey, there's a lot of guys that are going to be playing on those rosters.
Yeah, right.
Going to be good enough to play somewhere.
Yep.
For Pete's sakes, that's what I told Al. Just send me a few of them. I mean, all of them. Just send me a few of them. But I mean, and that's the thing. Like, it's in flux. So until that's decided, we're not going to know how we're going to work with it or work off of it. But we try to do the best we can with what we've got and see what.
Do you guys have money? Are they allowed to get NIL and NAIA? Is that different than the NCAA or? The rules
theoretically, but they got to do a whole lot of work on their own. We don't have collectives.
Yeah, so it was what it was supposed to be, which is go get your money based off of anyone that wants to pay you outside of an actual alumni forking over the cash. And
that's definitely more of it.
Yeah. And that's great. And again, I've always said, and I've said this on the show, probably almost 20 of the 22 episodes, that every kid deserves it, but they don't deserve, I shouldn't say that. Every kid deserves to be paid, but they should be getting paid for that, for their name, image, and likeness. And if we do want to pay with the revenue, and they're doing, which they're going to do, great, then there should be contracts, and it should be more of a professional league. And it is what it is. But if you're not going to do that, the way it is, it's destroying people, and it's a struggle for so many. So good that the kids can still make money off of themselves. Bet on yourself, be an athlete, go get on a Wheaties box and get paid. I mean, that's really up to you. Or get 1 million followers like other people do and make it that way. So, but cool that they're able to do that. I was curious. I know there's, like Bear said, there's so many different things about it. It's an amazing, I know on the basketball side, it's an amazing avenue. It's awesome. It's college sports. The environments are fantastic. The level is fantastic. Some of it's even different because, as Bear said, you can maybe have some older guys, girls, or whatever you're coaching, the season you're coaching in. But it's great. And so that's cool that gives that opportunity for people to still be able to play a sport, play it collegiately, and then still make money off of themselves, and again, bet on themselves for that.
Yeah, they just have to work. They just have to hustle.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's doing camps and things like that, doing T-shirt promotions, and I mean things that anyone would be willing to do. And back in the day, shoot, it happened. So I mean, it's just now it's legal, and they just have to go out there and work. So if that's how they want to make a job, then that's fine. So
good for them.
We haven't had too many of them, other than kind of the camp thing. They can run their own camp and not get in trouble for it. So that's kind of cool. Because then they get to teach, and they get to feel that. Kind of that, wow, it's kind of nice to share my knowledge with other people and not think I know everything, but
and give back to where they started. That's
an important piece.
That's what's so cool about all these professional leagues. Most of them aren't starting in the middle of Los Angeles trying to play downtown. So they're playing in these towns that really appreciate volleyball. And it's been great to see all these, well, they're women, but to hear about them as young girls going to these high schools and now coming back playing professional in their city, in Omaha or in Madison, or, wherever it would be, in all these places. It's just so cool to see that's available for that.
Hey, Greg,
it'd be really cool. Men too, by the way.
We're trying. We're trying, and I mean, I'd love to hear that from your side too, coaching men in the NAIA. How big is that on the growth level? Like, how many teams roughly are in it, and is it need to be coincide with the NCAA for growth, or is there a way for you guys to blow it through the roof and give them a model to see how it's done?
Yeah, that's a tough thing. So we are at about 70 teams across the country. But when I started, gosh, it was probably about 25 to maybe just under 30. So there's been some pretty remarkable growth, but we've
3X.
plateaued because there's a lot of teams out in California that started as NAI and switched to D2 pretty quickly. The Concordia Irvines, the Vanguards now, and Menlos, and quite a few of them that started at NAI and said, oh, wait, we're paying a lot of money to go somewhere else. Why don't we just play the teams that are here? And it makes sense.
Yeah.
There. But across the country, we've done pretty well. So it's kind of that a little bit of a niche market but man, once that first touch came along, I said SEC men's volleyball, Big Ten men's volleyball, Big 12 men's volleyball. Where's that at? Like those. But now if we have the collective or the House ruling, it could. I don't know. It's scary.
It is. We talked to Alan about it. We talked to Nygaard about it. We talked to Theo, Northridge, Long Beach, and USC coaches, Hawks too at UCLA, and all four of them. It's on their minds. I mean, because they're not just going out to try to recruit the next best high school kid and coach. They don't know if they're going to be able to have, like UCLA, what they've always been known for, to have 45 guys in the gym, and their third court could beat, in our days, the third court literally could beat half the teams in the NCAA. Literally, maybe not now, but like back then they really could. And like, that was such a lure to play at UCLA, and it was such an important thing for them. And they're still, obviously, they're back-to-back champions. Like, to be able to cut that and take that away and not have that many kids be able to play a sport and go to UCLA to play. And again, we talk about this, just because you're not starting doesn't mean you're not part of it. It doesn't mean it's not your whole fabric of your life, being a part of a program just because you don't play, and it's not for everyone. And so, yeah, I hope it doesn't happen. Like you said, it's going to be really interesting weeks, months, years where it's going to be. It's going to change dramatically.
Picking back onto this transfer portal, big deal, right? Is it separate for NAIA? Is NCAA and NAI together? Is it just like a big transfer portal for everybody? Or how does that, because I mean, how does that, those two talk to each other? I mean, or do you talk to each other?
Yeah.
Do you have access to those NCAA transfer portals?
So there's services that we have to pay to have access for because we're not NCAA.
Oh,
NAIA does not have their own transfer portal. So the transfer portal is an NCAA entity.
Yep.
So Division 1, 2, and 3 can go into the transfer portal.
Right.
Now, if you pay for
I
a
think
service,
JUCO kids can too. I think.
okay.
But I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain on it. There might be a junior college like branch to it.
Yeah.
Or they started something because they realized we need to get out there in front of college coaches at every level. But we can usually get access to or get information about kids and those that are really seeking to go anywhere will reach out to more coaches. Those that are very specific to a D1 kid that's in the SEC and wants to go to the Big Ten, those are going to be specific contacts, and it doesn't matter that they're in the portal and I find them because they're not going to look to go somewhere else.
So to answer, because I was listening, but I was thinking about a question. So the NAI does have their own separate portal. They don't have it at all. So if I'm a kid and I'm playing for you and I want to transfer, I just tell you, or I just send an email out, or I put it out on social media saying I'm at Lord's and I'm entering to transfer. Or do you, and I'm sure they might call the portal for the NCAA, maybe, even though they're not in it, to add themselves. But I didn't know how it works in NAI if you want to continue to transfer within the, and are there rules? So that's the last one. NCAA doesn't have any. So used to, had to sit out, couldn't transfer within your conferences. All those rules are all gone. What are they for the transfer rules in the NAIA?
Yeah, the main things, like for us as coaches or as athletic departments, if we get contacted by someone who wants to transfer, we have to reach out to their school just to inform them that we've been contacted within a certain 10 days, a 10-day window of initial contact.
Right.
Let them know we've been contacted, but that's really it. And then we can freely communicate. If they're within conference, we actually, it's a conference by conference thing. Our conference says, no, you cannot transfer within conference without sitting out for a year. But that's a very specific conference rule. Not all conferences will share that. So we do have, so that's where NCAA is the Wild West. What are you talking about? You can freely transfer from school to school, right? But NAIA still has, it's kind of a values driven association a little more so. So it's usually, hey, coach, I'm thinking I could find a better home. Okay, great. Well, you need to talk to our athletic director to make sure they know. And then when you reach out, they're going to have to reach back out so that you stay eligible and you don't step on any foots. Really, it's you gotta do things right. It's kind of the goal. And if someone wants to leave and they come in and they talk to you, okay, let's see if we can help you find a better home. But if someone says, oh, by the way, I'm out, well, good luck.
Yeah.
So it's one of those.
So you were talking about a little earlier about recruiting a little bit, and like the type of person that you want to recruit. Good person, good, comes from a good family or bad family or whatever, or just a great volleyball player. But I remember when I was coaching at Hope, I had a lot of players coming in from junior college. So they were only there for like 2 years. Now, are you looking for like JUCO players? Are you looking for kids that are coming from high school? Do you have them for 4 years? Do you have them for 2 years? What's your recruiting? Like, what are you looking for?
He's looking for Nikolov to come down next year from Long Beach. He
looking
just
for
texted
players.
out.
or
Like
Coley.
Nikolov.
Coley may still
I
have a
think you
year
got a
eligibility.
shot with him.
That's what
No.
I considered. I assume after football that you said, you probably didn't play all 4 years.
I'm
Coley.
I have
done.
1 year left, by the way, but that's a whole other story.
No, but go ahead. So,
Yeah.
Bear, I think a
We'll
great
talk.
question. Great question. Sorry.
We used to play
interrupted
together
you.
too,
Yeah.
Greg, a long time ago. So you know what I used to be able to do a little bit.
I do know. I have that on my notes still. So
You stuck
no,
me in the
really,
middle, but that's okay. It's all good.
No bitterness at all. After
So
all
did
these
Ray.
years.
So did Ray.
Oh, Ray.
So, I mean, I have a special spot in my heart for junior college, obviously, with Sully and Allen
Yeah.
playing there. That
Mm-hmm.
when I was starting the program, I had to look there. And I look there as consistently as I can. The problem is I'm not in California. And like I mentioned, there was quite a few teams in California that started in the NAIA and could pull those kids that I wanted to pull, and they didn't have to
Mm-hmm.
leave. They didn't have to go away
Okay.
from their families. So it's been a little bit of a harder pull of late. But we've done pretty well. I mean, NAIA oftentimes will get some international players that come
Mm-hmm.
over, and if we can make everything work financially, then that fits. But no, I mean, I'm looking for the kid that fits where Lords is the school they want to be at. And so that's really what I've tried to do is whether we're at kind of a swollen roster or maybe even a little bit beyond what would be a comfortable roster. Hey, if they're going to fit in and they really love it and they want to be part of this and they're going to become part of this family, then why am I going to say no to them? Right?
Sure.
It's one of those culture things. Is if they're going to come in and help us in some way, whether it's a service ace here or there, or just being great morale,
Mm-hmm.
or just helping the GPA out. I mean, every kid has a different. Maybe Northridge should have done a couple of those, but every kid has a different purpose. So it's one of those. I mean, if they can grow and become a bigger, better person from being part of it, I'm going to hopefully give them a chance to do it. And if we can change things, I actually got a message from a kid who came and played for a few years and then left and wasn't the greatest student, did a great job, but he's got a great life right now. And he's got a second kid on the way, and just hearing from him and going, yeah, kudos to you. You're doing a great job right now. And you figure some things out. So, I mean, I get a chance. I get to take more chances where I'm at. I don't have to worry about if this kid's not helping me win a national title, I'm out the door. I get to coach.
You get to make a
And
difference, which is cool too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that too. I mean, it's incredible. So, I mean, I say I don't have a real job, but at the same time, I mean, it's a job that I absolutely am passionate about because I
Yeah.
love it. I get to do what all of us loved from the people who inspired us.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, if I can give back just an ounce of energy of what I got from my coaches, gosh, I think I'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, and we said this before, so everyone that's listening, whether you're in high school, junior college, like take a look at Lords, take a look at the other colleges in their conference, take a look at NAIA, Division I, Division III. There's so many places and opportunities. I don't think people realize there is as much opportunity as there is for men's volleyball. We need a lot more. NCAA, if you're listening again, I keep saying it, we need more opportunities for men and boys volleyball. But go back to what I was saying, there still is a decent amount of options right now, more so than we ever had when we were growing up. So, I think it's great, that you're on here to tell your story, tell the NAI story, and just promote volleyball because you're making a difference. You're giving guys, like you just said, you just talked to someone that's about to have his second kid and he's successful in life. And that's, what you want, right? I mean, yeah, it's great to win, but that's what you want. That's what I miss about coaching is watching, kids grow up and watching them become young men or young women, whatever, whoever you're coaching, and just watching them, be great people. So cool that you get to do that. And like you said, the mentors you had were pretty special, and to be able to pay it forward with folks like the one you just mentioned is great too.
Yeah. No, it's awesome.
So, Greg, about 4 or 5 years ago, we saw each other face to face down in Lindenwood. I think Long Beach State went down there. So you and Cooch, because Cooch's son was playing down there. And I mean, you were an undersized outside hitter, even in junior college, right?
He could fly, though. He could
fly. Ball control, right? Defense, all that intangibles that you don't see. But I got to tell you, have you walked up next to these Division I players? I mean, can you imagine, Greg? Greg, how tall are you?
I'm about 6 feet tall.
Yeah, 6 feet tall, and he's going to walk up to Nikolov and everybody else on those rosters in the top 5 and just be like, "Are you like what?" And
I will say, I watched the BYU match the other night, and their best player on the court was 6'2" outside hitter, absolutely ripping balls from the back row when they set the pipe.
Yep.
But it's the Bic. But we're going to say he set the pipe.
Set the pipe. It's just a lower pipe.
The Bic, it's a lower pipe. He was crushing balls. He was their best player. They lost into UCLA in 4, but he was fantastic. And it made me think, wow, like the little guy still has a shot. but just like you, he flew. I mean, he had to jump 40
Taylor
inches,
Crabb,
right? Like, yeah.
same thing, right? He's 6'3",
Taylor,
maybe
yeah.
6'2", NCAA Player of the Year. But just looking.
The size, though, in general, is off the hook. I know where you were going with
just
that,
looking back when we were sitting there, and then now, I mean, they're beast. It's amazing. I mean, and do you get to see Division I very often? I know you go to tournaments and all that kind of good stuff, but are you just as amazed as us three are?
Yeah, so the crazy thing is, just a few weeks ago, I went out to visit my family and spent a practice session with Al and watching the guys in the pyramid, and met a couple of the guys as I walked over because Al had me work the scoreboard. Of course, when I'm there enjoying the practice, I got to get to work. Thanks, Al.
That's too funny.
No, it was awesome. It was awesome to be there. But seeing the little guys on the team, and I'm looking up at them a good 3-4 inches, going, "Wait, I thought you were just a little guy like me." Like, your little guys are huge.
Yeah, they're massive.
So, I mean, the game is evolved. I think all of sport has evolved. When my first team of collegiate athletes for women in 1999, I tell this story a lot. We had, I think, 2 or 3 6-footers, and now I feel like most women's teams have maybe 2 or 3 that are under 6 feet.
I don't disagree.
The game has just evolved. Just human beings are growing and getting
so much
massive
bigger.
and,
Everyone's so much bigger. 6'8", 6'8", 6'9", 6'7" women that are super duper athletic, super duper. I wouldn't say court, just everything. You're just like, wow, they're just gnarly athletes at 6'8". And 6'8", when I was in high school, there was one person that was maybe 6'8", could barely walk. Right now they're all 6'8", playing on the left, swing hitting, running combos, running pipes out of the back row. It's unbelievable. At that size, it's incredible. And the men are the same. Everyone's 6'9", 6'10". Tim Kelly was 6'10" when we played, and he was like the only guy that was even remotely close to 6'10". Nygaard was 6'8". There was guys that were 6'8", but Hilly's 6'6". Up 6'5", 6'6" was kind of way more the average. The average 6'8". Yeah, now it's 6'8", 6'9" is the average, right? Guys are all. It's it's crazy. It's crazy.
We had Sealy was at 6'5", and he had Lloyd Ball that was 6'8". But besides
Seal's 6'7".
Yeah, besides those two, though, I mean, before and after, it was a long time before you had those tall setters, and now it's like, okay, now you have 6'8", 6'9" setters. Crazy.
And a lot of them. Well, think, too, to football. When you were a quarterback, and you were a big quarterback.
I was.
There weren't very many 6'5" quarterbacks then. And now 6'5" is like, oh, might be a little small. You're not looking over that 6'9" lineman the same way you would if you were 6'8" or 6'9" yourself.
In the NAIA game, just to quick talk about what we're talking about, how's the speed compared to the NCAA? Like, you're obviously younger than us because Sully coached you, but the game wasn't really sped up back in those days. It's gotten faster every year. Right now, it's off the chain in regards to how fast it is for both the men and women's game. How is it at the NAIA level? Is it comparable? Do you guys fit right into the NCAA? Where do you sit in the speed and the way the game's evolved and level in general?
Yeah, I think it's a competitive level for sure. Are we with the top 10 of Division I? Probably not, no. But are we trying to do similar things? Yes. And I would always say, how I equate the levels of volleyball, I'd say the serving velocity and the setting consistency or ability to locate from anywhere. Those are the differentiators of the best teams and the teams that are just kind of average. Yeah. So we're doing a pretty good job. We've got a pretty nice group right now, and I think we're kind of coming together, which is kind of our goal. We're pushing into postseason this coming week. So to be our best now is kind of what we're hoping for. So I think we give some teams a run for the money, but we're not 6'8", 6'9" across the board. We've got a couple of them, every other team it seems like out there. But so I think we can compete at sometimes. But yeah, the speed at which the top teams are playing and the consistency at which they're running those tempos, I think is the biggest difference. Yeah. You watch Moni deliver that ball, and it's that tempo all the time. And even Rosenthal. I mean, watching Hawaii and Long Beach the last 2 nights. As hard as it is on the East Coast to watch those matches, I stayed up on Friday. I couldn't do it yesterday. Really? I had to watch this morning.
Holy smokes. It was midnight my time when it started, so it's 1 a.m. your time.
I'm a nut job when it comes to volleyball.
Wow. I got the first set last night.
I watched it this morning. I just didn't look at my phone, didn't look at anything, pulled it up, and I had to watch it. And unfortunately, I had to watch it this morning. Yeah. But, I mean, a great volleyball match.
Yeah, and great crowd.
10,000 people.
Yeah,
both nights. Back to back.
I mean,
10,300.
And they said since like 96, 97, when Uval Kotz was playing, maybe not the most legal player, speaking of NAI, but no, it's just the level of play that's happening right now, I think is pretty incredible.
We had 10,300 back in 93, but doesn't matter.
Who played
Northridge,
then?
Northridge, Hawaii, baby.
Hey, so
I'm just playing.
where do you see Lords making the tournament this year? One, and then the actual tournament for NAIA is completely different than its pool play, right? So tell us where Lords is at right now on the men's side going into the end of the season here, and then kind of explain a little bit about the tournament itself.
Yeah, a couple different beasts, but first and foremost, we just finished up. We wrapped up regular season yesterday. We secured our number 3 seed out of 6 for our conference tournament. Well, out of what we have 9 teams total, 6 teams make the tournament. We're the number 3 team, so
Nice.
we'll host number 6. Assuming things go well, if we play our best volleyball and we get a win on Tuesday, we'll get to play in the semifinals on Thursday. Then finals are held on Saturday. The conference tournament winner is an automatic bid to the national championship. And then the way it works for NAIA, we have a 12-team tournament. There are 9 automatic bids. There's 3 at large, but one of those at large goes to a host institution if they meet certain criteria. So completely different there as well. Could you imagine Long Beach is hosting it at the Pyramid, so they
They're
get in
in.
automatically,
Yeah.
and Hawaii or whoever's hosting it gets in
That's
automatically.
crazy.
Like,
That's the wild, wild west.
Yeah,
it's part of the bid
that's
process.
and that's in Cedar
So,
Rapids, right?
It's in Cedar Rapids for the 2nd year, and actually they renewed it for another
I just
year.
saw
so
that. Yeah, I'm not too
25
far from
and
there.
26.
So if you make it,
Yeah, I'll see what I can do, man. If they let me put on a jersey, I'd be able
Yeah,
to bet
brother.
a little bit more. But no, I like our guys, so I like our group. I think we're playing well at the right time. So if we can put things together, it's been a few years since we made it to the national championship. We had a pretty good run where we were winning our conference pretty consistently. But yeah, it's gotten a lot more competitive. We've added some teams. We're a bigger conference now, and a more competitive conference, and there's just more conferences across the country.
Do you get out? Do you have any chance in that large bid, or do you have to win your tournament?
For this year, we have no chance at an at-large. If we don't win the conference championship, we will not go.
Got it.
There's maybe 1 or 2 teams in our conference that, if they don't win, have a chance at an at-large. But the way it shaked out this year, we didn't win enough of our non-conference matches against ranked opponents. So, but yeah, so it puts all the marbles in one spot, and we got to win.
So then, say you get there. Let's assume you do, and you said there's 12 teams. Is it 3 pools of 4? Is it 2 pools of 6?
4 pools of 3, and you have to win your pool to make it to the semifinals.
To the Final Four, and then they play like a normal Final Four.
And it's semifinal, final. Yep. So
I'm
it turns
okay
from
with that,
pool
actually.
play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little different. So it used to be there was teams that made it. There was 2 pools of 4. The top 2 teams of the pool made it out, and then you did a semifinal, final. Little bit different. The women's is different. Opening round is a single elimination. Then it goes to pool play. Then it goes to a single elimination bracket. So Wild Wild West. Yeah, parts of it seem kind of crazy and a little quirky, but the men's is close. And if we can get to 16, I would imagine we would go to a more traditional 16-team bracket. But because our number hasn't been bracket worthy, they wanted to stretch it out into more of a student athlete experience. So, I mean, it works. It puts some pressure on you to win every single match, just like it does in a bracket.
You get 2 matches, right? So if you get in there, you have 2 matches. And let me ask you that. So is the NCAA NAIA at an arena where you play those teams in, say, Charleston for the weekend, or are you going to the higher seeds location, playing on the road, playing at home? How does that work within the pool of those 4 pools of 3 in the championship for the NAIA?
Yeah, for the national championship is hosted at one site. So schools or communities will bid on it. Currently, the Cedar Rapids in Iowa is hosting. They hosted last year. They'll host this year.
So
and then
every one of those matches, every one of those pool play matches are played right there.
Are there?
So
Yep.
One arena.
2 or 3 a day, starting at 4 or 3 and playing at 5 and 7. Okay, wow. Again, that tradition's awesome, and obviously we all love March Madness, right? I don't see them changing that ever, but like, it sounds cool to me. It sounds different. It sounds unique, and it's like you're not playing in the NCAA. You're playing in the NAIA, and we do what we want to do. And so I think that's kind of cool. I like pool play. You get to play more games. You have more chances. Even if you were to lose one, you still have a chance of mathematically, right? If you get a three-way tie based on how you do tiebreakers and all that stuff. But yeah, I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same arena they have the girls' Iowa high school states at. So it's not like they're unfamiliar with hosting volleyball there. So I would assume it's run really well, Greg.
Yeah, well, and I haven't been to the tournament, like I said, for a couple of years, but
Right.
it used to
You're
be
going this
like-
year. We feel it. You've been on Set the Pipe.
Perfect.
The juju's coming your way,
That's
baby.
right. I'm driving too, Betty. So let's do it.
Appreciate it. I'm going to have some fans there. So
That's right.
see if we can get you in. But yeah, no, I think it's a good environment. I think they're trying to grow it, and I mean the growth of the game for NAIA level from 25 to 20, 28 type teams 15 years ago to almost 70 or over 70 for 1 point. If we can get to closer to 80, we'll probably get to a 16 team tournament, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's awesome. I would love to see that. Like it just, we talk about it all the time. Just the growth for the sport would be amazing. I mean, right now you have 12 teams, you're playing in pool play, whether they stay in there or they change it and they go with, 4 pools of 4, whatever they do, however it works, just to see it grow and have more chances for you and coaches like yourself and kids that play within your program, chances to get to that postseason, whatever it looks like as you continue to grow. I love it.
Hey, Greg. So how many, any level, 1, 2, 3, JC even, does coach men's and women's? How many?
How many?
Yeah, how many coaches are like you? Because, dude, that's a lot. It's a lot, and then you got to deal with. I mean, men and women are different, right? So you're going from, it's 2 separate games, 2 separate individuals out there, and trying to get them to click, and then your wife letting you do this, like, you know what I mean? It's a big load. So you've got to be one of the few, if not the only.
There's a handful out there. There's a handful. There's not a lot of us because it takes a very quirky, not so bright individual.
Holy,
Spare
we
to
have
state
jobs
schools.
out
Come
there.
on.
We can do both.
Wow, I'm in. I knew there was a couple jobs for me out there. I'm trying to find the right one after all these years.
You've been looking too hard. It's one job. You
That's
have to
right,
do it
yeah.
2 times over.
But you're in season in the fall, you're in season in the spring, and then you have off season and all that stuff.
Recruiting.
How do you manage your time? And are the girls playing beach at all as well? Is that part of it?
Come on. I'm in Iowa, guy. We don't play beach until the middle of the summer.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know if you had an indoor court or something.
No, we don't have that yet. No, it's time management. It's off-season workouts in the morning, in-season workouts in the afternoon. Competitions are going to be based on the team that's in season. It depends on what our numbers are for off-season, on how many we have on our roster. Like for the women's, we just had 8 on our roster for the spring, so we didn't compete at all because we were too limited. Where our roster wouldn't kind of allow us to be competing. So that saves a little time there, but at the same time, our men's season started. We started training, or we reported like January 2nd. And if we make the national championship for the finals, I think it's May 3rd this year. So that's the entire semester, which is Division I caliber. We used to have a little bit abbreviated schedule where we could start a little earlier and we ended kind of now would be our national championship.
Yeah.
But they pushed things back and we overlapped with the Division I last year, and then we stayed and they pushed back by a week. So we're the same as the beach championship. So it's just it's a long season, but I mean, like I said when I started, there's harder ways to make a living. Coaching volleyball is pretty fun. It's
for sure.
I'm sure it is. And here you go. I'm sure I'm breaking the rules, or there's probably rules for this. But if there isn't, maybe you could start doing it. But like, do you ever have them train together?
So they'll play a lot, kind of the non-traditionals, the grass, the sand, and stuff like that. The indoor on the women's net or on the men's net, not a lot. We actually, I had to coach through the COVID spring of 21, where we played both teams at the same season.
Oh, that's right.
So that was pretty unusual, where we played double headers, men's and women's double headers. So we would travel on the bus with teams separated by like a row or two, and then the men would play first and the women would play second, or vice versa, depending on who we were playing. And so that we practiced at the same time. One court was men and one court was women, and just try to do it that way and bounce back and forth. I mean, an absolute nightmare. I didn't think I was going to ever coach again after that. Because
was there any coolness to it, like being on the bus with the men and the women at the same time and having them support each other? A reason I ask, because we don't need to go down the COVID. Believe me, you don't want me to go down that path. But I'm curious if there was any positives that could have, not way like we're going to change it this way, because no one would want to do that. But was there any positives that helped your program for that? Do it because you are the coach of both during a time like that was so rare?
I would say the number one thing, we could guarantee we had 20 fans in the bleachers on our road matches.
True story.
So like, you knew the team that wasn't playing first was sitting there before they had to go warm up and cheering on, and then the team that just finished was going to be there waiting for the bus to leave. So
kind of cool, right?
Yeah, that part's cool, and they were around each other a lot. Now we've been, again, coach both teams, so most of the athletes are around each other. We've got several families that have happened from them getting to know each other and then going off and marrying, and so we've got some generations of Lord's Gray Wolf volleyball players. Maybe that'll come back in another 15 years or so, but we'll see. But yeah, that's part of just the whole experience has been pretty incredible.
Yeah. I would think we talked about this because Eric Sullivan, who's been, coaching at Texas for so long, just took over the women's national team, and really excited, to see what he does. And then Brandon Taliaferro, who's coaching the men's as an assistant for UCLA for the last few years under Sparrow and now under Hawks, is leaving the men's game to go coach the women's game and be an assistant on the USA Volleyball. And everyone was talking about, I was talking with a bunch of friends the other day about what influence will the men's game from Brandon immediately right now. Like Karch has that influence, right? But Karch hasn't been around the men's game he is now, but I'm saying in general. So Brandon's been around he's won 2 national championships in a row. He's coached with John Sproul, who's one of the best to ever do it. He's, all of that, now bringing it to the women's game. So that's why I ask. I know it's hard because it might not translate for the men as much, but having both teams playing like that together and seeing like the speed of a men's BIC is probably a little bit faster than the speed of a women's BIC, but playing with each other, does that women's BIC get a little bit faster by playing with the men? And that's where I'm excited to see what happens with the national team, with Brandon just bringing it, and Karch, and all of just the game. Not that the men's game's better by any means. It's a little bit quicker, and the women's game is coming. It's ridiculously how fast. Yeah. So that's why I was asking if you're able to cross it, and like the ball control on the women's side's better on the men's too, right? So that's another thing that the men can learn from the women. The net's smaller, but that's really the only difference.
Yeah, I think if you do serve-receive practice on a women's net as a male player, you get better. So because the float serve is just gnarly.
It's gnarly.
And a jump top is pretty crazy too, because you can really attack. I mean, these guys are hitting it crazy already, but can you imagine Moni on a net that's 8 inches lower?
Yeah. It'd be crazy. It'd be crazy.
What would it be? 96 miles an hour?
Probably.
So I was just curious if you did it, if you've ever, and again, and you, whether you do or you don't, but just being able to at least even having them hang out and just watching games to learn from both sides of it, being the head coach of both is probably pretty unique and pretty rad at the same time.
Stylistically is where you get the influence, because I try not to. I mean, we try to run the same systems. It's just where does this ball go to? Is it mid antenna? Is it top antenna? Is it there on a frozen rope, or is it really archy? It depends on the athlete that's hitting it. It depends on the athlete that's setting it. So whether it's a male or a female, I don't care. It's so long as they can locate that ball well, they're going to be a setter. If they can attack that ball well, they're going to be an attacker. And we try to run the back row attack for our women's team, because we always have. And whether I was at Division I as an assistant, or since I've been here as the head coach, I mean, it's a system thing. Hey, what system tends to work more successfully? That's having back row attackers. I mean, I grew up idolizing Steve Timmons and watching them hit that red out of the back. I mean, so all of those things. So, and unfortunately, he was a Newport Harbor guy, so I couldn't really be passionate about it. He wasn't a Huntington Oiler, but we had enough crossover with Rocky and Danny to be former Oilers that were Sailors. So that's a whole nother episode of stories. But
of course,
so no, I think the game just learned, and to have Karch with the women, and now Karch going back to the men is incredible. And what happened? How much influence did he have on the women? I would say quite a bit. Because
Yeah.
again, someone that I got to study from when he was with Il Masagero and would come back for Team Cup, and shoot, you guys got to play. Didn't you play some Team Cup
I
against
was
those
actually
guys?
close to playing it. Al
Oh,
did,
okay.
Nick did,
Yeah,
and
Al
I
then
did,
know
yeah.
Al did, and that's why.
college it had just been done. I would have loved to play at least 1 or 2 years in that, or at least given it a shot. It would have been fun. I went to a bunch of games at the Forum.
Yeah,
It was
I
pretty
went
fun.
too.
Didn't they have like
Yep.
4-person block on that too?
Yeah,
Yeah,
4-person block.
It was
Yep.
pretty awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun to watch.
Yeah, so and I think they did a 4-meter line instead of a 3-meter line,
Yeah.
which nowadays with the guys that are 6'9" outside
They
hitters that are
should.
jumping, they what if they did? I mean, and I think if they brought that back, you're going side out score, rally scoring up until, and then, I mean, it was progressive.
It was pretty cool.
Early
It was,
90s.
yeah, it was early 90s. It was a fun league to go to. It was awesome. It was at the Forum, obviously.
Yep.
Jeannie was into the volleyball time at that point, and it was a fun thing that they did. I wish they would continue to do that. Like the 4-man was awesome too, and that just didn't make it either financially. But that was we had some pretty cool leagues in the early 90s and things to see and watch the volleyball growth at that point. And I feel like it's just boomed ever since. So another question for you on the NAIA, we talk about is Nikolov is a great example. He's not from here. What's the makeup of the volleyball players, since you do both, even though we're in the men's season, percentage wise, roughly international to domestic players in the NAIA playing both men and women?
For men and women, gosh, on my particular roster, way more international friendly on the men's side than the women's side because there's so much more opportunity for greater resource for the women. We just don't have the we don't have full scholarships. We don't, so it's harder to land international players. So we have a much smaller percentage for ourselves, but the top teams will spend the money to get really good international players. And on the men's side, it's a pretty substantial population. I don't know if it's a 50-50 split, but some teams seem like they're very heavy international. We are, I think we're right about 50-50, maybe a little bit past 50% on our men's team right now that are international versus domestic. But shoot, it took me a good 3-4 years before I had my first international player. And then it was another 2 or 3 years before I had my next. But now we've had several. So it just it takes kind of that snowball effect to get the recruitment going and to get relationships with some of the players or people that play overseas or played overseas, that then say, hey, I'm sending you this guy. Trust me, he's good. Okay, great. Because it's all electronic. And
I'm going to put you on the hot spot for this, and I don't mean to interrupt because I don't want to forget my train of thought because I think it's very important to ask. Are we falling behind here in the United States? And is that why more domestic international folks are coming over? Or is it just gives you that much more opportunity to recruit? Because you're saying 50-50. I know Long Beach, Northridge has 9 guys that are from international. That's leaving less and less opportunities for the boys and the girls, boys especially in the United States. So putting you on the spot, you're a coach. You coach at the collegiate level. You've coached everywhere from high school to club to everything. What do we need to change to make that 70-30 or 80-20? We should always have that opportunity for international kids. It's a wonderful opportunity to come to school and go here in the United States, and we should never take that away. And the reason, if they're better, they deserve it, I guess. So what's the problem? How do we solve that? If there is even a solution to say for.
Yeah, man, I would say if I was going to point my finger at any one thing, the growth of the game has been great, but the growth of the game distributes a lot of the talent across the country. So I think you'll see US still be successful when we put our U19 team together, our U21 team together, our U whatever, or even our national team and all that. But to put together a college team of just domestic players, you got to get the right blend. And some schools do it. They're very domestic heavy. Some schools can't recruit internationally. So you'll see that success there. I wouldn't say we're necessarily behind. It's just the population. Look at Sofia, Bulgaria. How many players are from that little tiny country that are playing right now? Now, what did they do? Was it just breeding? Was it the water that they grew up with? Was it having a ball in their hands from the time they could walk? Who knows? Like, we'll have to, talk to maybe Alex's and Moni's dad and how they raised them, because that's two guys.
We're working on that.
We're working on that.
Right?
Pod, we're working on that.
Because he's close. So, it's that type of research to say, but we're still doing pretty well on the international stage as far as the U.S. Collegiately, though, opportunities, I think they're playing more consistently at that level internationally.
Yeah. And
Whereas club is good, but you're not playing against professional athletes. And overseas, they can play against a professional athlete in their club.
so the answer is what I thought it is. And I had this talk with a bunch of people this weekend for club basketball, and I'm not going down that route like I always do, but just the fact of we're not training young kids at the game itself. We're just we're playing and competing. Yeah. And so I was talking to one of my best friends. She went to college with me. She's one of my wife's best friends, blah, 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 was in the wedding. She has a bunch of kids that play volleyball. One's a daughter who plays in Colorado. The others, one plays at Northridge. One's going to play at Hawaii. And we had this talk the other day, and she asked me to talk about it on this show, actually. And that's why I asked you that question, because at Northridge, there's 9 international players. If we had 18 at the roster cap, that's half the team. That's half the team of Cal State Northridge. Mm. Not we're not talking Long Beach or UCLA. Yep. Northridge, I love Northridge. They moved up to 7th. They're back down to 9th or 10th, and they're making the playoffs one year. They're not the next year. Half the team is from a different country. So I see it on the basketball, but not nearly as prevalent. There's tons of folks in the NBA, that's been proven, but in college, you still have them, but it's a lot domestic. I'm wondering what we need to do to change that, because I don't want to see it start folks, because she said like she was being discouraged, and her younger son, who's a superstar, he's going to play. She was like, what's he going to do? The team that he's going to next year already has almost half of international players. And so, my first take was, which is gnarly because this is who I am, and Joy McKenzie, I love you, Joy. She said the exact same thing to my friend Heather. Have your kids get better. That's what we both said. Like, that was my first take, like, get better. Then you don't have to worry about it. But it's hard to get better when, Nikolov's playing in a system growing up, and then just playing and training and working. And then, we're playing every weekend at some, volleyball center, playing 9 games and reffing and laughing, and they're training and they're working and they're getting better and they're making mistakes. And so, I don't know. You answered it for me. I kind of talked through it, but I think we need to, and I think John Hawks is going to do that. I think, Sparad's going to do that. I heard him talk about it yesterday on the TV. If you were watching the Love semifinals, and he was being interviewed, and they asked him, Kevin asked him straight up, like, what are you going to do with volleyball? Where's your vision? And, he was talking about all levels, Paralympics. He was talking about getting more players in the para games, not the Olympic games, but just playing the game, more kids playing and teaching. And so he's the right guy for it. Not that, anyone's failed, but we have to correct it. We have to correct it in all of our sports here in the United States, because we're starting to lose a little bit in that regard. So appreciate your candidness. I was just curious your take on it.
Yeah, I share the same views if you could rely on think back to the coaches again. I go back to mentors and how I was trained to play the game. If everyone could have that, it's a different level of volleyball you're working with.
True.
If not everyone has that, if there's so many clubs across the country, how do you have that many coaches? Like, there's not that many
good coaches.
Great, incredible people. And we're fortunate where we were at that time. Absolutely saturated with incredible people who also loved the sport of volleyball and taught the sport of volleyball and played the sport of volleyball, and we're shared it. But I don't know that that's the case. I think a lot of people say, "Hey, the sport's growing. Let's just grow it." Well,
right?
Is that the right thing to do? Grow it successfully. I don't want just a lot of trees. I want a lot of trees that provide great fruit. Or I think back to Orange County. I grew up in Huntington Beach. The big fruit tree. Well, I have an apple tree that doesn't barely grow an apple. Well, that's not a great tree then. But I have a tree that, we have a whole orchard and it grows incredible. Okay, perfect. That's what I want. We can make a living on that. We can make a business on that. But we can't make a business on trees that only produce one apple. So that's kind of where we're at. Is there's so many clubs around the area that produce. Hey, there's a great kid over there. But I come back to that vulgarity.
But there's not many. But that's the problem, though, Greg. This is my problem. You actually set it up perfectly. The biggest issue I have with youth sports at the young level, is we're watering that garden that's producing one tree instead of watering the one over here about the one that's blossoming. And that one might be kids just playing for fun at 9 years old, not traveling around the country. It's about being taught how to play. It's about watching on a Saturday with your mom and dad the Love semis and the Love finals and the PVA that's coming up in Vegas. And it's going to a Northridge game. It's if you live in your city and you're like, what are we going to do this weekend? Let's go watch a Lord's volleyball game. Right? They have a chance to go to the tournament this year. Like, that's the stuff that we need to be teaching instead of, I need to be on the ones team in this division. You're 10. You can't even really serve the ball over the court, like the net. Like, shouldn't we be focused on that? Like, so much until maybe you're 14, and then you can, go to that point. But again, it's a tough one. I was just, I could talk about these for days. I really could.
Hey, Greg, you brought up mentors. Sorelli, Danny Glenn, Al Knipe. There's got to be a story in there. There's got to be a few stories there you can share. Barry even asked me, he's like, so am I going to ask Greg, like, how are you and Al as coaches? I'm like, yeah, ask him. Let's get these stories out there, brother. I mean, you got to have one. I mean, we're clipping an hour right now. We can go on forever, but we got to get a story in, man. I didn't even prep you, but there's got to be a couple in there.
I mean, I think one story that I use over and over again was while I was at Golden West, but I think in our off-season training, it must have been in the fall or maybe early season, just doing some practices. And it was one where actually Deli came in, and I was passing with a terrible technique, right? And ball control became the name of my game. And I was a decent passer, but I used to always just break my hands apart. Every time I touch the ball, I'd break my hands apart. So what does Deli do to me? Yep. Puts them right together and tapes them.
Of course he does.
Tapes them tight. And I was like, okay, great. Now what? You're going to work on short passing now. I'm going to serve you short. You better get to this ball. I'm like, okay, what do I do after I pass it? My hands are stuck. I'm not going to. You'll figure that out, kid.
Right.
And you know what? To this day, when I see a kid pass and break their arms, I'm like, oh, it drives me crazy because you know what it took for me? And I think back, too, to a couple kids who, when Rocky was working with goofy footers and, hey, take this tennis ball. You got to go around school and dribble it and tell yourself left, right, left, left, right, left, left, right, left. And then these are right-handers. Obviously, I don't want to train the wrong person. But
right.
And just the little repetitive things that you've got to do over and over and over again to get to the level, like we're talking about for the juniors, to get to the level where you're good enough to do something at that level.
Right.
And just the little things that I didn't say, why, coach? Why? I don't want to do that. I said,
okay.
Oh, you're going to serve me? All right. What do I got to do? Pass? All right, let's pass.
Yeah.
It didn't, well, yeah, but I think if I really think about that, I don't know if that's really good for me right now. And it could ruin me on the inside.
Oh, I feel you, brother.
Right. So that
you.
never, but I mean, back to, like you mentioned, the 9-year-olds playing. I didn't play volleyball really until I was in 8th grade. I played on grass.
Me too.
Middle school.
Me too.
And that was my first experience with, other than like neighborhood volleyball, which we always had a net up for 4th of July. We always had, and I was always around it, but for an actual team, 8th grade, but played baseball at 5 years old, soccer at 5 years old, played some flag football growing up, went into tackle football before middle school, into high school for a few years, played unorganized basketball, but slam dunk basketball. So I guess I learned how to jump a little bit. Hey, I want to go dunk at that ball. And those guys are older than me and bigger than me. What do? You got to jump more often. You got to jump higher. Eventually you can dunk it. And then, okay, let's raise that hoop up. Let's dunk it a little better. But it's the little things that the sport athlete, that passion to say, I just want to compete. I oftentimes, before practices, we'd play organized. When the pyramid first went up, we're playing handball and going, there's beams where you got to play through. And, well, if it hits that beam and it goes that way, is that legal? Is that illegal? Yeah, that's part of it. We're playing on this wall over here. That's part of it. Because we're playing a game. It's one-on-one across the net. Short court, cross court. What's the rules? You get 1 touch. You get 2 touches. You can't do this. You can't. All right, let's make up a game and play. And it was just play. So all of those things. Sorry, anecdotally, it all switched off topic, but I learned all these, just play from all those guys.
But different kind of play, though. But you're playing to compete. No. You're making games up. You're not playing organized travel club. And again, we're all different, and those guys were different. Like, I'm not saying the kids, like even my own, cut from a different cloth on how those guys competed. I mean, you guys all know Deli. I mean,
Oh yeah.
you didn't want to be anywhere near him if there was a loss, right? Like he was ready to rip nets down. You had to like take him outside the back, or it wouldn't have been pretty. Like it mattered, and it still does so much to you, to Deli, to Pesto, to Rocky, but it didn't ruin their lives and it didn't dominate their lives. But that's what's so great about the mentorship. But they had so much passion about winning and teaching, and all of us that learned from him, that played with him and got taught by him and had that same, kind of passion and vigor. Like you just couldn't lose, right? Like my wife walked out of a game yesterday at an AAU game. Like this is AAU. My kid's already committed. She was so angry. And like, I don't even do that anymore. Like she just got up and left like with like 2 or 3 minutes left. She was so angry at what we're talking about. The effort, just effort. Like how the hell are you playing any sport at this level and not have effort? Like what are you even here for then? Like why are you even playing? Like parents, why are you paying for it? Like it's incredible that you see that, and like you just said, like it's hard. You're trying to find the right kids to have that, and I don't know how that's not just ingrained in any athlete that's trying to play high school sports, let alone college or the next level after that.
Hey, Greg, did you at Golden West, were you in my van when we got stuck in the carport in the parking garage?
When we got stuck in it, I don't think I was.
Okay, so we were in the van. You must have been in the other van. 'Cause we were in the van and we were trying to go find a parking spot and we couldn't find it. So I went in the parking garage. Well, the van was too high. So we get stuck underneath the cement. So all the guys got in the back bumper and started jumping up and down so I can slowly back out. I didn't know if you were on that or not, but I'm like, oh my God.
Totally remember that.
Oh my God. That was so anyway, see, I can bring up a story.
Staff, Bear? Why weren't you on that staff with Sully and Knipe?
Geez, I don't even know where I was at that time. I think I was still playing a little bit, and I hadn't started coaching. I might have been down in Santa Margarita coaching with Eddie Rapp.
You might, because Knipe went down to Italy. That was when he went to Italy, got hurt. I took over, and then he came back.
What year was this? What year did you say, Greg, that you won the title?
95.
That year for Al.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. He did that.
That's when he came back because of his finger. He jacked up surgery and ends up coming back, and then they co-head coach, and it ends up being just how about that motley crew we had in order to win? And I mean, I've heard some podcasts on other sides where they have maybe former national team players and All-Americans that, I don't know, maybe got beat by that team that pulled it out, but no.
I mean, Carlucci, I didn't think he would survive another 2 years. Then he wound up doing fantastic on he's AVP guy, right?
He had a great career.
Great career. I mean,
he played a lot of volleyball in the AVP.
If you would have known Jeff Carlucci in 1995, you swear to God, he'd live maybe 2 more years. I mean, you know what I mean? Or just not, or homeless or something. But when I saw how great he did, I was so proud of that kid. It was awesome.
Some incredible videos. Find him now because he's a skydiver. He flying suits. It's incredible. I still in touch with him. So you talk about volleyball, making relationships.
Yeah.
So
many. We want him on this then.
We'll bring Jeff on here. Yeah.
I mean, he's we have this whole thing's about anything loosely
connected to volleyball.
Connected to volleyball. You can, as long as there's just a connection, and he has more than a connection. I mean, he played played for Sully. Yep. We watched him play on the beach. I'd love, and what he's doing now, I would love to hear about that.
Oh yeah, no, it's gnarly.
Yeah, he was on some show too that he was in a different country and trying to do like a food truck. Did you guys see this? Oh yeah. So I was like, oh my God, that cannot be Jeff no way. And he's like, yeah, Carlucci. I'm like, holy crap. But still, then that was the time I was like, what did he do with his life? I'm like, he did fantastic. So
won a state title and it changed his life
that's
forever.
Right,
winning
1995, baby. First time with Greg. Ever in Golden West history.
You had the right mentor right there.
Yeah.
I know we're running out of time, but I'd like to just ask you a couple little questions about some of your international stuff. You worked with Athletes in Action. I think you went to Russia and Ukraine. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what is Athletes in Action and all that, and what did you do with all that?
Yeah. No, it was an incredible, one of those times in your life where you just not quite sure what's going on and what path am I really on. It was back in 2008. And I was still playing a lot of volleyball, adult stuff. I had been coaching, for almost 10 years in the college level, and was actually out recruiting. And one of our competitors, the head coach, which was a great person, was at Toledo at the time. and the Bowling Green State head coach, Denise Vandewally, we were recruiting a similar kid and just got to chatting about being at church and going on a ministry trip. And I was like, yeah, we went to the same church, and I'm thinking about joining up with that mission trip. And she said, well, what you should really look at is Athletes in Action, because that's a sports ministry and it combines faith and sport. And then you go out and you minister to other people. And I'll look into that. And it ended up being the home base for Athletes in Action was just 2 hours south of Toledo in Xenia, Ohio. So it worked out where I reached out and ended up going on the tour. That summer, they were going to Russia and Ukraine, which, to think right now, where we toured in 2008, some of it's gone.
Gone. Yep.
Some of the facilities, we played in some incredible club facilities in Moscow. And then we traveled to the Ukraine for a few days and played some matches and were on the beach for a day or two, and just lounging and enjoying kind of the experience, and got to minister in prisons and a couple different orphanages and stuff, and just share the word of the Lord. And so it was incredible, like, for that. And through sports, so it's through sport that you get to share. So what opens the door was sport. And then we got to share our true passion. So, I mean, just an incredible experience. And so if you're a student athlete, if you're a coach, and you have a strong faith and a strong story to tell, I mean, look it up. It's outstanding. And there's others. Athletes in Action is just one of them. Fellowship Christian Athletes, FCA, at the Super Bowl, you'll see a lot of the information about that. There's a lot of organizations, but it's just combining sport and faith together. And I end up coaching at a small private school where faith is something that happens. So I don't force it.
That's part of the NAIA though, as well. Most of those schools are private schools, faith-based, correct?
Very, very common. I would say the strong majority of them are a small private school that are faith-based.
But you don't have to have faith to play, but it helps, I guess.
But you may be exposed to it for the first time, or you may come to it, or maybe you come with a sputtering faith and you get stronger, or maybe it doesn't change. I mean, I can't imagine it wouldn't change you to come to a faith-based school and you're unchanged in any way, and just to experience life. Again, I go back to you're where you're supposed to be. If I grew up in Huntington Beach and said I'm going to be coaching college volleyball, I wouldn't say I'd be in Sylvania, Ohio, just outside of Toledo. And I wouldn't have said I'd graduated from Toledo, Ohio, and I would have had no inkling of coaching volleyball outside of where I was. I thought I'd be, I don't know, at a junior college, just like you guys, or where Pesto. I mean, I was convinced when I was done with playing and stuff, I was going to be coaching at junior college and retire from that, because Pesto had that dream in my head.
It's a great dream. He sells it well too. Boy, does he sell it! And it's look at his. I mean, he does, and he should. I mean, it's a great gig
in the world.
Look at Bear down right now. He's running Set the Pipe based off that. No, it's great. That's awesome.
So yeah, it's one of those things. It's a step I took in my life path. And it was an incredible step. I had a great group. I actually had a kid who was playing at Ohio State who went on to win the national championship just a year later, maybe 2 years later, and a SC player, a current SC player, a middle block. And I was fortunate. I was the old man. I got to coach and play and have a blast doing it. And it was just kind of another step along the road.
Nice.
Great part of the journey.
Great story.
Oh,
cool.
Love it.
Everybody, that was Greg Wrights. What a fantastic interview, brother. It's been a while. I'm hoping to see you in a couple of weeks or a week or so. So best of luck to you in the playoffs, and hopefully we get you to the tournament. But such a great interview. We're glad we gave NAI some love and educate our audience on the NAI perspective. But man, we really appreciate you coming on Set the Pipe, man.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. It's been a blast, and I just love catching up with you guys. And hopefully it won't be as long as it's been for the next time I see y'all.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Awesome, Greg. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Make sure you guys hit subscribe, and always set the pipe.
Set the pipe, baby.
Set it, baby.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to Set the Pipe. Special guest on tonight. But first, my host, CK, is here. Bear is here as well. Tonight, Kirsten Bernthal Booth, Creighton's former head coach, just resigned a couple days ago, not that long ago. Kirsten, welcome to Set the Pipe. We're glad to have you on.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
So fired up to have you. We have a wonderful friend in common in Barb, and
Couple of friends.
got a couple of friends in common, and got the opportunity to have you on this podcast, and we're so grateful and welcome to it, and can't wait to just talk a little bit more about your journey through volleyball, and the whole point of us. Hit subscribe, but before I forget, don't forget to hit subscribe and always set the pipe. It's just to really evangelize volleyball, like just get it out there, tell the stories, kind of like we were just laughing beforehand, like just trying to really just show what volleyball really is, the fun, the culture, the great times and the people that are involved in it. So thanks for taking the time to talk to us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. So let's get a little bit about history. Recently, she finished her Creighton coaching career at 502 wins and 192 losses. That is amazing. Let's go back a little bit. She was a setter for Truman State University from 93 to 96. Was named the 1993 MIAA National Freshman of the Year while breaking the school record for season assist. She graduated as the all-time assist leader. She was the MIAA Most Valuable Player and earned AVCA All-Region honors. She was the state's Missouri nominee for the 1997 NCAA Woman of the Year Award in 2011. And she was inducted into Truman State's Athletic Hall of Fame. And I believe you were in your high school Hall of Fame as well. Is that correct, Kirsten?
Yes, but not for volleyball.
Oh,
nice.
That's a story I can't wait to hear.
Yeah,
what sport?
Tennis.
Tennis. Do you still play?
No,
Oh,
but maybe in retirement, maybe.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, you have to
Pickleball.
bring
How about
that out
pickleball?
for
It's
sure.
kind of a
pickleball might be
pseudo-
a little
couple
bit.
times, maybe one of those
Yeah.
two is the plan in the future.
Yeah,
Excellent.
pickleball is a lot smaller of a court. I'll just say
Yeah.
that.
Cole's thinking about going pro. Anyway, so
Yeah.
we'll get into her
It's a
coaching.
wheelchair.
In Iowa, there is Kirkwood Community College as a head coach. She won 112 matches to 41 losses, a 732 clip, two-time district coach of the year. A change of heart. Went to Division I, Creighton, 22 seasons, correct? Including the wins that we talked about, 14 NCAA tournament trips, 12 regular season conference titles, 11 conference tournament championships. It's a lot. 17 AVCA team academic awards, and featured 9 women who combined for 12 college sports academic All-American accolades. 11 consecutive, not 11 consecutive Big East regular season titles, 13 straight NCAA appearances, 2 Sweet 16s, Elite 8 appearance. This is impressive. Then we get to have here on Set the Pipe. So when you first started, you inherited a 3-23 program. So to go from 3-23 to 502 to 192 is amazing. Yep, she concludes her career and she is stepping into an administrative role, which we'd like to get into at LOVB. And she was a 3-time National Coach of the Year, 6-time Conference Coach of the Year, 5-time AVCA Regional Coach of the Year. And she has also been serving as president of the American Volleyball Coaches Association, the AVCA. Kirsten Booth, we cannot have enough time to talk about your accolades, but we are very excited to have you on Set the Pipe.
I would cut 50% of that out, right? No, you've
way.
lost everyone that was listening.
Yeah, no. Like it's amazing. So we've talked to a couple of head coaches on the men's side, and they're just like, I did that. It's different to listen to that I actually did all that, including the high school, including the playing in college, and all the accolades. It's just kind of nice to, I think, to sit back and just kind of appreciate sometimes of what the journey you've gone through. So hopefully you take that. But I had no idea you played tennis. That's crazy.
What to go to what Sully just said, how does it feel to hear all that? I ask that question to almost everyone because, when I did my first one, I'm talking about all these things about me. And then I remember like, oh, wow, shit, I actually did play those sports and I actually did that. And you start to remember, how does it feel to hear all of that? I mean, you were a star in college. You started at the lower ranks in college coaching, and you're stepping away from, Big East titles and an unbelievable record to move into the new one of the new pro leagues. How does it feel to hear that about yourself?
I think, and I'm sure you guys can appreciate this, those are the destinations, but you really remember the journeys, and the journeys are hard. And so, when I think of like my college experience, so yeah, you got some awards at the end, but the journey had ups and downs and, huge wins and devastating losses, and same with coaching. So, I have had a chance over the last couple of weeks to reflect more than I really have any other time during my professional career. But, like anything, I truly believe it's about, like I said, the journey rather than the destination. And I believe that with my own journey too.
Go ahead, Sully.
We've talked about a couple of times on the podcast about home support, spousal support, right? Because there's any sport, there's a lot of divorces out there because you have to get it, right? I don't care if you're a female head coach. I don't care if you're a male head coach. Your spouse has got to get it. And you've been doing this a long time. And to see your kids thrive, we saw you on TV with, a kid playing for Bobby at UNI, to be able to get there. But that whole family unit has got to be so important to your success. You want to tap into that a little bit?
Yeah, 100%. I actually was just reminiscing with my mother yesterday about saying I couldn't have done what I've done if I'd married someone else. Eric has been, he's the guy making dinners most nights. He's, so many men when we had little babies, he's getting up in the middle of the night because maybe I'm traveling and, things that maybe some people wouldn't do. He's done that. And then the other thing is my parents, my dad is now deceased, but when my kids were younger, my parents were in Lincoln, which was about 45, 50 minutes from us. So when we had a sick kid, they would come, my mom in particular would come and take care of the kids. So you do need that village. And there's people that get it done. Sometimes they're single and they are able to coach. And one of my good friends, Leanne Williamson at South Dakota, doesn't have family in the area, had twins in October one year, but she's built a community. So she's got friends that are like family that step up. But you have to have that support network to do what we do, because it's a 24/7 job in some aspects.
Especially in college. I mean, I marvel at it every day, especially today, but in so much how much it takes to just be successful, right? And like you're coaching at Creighton in the Big East, great conference, great program, but you're trying to beat Texas. You're trying to beat Louisville. You're trying to beat, I could go down the road, Nebraska, right? Like the top programs in the country, and hopefully soon out west back here from the UCLAs to the Stanfords and go on. That doesn't happen overnight. Right? You got to recruit. You got someone that signed up. You're so excited. You got to get the next recruit, right? You win that game. You got to win the next game. So like, it's such a crazy job at that level. Yeah, you get paid for it, like at the collegiate level, obviously more than the high school or the club level, but it's a lot of work. So to hear that you have a family that loves you for who you are and lets you do what you love, which probably makes you a better person and
that's
probably
a
a better
deal.
Mom and a wife for sure. But it's a lot. I grew up a coach's kid, and I know my dad wasn't around a lot, not because he wasn't around a lot, because he was coaching a game or he was an athletic, he just wasn't there because he was working. So good for you. I'm happy that you have that. And that's, how old are your children?
Reese is a freshman in college, just finishing up. She's at Northern Iowa, like you said, playing for Bobby Peterson. Has had a wonderful year. I have a junior in high school who also plays volleyball. She also plays tennis. She picked it up at like a year or two ago.
Oh.
So she didn't play her whole life like I did. And then I have a 7th grader who is volleyball, basketball. We're trying to convince her to play some tennis. So
yeah,
get in the tennis world.
All girls. We only make girls in the Booth household.
And they're all athletes, though. And they're all athletes. They whatever sport, volleyball, tennis, they love to play sports. Was your husband an athlete?
He was, but interestingly, both Eric and I were really involved in music all the way through high school. And we have not had success Actually, I had a choral concert tonight. It might be our last one. We're trying to convince our 7th grader to do choir one more year.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. So we actually crossed paths in 2012. I was a volunteer assistant at UNI, and that was your last year in the Missouri Valley Conference. And how has that changed? Because at the time, Missouri Valley Conference, I believe that year there was 4 teams that actually went to the tournament, and then you left. So tell us a little bit about that transition. I mean, I'm sure you just kind of go with the flow, I guess, but you made relationships, you made some rivalries within that conference, and then you had to switch. So talk to us a little bit about that. I mean, I know it was a little while ago, but still, that was my time that I got to see, hand in hand with Kalani and Bobby and Kim, and I got to see you over there doing your thing, and the battles that we had was amazing. The crowds were, 5,000-6,000 people. So yeah, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so much. First of all, it seems like yesterday when you say it was a long time ago. That ages me, but
And me.
the Missouri Valley was a fantastic volleyball conference. As you alluded to, we may have had 5 teams one year, but we had 3 and 4 for many years. You talk about Northern Iowa, Wichita State was a top 20 program. Yep. Missouri State was really good, Illinois State, and we kind of emerged to the end at the end of that time frame. But what I remember about the Valley were a couple big things. On the good side, the league itself really cared about volleyball. So I remember when we would go to league meetings, it was the associate commissioner who oversaw volleyball, and she was all in, and we felt that. And the coaches were in, and we were always trying to figure out, how do we get more teams in the tournament? How do we advance our top teams? I just felt like we understood as a coaching body and as a league how to advance things. And I learned a ton. I didn't understand that when I got in, in 2003. But the benefit of moving to the Big East was we had name recognition because it was a basketball powerhouse. So what happened was it helped us, even though it was lateral at best at the time, maybe even a downgrade from a league standpoint, volleyball wise. Yeah. At the time, obviously the Valley's lost a lot of those teams now. Yeah. But at the time, volleyball was better in the Missouri Valley. And I was like, this isn't really a great move for us. But in fact, it was, because the name recognition of the Big East got us indoors with families because they had heard of Villanova basketball or Georgetown
I can see that.
basketball.
Xavier or
yes, all those powerhouse programs. So we got into doors we weren't getting in because of the name. And then the Big East has been okay. There's been 2 dominant programs in the Big East since we've been in there. Marquette and Creighton, both of those programs are fully committed to trying to have a national ranked team. And then there's a couple programs that are chewing on that possibility. And then there's some that really aren't very committed, unfortunately.
Yeah. Hey, Bear, you're in junior college right now?
Yeah. It sounds, you were at Kirkwood Community College and you had an outstanding record. I mean, your percentage was 732. Can you tell us a little bit about your community college experience and why would you leave a successful program to go D1? I do coach at a community college and I love it there. So
yeah,
can you tell us a little bit about that?
I didn't know anything about junior colleges until I took the job, and I just finished grad school. I'm kind of thinking maybe I want to coach. I didn't know what I wanted to do. Yeah. And so I throw my name in because my husband was from outside of Cedar Rapids, but he had a job there. So I applied. My record at Kirkwood is deceiving because I didn't build that at all. I followed a very good coach by the name of Doug Van Ort, who I remember had a box of recruiting stuff, and he really helped me in that transition. And I loved it at Kirkwood. I really did. And, but keep in mind, I was 23 at the time. When I see those players, and I've seen actually several of them over the last couple of years, my first thing is to say, I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm clueless now as a coach, but I was really clueless then. I mean, I think, anytime when you're getting started, you're learning all the way. And, and I had, some really wonderful young women that helped me learn and had a lot of forgiveness in their heart. But I had a great experience there. I'm from Lincoln. It was Division I. Nebraska, the state of Nebraska was a power. So there was some excitement for sure to go to Creighton, but I have only wonderful memories of my junior college experience.
Yeah. So you did three seasons at so why Division One, right? You came from a Division Two playing, and usually Division Two has the heartfelt. Oh, I want to get back to my Division Two. Was it just because you're from that area and you're kind of like, hey, it's an opportunity. Creighton's not that good, and I'm doing very successful at this coaching gig. Like, how did you put your hat in and go, yeah, let me try this?
Well, you're giving me way too much credit on the thinking through all this stuff. So, okay, so yeah, picture we're kind of looking around. My husband was interested in a job change, so we're both kind of looking.
Okay.
And Division two is what we thought we'd do. I was offered the Northwest Missouri State job, which was in the league that I'd been in. I wanted to take that job, but it was in a small town. And my husband's an attorney. He didn't want to hang up a shingle. So we declined that. I was interested in a job in Minnesota at a D2 school, but I didn't get a look because they wanted someone with to teach. I didn't have the right teaching credentials that they wanted. And then Terry Pettit, you guys know who Terry Pettit is?
Yeah, I kind of heard of him.
Okay,
yeah.
just making
Legend.
sure. So godfather of Nebraska volleyball.
For sure,
He was before John Cook.
Yeah.
Gave my name for the Creighton job.
And he holds a lot of weight.
Life,
Yeah, he holds a lot of weight.
So you're a young coach, you're coaching junior college for 3 years, you're just getting your feet wet, you're learning, and now all of a sudden you're coaching in the state, which cares about volleyball, if not more than anyone, and you're at Creighton. You're about to coach a Division I program that had 3 wins. What's your first day look like for you? What is your mindset like? How do I change this? Obviously you're excited. It's like you said, I'm going to Nebraska right outside Lincoln and stuff, but how do you go from going like, okay, I'm a junior college coach to taking over 3 and 20 something program to try to become this legendary, coach at Creighton?
Well, first of all, I was scared. And I think sometimes fear can drive us to try to be great. Right. I had no visions of where the program was going. My ultimate goal for the program was to make the NCAA tournament one day. Yeah. So that was what I really dreamed of potentially doing. I actually mean this very sincerely. I was clueless, and I say that but what I did do well is I surrounded myself with great people. So I hired a coach who'd had great success at the NAI level. He was 10 years older than me. So it helped with recruiting because we had an adult in the room because I was 27 at the time. So parents might have been like, why do I want to send my kid to this young pup? He knew way more than I did. And then I specifically went after trying to find a past Nebraska player because I knew what cachet they had in the area. Of course, yeah. And I had a GA position. So I literally start cold calling Nebraska players. And one of those players was Angie Oxley, who was just coming off her national championship in 2000. She'd done a year at the NCAA. She was interested in being an academic advisor, was planning to go down to Florida, volunteer with that program with Mary Wise and do that. And I call her and she says yes. And Angie has been a part of the program and she's staying on with Brian since I got there. She had
kidding.
That's killer. That's
a
so
great
awesome
story. Yeah.
I say this and I mean it, like she's the glue to Creighton volleyball. The head coach is the one that you got, but she is the person behind the scenes that keeps it together. She's the person that can say, Kirsten, you are losing your mind. You need to calm down. You're going to stress the team out. I can't say enough great things about her, but I hired well. And then I think I was willing to listen. I remember, so this, again, cluelessness, my college coach had us run about a half a mile to warm up every day. That's terrible, right? We all know that's bad for verticals. And
everyone did it though. That's what
I was doing when we got there. We ran. We did a certain passing, a certain setting, and we peppered every day because that's what I'd done in college. That's what I did at Kirkwood.
Carry it with you. Yep.
And probably 2 or 3 weeks in, Paul comes up and he's like, "Hey, can we talk about our warm-ups?" But I was open to those discussions. So, I think I've surrounded myself with really fantastic people, and I've allowed myself to learn from them.
Here's my humble opinion on that is there's even today, that's a big deal to be able to say, I need to hire somebody that's more experienced than I am, right? That I'm not going to be threatened by. That doesn't happen today. I mean, it's very much, I know what I'm doing. I can do it on my own. But you had the fortitude to actually do that. I mean, was that your own decision? Was that like you were surrounded by, hey, you probably should get a nice experienced coach in here? Because I can't tell you how much respect I have for the fact that you did that a while ago, because it's still not clued in with coaches today, right? A young coach that gets an opportunity, maybe too early in this day and age, right? 25, 26, because they want to put her in there. They can't sit back and go, okay, I don't know what I'm doing here, but man, if I can get an experienced head coach, male, female, doesn't matter, right? To come in and mentor me, because I already have the job and I'm secure with that job, and believe in that person, not to take their job and to trust them. Man, Kirsten, I can't even tell you that this is gold for all those coaches out there. They're trying to make it big, is to align themselves with trustworthy individuals and that have enough guts. Like you said, can we change this warm up? You know, and to trust that, and for him to sit back and go, yeah, but I'm not the head coach. Like,
well, you know what?
You know, I think it's fantastic.
You answered my question without you answering it. I said, what made you, what would you do on day one? And what made you go from 3 wins to 500 wins? That
brilliant.
You're a great coach. Just because you don't know an X and an O, or you might not know the height, or maybe you're not good at recruiting, or maybe you don't like to fly a plane, so you won't go over, whatever the reasons are, great coaches make their teams better. And if that means you hire someone that's smarter than you, great. Means you
More
bring
experience.
a recruit.
Yeah, you hired
It doesn't
great.
matter. It doesn't matter.
Good for
So
you.
what tells me, if listening to you, is you were a great coach, even though you didn't think you were a great coach. I mean, you put the right people around you. You just said, you said how wonderful she is, and she's still there. She was a graduate assistant
Still there.
that you picked up the phone and called, and she's still there helping the program out. So good for you that you did that. And again, like Sully said, for all the coaches listening, don't have an ego. Got to have a little bit, but don't have an ego. And if you're trying to win, do what's best for everyone. And if you think you know what's best, and for whatever reason, that's why you have coaches. I hate head coaches that don't listen to their assistants. Why even have them? Just coach yourself then. Coach yourself.
Yep.
I think you have to I think you have to do 2 things. You have to be willing to really have some self-reflection to say, what am I good at, and what do I need help with? And then I had one other thing with the coaching thing. Oh, the other thing that I've done once in my entire career, and it was a peripheral person. I've never hired anyone I know. And I'm not saying you have to do that, but the other mistake I see a lot is people hire their friends. They hire, and a lot of times your friends are like you. I can nail, you know what? I'd love to work with Bobby Peterson. Bobby is like one of the best humans in the whole world, but Bobby and I are a lot alike. A lot of our strengths are pretty similar. So we probably wouldn't be the best combination. She's near the same age. So I think you've got to look and say, who's different than me as compared to who do I want to hang out with all the time? So I see that mistake a lot. And they a lot of times do that, I think, out of safety as compared to, I mean, when I would hire, I worked my ass off for a long period of time, calling if I got down to like 4 or 5 candidates, I called a ton of people that were not on their reference list, because anyone can fake it through an interview.
Right.
Of
I want
course.
to know the good, the bad, the ugly on everyone.
Yep. Good for you. Now, like
That's
I said,
awesome.
That's a big deal. And man, if anybody gets anything out of this podcast, that is it. If you're going, not even if you're going into coaching, if you're in coaching today, literally today, it's still not too late to surround yourself. I mean, because we'll take Bobby and Kalani. Kalani was head coach at Oklahoma, right? And he came in, and people were telling Bobby, don't hire Kalani. He was a head coach, you know, but she trusts her gut. And I think she did exactly what you did, Kirsten, was, yeah, but I need somebody that does this because I'm really good at X, Y, and Z. I need ABC, and I don't have that. And man, he was around for 15 years or something, similar to your situation.
It's awesome, though, that I think it's an important, and for anyone that does want to coach, again, it's about trying to learn and understand something. You coach people differently. You coach everyone the same in regards to discipline. You touch the line, but you might yell at someone differently than someone else. And it's the same thing with, getting your staff and getting everyone in order, and you as a coach. any coach that thinks they know everything isn't a good coach. And you would talk to some of the best coaches ever. They would always say they need to learn, and they're still listening, and they're still trying to gauge, and they go listen into other coaches and stuff like that. And so that's it. That's definitely an important piece. So this might be a transition. So you do all of this for Creighton. You build this unbelievable program. You do such a great job. Your daughter, your oldest daughter, is a freshman playing college volleyball. What made you decide to step away from Creighton volleyball and move to the new pro league, and touch a little bit upon that, if you don't mind?
Yeah. Well, first of all, it was a very, very difficult decision. I have loved my time at Creighton. Yeah, I could go on and on about what an amazing experience. I think it came down to, I turned 50 this year.
Happy birthday.
And what?
Yeah.
Happy birthday,
youngster.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Actually, it was
Welcome to the
last year, if
club.
I want to be clarifying things. But my brother was the one that said, "Is this what you want to do for the rest of your life?" And it got me really kind of thinking about options. And it wasn't that I didn't want to do this for the rest of my life. Like I really do love coaching, and maybe someday I'll coach again. But it got me thinking. My master's is in higher ed admin with an emphasis in athletic admin. I always thought I'd be an athletic administrator. And so then with the pro stuff that, the couple of the pro leagues had reached out, we have 2 teams here in Omaha. So obviously there's some connections there, and it just got me kind of thinking. And then I chewed on it at different times. And then really kind of from January till mid-March, when I stepped down, I was kind of checking on options. And it's a startup. I feel like Creighton volleyball was a startup in 2003.
Yeah,
Sure.
And I really do believe in the people that are running Love Volleyball, that their intents are good. I also really think, gosh, what a legacy for the sport that's giving me so much. If I can help be someone that can get this thing going. You guys got to grow up. Maybe you dreamed of being an NBA player or an NHL player. And, hopefully someday we can have men's professional volleyball in our country. But little girls, really the only team sport is the WNBA. And that's kind of being held up by the NBA. So we want to be the first sport that team sport in our country that can hold itself up.
I think it's going to happen. I think it's, let me rephrase that. It's happening. And whether it's the LOVB, which you're a part of, and we're going to continue to talk about, the PVF is doing a fantastic job. I'm watching it on TV. We've had Holly on here because she does a lot of their games.
Furbringer on here from LVB. Yep.
It's so exciting. I'm married to a volleyball player. She played volleyball in college, so to talk to her about it and see the joy on her face, and a different joy than it is for me, being a woman and growing up in her generation of trying to be a woman athlete and being treated equal and getting fair opportunities. And everything has always been about men. Professional sports has always been about men. It's still about men. And so to see this take off like it's taking off, it's incredible. And I'm a fan of volleyball, so it's awesome. A lot of my friends, my own kid, my son's girlfriend, they were involved in the LOVB. So it's just great to see it taking off for the young girls. And Sully mentioned this, and I'll say this, and I like to talk, so I'll try to keep quiet. But when I'm a kid, or my kids are kids, they're young, and we're turning on the Laker game like last night. We're watching basketball. We're watching the Super Bowl, or there's the playoffs, or there's nowhere to put your little daughter, if she loves sports at 9 years old, to watch something on television other than the NBA or the NFL or the baseball, or, they've done a really good job with college softball with ESPN over the last 15 years. So, but that, and volleyball in the last 5 years has done a really good job with TV. But again, we're talking about 9 or 10-year-olds that are playing outside, it's a Saturday at 2. There's nothing for them to watch to embrace the game that their mom or dad are trying to teach them. So that's also really cool for us to see so many opportunities for younger girls and women in this country to be able to play here and not have to go over across the pond.
Yeah.
100%.
So Kirsten, before you answer this question of what are you actually doing at LOVB, is you're old school, right? You're old school to a point that when you transferred, you had to sit out a year, in Division I, and then within the last 3-4 years, transfer portal, NIL, money going crazy. It's a different atmosphere. Did that play a part in you stepping down?
It is a different atmosphere. It did not play a part in me stepping down.
Interesting.
Thank you for that answer. Appreciate you being honest.
because there's coaches out there that are going, what, you know, it's not what I got in here to do anymore. Right. And you see those stepping down in different sports. Right. But
absolutely.
I just wondered with the timing, you're just like, wow, this is a lot. This is different. It didn't play a part.
It didn't, because I knew at some point it was going to hit us, but we never had a kid transfer up, like, you know, say, I'm going to leave Creighton to go. You know, we were fortunate that our players
stayed.
You know, we've had kids transfer that weren't playing, and I fully support kids like that. They want to be on the court, and we always try to have honest conversations. The other thing is, we were fortunate. I mean, I don't need to dig into the weeds too much, but Creighton won't hit the revenue cap because we don't have football. So we actually are sitting very pretty from a rev share. So we could compete in the top 10 nationally. So no, that didn't play a factor. Now, with that said, it could have down the road. I think even though we had money, I really had trouble pulling the trigger. And I don't blame the athletes for this at all. I mean, my husband really kind of reframed it at one point for me of like, hey, if Reese had the chance to get $50,000, would you be upset? And again, she's not looking, that's not her opportunity or looking to transfer, but I understand kids that do, especially if you have financial issues. I mean, that's transformational money. So I don't think we can blame any of these athletes for trying to better themselves, just like we would professionally, right?
Blame the NCAA is who I blame.
There's Coley. There he is.
Sorry, I say it on every podcast.
The NCAA maybe didn't navigate things perfectly, but the NCAA lost every lawsuit fighting this. So,
well, yeah, because they should have changed this 15, 20. They should have changed it 20 years ago when they had the chance. That's where I was saying. I mean, I always use the Terrell Pryor, who played football for Ohio State. Like, he wins the Orange Bowl, sells his jersey later that night for a couple grand, and he gets supposed to win the Heisman next year, and he misses the first 4 games of the season. Come on, like the guy played in the Orange Bowl with his jersey, with his name. Like, if they'd have figured it out then, again, I go on this tangent forever. So that's why I always say it's their fault. Like, it is a debacle. It's sad. I'm on text chains with programs are getting cut. GCU just cut the program for men's volleyball. There's programs like sports programs like Sonoma State here in California that just cut all of the sports. It's happening all over the country because of it. So I know. And I don't want to just blame them anymore because it's gotten crazy. But you said it's really hard to put the athlete when you're saying, hey, here's $100,000. Like, really? Like, someone's giving you $100,000. Like, how do you not look at it? How can anyone not look at that? Or when the basketball, you're talking millions of dollars.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The hard part is it's going to be more transactional. And, I think I speak for a lot of coaches. We got in to build relationships and build them as volleyball players, but equally build them, if not more, build them as women and, or whatever gender you're coaching. And so that's going to be the hard part. And we definitely have reaped the benefits of some 1-year transfers, primarily COVID kids, to be honest. But our lifeblood has been kids that have been there for 4 years. And those, you can build great relationships in a year, but it's different when you have someone for 4 to 5 years. I mean, they truly are like your daughters.
Yeah.
Well, I think the pendulum will swing back. I really do. I mean, it has swung too far, and it's not even like it's way up here. Like, it's so off the rails for everyone. I mean, football programs are having $20-30 million salaries for these kids. Like, they should get paid. I've said that from day one, but it's become stupid, and someone's got to put some form of program around it, whether it's contractual where you're like, where they're a pro, something's got to change, because
the federal government has to probably get in. There's people lobbying right now. Several of I know, I think it was Keegan not at Washington, sorry, at Minnesota, and a couple of his players, and who else went? There were, Jamie Morrison from A&M. So there's actively trying to see if they can get some federal legislation involved.
Yeah, it's going to be, we talk about it a lot, and we can, move on, because I'm sure we could talk about it forever. It is going to be a really weird 2 to 4 years, I think. I'd say 5. And your daughter's right in the mix of it. She's a freshman in college. I have a son that is about to be a senior in high school, and he committed to play basketball at Washington State in 26 when he graduates. So we're in the thick of that too. Like, what happens? Like, I don't even know. And we talked to a lot of the guys on the men's coaches from Alan Knipe at Long Beach, Hawks at UCLA. They don't even know, because men's volleyball is even in a different unique setting with the money and the funding they have. So I think it's anyone's guess what really happens.
And I think the mid-major is an interesting discussion, because I think they might play the role of junior college.
Yeah.
Because if they can't compete with that rev share number, they say, instead of going to that P4 school and sitting on the bench, why don't you come play for me for a year or two, let's take basketball, score 12 points a game, make all conference. Now you can go into the portal and make more money. And I have already talked to some schools that they're using that as a recruiting tool. We're not going to hold you back when you do well here. We're going to help you move on.
But, and like you said, Kirsten, Sully asked you the question, was that a reason why? And you said no, which is awesome. But those coaches you're talking to are doing what we've said on this podcast. They're adapting. So I'm going to give him a shout out. He's the head coach at Cal State Northridge, where I went in basketball. And we saw his kids playing in a tournament, and I saw him. And, I support the program. I didn't play basketball there. But he said that to 3 or 4 parents friends of mine. It's like, listen, I'm at Northridge. Like, I'm not going to get the kid from Kansas. However, I might get the kid from Kansas coming down. Come play here. You're not going to get $100,000 or $1 million. But I just sent a guy to BYU. We just sent a guy to Oklahoma. So yeah, come here. And like you said, they're embracing it. They're pushing it forward. That's the way it is. Like, if you think you're going to recruit, and I'm using my alma mater, Creighton's a little different in the basketball world, but you're going to go to CSUN, it's a state school out here, and think you're going to get paid $1 million to play basketball, you're an idiot. Well, that's why you probably went to CSUN. It's my alma mater, so I can say that. But that's not going to happen. You'd be lucky to make $10,000 at CSUN. But that might be where you're playing college sports. So you're right. It's adapt and move forward, or don't adapt and just call it a day, because it's going to be a weird environment over the next few years.
Hey, Kirsten, so on multiple pods, we've talked about last year's tournament. It was, from beginning to end, amazing volleyball. Period in the story. I mean, Bix, and I mean the D's and the quicks and the threes and the, and it was, the volleyball was at the highest level I've ever seen it at. We're trying to get Bear into women's volleyball a little bit more, but
I'm watching some more. Yeah,
Job, Bear.
So I want your take on last year's tournament. 1, 2, it was great to see on TV the drama of it all, and then to include you to go coach a match, go fly to see your daughter play, and then they have you as a mom. That was unreal to me. I just think that's brought so much to the sport, so much to women that want to coach and say, I can do both. Family affair. So kudos to you, 1, but it was just kind of neat to see you not in that coach's role. It was just kind of neat for me, right? And it just built up that whole last year's tournament. Yeah, can you just kind of describe last year's tournament? Because like I said, I think it was the highest volleyball I've seen ever.
Well, that's great to hear. I think sometimes when you're in it, you don't know. But I do have moments, even matches that we were playing. Sometimes you just wanted to stand up as a spectator and clap and just say, what a remarkable point. Sometimes we lost those points. One of the things we always try to do is, it doesn't, there's good volleyball on both sides. We can celebrate both sides, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, I think the good thing is the parity is getting better in volleyball.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we need to have more upsets, and the depth of talent around the country is going to allow that to happen, right? So we're seeing more and more of that, similar to why I think men's basketball, March Madness, is so fun, while women's basketball still has to get more parity. I mean, it's obvious they've got, only a couple
3 or 4 teams that win by 55 in like the regional final.
Right.
You're not supposed to be winning by 55 to get to the Elite 8.
And
sorry.
Getting to be a mom was pretty special. We played Old Miss on Friday night. We played South Dakota State on Thursday, and then we played Old Miss. And man, we were in a barn burner. I mean, it looks like a sweep, but I think it was like 28-26, 28-26. And then we did dominate the third game, but it was tight.
Yeah.
And then not Louisville, Northern Iowa beat Illinois, which was kind of an upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least not on paper, but
Not on paper, right? But
physically. So anyway, I told my husband, because he was already in Louisville, and I said, well, if both teams win, because I knew I knew even if Northern Iowa won and we lost, I'm a wreck after the end of the season for like 2 or 3 weeks. So
Right.
like I know I shut down. So I was like, I can't even fake it and go. So, but we got done at about 10 p.m. I booked a flight and I caught a flight at 5 a.m. And it never dawned on me. Maybe I'm naive, but it never dawned on me I'd be on television that whole time.
oh yeah, well you were mom mode.
I looked like total hell. I get up, I don't have any makeup on. And we had like 2 hours in the hotel, and my youngest was like, let me curl your hair. And I'm like, thank goodness, because I would have been, I didn't know.
She prepped you. That's
Anyway.
awesome.
I didn't know I was on TV till after the fact, but
Yeah.
I tell you what, it was so wonderful to be there. And if people don't know how it ended, they
Oh, the match was
they
brilliant.
lost in 5 and they missed some. I mean, it was a
The
really
serves at the
painful
end,
ending
yeah.
to a wonderful match, but it was probably more important for me to be there when they lost. If they
Yeah.
won, Reese didn't need me at that point, right? There's so
Right.
much joy, but it was nice to be there, especially since they did lose.
It was such an amazing match for women's volleyball. And of course, everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of people didn't want Louisville to lose since it was at Louisville.
Louisville, right.
Would have crushed them, the NCAA, financially a little bit more. But it was such a fun, like Sully said, like I've been watching volleyball forever. Like I have a wife that played women's, and friends play at the collegiate level, and to watch the level consistently being played from the first match of the round of 64 that was on ESPN Plus, where they had every single match on, which was amazing. Good. Just again, what you said earlier, how awesome is that? Right. Every match in the tournament, first round was on TV. 10-year-olds all over the country can watch, women playing college volleyball, which is rad. But it was such a high level tournament, and it was pretty amazing to see the level consistently. And then obviously there's an injury here, injury there for the final, the last match of for the championship. But that game you guys played in was crazy, and to lose that's the thing that sucks about it. It's when I was younger as a competitor, all I cared about was winning, and I could have cared less about the loser. I'd look at him and couldn't deal with it. As you got older and you started to lose in those matches and see the heartache that you've dealt with, and then for your child to see that heartache in that match when you lose, what do you say? Like they played their asses off. They played an amazing, and someone has to lose, right? That's what sports are. So I'm glad that you were there for her in that moment, because she was part of such a amazing match. But then to be there in that situation.
Yeah, it was. It's one of those moments you don't say anything, right? You just love them, and they knew they'd played a heck of a match. They knew they missed some opportunities. But I do want to make a comment of watching that as a spectator, that match. The rallies were insane, and there were at least a dozen that would have been stopped if we didn't change the double contact rule, and play went on, and it was awesome. And I don't know where you guys stand on that rule. Maybe we're going to have a debate here, but I watched it and I was like, this is why we changed it, because it was like when we changed the first contact, back in the day. I don't know if you guys are old enough for that, but
Yes, we are.
that
We weren't able to
the
do that.
game.
We weren't allowed to do this when we grew up.
Not exactly.
We all played in the early 90s. We're a little bit older than you.
Just a little bit.
But we played it in the early 90s, and you couldn't use your hands. The only ball you could double hit, the only one, and it was the ref's discrepancy, was a hard-driven ball. That's it. The only time you could ever double contact the first
And you
hit.
had to have your hands together.
Yeah, it was together.
Couldn't-
A hard-driven
couldn't
ball
come
you could
across.
kind of maybe, but no one was taking the ball with your hands ever. It was a double. It was a weird thing.
Well,
I'm
that's
torn
weird
on it.
Yeah, because you're a setter. So
I am a setter.
like, okay, so you don't have a strong opinion, like, oh my gosh, it not too many people can use their hands very well and come out clean. And
Well, I
so,
have
yeah.
a strong opinion, but
What's
that's not the side that I'm on. I think this is what I've learned in my role at the AVCA. if we're going to grow volleyball, we need the average fan to understand the rules, and we need it to be TV friendly and points to go on. So if you are stopping play with a double contact, fans go, what just happened? The average fan, people that don't
Understood.
the game,
Yeah.
they say,
Yeah.
what just happened? Why did they stop play? And so that has always resonated with me of how do we get, you guys are volleyball fans. You're true. You're purist. I get it. Like, you understand it, but I want to get that guy next door that's never really watched volleyball to come and watch the athleticism, and that stops the game. So that's always resonated with me of how do we build the sport. And I think that's one way.
Then
But I
we gotta
know-
get better. We gotta get better with
Here
challenges in.
too.
That's for sure.
Well,
the
I don't-
challenges take forever.
Well, that's something that just implemented the last years. I think that'll get better. I'm torn on it. I understand the reasons, and I think it's the reason why they originally changed it, because it doesn't better the ball. This hitter's still got to hit it. This was years ago. I get it. I just think the skill set is taken away a little bit. I think it went from you can't do it to we kind of can do it to you can do whatever you want now. I think it needs to come back just a little bit more, like
Some more
setters
center, yeah.
lifting the ball. I'm watching, like, the power dump. It's not even, it's like you're grabbing it and throwing it like
I'm with you there. I get you
like
there.
that.
But
I mean,
will tell you,
I'd
as
have
a
hit
coach-
800 in my career if I was able to do that. I already hit
Even like when
450.
they're setting the
Yeah.
ball over the net on the third contact, it's supposed to be tight, but it's still like they're throwing it off the block and out of bounds. I think that's a
That's
little too much
happening
control.
more in the men's game. Women are
It
starting
is.
to do that, but that's on the more on the men's side. But I will tell you, my natural hair color has gotten really gray because of the inconsistency of the double contact, and my blood pressure reduced a lot last year. So that maybe that was my other
And that's okay though. And I'm fair with that, because you're at least saying, listen, you're making it away from the refs mindset, like, well, it's a double, it's not a double, like nothing's a double. Okay, great. So nothing's a double, you can go through it. I do think there's a few things, again, I'm not going to argue it. It's better for the fans. It's more, and again, that's a great way to put it. Like, we need more fans. We need the casual fan that didn't grow up like we did, playing volleyball in the pool and the beach and the grass and just every which way in Sunday, that to watch the game and enjoy it. I just think it's like the skill set needs to be just a little bit more, because then that's just my opinion.
Well, and we don't know yet, right? It just changed. I mean, what are
right.
we going to be teaching 10-year-olds? It might totally be different. I mean, we'll redo this in about 10 years and discuss it and see what we're seeing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm 6'5", and I played middle, and I was a above average height middle back in the early 90s. The way the game is today and the way my body is and what I do, I would have never been a middle. I'd have been able to pass with my hands. I wasn't a great passer like this, but I have, for a middle, I can use my hands. So like I'd be a completely different player.
We
Right.
just
And
can't,
so like
we just can't let Coley think he could be the setter. That's all we have to do. Is like, if we bring like Coley, no.
I should have been a
no.
setter though. I was
Well,
a quarterback,
no.
so I should have been a setter.
You'll appreciate this. You know what we did last spring when this rule changed? I went into the staff and I was like, we're going to have our middles be our secondary setters. So we trained it all spring. And the players, the first 3 weeks, the middles were like, whoa. And we hit 270 off our middles last year.
It's awesome.
Really?
We hit 200 off our bro. We hit 150 off our bro the year
No
before.
kidding. There
So
you go,
our
Coley.
numbers,
Interesting.
and then if you watched our match against Texas, so we'd worked all year on them attacking the second ball. So they'd go up the set
Oh.
and then almost like a slide
Sure.
approach.
Yeah.
And we pocketed it. We told them we do it in practice. We don't do it in Big East play. We're going to pull it out in the NCAA tournament. And we didn't use it against South Dakota. I think we pulled it out once against Ole Miss. We pulled it out twice against Texas for
Worked.
huge points.
Yeah.
And 270 off the middles. You
Right.
could have been a setter.
Well, the thing is that, and that's funny because that's how we did it back in our day.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
middle
Middle
did
would
set.
set.
Well, the
Yeah.
right
Yep.
the right
Well,
back
right
would come in
side would,
occasionally, but like with these
front.
guys had Brent Hilliard, so he would be in the back row still. But
Yeah.
the middle, Winslow, like we did set back then, and so I look at it going like, wow, like I would be so middle, and I hit out of the back row. So like, if I was a middle in today's game, I would play 3 rotations and you're out. Like you don't even set the ball, you don't serve the ball. One libero does. You don't do anything. Like I'm just like it's such a different specialized game. But that's great that you did that and that you changed it up. That's rad. You got to always evolve. Go back to that. I mean, I love that the libero has all that, but why not have the middle if the middle's not doing anything? Then they're right there, easily right there to cover.
Middles always want to set. They always
They
want to
do.
set. They're in the
We
way.
do. We
They don't want
do.
to transition all the time. They
even
just
this
sit
spring,
there.
they're like working on dumping. I mean, they are in a whole. They are loving it.
Oh, it's so
So funny.
amazing.
It's so true, though, 'cause I'm like,
it is. Well, that's us. It's us middles. I mean, you played middle too. You know.
Yep,
Yep.
yep.
That's what we love to do. So,
Yep.
what's your role at the LOVB, and where do you see, in your opinion, it's 2025. We're sitting here in May. Where do you see women's volleyball in 2030? And what are you doing directly for the LOVB?
Well, I start on Monday, so I'm just about to start the job. I've taken about 3 weeks off. So
excellent.
I honestly, I think it's a little bit fluid on what I'm going to be doing.
Awesome.
It got to a point that I either needed to get on board or I needed to stay at Creighton. So they said, we want you here. We're still going to figure it out. I think the things that I know is I'm going to be on the pro side, because Love Volleyball also has a club side. So I'll be on the pro side. On the admin, I'm not planning to coach. I think in the short term, I'll be kind of the way that the League One setup is that it's a corporate level for a year or two until they're eventually going to franchise
Them
I
out.
think some of that will evolve. So the short answer is I'm not quite sure, but I'm excited, and I think they'll probably look at my skill set and see if I'm useful somewhere or totally useless.
Startups are great, so that's cool that you're part of a volleyball startup too. And then, sorry, I would love to hear your answer to the last question.
In 2030, I think we'll be to one league. So
Hopefully.
which one, right? Yeah. Makes it, hopefully it's a merge rather than a cannibalization. I think everyone's concerned about that because we definitely want one to merge. I hope we're at maybe 16 teams around the country. I hope we're on television for every game. And I hope we're at, somewhere, I think 10 to 12,000 average around the country, maybe more. I'm not good at goal setting. I'm going to be honest, because I always try to put things that I think are attainable, while some people are like, we're going to do
Way up there. Yeah.
And when you say 10 to 12,000, you mean people to watch matches?
Average
fans.
Yeah.
I would say 7 or 8 if someone was going to give me my 5-year plan, but I don't think that's far off, and I don't think it's unreasonable with what we're seeing right now. I don't. That's a great, I appreciate that, because I'm curious. I think there needs to be one or two would be tough, but one with more teams to give more women opportunities. West Coast, East Coast, kind of NFL model in the early days of the NBA, where you have West Coast, you do your thing and then you play a championship. But if there are 16 teams and there are professional 16 cities and it's on television in 2030, you and us three will be smiling, because things are going to be doing damn well.
Yeah, for sure.
I hope we can do it.
So now you're walking in the door of LOVB and you have your sights 3, 5, 7 years out. Where do you see foreigners, right? Because they have a setup in their countries of so many foreigners coming into their league, so many, Americans or Canadians or whatever the case may be. Are we open booked? Are we like NBA where it's just anybody in the world can play here? Do you have a sense of what LOVB wants to do?
It's a great question that I have not asked.
No, yeah.
I think from what I remember from Furbs, it's a good question you can ask them. I think they want the best players in the world. That's what I believe. And if that's, Europeans or South Americans or the Chinese, the Japanese, whoever, anywhere coming over from where they're playing in the world, I think that's what they want, the best. So, because if you're going to go spend, if Kirsten's going to take her family to the game, she wants to watch the best volleyball, right? Like if you're watching professional.
True. But I will say, I think one of the things that they've leaned into is trying to find people from, take the Omaha team, a lot of Nebraska players,
Nebraska kids, Austin,
players,
Texas kids.
Austin is Texas. So
maybe they limit it.
I think there's a balance for sure, but I don't know the answer to that. But for sure, I would guess right now the answer is let's get the top talent in the world and convince the as compared to the Americans have always gone to Europe or Asia, let's
Right.
convince them to want to come over here.
Yeah, and I would think hopefully like because it is an American league at least for now, right? And you're trying to get the best players. Maybe they do what they used to do when we were all playing in Europe. You get 2 foreigners or you get 3 foreigners. Because I even though I'd like to make it the best league in the world, I'd hate to see it in 10 years from now. Every team is 90% foreigner, right? That's great for volleyball, but it's not growing the United States women's game if that's what we're going to end up doing is just completely, taking everyone over. But having a women's pro league here in the United States, I think I know it would be, at least my kid has it because it's the NBA, but like give those younger girls and young women in college now something even more to attain and strive and work out to be. Not like, oh shit, maybe I'll go to Lithuania, Germany, my friend played there. Now you know that you could, if you live in Nebraska, you can play in Omaha, you can play in Madison. You can, again, right now we're the 2 leagues, you can play in San Diego, you can play in Indianapolis. Like there's all these places you can go play. Maybe I'm going to go serve some more balls. Maybe I'm going to go work out a little harder in the weight room. Maybe I'm going to do this. So those international players that might have been better this year aren't going to be better in 2 years, right? Because now we're going to see our younger girls and younger women training with more of a goal in mind. That's what I think. That's just my opinion.
Their senior year. I agree.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
It's exciting.
So Coley brings this up a lot, and you being very high up, the highest up in the AVCA, we talks about, are we missing the boat about how we train? Because it seems overseas they're passing us, right? And it looks at the Olympic gold medals and how we're placing. Do you think we put too much emphasis right now on playing and not training? I mean, we've talked about this, Coley, how many times on this pod? 5 or 6 times already. Yep. And I want to hear your take on that. Now that you're away from the college game and you can see it with a little bit different lens, where do you see us standing from an American volleyball perspective compared to the world and how they approach it of learning volleyball and competing versus training and competing?
Well, first of all, I'm not an expert of how people train around the world. I think, I know most about the Brazilian model, which is kind of a lots of play, right? What I will say this though, as someone that has kids that have gone through club volleyball since they were young, what I see, in my opinion, the mistake that we're making is we're way too focused on winning at a young age. So I'm seeing 11-year-olds being specialized and coaches that care about winning, and a kid that has great talent, but maybe not high skill yet, not getting much playing time when they all need to play, or you need to be on small enough teams so that everyone can play. So I think that's the thing that the flip side is I've also seen clubs that are at that age playing everyone 6 rotations, and everyone has to play back row and everyone has to learn to set. And I think we need to do a better job of teaching the game, because the other thing is at 11s, that girl that's the tall girl might be done growing,
To the libero in 5 years.
Yeah. And I just think I do get, and parents are part of this problem, but I do get frustrated when coaches are so fixated on winning at the young age. And I think in my opinion, if you're coaching that age, if you get the parents on board of what we're trying to do, so you talk to them prior and you say, listen, we want to win, winning's fun, but that's not how we're going to determine if we win a match. So you guys need to cheer if we get 3 contacts, depending on what level. You need to cheer for everybody, even though maybe that kid that's not the great passer we're putting back there, because we're going to develop that kid as a back row player, just as your kid might be short, and we're going to develop her as a front row player. And I think if you talk to parents and communicate and understand the why, they are much more apt to get on board. We had a soccer coach. My middle daughter had a soccer coach that was really into passing, and I don't know soccer. So she would send us what the goals were. So it wasn't about getting balls in the goal at 7. It was about doing XYZ, which I didn't know. But you know what? I appreciated her communicating, because I knew what to cheer for as compared to just cheering for goals.
Yeah.
So, you said a couple things which really just solidifies what I've talked about, and what Sully brought up is the way it's trained here compared to other parts. Is you're right. Why is an 11-year-old? Now listen, sports are sports, and we all go to play the game to win. I was maybe too competitive as a kid, and at least with my first kid. So, of course, sports are competitive, and everyone knows the score. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why we playing the game. Of course, you're trying to win. But trying to win, and not teaching the kids to play and winning is totally different. And so it goes back to what you're saying is, why is an 11-year-old kid traveling around the country playing volleyball games when each team has 3 or 4 that are probably pretty good and the rest aren't? Like, why aren't they back home practicing, doing what you said, going around rotations, having fun, competing, playing, winning or losing at the same time, and having fun with the sport and going to have pizza afterwards? We've pushed it so far where, again, it's not everywhere, but a lot around the world is they're teaching these kids at 10 and 11 to practice. We're going to play. We practice, play, practice, play. But you go, your daughter plays. You go to a tournament. You play 6 matches in a day. Sometimes it's 6 to 8 in 2 days. Like that 8 o'clock match on Saturday, no one gives a shit about that at 3 o'clock on Sunday. Like, but you're worried about winning and you're not teaching and you're doing, and so like, that's where I have a problem. And that's what I miss the most. And why my wife and I are going to get back into coaching soon when my son goes to college is I miss that part of like teaching. I just want to coach young kids and teach them how to play the game of volleyball and have them fall in love with it. And I wish we did more of that. I think, I forgot who was on the call. Maybe it was Alfie or someone was saying that we're falling behind we're really ahead in one part in the international and we're behind in some of the others. And I think that's part of it is we need to stop playing as much at the young ages and teaching and that. So, but I like the way what you agree with. And I think it's an important piece to do that. And since you are part of the AVCA, I don't know if it's something that can be nationally pushed. Obviously I'm sure you tell parents, you're a parent, is like, when you go look at a club for your daughter or your son, whatever sport it is, do your research, right? Like find out what they're about. Just because they've won 3 gold medals in the last 10 years doesn't mean it's the right fit for your daughter. Maybe they win 3 gold medals because they have all the girls that are so far advanced that they're already going to Stanford and UCLA. That's not helping you like to learn. So like when you look at clubs or anything, it's important to do that, I think, so you can find out what's important for you and your child.
So last question for you, Kirsten. So you're going to go back and watch Creighton play?
I will.
Okay.
I will watch probably more Northern Iowa. Northern Iowa actually plays at Creighton this year.
Oh, no.
It's a 4-year tournament with Rice, Louisville, Creighton, and Northern Iowa. So that goes on. They'll play every year for the next. Bobby has a daughter at Louisville, so that's why we set the tournament up.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting 3 weeks because my whole staff stayed on. I love them. They're dear, dear friends. The player, there's no hard feelings with anybody. So, but with that said, I've really tried to pull away.
Right.
But I talk regularly to Brian and I talk to the coaches regularly. And that's been with intent because I feel like if I'm around, I think it could mess with things, but I'm getting them through the portal.
Sure.
Which is just opening now. When it closes, I hope to start reaching out again to the players a little bit more. But I want to do it right. Of all things, I want to empower Brian and the staff, and I don't want, I want to love the players up, but I sure don't want to be a distraction. So it'll be a fine balance, and I'll lean it. Brian and I are close enough that I can lean in, and he's comfortable saying, no, I stay back for a little while. But I also think he's comfortable to say, hey, we could use you right now. So I hope I can navigate it in a
I have one last question for you. How did your family take the decision for you to stop being out till 7 to 12 at night with film and traveling every day in the fall and the summer? How did your family take the decision?
Like, yes.
So
I'm sure it was a group decision, but how did your kids take it?
I think, the media here has really tried to lean into, she's doing it for family. What a great mom she is.
Yeah.
My kids all wanted me to stay at Creighton.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
all they've known. You know,
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
they have gotten a lot out of the experience. So they wanted me to stay. My husband has been wonderful no matter what. You know, this is a risk. I'm going to a startup, so there's risk. I think
But it's
he's
the startup
excited
you
that,
love, though. That's cool. You're
yeah, yeah. I
passionate
think
about
he's
it.
excited that I hopefully will be around more. But this is this is new territory for all of us. But I will say they've all been supportive.
Oh, that's great. I mean, you're going to need that. So,
Yep.
Hey, before we finish up, can we circle back to you a little bit on all the accolades that you had? Can you just tell us a couple of your favorite moments as a coach and as a player?
Gosh. Okay, so as a coach, I would say some on-court moments were our first Missouri Valley win, first Missouri Valley championship against Wichita State in 5 sets at Wichita is a huge moment.
Wow.
against Lambeau. Yep.
We beat KU to go to the Sweet 16 and then on to the Elite Eight. Gosh, I think it was 2016 in an 18-20, 20 to 18 fifth set match in Lawrence. And that was, I mean, I can still get chills about that one.
Mhm.
Amazing.
And then, I mean, beating Texas this year when they were the 2-time defending champs were huge.
Jarrett's a good friend of mine. That was a tough loss for him.
Yeah. I remember talking to Eric Sullivan afterwards, and he's like, "You guys played great," and I was like, it was like this balance of like, I meant it as a compliment, but like I said that win was a program changing win for us because of what you guys do
Yeah.
at Texas, and I
Sure.
hope you took it the right way, but like it was obviously huge for us. You know, the off the court stuff that I'll remember is like the late, like getting home, flying in at midnight, and we would always pack into this shuttle because we didn't want to spend an extra $600 renting a shuttle for a 5-minute drive, and they would like sing Christmas carols, and I loved the women. Like I loved the women so much. So anything that like a moment with them, you know, those are going to be the things that I miss. So
That's awesome.
my playing career was so far long ago, I can't even remember those things. But
Okay.
but yeah, there's so many wonderful memories, and it is amazing how you already start to forget the bad memories.
Yeah, that's what I miss the most, and we talk about it. I mean, that's where us three are doing this. Is I miss those bus rides. Like I don't miss. I mean, of course, I miss playing, but the journey,
Yeah.
like all of that stuff, is so amazing, and it's such a part. I mean, look at you're on here, Kirsten, because I still talk to Barb, and I met Barb in 1989 playing in the U.S. Olympic Festival in Oklahoma, and you know, it's an incredible sport, and those are the things I don't even remember. I mean, what game we played, you know, like, but you remember those things. And
But
so
Coley gets better every year. He gets
I do.
better every year,
He
even
was
though
setting
he's
out of the middle. Did you hear
oh
that?
yeah, no,
my
yeah,
hand
he'll start
set the
Remember
pipe.
when I set
Always
that
set
time?
the pipe.
No, you didn't set, Coley. You just
I
hit
have.
the
I've
pipe,
set
buddy.
it. I've set in a match or two in my day, but yeah, I don't even remember. Like I like you said, Kirsten. Like I walk outside, I'm like barely walking. I think to myself, like, was I really a 2-sport collegiate athlete? I mean, I can't even walk down the street. Like
3-time All-American. Go ahead.
yeah,
say
like
it.
really? That's
Yeah,
me.
thank you,
Like,
Sully.
it's crazy. Yeah, thanks.
3-time
Sully.
All-American.
Appreciate you throwing
First
that
team,
out there.
3-time All-American, by the way. So, Coach Booth, congratulations on an amazing career. And like I said, I was very thankful, I guess, looking back at 2012, being able to see what you do firsthand. And just an amazing career. And I'm sure Creighton's going to miss you, but LOVB has got a good one. So thanks for coming on Set the Pipe. And again, congratulations on your whole career.
Yeah, thanks.
It's nice meeting you.
I appreciate it.
Everybody, welcome to Set the Pipe. I am Sully. There is CK. Bear is with us. And we have an exclusive good friend of ours, Alan Knipe, NCAA National Champion 2025, sweeping the Bruins. Congratulations, my friend. We are so proud of you, brother.
I appreciate it. It was a crazy year. Well, I'm sure we'll get into some of the details, but a special night. Guys played great. We just literally got off the got off the plane right into the pyramid with some little celebration, and then literally just got home. So it's been kind of a whirlwind, but it's a great night and great weekend.
Congratulations, my friend. I was wondering if any chance the players the night before went to that sorority house that we did back when we won it in C-Bus, maybe, doing that back in the day or not, or were they, in the bed checks, making sure they were ready for the match? Just kidding. Congratulations, man. It was so fun watching it and so happy for you that you won. And just to see you be a part of all of the national championships at Long Beach State is pretty incredible. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Well,
congratulations,
thank you.
Al.
It's,
So
it's an
proud of you.
absolute honor. I'm sometimes I just, I don't know. To be honest with you, I just shake my head sometimes, and I'm so fortunate to do what I do. I've said this a million times, but I'm going to repeat it. I think most people knew I grew up in Huntington Beach, and so I drive PCH to work and in my pajamas, as my dad used to say, in my sweats, to coach my alma mater in the sport I love. So it's a blessing, that's for sure. And winning the last game of the season certainly never gets old.
Yeah, that's for sure. Hey, let's just recap a little bit. So in front of 3,000 fans at Ohio State University, Long Beach State, number 1 ranked, captured its 4th NCAA national title in program history. The Beach swept UCLA 25-17, 23, and 21. Moni Nikolov, their setter, was named the NCAA All-Tournament MVP along with the NCAA Player of the Year. Then you had Skylar and Alex join him in the NCAA All-Tournament team as well. Long Beach State has now won 3 national championships in the last 7 years. In 2025, squad finishes the season with a 30-3 overall record, becoming the 2nd team in program history to reach the 30-win milestone, joining which team? That's right, Al, Bear, and my 1991 team, which concluded the years with a 31-4 record on our way to capturing the first national title in program history. Long Beach State hit a 354 and held UCLA, who was 22-7, to a 192 percentage on swings. The Beach served up 5 aces, bringing in a total of 237 to tie the NCAA single-season aces record for a team in the rally scoring area. Long Beach State put up 9.5 blocks in the match and led the Bruins in every statistical category. Had a freshman, Alex, who tallied 13 kills on a .415 percentage. And then you had the others follow with NATO, Skylar, and Isaiah chipped in 7, 5, and 4 kills respectively. Moni turned in another solid performance with 27 assists, 6 kills, 4 aces, 2 digs, and 2 blocks. And he is the NCAA ace leader of all time. And then McRaven put up a team leading 5 blocks while also registering 2 kills on as many swings without committing an error. That pretty much sums up last night and the historic perspective of the Long Beach State 49ers winning their 4th national championship. And Alan Knipe has been a part of every one of them.
4.
All 4. Pretty impressive, buddy.
I mean, Long Beach State has 4 Division I national championships. That's incredible. It's freaking incredible. It's awesome. I mean, it's just awesome. Southern California sports should be just enamored with that. And I mean, really, it's pretty incredible. It's incredible, Al. Great job.
Well, I appreciate it, man. It's special. It really is. And to hear it recapped like that, it just, the whole season, it's what I have learned, whether it's been a national championship season or a Final Four season, whatever it might be, because this run that we've been on lately, we've been to 8 of the last 9 Final Fours.
Mm-hmm.
And, we came close a couple of times, and it was hard to lose those games. But I was always told, really, when I was really young, by my dad, that who was a coach, is that there's obviously, it sounds obvious, but you can't win it if you're not in it. So be in it a lot, and you'll get your fair share. And so I think that proves it. Obviously, 8 of the 9 times we got our chances. A couple of times we lost in the semis. A couple of times we lost in the finals, and 3 times we won in the match that gives you the ring. So it's such a blessing. But what I did learn from all these, and I continue to learn, is that every journey is so different, and this season there was 2 massive themes that I think about with this team, and that is there's the Moni effect about this team that's a no-brainer that everyone saw. And he won every major award, and we sold out the Pyramid a handful of times, and almost every team that we played had a record crowd. We went to UC San Diego, they sold out. We went to Lewis, they sold out. We went to Santa Barbara, they had the biggest crowd in 30 years. We went to Hawaii, the biggest crowd since 98. Like Irvine, first ever sellout at the Bread. Like everywhere we went, there was these huge crowds. And so, that is it's an incredible story. What a cool thing for him. He's the freshman of the year, or the newcomer of the year, is the player of the year. And the only other person to ever do that is his brother.
Yeah.
Like,
that's huge.
What a really cool deal. But so if you separate that, then there's the most important part of the season for us that kind of gets overshadowed by how special Moni was, is that during the course of the year, is that we had 10 seniors in last year's finals.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had, as we started the year this year, we had 1 guy on the court in the same spot. That's De'Aris McRaven. Skylar Varga went from the right to the left. Everybody else was new. And we had a nice start to the year, and everything went well, and we won a lot of matches. And during that course of the year, right before we started conference and into conference, we lost 3 of our starters.
Yep.
After having 10 seniors the year before. And that's where I really want the story for us to talk about right now. It's that there's a lot of cliches out there in sports about the next man up. And you want that. You want to believe in that. And as a coach, you want that. And you want to try to develop that. But you don't really know if you really have that until you're faced with it. And we had to use it. We had all sorts of different variations, Soterius was great for us to start the year, hitting over 400 on the left for a long period of time.
What happened to him, Al?
I don't like to get into the individual injuries, just because it's a HIPAA deal, and they have careers, and they're all doing great. They're all going to be fine, but I'll let them talk if they want to talk about their individual injuries. But we lost him, and then we had a great kid named Sebasani jump in there and do a great job, and then we also had Alex Conduct jump in at the end. And when he got healthy, and he was kind of banged up at the beginning of the year, and he had a great remainder of the year. And then, in the middle, we had De'Aris McRaven, who was our guy. He held down the fort all year for us in the middle. And then we had Lazar Bushkoff in the middle. We had Nato Dickinson in the middle. We had Ben Braun in the middle. And then by the time we got to the end of the year, we started Isaiah Pruitt in the national championship game. His first start of the entire year, true freshman, was the NCAA championship match, to join the other 3 true freshmen that were on the court with him. So we had 4 true freshmen on the court.
They said that on the broadcast. I'm like, holy crap! There's 4 of them out there, true freshmen, 4 of them out there on the national championship floor.
Yeah,
amazing.
Then, the other piece was that we lost. We went over to Hawaii and played them in the 2-match series in the conference, and we won the first night in 4, lost the second night in 5, and lost our our leading point scorer for the season, our opposite, Daniil Hershkinovich, was having a great year. We lost him in that match for the rest of the year. And that was brutal. And then in comes Nato Dickinson, who had been playing on the right earlier in the year. And then he was playing middle. He actually played middle at Northridge to start our conference and played great for us in the middle. And then when the injury happened, he went back to the right and played on the right. And that was kind of the story, is just all these different pieces and the resilience of the guys to come in on a Monday and learn that another guy's down and to not be panicked about it and just say, okay, well, let's get to work, man. We talk all the time that we train everybody in the gym the same way. We don't do a whole lot of 6-on-6 scoring drills that I have to skew the scoring because one team's dominant over the other team. So we do a lot of head up, straight play type stuff. So, and we say we can move our pieces in and out, and we really got challenged with that. And that's what I'm impressed with. Like Daniil's an All-American. Soterius is an All-American. We lost those guys. And that for a lot of teams, that would be the end of their season. And it wasn't for us. And they not once did they use it as an excuse. You didn't hear the guys talking about it a whole lot or saying they didn't think they could still do it. And I'm really proud of them. And then what comes from that is guys like I brought up Nato. Nato was in our program for 5 years. He was a redshirt fifth-year senior and came in playing. He could play on the right. We had him in the middle. He played on the right. He was back to the middle. And he finally gets his chance. And it's just a perfect example of being all in and being resilient to the process and not giving up and not I don't know, just not cowering from the fact that the role right now isn't what I want. I'm going to keep doing this thing with my boys. And he did a great job. And all the other guys did a great job too. And proud of our liberos. I thought Kellen Larson did a great job. He's a true freshman libero out there replacing Mason Briggs. And that was a big deal. People went after him a lot, and he got significantly better throughout the season. And but when I say that, I don't want to say like that's the story over Moni. It's just that they're told two different things.
Yeah, but but they're intertwined. And I have a question because it's interesting to me to hear. First of all, again, kudos to the kids on your team, the young men, to have that. Reminds me of your guys' teams and like that what mattered and how everyone was so intertwined. But what I want to know is, how do you train kids in today's landscape on a team like yours to be able to play middle, right, and left all at that level? Like, do you train differently? And if I don't want to take anything away from how you develop at your program, but like that to me is what I'm listening to going, wow, that's unique. Like maybe the kid played, middle and club and then he went over there, but to play 2 or 3 different positions on the number one team consistently all season is incredible at that level.
Yeah, it is. It's not common. We do I don't know what the deal is lately. We have been moving some pieces around. You take Simon Torrey last year, who came in and was a right side guy when we got him, and we made him a middle, and he had an amazing career as he got comfortable with it. Now he played in Germany and had a great first year there, and he just got his contract bought out by Trentino, the best team in Italy, and he's moving there next year. So I love that. But we moved some pieces around. Skylar played on the right last year, played on the left, and I don't know why we're in this situation. I think that it was a little bit coming out of COVID where we had lost some of our depth, and we kind of just needed to move people where we could to kind of cover up for some of the holes we had in our depth. But when it comes to like NATO as an example, like moving guys from middle, like that's just not common. That, to be honest with you, that move right there of moving from the middle to the right, that's Mike D'Alessandro 101 right there, man. I'm going to take my 6 best players and find a way to put them on the court together, and I'll train them how to do it. And so maybe that's just ingrained in me. That's part of my DNA. Like, it's not uncommon for me. Like, let's just do this. But no, we don't have a whole setup in our training block. Like, hey, let's teach everybody to do everything. But we certainly don't label our guys as opposite or outsides. We label our guys as pins. So we train them in both of those. But there is a big difference. Like, you can't just take anybody and move them to the right. You can do it for the blocking and you can do it for size. But some of the middles don't have the arm to go to the right. They all might think it, they do, but that's not necessarily the case. You have guys that can get away with maybe not an outside hitter type arm in the middle because they're just so big, physical. They can block, they can side out, they can do all sorts of things in the middle. But a guy with a great arm can kind of do both. And one thing what Nato can do is he has a great arm. He's a fast arm. He can get on a quick set, and he can hit a high ball. He plays a ton of beach. He does USA stuff all summer long, and he's a good volleyball player. So to him, I think he's a credit to just the grind, and also to the idea of like, I just want to play, man. If I can play there, I'll play there. If you want me to play over here, I'll play here. I just want to get on the court, and we needed that, and because the struggle was a struggle for him, for a couple of years of how to get on the court, but he didn't give in. He had a swagger and a chip on his shoulder at the end of the year that when he got his chance, he wasn't coming off the court, and
It's awesome.
I don't know. I'm super happy for him, and it's a big part of our success this season. At the end, we needed him because it would have been really easy to just crash down on our D and say, look, they're not going to set this guy the ball. And Moni believed he could kill it. Nato believed he could kill it. And we had balance in our offense, even though we lost our leading point scorer, which is impressive.
How do you prepare for a match like you did last night with such a young squad? And it's the biggest match of their life. I mean, there's got to be nerves. You guys came out super strong. Moni had an ace at the first play, and you rolled him the first set. How do you prepare such a young team to do that?
Well, we have a saying in the gym, and it's not an original saying, but we cling to it, is that we really, really believe that when we play in big matches, we need to be able to fall to the level of our training and not rise to the level of the competition. And which means we need to be able to train like that on a daily basis. And the guys, our culture in our gym is so special, and the guys push each other so hard that I think that the level of our practice gym this year, and to be really honest now, for a good number of years, has been, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, has been better than 40% of our matches. And because you train like that, then you truly can go into the match with the number one thing that's important to win when the margins are so thin as they are in a national championship game. And that is, we just have to focus on executing. We don't need to be way better than we normally are. It's not about spectacular. It is about execution and stack 1, 2, 3. And if something happens, start stacking again. And that's, the guys believe in it, that we train it. And I don't think it really matters on the age thing. One thing that people get caught up in on the age thing is if you're not winning matches and you have a young team, they call you young. And if you're winning matches and you're young, they call you good. So
right.
We don't talk about age very often. We train our gym, try to prepare our guys for the next level. So we train it like a pro team. We train it like the national team. In other words, it doesn't matter if you're a freshman. It doesn't matter if you're a senior. It doesn't matter on how we go about our business every day, of who sets up the nets or who does whatever. You're on our team, you're on our team.
Yeah.
And we're going to prep everybody. Because one thing that I'm a big believer on is, this whole idea, and it's not as prevalent these days in sports, but it certainly was throughout our time. And that is, if you're a freshman, you have to pay your dues. I mean, you're going to get beat on, and you're going to have to wipe the floor and get the water and set up the net. And you're going to have to do everything. And we're going to beat you down. And then later in the year, if we need you, we're going to expect you to be all in and be ready to go. And we've tried to absolutely blow that whole idea up. We don't talk about freshmen. We don't talk about sophomores, juniors, seniors. We talk about guys that are on our team. We try to build everybody up. And the guys that stepped up at the end, all these freshmen, I think that they felt like they were prepared. And I take great pride in that. But that's not just a coaching staff, that head coaching thing. That's our team. That's the culture. And to be honest, it's the assistant coaches who spend all the time with those guys, watching extra video, getting extra reps, getting extra contacts with those guys, and not letting them get pushed away from the group, feeling that they're not important, they don't have a chance, and they're not going to be prepared. And so that extra work that Nick McRae and McKay Smith and Andy Reid, but really McKay and Nick on a daily basis put into those guys the love, the attention, the belief in those guys. I think they were dialed and they were ready to go. And instead of feeling scared, I feel like they were more like a horse at the gate waiting to take off.
So Al, you were there in 91. You were there when Long Beach, right before Long Beach was just an okay program, right?
Yep.
And obviously I know you guys and what was playing against that generation. Has it ever dipped in that culture that you're talking about? Because the culture you're talking about seems very similar to the culture that you played in with the guys that competed with Kieran's and these guys and Hilliard and Winnie. Yep. And like, and you've been a part of the program for the most part. You went and played, you were at Golden West before you were back with Ray. Like, what has it dipped? And how has it all stayed so true to the Long Beach State men's volleyball culture to be what you guys are, which is gritty and grindy and work hard? Has always been like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that I think in reality, there has been ebbs and flows to it. I'm not going to lie. There's been better groups and better times. But there's never been a time that that wasn't something that was important and people weren't trying. But one thing I want to be clear is like the grit of Long Beach State's program didn't start like the day I started coaching or the day I happened to be in the gym, as a player. That there's a generation before that. There's the D'Alessandros when he was playing, the Rockies, the Tom Waits, the Mike Brawleys of the world. These guys that were unbelievable competitors that still are today. That it doesn't matter what you're doing, they're going to compete. And it was starting to grow at that time. I also believe that when Ray Rattel was coaching the team, he was always really big on going out and getting an assistant coach that he was going to really lean on to train the team in the gym. And before Mike D'Alessandro got there, there was a coach named Robert McNutt. And Nutter was a great competitor. Owns NCVC volleyball up north and played at Pepperdine, won a championship at Pepperdine, and just a workhorse, gritty type guy. Just fit in perfectly with the Long Beach culture, and he helped enhance it. And then you add in that group that they had with Karen's and John Brazovic and Cooch, right? Yep. These guys, and of course Arnie Badley, that whole crew of guys. And then Winslow is kind of that in between guy between our group and that group, and they took to it, and he set it up and he got it going, and then Mike kind of came in with. I don't want this to sound bad because I think the world of Nutter, but Mike came in with that love of it's my program, it's my alma mater, I'm coming in because I want this place to be great, and I'm going to work full time outside of the program, but come in the afternoons and coach Long Beach until I get a full time position because it mattered that much to him, and it just started to roll, and then. I think there's some other things that we're just really fortunate about, and that is location of where Long Beach is, right? People go to Long Beach, they graduate from Long Beach, and they stay within about an hour of Long Beach. So there's this massive support system that comes back to games. They stop by practices, they go to our golf tournament, they come, they're always around, and those numbers have been building and building. So it just starts to roll. And, we don't give, just to be super clear, we don't give out MVPs. We don't give out best this, best that. We give out one award every year, and it's the Dodge Parker Award. And the Dodge Parker Award embodies the guy who trains like an Ironman. That's it. You could be the best player on the team. You could be the guy who doesn't play. But if you train the hardest, that is the only award you can win at our year end. And it just continues to reinforce we got to work. We got to work and we got to grind. And it's just been incredible to be part of. And I would love to think that I've helped that area, because I think that it is part of my DNA that, like when I was playing, we all teams have their guy, right? And we all would like to believe that we were the guy, but our guy was Hilliard, right? So, when usually that guy has some skill sets the other guys don't. I certainly didn't jump like Hilly, and and do what he could do. So what you could control was how hard you worked, how hard you went in the weight room, how hard you went in practice. And so I really leaned into that side of our program. And I think when you start to coach, most teams that you coach, regardless of who you are, start to embody your personality as a head coach. So I was just fortunate that kind of the backbone of our program, the grit of our program, aligned with what probably was my strongest thing to bring to the gym. And so now I'd like to believe that I want to push that side. And I don't want to be just effort. I don't want to be just a team that's just effort. We want to be technical and tactical and talented and be able to execute and be composed late. But it's a very special thing. And lots of guys from other programs talk to me about it all the time. And the last piece I'll say to this is, besides the location of it, is, look, there's a part of this also that as the head coach of this program, I played there. I was the assistant coach there. I coached there. I left and came back after the national team there. There's a lot of familiarity. I can be consistent with things. And I think the guys know I'm authentic when they come back, that Long Beach State really, really matters. It's my life's work.
Yeah.
And I think it comes out in that. So I think that's it. But I certainly don't want to take all the credit on it, because it keeps stacking, and it's the players, it's the alum, it's the future players. It's why people are attracted to it. And I don't know, it's very, very authentic, and it's pretty special.
It's awesome, man. I'm sitting here going, wow, listen, Set the Pipe. We got the national championship coach who just won last night sitting here telling us about his team and his journey. And, Al, we all played with you. They played in college with you. I got to play afterwards. And, you were as gnarly of a competitor as any of us have ever played with. And just to see your success is so awesome. I mean, I text you right after you won, and I'm honored to just, have known you to be a part of this, but to watch what you do and to build the culture that you do at school like Long Beach. And, guys like Theo want to emulate, right? And, the ones that should want to do it right should emulate. But it's great to hear, Al. And I'm proud of you. I'm happy for you. I'm just really I can't say much more than that and I love you. I'm just so stoked for you, man.
Well, CK, I appreciate that, man. And you bring up competing, and just competing with you guys, all the guys on this deal, but competing with you was some of the best things I've ever done. I'll say it. I've said this before. Getting a chance to compete in that summer between your sophomore, my junior year, together in Sheffield with that team. I got this privy to this group of guys that could compete better than any group I'd ever been around in my life. That World University Game team, and that group right there, and the group I got to play with when I played in college, shaped everything about what I do today. And trying to keep up with you as a competitor, and maybe even I like to think that I have a decent arm and go out and throw a football with you, and go out and play. Coley and I went out and played he was playing quarterback at Northridge at the time, and I was a retired big time high school quarterback. And we went out on the golf course and
with Jimmy Mack. Yep.
With Jimmy Mack, and we were throwing the balls, and then we turned it into golf. Like we teed off, throw it, and they have to hit the pin.
Yeah.
And everybody I'd ever thrown the football around my age, I would always feel like, man, I got a better arm than this guy. And then I would watch Coley just tee it off and look like John Daly out of the box. I'm like, yeah. All right, there's a reason why this kid's playing college football and I'm not. So, I love you, man. I love all three of you guys. You guys are amazing. So thanks for having me on this and just get to chat about it. It's a special time for our program, and I'm so happy for everybody.
Yeah. So Big Al. Since I think 2012, every team that's been in the finals has two-peat. Do you care to predict the future at all?
No, I like the trend.
It's a good trend. I like it too. I guess the question is Moni coming back? If the answer is yes, then the trend is looking really good. If he's not coming back, then it's still looking good. But
the answer is really easy on the Moni thing. Is that
Yeah.
And I think I said this to maybe the last time I talked to you guys, is that if you were to compare Moni with a guy playing college basketball, the guy would be coming out, and if he's the number one pick in the draft, which obviously Moni would be, you could end up playing for the Pelicans,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
or you could end up with some crazy trade happening, and you end up with the Lakers. Like there's a big difference there. So the difference of Moni is Moni's a free agent, and he gets to, if he was a basketball guy, say, well, it's either the Celtics or the Lakers, the Warriors, whatever, and it's one of those three, I'll go. If not, I'm not going to do it. So it's going to be one of those situations. If the perfect situation aligns, the perfect team, the right amount of money, and he sees it as a benefit to his future, then you're going to want him to do it, because the kid's in a really special situation. He's him and his brother are the Young Bucks with some other great guys trying to make this run to get into the LA Olympics, and they're going to be a big part of that. So who knows what he's thinking on that, but I know that he's loved his experience. And I know his brother, who only played 1 year, has told him that he wishes he'd stayed longer, but he'll weigh his options. And hopefully, from the greedy standpoint, love to have him back.
Of course. I mean,
Right.
for me as a greedy standpoint, not just I could go watch him play, but just for what it's doing for volleyball right here in this country, like just what he does. And like you said, you played in front of all these, sold out arenas. Imagine him coming back with your team, and you got Chris Kidd coming in, who's one of the best in the country out of high school. And like you guys, if he came back, you guys obviously be the bona fide number one team in the country. But everyone would want to see it. Them, not just him, but your whole team, because you guys would be that good.
No,
It'd be
how
pretty
much
awesome.
cash we're in the court.
Yeah, we'd love to have him back, but if we don't, we don't. And
next man up, right? You just said it. Next man up. You train like that, and you'll have someone, I'm sure, that'll be just gnarly. No matter what.
As we left last season with our 10 seniors, everyone was talking about the massive rebuild, and it is what it is. It didn't turn into being that. It turned into a national championship year, and that's the beautiful thing about sports. And I know one thing, the difference, maybe it is true in sport, in pro sports, but I know it's true in college, is that when you do win and you get a chance to do it again, regardless if you were the best player on the team or not, or All-American or not, when you go out there to play next year, you are a national champion. I got that luxury as a senior to go back out there after the one as a junior. And I was a significantly different player personally as a senior, just about with the confidence that I'd had from the experience I had my junior year.
Yeah.
So everyone's going to play a little bit better now. But like I said, we lost 10 guys last year, and we were able to do something special. And every year is completely different as the journey. And but my point on that is, regardless of who we have at that spot, we have a lot of guys coming back in spots that just played in a big moment and won the national championship, and they're going to be okay.
Yeah, it was interesting looking at the stats for the season, where specifically I wanted to look at the serves, and you guys had 237 aces, with Moni putting up 106. The next one down, Skylar at 33, and your opponents had 74. So you guys almost had 150 more aces on the year than anybody that you played. That's a phenomenal stat, and it's kind of like the Moni effect, like you said. But that sure did bring a lot to your guys' team this year.
Well, there's two ways to look at that, Sully, and I agree with you. But the numbers are obviously really special on the amount of aces we have. But that difference, what you just said, the 200 plus aces with only giving up 70. The underlying part is we passed the ball incredibly well this year, because Moni is so much more stressful at his size and athleticism. If he's at the net and nobody knows if the ball's coming over, he's going to attack, dump, or hit.
Yeah,
agreed.
So if we're passing the ball all over the gym and he's sprinting around trying to he's not the setter he is.
Sure.
And the passers are the guys that don't get nearly as much credit in the sport all the time. But our group passed the ball incredibly well. Yeah. We passed the ball great against Pepperdine in the semis, and we passed the ball great against UCLA. And both teams that we played in the semis and in the final, we won both parts of the serving passing game. I don't care if you're coaching 12 and unders, coaching the Olympic Games. If you win both parts of the serving and passing game, and the parts are kind of equal athletically,
you're going to win.
You have a good chance of winning.
Yeah. Danny Glenn told me that so long ago when Michelle and I started coaching at El Toro. Wait, how do you do it? He goes, serve and pass. Focus on that, and you do that really well, you'll win a lot of games. That's what he said. That's what Danny said. Told Mooney and
Deli
I.
thinks the same way.
It's like
Yeah.
listen to Rocky Sorelli.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
Rocky
Yeah.
would tell you, and then he would add a few other wonderful things to it. He would say the same thing, and Danny would say, "Those guys were all cut out of the same cloth."
Yep.
And then he would say, him and Joel Denicochet would say, the other thing you got to focus on is score more points than the other team.
Put the ball where they're not.
How about that wisdom?
Yeah, so smart. So smart.
Exactly.
Keep the balloon off the floor.
Hey, I want a quick question for you, Al. Go back to the culture for a second. You know, you're a coach. You want to see your players go on to do great things. You want to have your staff go on and do great things. Your staff member was on the other side last night. So, you know, John Hawks, you know, coached for you. He was an assistant coach under you. He's done some great things from going and then getting this program, got him in their first year after, you know, being back to the national championship. How was that for you having, I wouldn't call him a disciple, but, you know, one of your coaches reached the pinnacle, to, you know, in there. How was that experience for you and obviously him as well?
Well, to be honest with you, with John and I is that, you know, we only coached together 1 year at Long Beach because I took off and went to the national team. But we did some things besides Long Beach together. We coached some USA junior teams together, the World University Games team together. So we coached a couple of years together. And, you know, obviously there was a reason why I asked him to come with me at Long Beach. I have a lot of respect for him. But more than anything, you know, his journey's been unique. You know, he was in coaching and then he left coaching and then he was back in coaching and he's been in a couple of different places and he went into the high school and then he came back out of high school and he went to the Midwest and was coaching at Loyola. And I think more than anything, I'm just happy for him that he's back home. He's in a great place, obviously a very, very good program. He's close to his family and he's getting a chance at his, you know, that you all have as a aspiration as a head coach to lead a team and to have a chance to be successful with them. And I think that maybe a storyline that was kind of missing there is that, you know, John's coaching that team this year and they played in the finals, but the team that he recruited and trained is Loyola Chicago. And they were also playing in that tournament.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's doing something in his gym and he's recruiting well. And I'm proud of him. And just more than anything, you know, volleyball's a small world. You get to know each other really well. And you're just happy for him. He's put a lot into it. He's been doing this a long time, and I got to see him with his family and his kids at the tournament. And you're just happy for those moments. You can see his two girls looking at their dad like, I'm so proud of my dad's the head coach at UCLA, and he's playing in the Final Four. It's just a good moment.
Yeah. Hey, let's
awesome.
Talk about the semis with Pepperdine. How'd you think your team played? Because afterwards, when I saw UCLA play, I'm like, UCLA looked really good, right, in the semis, and kind of want to know your take on that.
Hawaii.
They smashed them, but they looked good, and then the next morning, Spera puts out that's probably the best match I've seen him play all year. So, what was your take on your team on Long Beach playing that Pepperdine semis? It was a tough one for you guys.
Yeah, I don't know. The tough first set. You know, like I don't think we played clean. I think if you look at it, we had a low number in transition in the first set. I don't think we were very good at our first contact. We let some balls drop. We hit a couple of balls out in trans, and I don't think we were as aggressive as we wanted to be. You know, when it comes to mainly in transition. And then Pepperdine, you know, Pepperdine's that team that if it was March Madness in basketball, they're the hot team, right? They're the dangerous one. They kind of came out. You know, they were always good all year long. We played a 5-gamer with them early on, but at the end of the year, they really got hot. They kind of found their lineup. They kind of found their swagger of what this version of this team is. Winter did a great job, you know, very much deserving of the MPSF Coach of the Year. And, you know, typically the Pepperdine teams that I've always coached against have been these big teams focused on blocking, you know, create stress on you, and always a couple of big sticks. And this is a little bit different to make. They do have a couple of those pieces, but they also have some smaller guys out there, just great volleyball players. And they have that mentality of, we're going to dig a million balls. We're going to create more contacts than creates and see if we can convert you in trans. And they're going to pass the ball really well. They're going to run some tempo offense, and they're going to cover a million balls. They're going to just make you work for it. And I think that the way the tournament's set up, and this is no disrespect, that match that they got to play, a 5-gamer against Loyola, that really, if you watch, I was there in person to watch the match. Loyola wins the first set. Loyola has 3 set points to go up 2-0. Pepperdine finds a way to pull that out, and they win in 5. And that, I think they got that match under the belt, and they said, hey, let's roll with this and put a little pressure on us. But you know, you look back and people say, hey, was that a tough match? Yeah, it was a tough match, but we hit well over 400 as a team. You know, like we hit like, I think it was like 470 as a team. So we played well in that match, but Pepperdine played well. A good team, coached well, playing hard, feeling confident, playing their best volleyball of the year with nothing to lose. And we had to be the one that made enough plays to knock them out and have them go away, because they weren't going to go away. They had way too much pride to go away on their own. So that match was great for us to make sure that we were prepped for the way we wanted to play in the finals. Because if you go into the finals, we played set 1 like we ended the Pepperdine match, and that was good.
Yeah.
Well, you say you train it, and it's so great to see, like, just to come out and ball like that. I mean, you guys were just on fire and just ready to rock and roll. It was great.
Yeah,
I mean,
the finals, it was interesting. I was telling Bear, I'm like, there wasn't one time in the whole match you guys didn't have the momentum. There was not one time that I could just say, uh-oh, here comes UCLA. I mean, you guys were down what, 4, 5, 6? And I'm like, we're still in it. Like, it just never felt like UCLA had opportunities to take control, you know, from a spectator perspective and knowing the game. I never felt that. I'm like, we're going to win this thing. Like
they had a couple.
I just didn't feel it. I didn't.
They had a couple plays in the set too.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Sully. I was actually at John's brother's house watching it, so it's amazing. And so he's like, hey, I was cheering for you, Al. And so we're sitting, you know, but to go back to what you were just saying, Sully, about that is,
I just didn't feel it.
Yeah, I didn't think the whole time. I said it from the beginning. I'm like, guys, they're just better. They're going to beat you. But in that second set, a couple plays, not a down ball off the block. They should have an easy play. Even I would have made that in the back row before Jimmy Mack threw me out back in Fort Wayne. But if they make those plays, even if they make those plays and maybe they win set 2, I felt the same way you did, Sully. I just never thought, even if you would have lost the set, I just didn't think you didn't look like you were going to win that match. Like just the way the players had it in there, they just look confident. Like, this is ours. We're winning. We're winning this. We're winning this match.
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier to sit back and watch it on TV and have that perspective than it is being in the moment. Don't take me wrong. I felt like we were playing really well. You know, I'm monitoring all the stats throughout the match, and we're ahead in every statistical area by a pretty good amount. So you feel pretty good about it. But besides stats, I'm a really big believer on listening to the conversations that's happening in our timeouts and how the guys are talking to one another, what the body language is like. And, you know, in all the championship matches I've been in, usually the team is dialed, or their communication sounds like a coach talking, like they with one another. They're very intentful of what they're talking about who has what seam, how we're going to handle a server, or what rotation they're doing, and what we're going to do block and defense, and what the setter would like from his hitters and trans, whatever it might be. When you hear that, very intentful, and it's determination over frustration. It's a choice. Yeah. So in that emotional moment in a championship match, everyone's feeling emotions. Yeah. You're choosing determination. You're choosing about what you are going to do, and you have very good intent. You're going to do it, versus you're frustrated, your body language down. You're feeling like maybe we might not win this set. I might get pulled. The coach is mad, or whatever it might be. Yeah. And that frustration. And then that, to me, that's when the game starts to get away from you. And there was never a time that I was trying to get the guys dialed. They were dialed. And then when you hear that, it's invigorating as a coach. Like, let's let the boys, you know, let them fly.
Let them play. Yeah.
That's just more communication from the bench right now. They got it.
Yeah. And that's what you train for, like you said. It was really fun to watch. And like, just as a fan of volleyball, there were some awesome moments from both sides, but you're just like, wow, like this team was destined. I mean, I did call it early on, but it wasn't that hard to call. But back in there when you first started in the season, but like it was just like it was. I don't want to say destiny. It's all these things, but it was just so fun to watch as a fan. The game was exciting. You guys played great. The energy from your team from start to finish, the bench, and again, that's what I love about volleyball. You don't see it as much in hoops. Maybe in the tournament you do occasionally, but like the volleyball community and the fans and the players on the bench at a lot of the programs, it's a big deal. And your bench was amazing, and they were focused on that on TV and talking about it, and you could just feel the energy of. We're there. We're going to get this. It was fun to watch.
Well, that's also part of that culture deal, right? That's not a whole bunch of guys standing down there looking at their shoelaces, questioning why they're not in. That's all in. And the thing that's about that is it's unique is when you play at home, like when we play at the Pyramid and it's rocking in there, like the energy of the building helps you. There's no doubt, right? Whoever has the home court advantage. But when you play in a lot of these Final Fours, you're playing a lot of times in a neutral site, and it's not necessary, especially when we have to travel. Like if it's neutral, like last year wasn't necessarily neutral for UCLA. They had a big crowd at our place, and the last couple of times we played at Poly, we've had a huge crowd of black and gold, so it's not necessarily neutral. But when we do travel, and you play in a truly neutral environment, your bench is a big part of it, man. They're bringing energy. They're keeping the momentum going. And a lot of the keys to sports, I don't care what sport it is it's about you either have momentum, and you want to keep it, or the bad guys have it and you need to get it back. And so you want to keep it as long as you can. And if you got 15 guys on the sideline that are celebrating, bringing energy and giving just a lot of positive support to your guys, there's no way that doesn't help. And so I give a lot of credit to our guys, and I know the commentators talked about it, the refs talked to me about it, and we had because they're trying to make sure they're not blocking the crowd, and they're trying to make sure they don't affect the court. But I thought I thought the guys were having a great time, and it was awesome. Our guys were awesome.
Yeah, they reversed and went through the tunnel instead of going back on the court. I thought that was pretty brilliant, actually.
Yeah,
awesome.
I haven't had a chance to see it. Someone told me that. I mean, like, I certainly don't watch the bench.
Yeah.
I can feel and hear the bench. But apparently that they got told they couldn't come out in the court, so they took off and celebrated in the tunnel or something.
In the tunnel, yeah. That was pretty
fun.
fun.
They were blocking the linesman or something like that.
Yeah.
Almost ran him over.
Way to find a way.
I mean, we know we have rules, but like sometimes we just need to let things go. Like, I mean, it's supposed to be fun. I mean, and I'm glad that you guys on your team again changed it up, went through the tunnel, did something different because, we talked about this back in your day, but like Geeter was the guy on our bench, and we were that was one of the reasons we were great because we had that energy, we had that, and it matters, and so it was fun to watch that too. Just the whole thing, like I said, like it was just such a fun. It was quick, but it was fun to watch.
How was like the arena and everything back there? How did they treat you? And how was that whole week experience? You touched about it a little bit last night on the interview, but tell us your experience with that whole thing.
I think that's a great question, Bear. I think that Ohio State did an unbelievable job. I mean, first of all, they got unbelievable facilities, right? Every sport they have has its own facility and people who manage it. It's top notch. So the arena was a volleyball only arena, and I know there's been a lot of talk about it wasn't big enough and whatever.
I thought it was a little small, but yeah,
it was a volleyball only. It's volleyball and wrestling. It's not basketball. It's just volleyball and wrestling. It was beautiful, but more importantly, Ohio State, who was the host, did all the little things that a lot of the Final Fours we've been at recently haven't, that they just skip, that they don't think is important. So, like just the intro stuff, right? They're trying to mimic kind of the Euro stuff that they're doing in the pro leagues. They're having the tunnel, the smoke, the fire come out, generate some excitement before the game. They were just so dialed with all what they prepared for the guys, whether it be snacks or food. And every time you left your locker room, it seemed like every time you turned around, they somehow magically came through and cleaned it and restocked everything, even if you're just out on the court for serve and pass. And they were doing everything they could. They hosted the Final Four banquet, or I guess they call it the social now, in the football stadium, at the top of the stadium in the varsity, whatever they call their varsity room. And It was beautiful. They didn't go, it wasn't a typical wedding buffet where they had, chicken and mashed potatoes. They had a whole bunch of different variety for the guys. Um, they got all the logos up on the stadium jumbotron for the Final Four. They just, they tried to do what they could do, and and then for the finals, when we were leaving the hotel, we had a police escort through Columbus. We didn't stop at any lights, just rolled right on through and pulled up to the arena, and they had staged it at different times. We showed up red carpet into the arena, all the fans, parents, everybody there, and so they went the extra mile, and that's not necessarily surprising for a big athletic group that has the resources to do that and the personnel. But what I want to make sure everyone hears about it is it's not easy to host when you're not in it. We got to be in it last year at our place. We got to be in it 19 at our place, but we have hosted and not be in it, and it's difficult. It's challenging. Emotionally, you get super close and you don't get in it. But for all those people who helped along the way at Ohio State, you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. They were incredibly gracious, and they were trying to make the experience for these guys once in a lifetime. And for that, I'll always, give them nothing but huge props.
That's awesome.
It's awesome.
Yeah, that's
good for the kids that they got to, roll out in red carpet. And as they should. They're playing for the national championship, right? Yep, so that's absolutely awesome that C-Bus did that.
I was impressed with the coverage. I thought Barnett and Sutherland did a good job, and then they caught some emotions that I didn't, because usually when the match ends, they just kind of see ya. But they talked for a good 5 to 10 minutes after the match, and they caught Moni crying, right, talking about his parents. I thought that was wonderful that they were there. Saw your wife in the stands. I thought that was awesome as well. So I appreciate the true emotions that sometimes we don't get to see. We get to see the cheering in the picture with the number one, but the raw emotions that just came from it, I thought was great for our sport and just great for college athletics to see those athletes that went through the grind to be able to show their emotions. So I know you're a big part of that. You love all those guys. Those guys, really look up to you, and saw the big hugs, and I just thought it was awesome. There's, I just throw my 2 cents in there.
I appreciate it. So I haven't had a chance to see it, obviously, and but I will say that with Moni, like all the emotion that came out at the end is it's such an awesome thing, to be honest with you. Yeah. Show that side. Obviously, he hasn't shown that side very much all year. It's been all business, but what people forget when they start talking about him is his size, or what he'll do, what he can do, where he'll go, what's next. He was 17 years old the entire fall. Jeez. He could be playing at ASC on the weekend at A1, and he's playing for us. And then so he had to carry that weight, and he had to carry, the family, and he had to carry. He's very proudful of where he's from in Bulgaria, and then all the expectations of everyone lumping them on things all year long. And I thought, for a 17, 18-year-old kid, he handled that incredibly well. I don't know where you guys would put yourself at 17 and 18, but I'm not 100% sure that any of us would have been equipped to handle that at the level he handled it.
Yeah.
And the way he handled it, he looked like a pro. Like he looked like he was 30 years old and been doing this for 25 years, 2 Olympic games, like the way he played, the way he spoke, the way he looked, the way he acted. And I've seen him a lot this year, just not live, on TV, on a lot of things. And I mean, again, kudos to you, but kudos to him to have that maturity already at such a young age. I mean, he's going to have such an amazing career. Yeah. I mean, he's going to have.
I think it really helped too when we had some great leadership on our team. Like as a group, but our floor captain was Skylar Varga.
I was just going to say, Skylar was so much fun to watch. I mean, I'm not going to say big, but low pipes that he was putting up that looked like an X back in the day. He was so much fun to watch.
Set the pipe, baby. Just set it. But set it lower.
Yeah.
Set it way lower.
And the blocks you guys had were unbelievable.
All-world teammate, though. Like, he's just a great guy. He really helped Moni, and I think that, I know we lost Sotirius, and he was one of our captains earlier, but he was dialed from the sideline, even though we lost him. And then Connor Bloom, who he comes in a lot to serve for us. He's just he's the guy that just grinds it out. He's great in the weight room. He's great with everything he does, about how he goes about his day with our team. And I think the fact that Moni didn't have to necessarily, he could work himself into leadership if that was going to be part of what he did. and he didn't have to be our captain. He didn't have to be our leader. Of
Right.
course, at times he was our leader, but he didn't feel like he had to do something else. The guys had all that dialed for him, and a lot of credit to the entire unit. But Skylar and Soterius and Connor Bloom did a wonderful job in that area.
Yeah, they were fun to watch, for sure.
And again, we don't want to take too much on Moni, but is it growing up in a family like that with his dad and his brother playing like that to be so mature and be able to handle other players on his team being leaders and accepting that when that's supposed to be his role, as a setter and like the guy, to be able to handle that? Like, is that just his I guess growing up, or his being part of watching the game at such a high level as a young kid?
Well, I think it's also knowing where you want to put your focus. I think it's also playing with a lot of older guys his whole life, and I think it's the visual that he's had. He's had a visual goal of what he wants in front of him, which a lot of the American kids don't get, because they don't get to see professional volleyball, around them all the time. He's he got to go see his dad play, professionally. Got to see his dad play in the Olympics. He was very young, but he knows that part. He knows his brother's been blazing the trail. He's already came over to the United States, sat in Pollack Pavilion and watched, his brother play in the Final Four. And so he's had this visual that a lot of the guys, maybe the American guys that we have, they're still trying to figure out what is the next step. What does it look like? It's crystal clear for him where he wants to go. And I think so when he comes over, I think that I just think that there's a maturity because of that. There's a comfort level to that. He knows why he's here, what he's doing, because he knows what he would like to have happen next.
Hey, so question for you, Al. So how long does it take you to decompress after a season? I mean, it's stressful, especially going to the Final Four. You've been in it year after year. How long does it take you to just kind of decompress, take it, you know what I mean? Like it takes a toll on you, and I'm sure you're amped for a number of weeks after, but how is it for you?
1 week in Vegas.
It actually, to be really, really honest, it takes a little longer the older you get. That's for sure.
Doesn't everything.
You don't bounce back as fast, but I just think that and I really mean this with all sincerity and not arrogance with it. We've done it now. We've been playing in the Final Four so much on a regular basis that it's kind of built into the way the season is, and what's coming. What's coming after the Final Four, the expectations, the media that happens, the things with donors and the city and the campus. And I think for some time when those things are a one of that pop up here and there, maybe it's kind of, I don't know, maybe it can get you a little bit, but I kind of know what my next couple of weeks look like without anybody telling me right now some of the things that we're going to have to do. But yeah, there is, you regardless though, you have to find some time to decompress and just get away from it a little bit. And I think that when I do have that opportunity, I try to take that advantage of that opportunity. I don't know, there's no perfect way. All I know is that you got to be able to shut it off a little bit, but in this day and age, it becomes harder and harder to do it because the job never really stops.
Yeah.
It's because now this transfer portal stuff, that'll fire up, and here you go. And I don't know. It's a crazy world we live in. Right now, I'm just going to try to stay as present as I possibly can in it, because as much as I said, hey, we've been in this 8 or 9 times, whatever the deal is lately. I try to stay in 1 year blocks because I really feel like you can't take it for granted. It really is a gift. Yeah. And you got to enjoy it. You got to submerge yourself in it.
It could change. I mean, not for you. I'm not going to say it's good, but it could. I mean, it happens all the time to programs, and to stay on top and to be on top and to have everyone coming at you every year. I mean, you just said you've been in, was it 8 of 9? Was that what you said? 8 of 9 Final Fours. Like, that's incredible. And so like every night, like I know if I was playing at Northridge and I was on the Northridge team, like we're playing our freaking best against you. Like we're not losing to this team. They're the freaking best. Like they didn't recruit me or whatever it was. Like, like, let's go, and so,
you feel that. Yeah.
So you're getting everyone's best, right? You got to, and again,
you want that, right?
Yeah.
And the other thing is that people don't realize the other part that comes with the expectation on the campus, right? The expectation for ticket sales and how you schedule and recruiting, and there's come in. It's I'm not complaining about that. It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
But it also comes with a little, more expectation and
Right.
a little added, just attention to detail in every area all year round, just to make sure you can try to do everything you can to make sure at the end of a season you look back and say, I did everything I could, and we did everything we could as a team, and or we didn't execute or we did execute. And
Yeah.
that's a wonderful spot we're in right now.
Yeah. So you brought up transfer portal, Al. So for men's volleyball, your seniors in high school, they're already committed, right? Going to you, or are you still recruiting seniors? You're done, right?
Yeah, we're done with that. Yeah.
So how does GCU issue? They've got some good players, but you've already got your seniors. So how does that work at your level? Like the top 10, right? They already have their seniors, but you've got some guys going to be in that portal that are pretty freaking good. We've talked about how pissed off we are about the whole GCU and how they handled it. But in terms of recruiting the transfer portal, how do you see that with some pretty good players that are experienced at a high level in that thing right now?
Well, I think some programs will look at it different than maybe others, and what I mean by that is that some programs might look at it as like there's significantly more talent over there than what I have on my roster, so I'm going to go get as many as I can.
Right.
All right. For me, I'm not a big transfer portal guy. You want to be really selective, I think, especially when we've already talked as much as we did about culture.
Yeah.
Part of recruiting and getting to know someone and getting to really understand them and what makes them tick and their family and how they're going to impact positively to your culture is an important piece to recruiting. And when you make a rash decision really quick because you're in a race with some other schools to grab a kid who happens to be on the transfer portal, you also might not know, what he's bringing to your program. It might be really, really positive, but it might not.
Right.
So I think it's just knowing what your needs are and what you're looking for, and you got to be okay passing on some things, and really know that you'll use the transfer portal kind of like we've used the junior college system historically, and that is to fill some holes and some needs where you can. And that's how I'm going to approach it. I don't want wholesale changes to our roster. I want guys that have played their whole career in our program. And the majority of the guys on our roster I want to be there. I know there'll be some guys that leave and there'll probably be some guys that come in. But while I coach the team, I want the Long Beach State culture to stay paramount to what we do.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's awesome. It's great to hear.
Do we dare touch on GCU right now? Do we want to talk about that at all, or
I didn't hear you there.
I'm sorry. Do we want to talk about GCU at all right now, or do we want to leave that for another discussion?
Oh, I mean, I think that I've talked about it on a podcast, but I'll just for me the Cliff Note version is lazy and uninformed decision by an athletic director. Taking the easy way out, the coach leaves. It's an easy way to drop the program. Making comments about how many teams we have and playing in our championship and using the Division I number only, like that's how many teams play in our championship. That might be how many Division I teams, but there's a significantly more amount of teams that are playing in our championship. And in reality, it's you have to be successful at anything. You have to be solution based. You have to look for opportunities to find ways to improve and navigate through roadblocks that you hit and not just take the easy way out and just cut. So what will be the overall impact of a men's volleyball program going away and adding it to a men's basketball team in the NIL revenue sharing world? It's going to have zero impact on what will move in the mark of their basketball program. But this idea that it's just, and what I mean by lazy is that this idea of like, hey, we have to just throw all our money into men's basketball or football, whatever it might be, and that's it. Well, no, okay, if you want to do that, then find some naming rights of some facilities, get some more sponsors, have a great campaign, have a better product where people want to donate to you. But I think that if we're going to get to the point that simply athletic departments are so transactional that nothing matters other than how good your men's basketball team can be possibly be in a world where they all might be gone anyway at the end of the next season, and you're going to sacrifice, especially at a faith-based school, let's find that kind of interesting, that you're going to sacrifice everything you promised these student athletes when you recruited them. You're going to sacrifice the mission of teaching young men and women the value of an education, working hard and contributing to an athletic department and growing as a person. And the other part is we're, obviously I have ties to the Olympics, and the Olympics are, everybody is trained for the Olympics for the most part, maybe other than basketball with the NBA, but through our collegiate systems. And that if we're just going to trash all of that, because somewhere there's some handbook as an athletic director that says, hey, in chapter 1, paragraph 1, sentence 1, to be a new grade AD or to get a new job as an AD or move up the food chain, you have to put all your money in men's basketball, is a joke. It's an absolute joke. You're looking at what they did and what Matt Worley did there and the athletes did there. They played a great brand of volleyball. Heck, they were up 2-0 on us in the Final Four last year. We had to do everything we could to survive that match and win in 5 just to get to the finals. And I just think it's awful. It's an awful decision.
Awful.
And I think that I love the backlash on the department. I love the backlash to the president and the AD, because for athletic directors that are out there to think that you're faced with these new changing times in college athletics, we simply can't just accept that changing times means everything other than basketball and football should be cut. I mean, not maybe cut a sport, but even the budget's just slashed. It means that you have to be more creative. It means that you might have to do things differently, and give your programs the chance to survive. And this is the messaging too, from what I've heard of the way they were told, the way they were messaged. The recruits learned about it on Instagram. I mean, it's just an awful
committed
situation.
recruits, Al.
Yeah,
committed recruits.
No, that's what I mean. So I just, and I, and I said this on the other podcast, and I'll say it to you guys. I just hope that they're getting a good group of lawyers together, and they're gonna go after it and sue and try to get, because what will happen hopefully is, hopefully if they sue, they'll get that program reinstated. Northridge went through it in the 90s, and Stanford just recently went through it, and it gets reinstated, and they kind of work it out. And we got to keep sending the message is that just because you sit in that top seat doesn't mean you get the ability to just annihilate programs and what really your job is. I mean, like I said, if you want to coach pro sports and you want to be part of that, and basketball, whatever, then go coach or be a GM for the Phoenix Suns, man. Get out of GCU, just go do that.
Yeah.
But you're missing the point, and we are missing the point. Call it what I've had the great luxury of traveling the world with volleyball and talking to people all around the world, and the collegiate student athlete experience is the envy of the world. That's why we have all these international players and all these sports that come here to do it. And what are we doing right now? We're turning it into the European pro model in college. It's an awful experiment that it's going to end badly out of greed. And it doesn't need to be this way. It doesn't need to be this way. So I hope that anyone who's thinking about it just takes a deep breath and realize the trickle down effect. Well, let's just continue to talk men's volleyball here, not just on other sports, of what you're doing. Worldwide, men's volleyball is off the charts. You go to games all around Europe, it's packed, it's on TV, huge crowds. And you look at grassroots in the U.S., it's blowing up. You look at full additional states of boys volleyball being added to high school volleyball all over the place. There's only one reason of why men's volleyball hasn't exploded or the lid been blown off it, and that's because of administrators. Administrators need to keep it down. They need to keep the costs down. They regulate it with a 4.5 scholarship for years. The NCAA, and who is the NCAA? Their ADs. And they put all these parameters in place that keep it down on purpose. And and I do understand they have to balance Title IX and lots of other things, but if it was let's see how it's going, give it a fair shot. I mean, come on, man. All around the country,
It would be
crowds
growing
are
off.
weird, the
Yep.
product's great. It would be a significantly different situation. So to hear like, oh, it's a vulnerable sport, or there's not a lot of D1 teams playing, and these administrators make that comment, and that's because of you as an administrator. It's not because of how many kids are playing or the opportunities that would be there or the fans that want to see it. It's because administrators in suits are making these decisions.
Bad decisions.
And some of them are making the decisions purely, if I can get my basketball team to the NCAA tournament, I might get the next job up the food chain. It's not what's good for the athlete. It's what's good for the suit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's over 300 D3 teams that are paying a coach, have standards to put the net up, have balls. I mean, if these schools can do it the way they do it, I just can't see why we cannot grow Division I men's volleyball. We talked about it last time we were on here, like the Big Ten, like Ohio State just did an amazing job, you said, like one of the best that you've been through. How can't they just somehow lead the charge to get all the Big Ten presidents on board? If you could get a league like that to all dive in and go all in, it would change it all. It would change it. It would change.
Yes.
It would change it big time.
No, you're exactly right. That's why with all the wonderful things that are happening in the growth of men's volleyball at collegiately at lower levels, it's great. But we do need more Division I teams. There's no doubt about it. But what I would like to challenge, and I mean this with all respect, because a lot of the women's coaches are my friends and your friends, is that most of these a lot of the women's coaches that are coaching today, they cut their teeth coaching in the men's game, and they
playing it. Yeah, playing it.
They definitely played it, and now they're reaping the benefits of the growth of women's volleyball through all sorts of reasons, Title IX, BCS football, all these different reasons that are awesome. I mean, watching the women's Final Four is just so impressive to me. But I would love to hear more from the women's coaches that are coaching at the highest level of bringing the men's game along, because they know it's the right thing to do. And it's not that there's not support for the men's game or people want to see it, or there's not people want to play it. It's because there's been rules put in place that keep it down, and they can help change that. They have a platform, and they owe it to where they got their roots. They owe it to their alma maters. They owe it to the people that are playing at their school currently, and to help us change this a little bit. And
so you have my word, Al. This point forward, any women's coach I have on here, that's the question I'm asking.
That's the benefited from
and what I mean by
that benefited from men's volleyball, of course, that played it, coached it, and we will put them all on the spot and ask them, what are you doing to help us grow this sport?
Yeah.
And that's side. The thing. It's I don't mean anything negative to them.
Of course.
What I want is that, what are they doing with their administration to help bring men's volleyball along with women's volleyball and use it to benefit it? Because, in the true world of equity, it should go both ways, and it's not that there's not a market out there for it. It's being artificially capped. It's being artificially held back. And it's unfortunate. And I want to see it change. I would love to see all of us collectively as coaches in NCAA volleyball, regardless of gender, help bring it along, because we all can agree that it's a shame that there's not more.
Yeah. And we bring up, to kind of end on GCU, we bring up a lot, something that you said when we had you on the podcast a month ago or so, was like GCU had a legitimate chance to win a national championship of any sport. And then they just walked away from it. And like Coley says, he goes, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if any other sport on that campus has got a shot to do that.
Yeah. One thing too is the ridiculous comment from the athletic department is that they're moving into a conference that doesn't have men's volleyball. Okay, well,
so what?
Great, SC and UCLA.
That's what I said. What about UCLA?
Hawaii's leaving the Big West, but they're staying in men's volleyball as an affiliate. So that's that one thing that I mean about like dropping the low number of Division Ones. Like that's the only number of people playing in men's volleyball.
They're going to the same conference Hawaii is. Sorry.
Yeah, but the AD, what I'm saying is, you're using certain half truths for your narrative.
Agreed.
It's not true.
Yeah.
GCU could easily apply to get into the Big West or the MPSF.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like they're already in the MPSF, but I mean, like they could come to the Big West as an affiliate if that was something that was a deal breaker for them.
Yep.
You know, they could talk to the conference. So this idea, like we're moving conferences. Well, what conference were you in when you moved conferences in men's volleyball? You were still in the MPSF.
Yep.
So it sounds good, and people that don't know really the details about our sport are going, "Oh, that makes sense. They're moving conferences."
Right.
It's just it's an excuse. It's lazy,
Yep.
and they absolute embarrassment.
Yeah.
Absolute.
And Coley said-
100%.
Coley said, "Shoot, you guys are going to is it Mountain West? Grow it there.
Yeah, Mountain West would be great.
Take them along
I'm
with
down.
you. Bring in Boise State. Bring in Fresno State. Right? I mean, whoever's
Hawaii's
in the Mountain
there
West
now too.
Hawaii,
so that's what I'm saying.
so-
You would have Hawaii and Grand Canyon in the Mountain West,
Right.
two great men's volleyball programs to bring it to that. UNLV, Boise. Well, Boise's going to the Pac-12, but
Pac-12,
UNLV, Wyoming, like all those schools have great women's volleyball. Why not
Yep.
have men's volleyball?
Yep.
Right? Like why not?
Yep.
So
It can absolutely be done. So keep banging on the drum. Keep talking to these people, because if we're going to have these conversations more. You know, it's not just men's volleyball, but this is what we're talking about. So keep doing it. Keep talking. Keep challenging the women's coaches to do their part. It doesn't mean that they don't care. And I know it's easy for me to say that as long as I've been at Long Beach. You might be in your first or second year at a school as a women's D1 school, and then maybe you don't feel that confident to go in and talk to the AD. I get that. But you can't, there are always opportunities to engage people on your campus about the what ifs.
Yep.
Well
I don't have a problem giving them a reminder where they came from. You know, so
yeah.
Awesome.
no issues.
All right, boys. Well, I appreciate you having me. I really do.
Al, are you kidding
Al, are
me?
you
You
kidding
just
me?
came in. You just got
Jeez
home and
Louise.
you came
Less
on our
than
podcast.
24
It's-
hours.
Yeah,
know.
unbelievable, man.
Thank you so
Unbelievable.
much.
Yeah,
Thank
shoot,
you.
shit, it's great.
And enjoy it.
Congratulations, man.
Yeah, that's the other
we're
thing
all
that-
backing you.
100%. Last thing I'll say about it is like, now that you're at your age and you've won them, like you said, like just the gratitude of it all. Do you just sit back and like, it's different than when, we won it in 93 or whatever, but like being around it for so long and at this is, how do you sleep really after the last two nights of just knowing that it's just gratitude in your heart? I'm just curious. I mean, I don't even know if that was much of a question, but
No, no, you're right. I promise you, I'll sleep great. I'll sleep great, and I'll sleep great, being very blessed and very thankful. We talked a lot about what I do and what the program does, but along the way, there's hundreds of people in our athletic department and our campus that have helped, and thousands of donors and season ticket holders that have made this possible, that there's just no way without them. So for me, I'll never forget, that I'm incredibly blessed and fortunate to call this my profession, and I love it. It's incredible. But one thing I'll end on is that the winning part is amazing. And I was listening to an interview it was about a week ago when Coach Popovich announced that he was going to step down for sure from the Spurs, and they asked him about the wins and all the success that he had and the moments, and he said that the wins were important, and they are, but as time goes on, you realize it was more of the connections and the relationships along the way. And I think that I'm very much at that part of my life right now. It's the connections and the journey with these guys.
Mhm.
And now that you see them come back with their families and their kids and their coaching or their whatever, even coaching some of their kids, you realize the impact you can have in this position. And the relationships are way more important. And if you take care of the relationships and you take care of the culture, the winning will come with it.
Well said,
Yeah,
Al.
brother.
Well said, my
Preach.
friend.
Yeah.
And look at us. I mean, like you said, 30 plus years later, man, just still friends from this sport and being able to be a part of it. And I'm happy for you. I'm happy for Long Beach State. I'm excited for what's coming next year. As a fan, like I said, I hope he comes back, but I understand if he doesn't. And I can't always say thanks for coming on Set the Pipe. Hit subscribe and always set the pipe.
Go Beach, baby. Thanks for coming
Go
on Set
Long
the Pipe,
Beach.
pal.
Yeah, big guy.
Go Beach. Absolutely. Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
Love you too.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Set the Pipe. Again, I can't do this without my co-host. There is CK. There's Bear. And the East Coast correspondent DDT is joining us today, and we are going to change it up a little bit. Dave DeTinley went out and got a very special guest that has affected all of us actually here. So, Dave, I today wanted you to do the introductions. Go ahead.
You got it. All right. We're honored to have a wonderful guest today. 40 years coaching experience, over 500 wins. Started at University of Utah as a women's volleyball assistant coach, if I saw that right, or coach's assistant. Has multiple stops in the D1 women's programs, University of Utah, BYU, University of New Mexico, Utah State, Weber State, moved into and has also D1 as well as D3 men's programs. He was the head coach at BYU. He was the head coach at Penn State, and in 2017 moved to Buena Vista, Virginia, and founded the Southern Virginia men's volleyball program in 2017. If I could also go on here, 3 NCAA championships, 2 at the D1 level, BYU and Penn State, and we'll get to the next one, but 3-time collegiate men's club national championships. This was a good one, Coach, as well at BYU. 8 Final Four appearances, 3 Continental Volleyball Conference titles, 4 times CVC Coach of the Year, an AVCA D1 and D3 National Coach of the Year, a Volleyball Magazine's Coach of the Year. Hold on, I got to breathe for a second. Okay. Numerous All-Americans, all conferences, and we can't end the welcome without saying the 2025 head coach of the Division III NCAA national champions at Southern Virginia, the Knights. Welcome, Coach Tom Peterson.
Welcome, Coach.
Tom,
Glad to have
welcome.
you on the
Thank
podcast.
you, thank you. You make
We
me
are
sound
honored.
pretty old. I got to say that.
It's so glad to have you. So glad to have you. I don't know if I would consider it old, and I kind of say this to everyone, Coach, on our podcast. Like, I know you've been around it for so long. When you sit and actually hear that, what is? I mean, does it just take you back to all the years you got to do this with the young men and women that you're able to coach with? I mean, wow, what a resume.
Well, thank you for saying that. When you start coaching the people you've coached, and then their sons, and then their sons, after that, it gets crazy. But I've enjoyed it. It's been a good ride, getting to be a long ride. And especially right now, I'm enjoying what I'm doing right now immensely. In fact, the group of guys that we've had this year, I'd probably just start us off by saying that it's probably the best group of guys overall that I've been closer to them than probably any other group, and that's saying a lot. I've been close to a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah. So why is that? I mean, why is that? I mean, Division I forever, right? You got a taste of the women's as well. But all these years that you've been coaching high levels and just super competitive, this year's a little different. Yeah. Why? So why is that?
Wow, the off court stuff I think is so important this year.
Yeah.
You know, in Division III, most people know that we don't have athletic scholarships. So it's not just a job; it's something that's a passion, and not just working for money. Money is probably not the least of the factors of what we're doing. And the guys are just great. The service they give to other people, what they do in the classroom. Here's another little one too. We had our night awards the other night, it's called. So the school gets together with all the athletic teams, and one of the awards that we won was the highest academic or the highest GPA for the men's sports.
Oh, congratulations!
That's awesome.
That's
a big deal.
Big deal.
Yeah. And my wife helps with that. She's an assistant coach, Cheryl Peterson, and has study hall. She goes herself. She makes them work hard, and they work hard for her. And that's probably the best award she could have received that night.
Yeah.
So all in all, I would say just on and off the court, they're just a great, great group of guys.
I mean, you could tell on the court. I was there for the semis as well as the finals. All the celebrations, the way you guys celebrated afterwards. I mean, it was clearly an incredibly family-oriented, family environment. They were celebrating for each other. I don't know. It was a fantastic environment there.
So I'm going to maybe ask I don't know if it's a tough question, but you've coached, 1994, you win a national championship at Penn State. 1993, we beat you in the semis when I was at Northridge. Sorry, I had to say that. It's okay. You still got the championship. We didn't get it. No, what I had to say, I was just kidding. But the reason why I was asking you is well, I'm not. You've gotten to coach in so many different decades, and the difference of the game today to the difference of the game when you coached against me in 1993, NAIA, D3, D1, where do you see the biggest difference from you coaching back in 1993, 94 to coaching in 2025?
Well, I'd probably start off by saying there's more similarities than there are dissimilarities, but there are differences. I think that one of the biggest changes in volleyball per se is how fast the ball gets out of the setter's hands. The speed of the set, the speed of the offense. It used to be you can block with 2 or 3 guys many times because the ball is going to be set so high.
Right.
And nowadays, just the complexity of the offense, the back row hitting, that's different. So I think the offensive change and how fast it goes, that would be a good change.
Yeah. Do you train the same way that you did back then compared to today with like again 93 or back in 2004 BYU to 2025 today?
Boy, I'd like to say I add on every year or something, but yeah, it is similar. It's just that what we work on is probably a little more sophisticated, more statistics that you get into, and I don't know, like my assistant coach Cheryl, once again, she sits, if you saw her on TV probably, she sits right next to me, and she's developed her own statistics with hitting percentage, and it tells us in practice it's great because I can tell which setter is setting in each row, the various guys that we're trying out for positions, what they're doing, how fast. The statistics have improved, the friendly use of statistics is improved, just all of the above. It's probably just like most sports, everything evolves a little bit, but essentially it's the same. You got to go out and you got to work hard, and there you go.
So statistics are different, more advanced than back in the day, but the fundamentals still the same, even though you have it's got to change, right? From a serve receive perspective, being able to use your hands, when we were able to do that, the sets have got to come out clean. Now they're just coming out, right? So do you train that differently, or just the kids coming into your program, they're already doing that, so how do you train that?
Wow. I mean, a little complicated there. If you're passing a float serve, not a top spin serve,
right,
now you can go challenge that by just moving up into the court. And if you're a tall player, you can almost go up by the 10-foot line almost and use your hands, and it can look ugly, and they're not going to call a lift on you or whatever, a carry. And so you can control the ball much easier. We had this year, one of our players, call him Jimbo, Jeremiah Brown. He used his hands even for the hard topspin serves. I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody do that like he does it, but it's easier to control if you can use your hands.
Interesting.
Yeah. I would have loved to have that when I played. I think it would have been really fun to be able to do, different things. I was not a great passer, putting my arms out, but I think I would have been a better passer if I was able to use my hands. And I think that's a great part of the game. I watch it a lot more now in the last year or two, and the speed is ridiculous on the men's side. It's just crazy. I don't like how they let everything go, but I understand the argument. So it's not like I'm going to argue against. I totally get why, and I think it's better for the game. And people that aren't, casual volleyball fans can just watch the game and don't know what's happening. What's a lift? What's a double? Like, just play the game. But as a purist or someone that grew up in the 80s and 90s, some of it's tough for me. But again, I've accepted it and trying to enjoy it, embrace just the athleticism of what they do with it.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. You couldn't take even with your hands, even on a clean just set, you couldn't take a serve back in the day.
No,
And the ball couldn't hit the net. So
right.
how many jump serves did you see? You just didn't see that many. And you many times, in fact, you almost always saw just two passers. If you had two passers, that's who passed your all the serves.
The whole court.
Floats, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd move the opposite in every once in a while on that rare jump serve to get a 3-person pass, but it was always 2-person passing for sure.
Unless you're at Long Beach, they just had one with Matt Lyles. They just had him. Or you actually had Zach. What am I telling you? Had Small. Him and Zach, like two of the best passers ever. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, actually, I'll tell you, we keep trying to add on a little bit. We pass with 4 quite often.
Oh.
And that even cuts down even more the aces side to side. It kind of complicates who's going to pass what. But now we don't get you don't have to move so much.
Is that a product of the serves, the jump serves just getting harder and harder, faster and faster? I mean, so you need 4 back there to cut down the court.
Absolutely. And you give the server a different look too.
Yep.
Most teams are going to pass with 3, and then you put a 4th person in there, and it kind of gives the server a different look. They may change a little bit.
Yeah.
Plus, like I said, you don't have to move side to side so much.
So random conversation that we had a couple podcasts ago. Do you remember Team Cup? Do you remember that happening in California? Do you remember that?
I do.
So what do you think?
That was part of it, but I do remember.
Yeah. I mean, and I was there watching. Coley was there watching. We started bringing up the rules. I mean, they had 4-person block, but they had the 10-foot line at the 4 meter, not the 3 meter line. And with these guys, 6'9", 6'8", 6'7", and they're jumping through the roof. Would you welcome that change if they ever move that back? I mean, because the game would be different. It really would. I mean, it gives you. It sounds funny, but it's another meter to try to dig that ball.
Well,
you're no
I'm
fun,
going to tell
Coley.
you that I have a short team. Yeah, I'm going to vote for that. If I have a tall team, or vice versa. I don't know what. Yeah.
They don't move the rim up from 10 feet in hoops when guys are 6'10", jumping 40 inches. I mean,
Well, maybe
I think
they should.
That's
Just saying.
I mean, yeah, it would make it a little better, like raising the net to 8-3, bringing the thing. But like the game is so fun to watch right now, and it's so dynamic and so athletic and so big. So I don't know. That's volleyball, and everything's evolved, like Coach just said. Like I've never even thought about looking at 4 people, but you change, you evolve, you develop whatever you need to do to be successful. And I don't know. I think that they shouldn't change it.
I just asked from a perspective because they change rules every year.
Yeah, you're right.
They do, right? So I'm like, so is this coming up? And if we would, that kind of thing. But hey, Bear, so Coach, after BYU, you spent some time at Utah State, correct?
Well, after BYU, the first or second time, it's hard to tell, but Utah State women, and that was fun. I think that the Utah State program went, 3-20 something, or something to maybe I'm exactly wrong, but
sure,
they're
struggling.
Win-loss percentage in the very first year, we were able to. We thought that we might even go to the NCAA playoffs with the record that we had.
Oh, nice.
And then I was only there 2 years. The second year we did go, and we were in the top 20. So that was kind of a big change, and that was fun.
So Grayson DuBose, correct?
I do. He
and I were teammates back in the 80s. I'm just kind of wondering, what's your relationship with him? How do you know him?
Well, back at Utah State, I did not know Grayson, but he was working in a video store, probably one of those VHS, whatever.
Yeah, Blockbuster or something.
Wow.
Yeah, for sure.
VHS.
Back in Blockbuster.
Yeah.
You're aging all of us here.
Because we all know what you're talking
And
about.
all the youngsters listening to this going,
what's a
Blockbuster?
Blockbuster?
What's a VHS?
VHS. You didn't pull beta out of. Thank goodness.
And we did not have much money to pay an assistant. And just the contacts I had said, hey, Grayson is this great guy, and he would love to get into volleyball. And I don't know how many people I'm going to be able to hire. I want to say it was like $3,000 they said you can go out and spend.
Wow.
Then it became $8,000. I think that's what it ended up. And Grayson said, well, okay, Blockbuster or $8,000. I'm going to do that. And we coached together, and we just clicked right
Yeah.
from the
Oh,
beginning.
good.
He's one of the nicest guys in the world. He's a
good guy.
great guy.
Yeah.
Great guy with a lot of great stories. Yeah.
Yeah, before he came on, we were just he's just one of the nicest guys in volleyball, and I mean you can't. I don't know anybody that says anything bad about Grayson, so we'd love to have him come on as well. But we just found out he's in South Dakota, Black Hills, right? Just took that job in January, so
Yes, I wish him lots of luck.
Yeah, we all do.
yeah, we all do for sure.
Coach, do you remember in '93, that same year, I brought that up, but do you remember us coming to you guys, a match, and then we took the bus to Springfield where you smashed us in that championship game in the Springfield Classic? And do you remember the bus ride?
I absolutely did, and I remember where you sat on the bus. You probably were making fun of me and the team and all of that. But
The funny thing is, I don't know if you know this happened in the back, and it's funny because this is about stories, and it's a joke on me is, so we all get on the bus, we play at Penn State, Northridge goes out, we play at Penn State, and then we drive together, us and Penn State, in a bus to Holyoke to play in a classic, and we ended up playing them in the championship match, and they beat us. And so we drove a bus, and I'm trying to get everyone to lock someone in the bathroom, and someone would go in and we'd lock them for like 30 seconds. And then I went in the bathroom, and both teams locked me in for like an hour, for like the last hour of the drive. So I'm like, I'd lock someone in for like a minute or two, and like, and then like I get in there, they lock me in for an hour. It's unbelievable.
yeah,
And then we
but
go.
you deserved it, I think. So,
I did deserve it. No question. No question. John Price will be the first one to tell you that. I did deserve it. So you guys had a great team. And then the next year, I mean, that team we played in '93 was awesome. Dave Muir was there. And then the next year he wasn't, but you had Contreras, and, you guys beat UCLA. So how was that to be the coach of the first team to ever win a national championship in volleyball, that side of, I would say, Arizona, not even the Mississippi?
outside of California.
Yeah, outside of California.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that was something, of course. And UCLA, I think I read in Volleyball magazine when it came out, like, the volleyball, there's something wrong in the volleyball world. It's upset. It's something, the polls reversed or something, because it was a first.
Yeah.
And I actually think that was really good for volleyball.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree with that. Yeah.
I mean, at the time of being a West Coast guy, we're like, oh, yeah, why couldn't you just, UCLA did it the year before and let us beat them. But the thing I think, like you said, I think it was pivotal because, first of all, volleyball, you would know, more than me from where you were coaching. But when I was, we were in college, you started to see volleyball explode. Sorensen's from Wisconsin, Nygaard's from Wisconsin. Yeah. New York has a bunch of people, Rich Bland, coming from New York to UCLA. I mean, I could go on, all the folks playing at Penn State and Ohio State. When you won, it changed everything. Everyone's like, wait a second. We can win too. Like, I don't have to go to UCLA or Stanford or Northridge. Not that anyone was going to Northridge, but we can go to Penn State. We can go to Ohio State. We can go to, now Lewis and these schools and win. So congrats to you for doing that, to be the first one to ever do that, but really to change the trajectory of men's volleyball.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for saying that. Obviously, just being part of that was fun. Many people ask me, which one do you cherish the most out of the championships?
It's on our question list, by the way.
Okay. Should I answer it now?
Yeah.
Well, it's too tough to say in just words like, which child do you like the most, or are you going to love the most? But the first championship, that's just something else, because nobody can take that away from you, and that's something that you can always say. And the guys keep reminding me of that, and they're still a bunch of good guys, and they're old and they're fat like I am and all that. But that'll be a first, and it always will be.
Yeah. Alan Knipe said the same thing. We asked him the same question, similarity, and he's just like, they were all just different. I hate to say that but the feels were different. The emotions were different because the different players and the connection he had with the players, or was the way the schedule and his season went. He goes, they were just all different and special in their own right. So That was his answer to us. And sounds like the first one always is great. I mean, and Bear and I were on the 91 team, right? The first, and we thought, oh gosh, we're going to win like 4 or 5 of these things. It's so hard. And then the next one, they went in what, 17, 18, 2017, 2018, around there. It took a long time. It's hard to win those things. And coach, you've won 2 Division Ones, and this year winning a D3. That's super impressive. So I think with our research, we were talking before you came on, I think you and Spera are the only 2, and Spera's kind of a stud, are the only 2 coaches at Division One at 2 different schools. Am I correct on that?
I'll be honest, I don't even know.
Yeah, right. I think that's it. I think it's John Spera and you, with John doing UCI, and then he goes to UCLA, wins a couple there. So yeah, between the 2 there. But I think you're the only ones done D1 and D3 ever.
Drop the mic.
Well, some people have told me that, and I don't want to dwell on it, but it's a privilege wherever I go. As long as it's volleyball and it's guys that enjoy playing volleyball and listen to me every once in a while, that's the place to be.
Well, and again, we all, get it. I mean, maybe me, I'm a little different because I like to pat myself on the back, but like, just trying to be funny there. But the thing about it, coach, is, you deserve it. And really, like, you deserve all the accolades. And I know it's hard sometimes to just sit there and listen to it. But I mean, to win 3 national championships, to win them in 2 different divisions, is just, it's ridiculous. And then on top of it, like you said, you can't rank them, but to have your first one be so dramatic in the volleyball world, to win it like that against who you beat, Al Skates, UCLA, first time ever to win a national championship. Like you said, outside of California, Penn State did it. So, wow, kudos to you for all of them. And, and last thing I'll say before, everyone kicks me off and I'll listen is kudos to you that you're still coaching and teaching. Yep. Like, you have so much knowledge. You've been around so many great players and coaches and staffs, and to be able to give that to the young kids is for me, I think that's great. I think that's lost today in a lot of sports. Is what really matters about coaching is why you do it. And so it's just great to see that you're still doing that for so many.
No, appreciate it. Yeah. Why do you coach? That's always a question. Do you coach just to win? Do you coach to try to develop people, or do you try to develop the sport and have fun while you're doing it? And probably all of the above, I guess, is the answer. But if I were doing it just to win, I probably wouldn't be moving around. I think at last count, my wife told me about 9 different universities I've been at, and all. That's not planned. It's just that everywhere I've been, it's been great people, worked with great people, and that's what it's all about.
You talk about working with great people, and you've been doing this for over 40 years. Has there been a coach or a person that's been special to you or a mentor to you to help you through those years?
Yeah, it's probably not fair to leave somebody out here, but I will say that Carl McGowan is one of my mentors at BYU. I got into volleyball late. My sister played volleyball. She was actually pretty good. She played on our national team for a while, way back when the national team consisted of getting together for a couple of weeks and practicing and then trying to go to the World Games or something like that. And she was on one of those teams. She played at BYU. And so now I'm at BYU, but not a volleyball player. If you grew up when I did and you're outside of California, not much going on for boys volleyball.
Sure.
So I had a beginning volleyball class. And Carl McGowan was the coach or the teacher.
Okay.
And he came up to me. We're learning how to serve. It's one of the first things he's going over. And he says to me, "Oh, you're a tennis player, aren't you?" And I said, "I did play tennis. Why do you ask?" He said, "You look like a tennis player when you're trying to serve volleyball." And just after that, I just soaked up everything from Carl that I could. What a great mentor to have. You guys know him.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's one of the most brilliant, if not the best volleyball minds in volleyball. He passed away a few years ago.
Right.
And one of the best human beings in volleyball as well.
Yeah.
He's wonderful. So
yes.
I'm good friends with Marv Dunphy. I like saying that. I'm sure he would say the same. But and he's been a mentor. I went to school with him at BYU for a couple of years. When he was getting his doctorate degree. And we had statistics together and we studied together every once in a while and tried to figure out some things. So that's what we have in common. But good friends with Marv, and I think personality wise, I think he's probably the guy that I would say is one of the best, if not the best, to motivate people. Getting people to run through walls for him, that's what he does the best. So a couple of guys to mention.
Those are two of the best to ever do it at Mount Rushmore for me up there, and the coaches in the USA to ever do it. So that's great that you got to work under them, understand, and be able to be friends with them and bounce ideas off them all over the years. No wonder you beat UCLA in '94.
Hey, Dave, you have a relationship with Dunphy as well, right?
Yeah, I grew up in Escondido, California, when Marv was the national team head coach, and his son, I was a high school teammate of his son, Dejan, as well. I mean, essentially, I learned how to play volleyball at the Dunphy's house. So great memories there.
Hey, so let me take you back to when you won the national championship against our Long Beach State 49ers. We looked at the scores before you came.
Let's go back there.
Yeah, I know
that's what I really wanted to talk about. Let's go.
I didn't, but I was kind of outvoted. No, just kidding. Just the scores of those last two sets, and the score was to 30. It wasn't to 25. Was unbelievable. 19-17 in the fifth, 32-30 in the fourth. I mean, I didn't go. I wasn't around there at that time. But yeah, if you've got some memories, I know it's going to sting, but you just can't bypass those numbers to an excellent match. And if I could take Coley out of this conversation, that would be great, because he's just going to put salt in the wound, which is fine. But I'd love to hear your perspective, Coach, because it seemed like an epic battle.
Well, okay, I'm going to try to make it sting just even more.
Love it.
Coach.
That year, so we're in the MPSF, and all of it, Long Beach and all. It was only the MPSF. Or Mountain, what was it?
It was I think it went from the WEVA to
it wasn't the WEVA then, was it?
No, the WEVA was finished when I played in the WEVA, and then I think 90s. It was it wasn't the MPSF, it was the, why can't I think of it? We should all know this. Wow. I'll think about it in a second, Coach.
Coley will get
Google it.
I got you.
Thanks, Dave.
WEVA, wherever it was.
Yeah.
That was 4 times that year that we had to play Long Beach State.
Oh,
okay.
2 times, a home and home, and then in the playoffs for conference, and then in the finals. 4-0. I'm just going to rub it in again. 4-0.
Wow.
And the 2 matches during the season that was at Long Beach State, and they were both in the 5th overtime, I think.
Jeez.
So, battles. Wow.
To beat somebody that's that good 4 times.
4 times.
Actually, that's a big time memory for me.
That's huge.
I mean, you had Hildebrand, right? Setting. Who was in the middle? Lee was
David Lee.
Jasinski on the
Olympian. They're talking Olympians right there, right? On the Long Beach State side. Wow.
Well, another little memory is that, okay, you go to our team and you can mention guys on the national team or played for the national team.
Yeah.
Nope, I don't think any of our guys played for the
crazy.
national team. So
wow.
And if I'm not mistaken, was Casey Patterson on that team? But he was I think he was
a little bit later.
Yeah. Oh, he was later. Okay.
Later. Yeah.
Oh, he was in. Okay.
Wow. Well, that stung, but that's fine. That's why you're on here. Tell stories. But impressive, right? Impressive. Just like who went on to be the Olympians, and you didn't have any Olympians, so that chemistry just have been out of this world to be able to go 4-0. I mean, self-admitting, Long Beach State was really good that year, right? So for you guys to topple them, I just look at the scores. I'm like, oh, that just would have been so much fun to actually be there. It'd been heartbreaking for me, but of course, just in terms of the sport, that was just probably awesome if you were there attending. And as a coach to win the whole thing, holy enchilada, that's awesome.
Yeah, and of course you didn't know who's going to come out on top, and to do that each time, that's why I have less hair than I should, for sure.
It was a gnarly match. I was in Austin with like Jared Elliott, who's the coach of Texas, and a bunch of friends, and we were all watching it at a bar, and we knew Hildebrand, and it was just an awesome match to watch as a fan of volleyball.
Yeah.
Like, it was so close. It could have went either way, and like, again, to see you guys pull it off and win was again, I'm not cheering against anyone in those days, but what a match. And I think we should start replaying some of those matches on our YouTube channel, like back in the day. I think it'd be fun for some of these folks. And then you can compare the eras of watching the game today going, a Bic is like 2 feet off the net at like 3 feet. Guys are running all over the place. We're setting high balls and like X's over the top, like crazy game. But congrats again on that.
CK, I found your 93 championship match against UCLA. I'm not kidding. We just talked about the hands and throwing and all that. In like the second point of the match, somebody got called for a throw
Double.
or a lift, a double or something like that. And
That's the way it was.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Hey, so Coach, a couple things I definitely want to cover is I'm sure you've heard about GCU and them getting rid of their program, right? And then of
Big
course we want
disappointment,
we want to get some really good details about your national championship this year for D3 because self-admitting Coley and Bear and myself we follow D1. We follow D1, right? And then we're seeing the explosiveness of people adding in the D3 and NAIA. And then I got in touch with Dave because social media, and then all of a sudden our interest was piqued. So, but let's go back to GCU a little bit. I want to know your thoughts on that because it sure does hurt everybody to lose a Division I / Division II school to go, and they were just in the semifinals last year, and then just at a drop of a hat, they get rid of that program. You have any thoughts on that at all?
Yeah, maybe I'd start off by saying that this is different. If you were just saying, oh, one program drops, this is men's volleyball. For so many years, most of my life, men's programs had to scramble, had to fight and claw for everything. And I think men's volleyball stuck around enough just because of the sport itself, how great a sport it is, to play it, to watch it, and all of that. Otherwise, it would have been gone. Title IX would have had it go a long time ago.
Right.
So it stuck around, but because of, I don't know, is that political, whatever, but Title IX and a few other things, administrators, I'll never understand all administrators. How easy a sport is men's volleyball to administer?
We talk about that.
The net's there.
The
poles are there.
and some balls.
The courts.
Put on a shirt. There's your uniform.
Right.
Yeah.
All of that. And so to claw, just be part of men's volleyball and keep it going. Men's volleyball, or the players and the coaches, I don't know, support one another at a level not seen, not on the women's side even. It's not as cutthroat. I always found when I was coaching the guys versus the girls, I'm sure you're probably going to get into that, but I always found that the guys were very willing to share their knowledge, their magic per se, to help you win, even when they are your competitor. That doesn't happen in most sports because we were trying to help each other and stay alive for so many years. And now that men's volleyball all of a sudden is growing so much, it's just hard to understand how administrations can figure, we're going to save a few bucks. Maybe it's the NIL or whatever it is, but we're going to save a few bucks by eliminating this great sport of volleyball. And to add on to that, such a great team, a good team.
Right.
In semifinals. It's crazy.
And Coley's brought this up. Like, how many sports does any university have that has a shot of winning a national championship?
D1
to put
national championship.
Division
D1, yeah.
Put up a banner in that gym, and they don't. Right? It's literally the next year, and usually, like we said before, is you would think they would give them a year. Hey, let's see if we can get alumni and wrap it. Is it a money thing? Nope. It was boom, you're done. Here's a 5-minute conversation out of here, and it was just it was just awful. So, I think we're on the same page on that. But you've been around a long time, and just to see that happen overnight, I was really curious and was wanting to see where your take on that, because obviously everybody respects you from a Division I, II, and III perspective. So from our podcast, it sounds like you're just as heartbroken as we are.
Yeah, San Diego State way back in the day.
Oh, we talked
That
about
killed us.
that one.
Brutal.
Right, it was during my year,
Horrible.
right after my
LMU,
after our year. Yeah.
right
That
after
one hurt.
Well, the thing that this impacts, first of all, we're all just like you. First of all, GCU has a lot of money compared to a lot of other schools. So I'm really surprised that they did this. That's first thing. I said this on the last pod. Two is, like you just said, they have a real shot. It doesn't cost a lot of money. They were just in the Final Four. They just offered scholarships to kids a week or two prior to that. All of these things. But what it does now is, I was telling someone this past weekend, imagine if you're a junior in high school at any school across the country and you're one of the better middle blockers, right? Like you're a junior being recruited. GCU has freshmen and sophomores that have played college volleyball at a high level. That scholarship opportunity for that junior in high school could be gone at the school that they were looking at, because they're going to take these kids. And there's a lot of kids at that school that will be playing college volleyball somewhere next year. It's going to impact a lot of kids. You know, there's 10, 12 kids, maybe 6, 7, whatever it would be. And that's a shame for sure. But how do you take GCU out a little bit? How do we go or try to grow Division I men's volleyball? Listening to Dave and all the stuff that we've talked about since we've been on this, D3 is growing like it's like a weed. You keep growing new teams. There's over 300 teams. We talked about it before. There's like 2 or 3 new teams coming in next season. You guys are adding teams, and D1 is slow. Now, hopefully not any more than this, but subtracting them. How do we grow it, you think, or how do we change it?
I wish I could sound real smart about this. I'm not sure that I am. I did spend some years trying to help out. I was the club coach at BYU just before it went NCAA, and I could give you a lot of good stories about why it went NCAA and the trouble I always got in for trying to help it to go NCAA with our administration there. And it's a little bit different. I actually think it was very smart for some people to get together and help with money. Just a little bit of money went a long ways.
Yeah.
But you got to do it in the right way. You got to pique the interest of an administrator. I'm going to say a team. I hope this is okay to talk about it. I spent some time trying to help a team be an NCAA sport, Division I, and a UVU. I don't know if anybody even knows who that is. Utah Valley.
Yep. Utah Valley.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
They've had a very good club team for years and years and years. It's one of the few schools where there are more male students than female by a decent amount. And so Title IX was not the problem. Well, an administrator, I'll just say, thought, ooh, I like men's tennis. Men's tennis was the team they chose to make a varsity sport. Then they figured, oh, we've got to build some tennis courts, I guess. And so it was very expensive.
Sure.
So next time around, just a few years later, an administrator was a wrestler, former wrestler. They chose wrestling over men's volleyball. Then they found out that they couldn't wrestle in the facility they had. They had to build a whole nother facility. And my point in all of that is that should be a varsity sport. That would have been travel companions with BYU.
Oh, right.
It would have been huge.
Yeah.
All these good teams in their gym. And now UVU is over 35,000 students or something. It's just growing and growing.
Yeah, and their hoops have gotten better, so people know who they are, and like it would, like you said, it would have been such a fantastic way to grow. We talked with a few, like when Al Knight was on here, he was talking about the Big Ten, and you coached in the Big Ten. Could you imagine if all of those schools had men's volleyball, like Michigan and Wisconsin and Minnesota, Indiana, now it's Rutgers and Nebraska. Like the fans in Nebraska love volleyball. Could you imagine if they had a men's team and you had Ohio State playing there? I'm sure they'd pack it. I just don't understand, like you said, like the cost is minimal. Things have changed dramatically, and we don't need to go if we want to go into the whole NIL discussion, and it's tough, but like you already have all the stuff. You already have all the equipment. It's completely the opposite time of the year. You have all that equipment in all of your rec centers too, because the fraternities and the sororities play. There is so much space in those big universities that you could find a gym, a court, maybe 2 for a men's volleyball program. You could.
So how do you educate the administration? That's one aspect. You've got to figure out how to do that. Money talks, so it's got to be more than just a few $1,000s nowadays. But money is the other way. So when you ask me that question, we have to educate people on why volleyball. What a spectator sport. What a
Right.
team sport. I think more than any other sport, volleyball is the consummate team sport,
Mm.
et cetera, et cetera. And how do you educate people to that fact? And I think it can be almost, well, exponential growth, the fans and everything else. So it's just waiting for somebody to see it and do it. A conference, having the conference. That's the other part, is the administration of a conference buying
Yeah.
into it.
Well, I hope we've talked in this. We're going to have him on here someday because he was on that 94 UCLA team. He beat a kid by the name of John Spera, who's done okay for himself with volleyball. He's someone that I'm sure he has so many ideas, but like, how about going to the Big Ten conference, whatever they're having the meeting, and sit there and show it's the #1/2 played sport in the world. It's around the world, right? It's that big. Gyms are full everywhere. Not here, and be able to promote it and talk through the business aspect of why, and how you can create it. You have everything there. And like you said, if you can get a conference like the Big Ten, now with UCLA and USC going into there, so that's two anchor men's volleyball programs that have been some of the best of all time. You could somehow go to the commissioner and the whole league and say, this is what we can do and why. Like, if we can get an anchor conference like that, then you can go to the ACC, then you can go to the Big 12. But I think the Big 10 would be the place to start, just because there's, 5 teams in there, 6 teams now, with Penn State, Ohio State, UCLA, USC. Am I missing one that has volleyball? I know they don't. I think that's it, actually.
Yeah.
Rutgers used to have it, but no. Yeah.
But so, yeah, I don't know. Like you said, I don't know the answer, but I appreciate your candidness and the things you're talking about. It's really, like Al said, it's the NCAA and the administration, like just really sitting down and understanding what it takes to run a program. And it's such a fun game. It's such a great game to go to. So many things you can do with the university with it. Like, I don't know. I think they're missing the boat. They've been missing it for a while, but I just hope it grows.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
we all do.
Yeah, so it was interesting when we first started this. Coley was out of men's volleyball for a while, and we're all volleyball people. And he finally went to a match. I think it was UCLA, Long Beach State, and he comes back on the pod, and he became an instant fan overnight. He's like, "Oh my gosh, it's changed so much. It's so fast." So, if you get somebody that 3-time first team All-American, getting back, and all he does, it takes one match to get into it. I mean, it was so wonderful to see. And like you said, I think there's a lot that we can give and present just from a fan experience perspective. And because we talk about Hawaii and Long Beach State back-to-back nights at Hawaii, 10,300 people in attendance back-to-back, right? That's pretty impressive. And we got to get that word out. So let's pivot a little bit to this year. Division III national champions. You guys only lost one match this year, and that was to Springfield. How sweet was that to get them back in the finals?
Last year we had a really tough loss to NYU to end our season, and that was our only loss last year.
Mm.
And NYU was ranked #1 for
Was that in the semis or was that in the finals?
That was in the region, actually, to
Oh,
go
okay.
to the Final Four. Yeah.
Okay.
So the Final 8, whatever, the
Yeah.
Elite 8, whatever. And since that year, our sights are, okay, we're going to get back at NYU. We're going to do this. And then here comes Springfield. And Springfield is year in and year out, they are the team to beat in Division III.
Yeah, Charlie
Mhm.
does a great job there.
Yeah, since Division III championships, they absolutely, well, I don't know, 5 or 6 or whatever it is, and 5 or 6 more beyond that before it was Division III championships.
Right.
So, yeah, okay, now we get to play them, and then we lose at their place. And I'll say this: I think maybe that's the most important loss that we've had for a long, long time.
Mm.
That helped us to see where we are, and for us to come back and to play the same team. I think that was a big deal. If we don't do that, and another thing that I'll mention, we have an All-American that was hurt for the second year before the finals.
Oh,
Yeah, Sam Canlin's his name. He's an
Opposite.
opposite. He's really good.
He
He's
was
a lefty.
incredible.
He's this big husky guy that can hammer a ball, and his attitude goes with it. So now it's his ankle. Last year was his back.
yeah. Dave brought that up, right? Oppo ankle going
Yep.
down before the final. Oh, yeah. Yep.
But he was not able to play because of his back against Springfield when we lost to him.
Oh,
And if our guy that comes in that's really good, Jayton Hall, if he didn't have that experience playing against Springfield before and losing and having one of his worst matches, I saw him going around the corner when we're going to the locker room. And I said, oh boy, I better go. I'm just going to go talk to him. And he's in tears.
yeah.
He just thought he had lost it for everybody. And he did. He had statistically, he had a bad match.
Right.
If he hadn't had that bad match, I'm not sure he comes back with a vengeance and plays like he did in the
Yeah.
last
He didn't
game.
fold, huh? Yeah. He stepped up.
He was solid.
So one thing I want to say to all the listeners listening to this, because the whole reason why we started this, Coach, was to spread the word of volleyball and tell stories and just talking about all levels. But for especially the young juniors listening to this, Coach Peterson has won 3 national championships. And he just said the best thing that happened to him and his player was to lose. Was to lose. Most of us can't stand it. Parents don't understand it. Oh my gosh, losing is learning. And he just said, again, Coach Peterson, a legend, just said the best thing that happened to that team was to lose. And by them losing, they were able to come back and win the national championship. And another thing about the personal side of it, a player who had stepped up into the game wasn't good. You know, he wasn't very good. Coach talks to him, he learns, gets to the national championship, has to come in again because one of your best players gets hurt, and he crushes it, and you guys win a championship. So lessons to be learned. Losing's important. Failing is important. You've got to just take what you learned from that and get better. So thanks for sharing that, Coach, because
Yeah. That's big.
I think it's lost. I think it's lost a lot in the generations today. Losing is, they don't take it the way you just said, and it's important to do that.
Yeah, life's lessons.
Yep.
And when you're just catered to and even taking it to an extreme and saying you deserve this all, or you're a victim here and this and that, it's terrible way to teach our young people.
Yeah. So
By the way,
for this
the video of that loss, sorry, slowly.
Okay.
The video of the final point against NYU last year, 2 years ago, and the emotion on the team from it. I just have to ask, was that the motivating point for you? Like the rallying call all year, that final match from the year before?
Yeah, I've had that a few times. I would say I'll just go back to BYU when we beat Long Beach
Oh boy.
in the finals.
But for the 4th straight time that year, right, Coach? Isn't that what you said? That was the 4th. I just want to make sure.
what I heard.
Okay,
That's
4th
right.
time. Yeah, okay, 4th time.
Sully has left the building. Holy crap.
Sorry, Hildebrand. Love you, bud.
Anywho,
The year before, we're in the finals, and we should have won. Shoulda, could have, whatever. If we play that team, in my mind, if we play them 10 times, we should win 9, 8. We lose. Excuse me, I have this cough.
yeah, you're good.
But we
good.
used lose the year before in a tough match. And our setter, who the following year is the MVP, player of the country, the national player of the year, our setter, he did not have a good match in the loss.
Another
But
story.
he dedicated himself that next year, the whole year,
Yeah.
to never doing that again. That was a big deal. And now, same thing that happened in our next win.
Yeah.
New team that happened with NYU. We dedicated ourselves, and what else helps is that we had way too many seniors this year. Not planned on, but we had 9 seniors.
Wow, it's a lot.
Yeah, we're a little bit different. For those who don't know, we're we're affiliated with the beliefs of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Oh, LDS, yep.
Young men go on missions.
Yeah.
Sometimes they go on a mission right out of high school. Sometimes they go to school or college first and then go on a mission.
Right.
Sometimes they don't go on missions. But whatever they do, it just culminated in guys coming and going that we had 9 seniors now.
Wow.
And so the maturity and the guttiness and the wanting to from the year, before that to prove ourselves, that was a big deal.
That's
So yeah, that was our 90-91. We lose to 90. We beat USC 3 times, and they beat us. And we just, I mean, as soon as we saw each other that next year at school, we saw in everybody's eyes we were on a mission for sure. And we lose to SC 3 times. Brian Ivey at his peak of his, of who he was, and then we wind up winning in 91. But you talked about when you lost against Springfield. Was it more of a humbling loss for them as a culture, or did it make them hungry? You know what I mean? Because there's a difference, and it just kind of depends on the culture of your team. So which was it for you guys?
I think it was more being hungry now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always tough for me. Maybe that's just me, but when I see a good team that we're going to play, I can't just say, "Hey, we're going to beat those guys just because we're better."
Right.
It was hard. Springfield's always good. They were good. This year in particular, they have more All-Americans than we do, I think. And
Sound familiar? Yeah.
and so I didn't know, well, should we beat these guys? Should we not? And so it's more of a humbling. Oh boy, we've got work to do, and now we're hungry, I think.
Right. Okay. Coley, I cut you off. Sorry, buddy.
don't worry about it. No worries.
You're good. Yeah. So you said this is one of your most special teams for Division III, and you've been to the top in Division I. And how many more years you got left, Coach?
Oh my goodness. Well, as you can tell, I'm getting a little long in the tooth, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Year to year,
You're
Still enjoying it though.
Yeah.
I enjoy the guys so much.
Yeah.
And I enjoy
Important.
being here. I didn't know I would this is Virginia, and I want to say that for the whole state of Virginia, this is the first volleyball championship.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And and just the people that are here, my wife and I did not know when we came here a little over 8 years ago now that we'd like it so much. We could retire here. And that's a surprise to me.
Yeah.
And the people are wonderful. You can talk to them and they'll just talk to you. My wife has a little joke that you go to the grocery store and you may only have one person in front of you at the checkout, but it could take you a half hour because that's
Checkout.
going to get in this conversation with the cashier. Yeah, it's that kind of place. It's
That's
fun.
Oh, that's
awesome.
wonderful.
What's life going to be for you after retirement?
I cannot imagine not being involved somehow.
Okay.
Somebody's got to take me and wheel me in somewhere and let me at least be part of something. Yeah.
It sounds like your wife will kick you out of the house potentially, right? That's awesome.
I have a question. I know you mentioned it earlier, and if you had this question, Dave, I'm sorry I'm taking it from you, but you coached both the men and the women. You're now with men. You've been with men for a while now, but what do you see the differences? And obviously, would like one or the other, but what's the difference for that?
Yeah, it's always a question. And again, I'm going to start by saying there are more similarities than dissimilarities.
Okay.
There are differences. The culture is just a little bit different. I think it's true that women don't care how much you know till they know how much you care. That's kind of a saying that is true.
Okay.
And I think that guys, you can just tell, okay, you guys go jump high, hit hard, and that's what they do. But women, I think they listen to you more. They're respectful, I guess, in a way and so if you're good at strategy and talking to them and not talking too long, because I think that there's a chance for a coach when you're talking to some gals, they will listen to you. And so you kind of feel this power and you talk too much. Just go after it. Get things done fast on the volleyball court. And they will love you if you treat them well. If you don't treat them well, it's not good.
Yeah.
And sometimes they can hold grudges a little bit. They might not even say something to each other on the women's side, but they can hold a grudge.
We're all married,
Usually
Coach.
duke it out before that happens.
We're all married, Coach. We get it. Yeah. We only have to be in coach in that when you just said, just
My,
kidding.
my wife and I, she played volleyball at UCLA in the early 90s, and we both got to coach high school together. And we coached the boys and the girls, the boys for 2 years and the girls for 7 within those 2 years. And I enjoyed coaching the girls more than the boys. And when we go back to coaching soon, and we're going to go back to coaching high school, hopefully, or sometime after my son goes to college, we're going to coach girls. I don't want to coach boys. We want to coach girls together. So I think it's what you said for me, and I'm glad you said it, is I think they just listen a little more, right? And that doesn't mean coaching boys or men isn't amazing, right? But like they just listen a little more, and like I feel like you could teach a little more, right? And you get further along, and so yeah, great. I appreciate that.
Can I follow on a question to that? I'm sorry, Barry.
Go ahead.
Just so Coach Wingert was the announcer for the broadcast, and he said something that stuck with me, and I wanted to ask you about it because we've had this kind of this discussion around the D3 game versus the D1 game a little bit since I've joined. But he said something, and I'm paraphrasing here, but no other sports divisional athletes are closer than in volleyball. And I wonder, like, since you've seen obviously intimate in between D1 and D3 men's at least, like is that gap really closing now? And they pointed out Jarrett Anderson, who went from Springfield and played at GCU last year, and he was playing against UCLA and playing against Long Beach in the semis and stuff. And so, just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, in general, it's closer than what most people would think. Maybe there's a height difference. I mean, it's just like the draft in basketball. If you give a team the first 10 draft choices, they're probably going to have a better team. But 20. The draft number 20 is going to be pretty darn good. And I think it's kind of that way in volleyball. Maybe per player, they're a little bit taller, but the competitiveness and athleticism and all is pretty darn close. Actually, some of the smaller guys, as you guys probably would agree, are more athletic in a lot of ways. So, yeah, it's close.
Has it gotten smaller, that gap, over the years? I mean, over the decades, you've kind of seen it from both sides.
Well, I would say that the growth of volleyball is that there are so many volleyball players that are good that cannot go to UCLA or Long Beach or whatever.
Northridge.
So they filter on down.
Northridge.
Yeah. And I think that in general, we have to have, I don't know what the magic number is, but we have several guys that could go play in D1 and play most anywhere. And I think you have to do that if you want to win a championship. So,
and like you said, you're starting to see a little more parity in all college sports. Obviously, the portal's changed that, but a lot of it is because, when we were all playing high school volleyball, there was, at least where we lived in Southern California, there was club, but there was like 6 teams, like 4 teams. You'd have 8 teams. You'd go play at JOs, and there's 30 teams. There's not 500 teams. You go to a gym anywhere across the country on a Saturday and a Sunday during the fall for boys or in the summer. There's so many boys. There's so many girls playing volleyball now. It is ridiculous in a good way, right? The volleyball has been so much more. So like you said, like you train, you go get a personal trainer, you're on a club team, you're doing all this stuff. Not everyone gets to go to UCLA or Stanford. There's just not enough spots. So like you said, I know Chuck English, who's the assistant coach at Cal Lu, and I've been able to watch what they've been doing, and they took Santa Barbara to 5. I mean, they gave Northridge a run for their money. I mean, they lost, but they had chances in different matches and part of the games. I mean, and it's great to see that it's doing that, and I can't wait. Maybe you'll be the first one. Let's see a D3 team beat a D1 team. I think that would be. It would be hard for the D1 program, but I think it would be maybe another pivotal moment like your Penn State win against UCLA. Like, wow, there are a lot of options, and I could go to school and play this sport.
Cal Lu came close.
Yeah.
They went 5 with Santa Barbara this year.
So with D3 closing the gap on D1, and there's no athletic scholarships, and I don't know a lot about D3, is the NIL involved in D3?
I'm sure it will filter down just like anything else. The teams that in D1 that are the teams that have money, that's different. Those teams jumped in on the bandwagon really fast. When you pay millions of dollars now to get a basketball player, millions and millions of dollars to get this football player, it's just going to filter down. And in a lot of ways, I'll be honest, I think it kind of ruins a lot of things. But yeah, in D3, there are no rules. That's what about the NIL. And I don't know much about it except that there are no rules. It used to, they could, what do they call it now? Instead of a donor, it's
A collective.
collective.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
collective. That's all it is. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. We talk about it all the time, Coach.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys. So, who gets to pay what? Who does what? And I'm sure that if some D3 team right now is trying to figure out who are these good, who has a bunch of money. Let's go get some guys and pay them a bunch of money so we can win a championship.
Yeah.
In some ways, that's a shame.
No doubt. I mean, we're all torn. I mean, I'm torn on it in ways, and we don't have to go down the path, but I think the athletes deserve to get paid, and I'll say that. I think they should have been paid years ago on their name, image, and likeness, and this could have been not solved easily, but it could have been resolved the right way 20 years ago had they seen they were making billions of dollars. With that being said, it is a shit show. And I have a son that played basketball in college during the NLL just started. He was at UCLA and then he finished at Eastern Washington. I have another one that's going to be, he's got one more year of high school and then he's going to go play basketball at Washington State. So I'm kind of in it and seeing it all. And it's great in a lot of ways, and it's really ruining sports in other ways. And it's a shame. And what it does is it hurts our sport, right? We just saw what happened with GCU, and it is all about money for most. And I don't know how to resolve it. I think they need to understand that it's a professional sport, and they need to contract it up, collective bargaining, salary caps, contracts, the only way to do it. And then kids are either going to have to pay the money back or they have to stay at the school. And I think it would probably solve a little bit, but that's, again, it's a long conversation. And you know, I don't know if I really know the answer to it.
Yeah, and you guys know more than I do about it. And if you don't know how to solve it, I'm for sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot.
Well, and what's great about it is I'm going to pivot away from it. Is what's great about it, Coach, is you just won a national championship, and you stated that this arguably could be the closest team you ever had, and you're not dealing with NIL bullshit. You're not paying kids to come play. You have kids that want to be there. You have young men, not kids, excuse me, young men that want to play volleyball, that love the game, that love each other, that love the whole process. That's awesome. And it's awesome that you're able to win it. And all of these men, as you know, because you've still talked to all the ones from the other, they have this for the rest of their lives. They have this with this group, with this family, with this team, with the state, with this whole thing with volleyball. They have it forever. And, you know, money comes and goes, but that stuff doesn't. And that's great.
Absolutely.
So to wrap this up real quick, guys, and keeping it on the national championship team this year, I want to kind of give a shout out to where these guys are from and how it's going to sting a little bit when the GCU. So Coach has got a kid from Brazil. He's got more kids from Arizona, Utah, knowing this is a LDS environment, right? But still, there's a ton of kids from Arizona, Utah, Nevada, Virginia. You have Pennsylvania. You have New Mexico, you have Texas, you have Colorado on here, all across the country trying to play this game at the next level. And we're talking a ton of Arizona kids, by the way, on Coach's roster. So I just wanted to point that out to close this out, to say this sport is growing. To drop it is a mistake. And for these guys to come together from all across the country. So we're not talking
for California.
UCLA, you know, SC, that's all from Southern California. You're talking about all over the country. Coach Peterson was able to put them together to win a Division III national champion group there. All kudos to you, Coach. All kudos to your wife, by the way, and your staff and all the guys there. Again, congratulations. And we were very privileged for you to come on Set the Pipe.
Well, thank you for saying that. Just real fast, they need to change Coach of the Year to Staff of the Year.
Oh, yeah, you can make that for sure. Yeah,
That's well
it's
said.
important.
That's
Yeah.
great.
That's
And again,
important.
I want to echo what Sully just said. Really appreciate you, Coach, coming on and to just telling, you know, giving us all your knowledge. I think one of the best things that I heard, which just reiterates it for me when I talk to my children, is, you know, how important losing is. right? And we don't talk about it enough as in this generation with these kids. And I think just that message alone is fantastic. But you've been amazing. You crushed it. I hope you win another one next year. Go back to back. We'll be still doing this podcast. We'd love to have you back on, and maybe one of these times. Do you ever come out here? Would you ever come out and play Cal-Loo out here in California?
We'd love to help us fundraise some money.
Money talks, baby.
Yep, there it is. Give me another year until my kid gets up to school, because he's going to start paying me with what's going on around here.
All right, watch out. I'll be there. All right.
No, but thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it so much.
Welcome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
It's been a
Coach.
pleasure.
All right, everybody, and welcome back to Set the Pipe. I'm Sully, and the rest of the crew is here. CK, Bear, DDT, Dave DeTinley is here, and today we are joined by an 11-time national champion, Coach Charlie Sullivan. Charlie, welcome to Set the Pipe, brother.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
You
Glad
bet.
you made it, Coach. Glad to have you on. Really excited to hear your
Awesome.
story and get it out to a lot of people here.
Great
Yep.
to see
So,
you.
like we said before, sit back, relax. Dave's got your bio here, and we're all tuned in. Dave.
Thank you. All right. Coach Sullivan has been the head coach at Springfield College for 26 seasons. He has led Springfield, as Sully alluded to. There's a lot of Sullys on this call.
Studs.
National championships, including 5 NCAA Division III titles and 6 Moulton Division III titles. His overall coaching record is in the 700th percentage. Well done, Coach. 11 National Coach of the Year awards and 31 across all different orgs and levels. National Coach of the Year awards. Teams have dominated Division III, posting a 926 winning percentage against all D3 opponents. Coach, there's a reference to a 47 match winning streak in there. We'd love to explore that. In addition to that, Sullivan has coached over what does it have here? 7 AVCA National Players of the Year and produced 66 All-Americans and holds numerous D3 records. I have to tell you, I was telling them off camera, I started looking through the currently published NCAA record books. I did a quick search for Springfield College. There's 140 references to records that your program holds. In addition to his college coaching, he's also done a lot of international and national team coaching. 2001, he was the head coach of USA Athletes International, and they won the bronze at the Arafura Games in Australia. 2007, the assistant coach at the FIVB World Cup in Japan. 2008, the head coach of the USA Select A1 camp. 2014, the head coach of the U.S. Pan Am team, which went on to win the silver at the Pan American Cup. 2016, scout coach at the Rio Olympics, where the senior team, won bronze. And since 2021, has been the head coach of the U.S. boys U19 teams. And the latest, he won the gold at the 2024 North Sika Games with this
Not
team.
too shabby.
So,
That's amazing.
welcome, Coach Sullivan.
Thanks for having me.
Coach, this is kind of customary for me to ask this. You're sitting back listening to all these things. I'm listening to them. All of us are listening to them. How does it make you feel to reflect on all of those accolades? And I know you're not doing it for you, but to hear that, does it make you feel great to just see what you've accomplished in all these years of coaching young athletes in this sport?
I never try to get caught up in the past. I have a lot of concerns, a lot of goals, a lot of thoughts about what I can do better tomorrow. So those things just kind of la 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 la, and I know what I got to do to be better tomorrow. So I'm more focused on my future than the past.
Yeah, great answer. But I'm going to hold you on a spot for this. When you reflect and hear this in a
Yes.
place like this, season just went over. You lost in the national championship. Another opportunity, to play at that high of a level. Like, to sit back and go, wow, like I coached the Olympics. I've coached USA teams to gold medals. I've coached 11 national championships in college. I've competed for years. I've coached young men, helped them graduate and start their families. Like, all of that stuff for you, like, is overwhelming is probably not the right word, but I know you're looking for the future, but it's got to just go wow, right? I mean, a little wow factor, at least for me it is, of what you've accomplished, because it's such an amazing career.
Yeah, I think the wow is more about the relationships and thinking about like, hey, Brandon Mueller, that was a phenomenal experience when, I wanted to be tight in the block and he trusted me, or like, seeing the guys run around afterwards, or hearing their testimonies to how gracious they are to have gone through the process, and they've grown as people and players, and then they come back with their kids. And so if there's any wow, it's just about the relationships and the great people that have been around for all those journeys.
Awesome.
Coach, I got to ask you this. Up on one of the broadcasts where it was either in the semis or of this year's national tournament or the finals, something was mentioned that did it really come down to a coin flip when you first arrived at Springfield College to decide what sport? I might have misinterpreted it, but what sport you would actually end up coaching? Is there truth to that?
Yeah, this is how most of my podcasts start. Someone gets wind of this story and they want more details, but it's not accurate at Springfield. But I graduated from Springfield College. I foolishly only had a goal not to work and to play soccer somewhere, and I had a opportunity to play soccer in England from September to December. I had a tryout in South Africa, the height of apartheid, 1991, in January. But so I ran out of money my first weekend in London. Phenomenal weekend, great time, and so I went to this school with another friend of mine, and we said, "Can we cut the lawn?" Or I'm an excellent painter, or something I can do just to make money. And they sent us to their sister school in Rome, Italy, where they needed an AD phys ed teacher, and I was a phys ed major, and my resume set up perfectly, and we turned down the job, and then we took the job to December, and then the first year the school had gone co-ed. It had been an all-girls school, and in the international school system in Rome, Italy, there was an all-males school, Notre Dame, and there was an American school that had built established sports program. The Notre Dame school was closed, so all the athletes went to the American school, and we were the international school. And they didn't have a sports program, so the headmistress and the administration were really animated about starting a sports program, so increase enrollment. And the first season was boys volleyball, and this headmistress said, "This is really important. We have to do a good job. We have to have a good team." I got out of the office. I was like, "I've never even seen a volleyball match before. There's no way I can do that. That's a lot of responsibility." And so the other friend of mine said the same thing. So we decided we would flip a coin, and the loser would be the boys volleyball coach. So my career started with a coin toss loss.
Loser.
And my dad
in Italy.
My dad explains it as I fell down the stairs and came up with a haircut and a shave.
It's a better story.
So that's how it started, guys.
That's a great story.
That's cool.
It's just so awesome because it I hear so many things from you can't be a great coach if you didn't play or if you never grew up around the sport. You're just obviously a prime example of someone that put the work in and fell in love with it and learned it, but from there. But unbelievable. This was so great. We started this whole podcast to tell stories. What a hell of a story. Like you have 11 national championships, you have all these coaches of the years, you've coached the Olympics, and the only reason you coach volleyball is because you lost a coin toss in Italy to coach soccer or volleyball. Unbelievable.
This is a great podcast.
So your success, Coach, what do you attribute it to? Like, did you have a mentor or anything? Or like, you've been so successful. How is that?
Well, Bear, just to continue on that story, I didn't even attend a volleyball game at Springfield College, but I knew of the coach. And so this is pre-email and stuff. So I wrote him a letter. I said, "Can you help me?" And he must have Xerox copied a couple of chapters of a book and some drills and sent them back to me.
Xerox.
And nailed it.
The first match, we were going into the match versus the American school overseas, the other school in Rome, who we have to beat to have a good program. And I remember having nothing to offer in terms of volleyball strategy. I didn't even know if there was timeouts. We had a manager, his name was Stefano, he's like 4 feet tall. I was like, I kept on saying, 'cause I didn't tell anyone. I said, "Hey, the rules the same here as they are in America." And I said, "Do we get timeouts?" He said, "We get 2." And that's great, same in America. And then we changed bench. I was like, "Why is everyone going over there?" So we changed benches between games. I was like, "That's the same in America. It's unbelievable." And but my point is, Bear, to answer your question, is that I had everything to offer that group in terms of leadership, of cohesion, and leadership of working together. And that has been a foundation of every team I've coached since. And that's been the priority of every team I've coached since. Talked to one of the guys that went through the World Championships last with the U19 team, and they'll say, "Oh, Sullivan talks all the time about culture and attitude and behavior." And so I came up with some pretty good drills on my own when I first started practice. I had the facilities guys cut a board like 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, and they would hold that. and the serve would come, and I was teaching angles, kind of blindly, like a blind squirrel finding a nut in the forest once in a while. But so some things I'm pretty proud of, like my intuitivity of just like tuning in and how to do these skills. But everything was focused around, I've been part of a good team before. Everything's focused around being a great team and working great together, and that's been the foundation of every team I've coached since. So pretty cool.
Well, I'm going to say this. If anyone's listening, hopefully you are, hit subscribe and always set the pipe. All you coaches from every level, listen to what Coach just said. Guy's one of the most successful coaches in the history of men's volleyball and didn't even know the game when he started. He built it on culture, teaching, camaraderie, winning together, losing together. You can win championships if you learn how to do it. And I'm sure as we're going to talk, you learn more and more on the X's and O's and got the right people around you to do that. But it's incredible. What an incredible story. That's why I love sports. You just hear stories like this all the time, that just success from pure dedication, perseverance, and just wanting to be, great at your craft. And I think you really qualify for all those.
Yeah, if I can go on, CK, the 2 stories I have. I remember in my room, like trying to write on a piece of paper, like here's the rotation 1 with setter, opposite, middle, outside, and then here's how we'll set up in service receive. This is what we'll look at like in base position, and transition offense will look like this. I remember being able to do on my own like a 5-1, a 4-2, a 6-2. And like stand in my room going like, yes, I understand the rotations. Like it was unbelievable. But forward all the way to last World Championships, and you mentioned we won the gold in Norseca's with our U19 team last summer. That was to qualify for this summer's World Championships. 2 years ago, the last cycle's World Championships was in Argentina. We were the first USA team ever to make the semifinal, and the quarterfinal was versus Bulgaria, the number one seed in the tournament, and they have the setter from Long Beach, the current setter from Long Beach, the setter, and he wasn't even their best player. But we had both finished a really late match the night before to go to the quarterfinals, and then we had the first match of the day the next day. And I said to the guys, "We got such nez. This is like JOs. This is like AAUs. Like we do this all the time. These guys never do this." And they didn't have the best, in my opinion, cohesion and culture of working together really well. And once we got into them in game 1, we spanked them. And once we got into them and got them, working against each other, we won that match in 61 minutes. We had no business winning that match talent-wise. We had no business hanging with that team, outside to outside, middle to middle. But we banged them in 1, we banged them in 2. They started to wake up in 3. I won a nice deuce game in 3, like 20-26, and got out of there to achieve this milestone of being the first USA team ever to be in the Final Four, and to do it by beating the number 1 team in the tournament. So it's all back to the same thing, and it was all about how we work together. And our good team cohesion, our good attitudes, our good relationship building was very evident in terms of our increase our level of play, but also decreasing their skill to do that, because they could compare looking across the net and know they didn't have the substance. Right. They didn't have the foundation. They didn't have the skills and talent to battle that. And that was really cool. And like I said, Barrett, to start, it's all about how we work together all the time.
That's awesome. By the way, Moni was 16, so let's not throw him too much under the bus at that point.
Well, we were a year younger.
So he might not have been the best players at that point. But hey, on a U19, sorry, I love the guy. I'm just a big fan. So
we don't use our full.
That's a huge. That's awesome. I mean, that's to get in that kind of thing. And I got to play a little bit international too and stuff. Like what a great opportunity to coach that and to lead, like you said, the first time ever to be something with all the great volleyball players we've had in this country that have all played through the USA, that have all played through those things, to never get to the semifinals, and for you to lead a team like that there is pretty incredible. We've won gold medals in the Olympics, we've won silvers, we've won bronzes, and then to never win a semifinal, get to the semifinals ever at that U19 is incredible. And for you to get there, congrats.
Hey, Charlie, for you being a soccer player for so long, and then you had this opportunity to coach volleyball, did you ever get the itch to try to go back to soccer, coach soccer? Or was it just like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to dedicate myself, and just fell in love with it? Or because, soccer's a big deal all across the world, so I'm curious.
Well, I was a little freaked out when the national team started to be sponsored by Adidas, because that was like really conflicting for me. When I was wearing Adidas clothes, because that's all you wore when you were a soccer player,
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And so that was weird. But no, I did this 4 years at this international school and got better at coaching. I coached the volleyball team. I started doing boys and girls. Rita Crockett was at my school.
Oh.
Her daughter was in my 3rd grade class.
Wow.
And so immediately I said, we need a parent-teacher conference to get on the same page here, and maybe I can ask your mom a couple questions.
How's my daughter doing in school? We'll talk about it in a second. What did you do in rotation, too?
What is a rotation? Yeah, so, I was good tapping in her. I would go to the Massagero practices with her and watch them practice. I got to be in that gym. So here I am a month into my volleyball career, and I'm in the best club team in Europe's gym. I mean, I was just getting water for everybody, but I was still there watching and learning and absorbing stuff.
Sponge.
It was amazing. So
no new itch to go back to soccer, huh?
No, so I finished that 4 years, and I fell in love with coaching. I had no idea I wanted to be a
Just
coach.
coaching.
And actually, the first moment I knew I was going to be the coach the rest of my life was the second season. That first year, I was coaching the girls' basketball team.
Oh.
And we had one American who could dribble the ball. The rest were players I'd never seen basketball before. A girl from Ethiopia. We had Val, who was a really good athlete. She was Italian. We had 27 countries in our student body. We were playing in the military league, like the Army base. We'd play Vicenza.
Yep.
We'd go to Sigonella, play the naval base. So we're playing kids that know basketball. They're Americans. They're tough kids. And we played this team, Vicenza. They won the league like the last 11 years. We were the last seed. They're averaging 35, 40-point wins. And there's no shot clock. So this is what I think I'm really good at secondary in terms of coaching is scouting and figuring out a way to be successful. If you watched our national championship final, you wouldn't believe me right now. But so
I was there. We can get into that later.
That really still hurts. I've actually slept one night since then, so that was really cool to get 7 hours of sleep.
I lost May 8th, 1993, and I still haven't slept, so I'm waiting.
We hear it all the time.
Trust me, I hear you, Coach. I hear you, Coach.
It's all good. But we got the ball, and they had a press. They would just press and score. They had 3-2, 3/4 court press. And I said, we can break this press. They go into a 2-on-2 zone, and we'll just dribble the ball at half court. And so we actually broke the press and dribbled the first quarter out, and they're freaking. It's 0-0. They're yelling like, "You can't do this!" People are throwing tomatoes at me. No shot clock. And so their girls are going, "Keep your hands up! They're gonna come! They're gonna come!" And we had a great person-to-person offense lined up, and we get the ball, break the press, second corner. We start dribbling. It's halfway through. They are literally losing their And so they finally come out and play person, and we run a backdoor screen, funny layup, 2-0, and all of our girls run off the floor, start hugging everyone on the bench, and they go down and score a layup. This is what I was dealing with. This is the basketball IQ I was dealing with. So I go, if we ever score again, we got to stay on the floor and play defense. This was so we ended up losing that game 14-12, missed about 20 layups. But during that second quarter, when that all was going down, and the goosebumps were coming through my shirt and my arm, I was like, "This is what I want to do for the rest of my life.
Awesome.
This is where I'm supposed to be." And getting a group of people together and leading groups of people together to be the best version of themselves. It was coming out there, and that's when I decided I was going to be a coach the rest of my life. So to continue, as I went back to grad school after that 4 years in Italy to get a master's degree because I wanted to coach college. I thought I was getting a little bit more intense than the athletes at the level I was at. I wanted to get a more dedicated athlete, and so I went back, got my master's. And in my master's program, I was helping the soccer team and the volleyball team. I was still kind of deciding, but I think every soccer application and interview I did had another 100 guys with great accents, and the volleyball world had like 4. And I was starting to figure things out in volleyball. Our head coach all the time, I'd be like, "Why did they do this? And shouldn't we have done that? And can we do this?" And start to make game plans and scout reports. And I just thought I'd give college volleyball a shot. If it didn't work out, I had a number of offers to be a high school AD, and I could always fall back to that. I just knew if I wanted to do this college coaching thing, volleyball is a better route or easier route, more obtainable probably, and I could always go down to high school if it wasn't successful. So that's kind of how I chose.
I mean, I guess some would probably maybe argue, but I think you turned out to be pretty successful.
Haircut and shave. Haircut and
working
shave.
out. It's
Haircut
working
and
out.
shave.
He's still
You've
working
done
on
okay.
it. What you
You've
said,
done
Brett,
okay.
he's still working on it, trying to get better.
But that's what makes that, again, that's to me what makes coaches like you, Coach Sullivan, great, and why like the people we've talked to on this show and is because one of the first things you said when we talked about your accolades was how I can get better going forward. What can I do to grow? What can I do to change to help these guys? You're always thinking about how to be better, and no matter how great you are, everyone can get better, right? I don't care if you're Michael Jordan, LeBron James, or you're Misty May. Like you can always still get better, and it's refreshing to hear a coach like yourself who's been doing this for such a long time, who started in a very unique way, that just wants to continue to get better, which only encourages and helps the athletes that you get to work with.
Yeah,
Those are some outstanding stories right there, internationally with Argentina and everything. I'm sure you got to have a very, very crazy situation that's happened to you overseas or internationally. Like, I don't know, showing up to a match like with a minute to go or food poisoning or something. Do you have anything like that? Something just a super crazy story internationally?
I think the craziest one was I was a scout coach for the 2016 Olympics in Rio. And so I was just scouting the opponents and helping out the staff a little bit. But at that event, and John will attest to this, it was insane. It was the last day of the Olympics, it's Sunday, the last day, and there was the soccer gold medal match going on right next to the volleyball arena. And we took the bus from our hotel, and we went to go to the arena. We were perfectly on time, and they wouldn't let us down the road, the military police. Our translator was doing nothing. And so we go around again, and we go down another road, and they wouldn't let us down. And it was getting kind of hectic on the bus because no one wanted to be late for the bronze medal match. And and it just got that. I wish we had a better translator that day. He was just not. He didn't understand. Like,
it done.
This is really urgent.
Portuguese,
we need to get
that
out
might
of
be
the
your
bus
first
and
problem.
talk to the person with the machine gun because we need to go down the road. So
Wow.
so finally, and it was I was like, I'm head of delegation or scout coach. I'm just supposed to be supporting and helping everyone. And John goes out, Sprague goes out, and he like literally moves the barricade and points to the bus to go down. And I'm looking through the window going,
Oh my!
this is a true TMZ moment right now. Like I probably should be helping John, but I don't want to die.
choices in the world.
Like literally lock it up. John gets pushed away, and we have to walk. We have to huff the last quarter mile to the stadium, in which it starts to rain. It's raining. Like, it's unbelievable. And we get there, and Rush is already there. They're like, why you go so late? They're like, well, our bus couldn't come down. Like, our bus came down, no problem. So that was the craziest scene, Bear. And it was really a testament of our players. Their just their focus wasn't wavered, and then we went and lost the first two games. They lost the first two games and come back and just have all these things going wrong, and still persevering and gritting through that situation. But that was when John moved the barricade and the military police all came over. I was like, "Oh my God, this is insane!"
That's the stuff they don't always show you on NBC, and like that's the thing about being an athlete is, and Coach, you've been all over, you've coached internationally, like. Things don't just work out easily where you get off your plane and you show up and everything's peachy keen and unicorns and rainbows. I mean, you're about to play for the bronze medal in the Olympic Games. Oh, sorry, you guys you can't come in here. What? What do you mean? Yeah, just go ahead and walk. It's only half a mile. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine before the match. It's good.
Insane.
It's crazy.
Not even in shoes. Everyone had like flippers on it. Slippers on
right?
it. Like not even sneakers. Like insane. So
you've been all across the world. So when I vision any college coaches, no matter what level, in D3, you get all these opportunities to go all across the world. How did you get in that situation? One, and two, I'd love to hear your top 3 places that you actually visited and why.
Well, I think I got in that situation based on what CK saying earlier. Doug Beal was the national team coach, and Doug Beal had got an honorary degree from Springfield College, the 100th year of volleyball. So he came out to graduation. He met our volleyball coach, and that's the guy I didn't know when I went my first game. I mailed him a letter. He emailed me drills back. So our coach Joel Deering just went to Beal and said, "Would you take this guy to be your intern for the summer?" And I spent like 6 weeks with the national team with Doug Beal. Slept on the floor of the office. The more packages that came in, the more bubble wrap I could acquire. I had something resembling a mattress.
Were you in Colorado Springs at the office there?
Yeah.
In Colorado Springs. Yep.
I was raised in
Yep, I know it.
A1, the little office on the A gym closed at 9 p.m. So all the things had to brush teeth, go to the bathroom before then. The women's staff would come in every morning like, "What the hell are you doing sleeping on the floor?" I was like, "Don't ask, no one knows. Don't tell anyone. I don't want to mess this up." Doug Beal he works people pretty hard, right? So he gave me, at the time, Spirito, the guy from Italy, was making data volley with Beal.
Oh.
He was a programmer. He was taking Beal's volleyball knowledge. And Beal had a scout program for his first 60 matches or so, but it didn't do anything really. It gave very minimal information. And so he said to me, "I want to know what we're siding out versus jump serve versus float serve, what our transition percentages, like eight columns that this program didn't get him." And he gave it to me at like 12 o'clock. He said, "I want these 60 matches done. And I want these programs. You have to open up the code for the program and read the code, the line of code." And I had to tally those 8 different columns. And so, I mean, I'm doing 2 practices too. They're practicing twice a day, and I'm setting up for the women's team. And so the next day after the first practice at noon, Doug Beal goes, "Hey, are you done with that?" And I've done like 1.5 matches. And my whole goal, the whole 6 weeks, was never say I can't do it or no. I said, "Coach, I'm so close. So close to being done with this. I'm going to crush this." I am like, figured I got it down in like 40 minutes a match. And I just had a case of Mountain Dew and like a case of Snicker bars. And I would just crush Mountain Dew and crush Snickers and got this thing done in like 2 days. Right? And crushed it. And then he wanted it on one piece of paper. So I brought him the paper and he goes, what's this? SOJS. So that's side out jump serve, coach. But if you want different letters on it, I can put whatever you want on it. So I don't know about that. And then he goes, he dangles the paper. Goes, "What's this?" I go, "That's the paper. You wanted it on one page." He goes, "Where's the stock?" I had no idea what stock was. I had no, I don't even, it was sticker paper. So I run out into the office. Remember, were you there when Daryl was there, CK?
Yeah.
He was the stat guy. Yeah. I go, "God, does anyone have a manila folder?" He's like, "What?" I was like, and I found one. I just threw the contents out. I cut the tab off, and I put that through the printer. I mean, I had the stock. Like 90 seconds later, I'm back in his office with stock. And it's the other acronym he wanted. And so he goes, "Well, I don't know if I would label this." I was like, he just complained the whole time. And it was on like 5.2 font because it was like 60 matches on one piece of paper.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my God.
Magnifying glass. So my point is that this was only 2 or 3 days of my life for that 6 weeks. The whole time was like that. Wow. And I never complained. I never asked for anything. I didn't need food. I didn't need a place to sleep. I was in the gym or doing whatever assignment you wanted. There's only one time I had to say no. We scrimmaged Nippon Steel, a Japanese national team. Mm-hmm. Hiroshima, their best player was like the Michael Jordan of volleyball. He was on that Japanese team. And I was doing an iPad back in the day. This is like 98, 97.
Cutting it.
It's like 99.
Whoa.
Yeah.
We had a touch screen iPad that I could put like Millar and Soho blocking if they blocked the left side attack. And then I could get out of the entering program and get into the statistical program and it'd give me like, what's your blocking percentage individually with whatever player I wanted to match you up with, whatever side. It was amazing. And but it took like a minute to get from the entering stage to the getting the stat stage. And Beal wanted it in a timeout. And that's the only time I said, "Coach, I can't do that. It's not possible." And he was like, "What?" I was like, that's the one time I said I couldn't do something. Yeah. And I think out of that, I never got a thank you or for a dollar or anything.
You want some more Snickers? Nothing like that.
I haven't had a Snicker since. I have not eaten a Snicker since. Halloween comes, I like stay away from the Snickers. But so I think out of that, all of a sudden I got the chance to be the assistant coach of the junior national team, and then I got a chance to go, Human Touching brought me a lot to his international tournaments to be a scout coach. And once I got my foot in the door, I just continued to work hard and get more opportunities. When I when I had an opportunity to do my best work there, and just kept on moving up. So
that's what you got from it. Like you said, what did they give you? You got a career to go coach volleyball because you worked your ass off and did whatever it took to get it done and to show the staff, Doug included, what you were about. And incredible. Again,
I got to be in the best gym in the world. I mean, here I am again. Like, I have very few years of volleyball experience, but I've been around the best volleyball in the world.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. That's amazing.
Top three places, Charlie.
Top 3 places. You know, I always want to go back to Italy with a team, but I've never been. So I speak Italian. It would be perfect. It's just never worked out be with the national team or my U19 team. Argentina was great because I think the volleyball culture in Argentina is really special. They're really about maximizing their talent and doing things like I'm talking about as a team better than anyone else. And if it's a unique system or a unique kind of, the pops and flares, all that stuff the middle's doing now, it was Argentina and Iran that started all that stuff. So Argentina was really cool. You got me on the spot a little bit here. It's easy. I've been, Europe's great. I mean, we're going to go to Uzbekistan this summer.
Oh, nice.
So I don't really have a great top 3 for you, but certainly all the places we go it's always a great opportunity to see volleyball in a different culture because the things Iran are doing, like you never thought you could do that in volleyball.
Yeah.
Like the opposite starts 10 feet out the sideline and just parallel to net hits a back one. You're like, what? Like we would never tell our setters to do the stuff that Maruf was doing. But it's just part of you see their culture, see the Asian culture, how the Japanese team plays. You see the European culture, the German. It's just great to see cultures come out in volleyball, see different systems because when you grow up with one system in the States, you think this is the way it has to be done, and then there's a whole other way to do it. And that's one of my best lines about not being a volleyball person is like it's really easy to think outside the box when you have no idea what the box is.
Right.
That's been great for me. So, yeah,
it's great. I have a question because listening to you talk about something, I think it's very interesting. So I've asked a lot of coaches this from Al Knipe. We've had men's and women's coaches. I've asked them what's changed from the game back in the early 90s. I mean, you were there when you were coaching in Italy in the 90s and then where you're doing now. I've always asked what's changed from the game, like the difference from then to then. Obviously it's speed, but something you just touched base about that I think is I've overlooked it in the entire podcast that we've done here is analytics. When we played, guys were taking a piece of paper and just charting, he hits angle, he hits angle, he hits angle. Yep. You just talked about what you were doing with data volley with Coach Beal and doing all this stuff to change and to grasp and to understand it. Do you think that's also a big reason over the last 25, 30 years while the game's evolved? Not just obviously the speed, the athleticism, everyone's bigger, you can serve, but do you think that has a big impact on why the game has changed with regards to analytics that wasn't really around when we were playing in analytics to an extent weren't really around in the early 90s?
Yeah, well, one thing to your point there, like Daryl, the stat guy for the national team, was like, "You got to stop doing all this work because when you leave, he's going to think I can do this work." I was like, "Hey man, you're on your own, buddy. I got my stuff to do here." But I think CK, to answer your question, I think the stats haven't changed the game as much as the serve has. Like this just overpowering serve and therefore being better in high ball. Like even at the last Olympics, the high ball attacking efficiency and the strategy around it changed dramatically. Like it got better. Like now that we have the instant review where we can really see if it's off the fingers or not, that's added a whole nother level. And you see the Japanese team, they were blocking and they would just close their fists because you bring your hands down, it's too obvious.
Yeah.
So they would just bring their fingers down. And balls were going out and they weren't hitting fingers. Like that's I think the way the players affected the game creatively this Olympics was a huge step compared to other Olympics. Like that instance, that example right there, like all the communication that they're doing and transition it's just all so new. And I really think it has a lot to do with the players' intuition and their creativity. So, I mean, who would ever think to go like this? Huh? Like, that's
You would always think to just drop your hands, right?
Your hands.
And do that.
It's too, you can see it too easy. You guys see so much, it's too easy to see.
Yeah.
But I think to answer your question, I think the analytics it's almost like we all have the same information now. And so it's just like we're all doing a great job scouting because Volumetrics is going to give me 100 pages of stats on your last 100 matches. So I think it's more about that.
I think there's ways to evolve to that too. I don't know what they would be, but like finding some new metric or finding some way to take an advantage of it. I think it's changed sports in general, like analytics.
Yeah.
You know, Billy Bean up at the A's, and they talk about all of it to where they are now. Of if you look at basketball, the two best shots in basketball, even though no one likes watching it because it's the 3-pointer or a drive. No one shoots the mid-range anymore because they say, and it's the worst shot in basketball, which again takes away the game itself. But in volleyball, there's certain things you try to stay away from when it used to be prevalent or whatever would be based off the statistics or the analytics or what you're doing. So I thought that's interesting. And what a way to crack into the job. First of all, you take a coin flip. Fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and play. I'm going to coach volleyball. Then the next thing you know, you're sleeping on the USA Volleyball right off of Academy over there in Colorado Springs, sleeping on a bubble wrap, doing whatever it took, whatever Coach Beal asked you to do, to get your chance. And they gave you a chance, and you've just hit a home run and then some. So cool.
Yeah, Coach Beal is always the first one I thank when I get the all-time greatest coach award, USA Volleyball and stuff. It's about his taking me on for some reason. I would never have a chance I had. So I'm really thankful to Doug Beal.
So you mentioned you're around the best coaches, staff, players, and then you travel and get to see the best, right? Like you're saying, just the new little nuances with Japan, putting their hands down. How much can you apply as being a sponge that you are and really being a productive staff member to Springfield, right? I mean, you're talking the best of it. We're not talking Division I kids. We're talking the best of the best in the world, right? How much can you bring, those ideas or the analytics, I mean, at that high level to Springfield? How much are you able to apply?
Yeah, so it's always interesting getting back in my gym, and the court looks so much bigger.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Geez. It's so small.
They're not 6'9". They're not 6'10". Yeah.
7 feet. They're not. Yeah, the libero's 6'7", and the two middles are 7 feet. Yeah,
right. For sure. But I think it applies a lot. But going back to the things that are more relevant are our cohesion and our functioning together as a group, having the skills of being good at relationships. I think secondly, important wise is our mentality. I think I teach sports psychology at Springfield College. I've taught that class for 25 years, and
Awesome.
I think the mentality around the game is more demanding now than ever, and I think that's of second most importance. So like when you see our national team play in Vancouver for a chance to qualify for World Cup, and there's 30,000 people in the arena in Vancouver, all Canadians, and we were doing that, and they played a video of Crosby scoring the overtime goal to win the gold medal in the hockey, and the place just erupts, and that gets our guys dialed in. And I have a 2-page scouting report at Springfield College. These guys have like an 8-page scouting report, and then to be the eye on the game and see what's going on and see them execute the scouting report perfectly in a variety of situations, their focus or their kind of like just knowledge of the strategy of the game and therefore the mentality. That's what I'd like to bring back mostly to Springfield, to our guys, because they're more mature. Maturity is they'll have the ability to be a big picture thinker. Like I always say, like ask my 3-year-old son what he wants for dinner at 9 a.m. in the morning. It's actually painful. He's like, wow, dinner. What's going on right now? It hurts to be so immature. And so have that global perspective about, what's happening right now and how it's going to affect the next hour or the next whatever time frame is really important. So I love to bring that stuff back to our gym and give examples of how the players were so focused and just so good at what they were doing mentally to be the best version of themselves.
Yeah, boy, I tell you what, if I had an opportunity, I'd go try to get my sports psychology masters if I could. I think it's really underrated. I think it's emerging, even though it's been out for probably a good decade solid, but it's still emerging. I think it's so important and just so underrated. But it's pretty exciting to hear that you teach that course. It's awesome.
Go ahead, Barry.
Well, I was just going to say, with your sports psychology masters, did that lead into writing those books that you've written? What can you tell us a little bit of that process and why'd you write books and What's that all about?
Yeah, we'll
'Cause
put those
that's
links
amazing
below
that
too.
you've
So
written
people,
books.
yeah, those people that are listening right now, if they want to check out these books, they'll have them below for Coach. So
Well, first of all, I don't have a master's in, I like the prop. I don't have a master's in sports psychology. Just to be
I'm
totally
sorry.
honest here, I'm actually pretty fraudulent. I'm not a degree recipient of sports psychology. I still teach intro course. They let me in, and I
So
proved
awesome.
my worthiness a long time ago. But I had to prove it to the sports psychology department chair for a long time.
Awesome.
But
Sorry.
the first book was I got back from Rio at like 2 a.m. Monday morning, and I had a camp at Springfield at 8 a.m. Monday morning.
oh,
And then we had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Our freshmen came Thursday afternoon, and I live like 45 minutes away from campus. It was my 3 kids' first day of elementary school, Thursday, the day that the freshmen came. And so I went back and forth like twice because I had to be at the opening pizza party at Morley Elementary School, and then be at school for my meeting, then go back to the 7th grade Shazam, whatever. And then I went back because I had my recruits to come to campus. I recruited these kids for 2 years. I had to be there. I literally had like 15 minutes. I have to go down to another elementary school event. And the spring before, I had a lot of the lacrosse players in my sports psych class, and they played in their NCAA match. And the day before, I gave them a presentation on the game of belief. And one of the players, his dad is like the most famous lacrosse coach in America, Kevin Sheehan. And he had coached like our USA national team. They beat Australia 32-0. The next year he coached Australia, and it was 16-16. So he has this thing going on in lacrosse. He's trying to be retired, but he's always pulled in somehow, some way to this day. And so Dylan records it. He said, my dad would love this. He retired from coaching lacrosse and became a researcher on hope and belief. And so I give this presentation to the lacrosse team. Dylan records. I'll show it to my dad. My dad would like this. And so that 15 minutes I had with the recruits and their parents after driving and doing camp for 4 days, I still haven't recovered from being in Rio. I'm getting like 3 nights of sleep in Rio, so I'm exhausted. And this guy, he's like 4 feet tall, 4 feet wide. And he comes up, he's like in my face, He's like, where the hell you get that stuff on hope and belief? Where did you talk about? I go, Doug, I was like, sorry, I don't know who you are. What's your name? Like, it was insane. And I end up going like, hey, I'm in my office next week. If you want to come stop by, we can talk a little bit. And see, you're brutally attacking me. And if I don't get back to the elementary school, my wife's going to attack me worse. So I have to go right now. So I'm out of here. And he came in the office and we talked for a long time. And he just didn't understand how I could put those things together about hope and belief and the lacrosse team. I think I'm like 22-1 when I talked to a team on campus. I just talked to the softball team. They won their NCAA game about just, manufacturing some mentality about believing and having hope. And Kevin Sheehan is a great friend of mine to this day. It started with that first conversation. And he came to our practices and games for a year. He shouted our program and put all of our practical approaches towards these research items that he had. And he put his research towards our stories. And he really came up with that first book, Winning the Game of Belief. I don't think we won a national championship since that book's been published. So I tell him all the time, I'm a little pissed at him.
Shit, sold your soul, huh? Sold your soul, my friend.
Yeah.
it's your fault.
He was hoping we would win this year, but we blew it. So,
But you got to the championship, though. That's in itself. And
Yeah.
I when I played sports growing up, that was my biggest thing. Was I've always believed in this, and I think that's been lost a lot in the last probably 5 or 10 years because just the culture and kids play 24/7. They practice all the time. Their parents think they're better than they are, and the mental crisis that we're having in this country and all of these things that go into it. But at the end of the day, like I've told both my boys, and I still with my boy, if you have it here, you have a chance. You have a chance every single time you step on the court. If you're ready up here, no matter what your physicality is. I mean, obviously if you're, you know what I mean, but you do have a chance. And I love to hear that you coach that, you teach that. No wonder you're so successful. I mean, just listening to this, I've read your accolades. I know who you are, coach, and all of these things, but to listen to you talk about that, and I think it's lost. I think it's a lost
underrated
thing.
for sure.
We go get kids, we train them, we do all these things. and we lose that part of the athlete mental part. Of course, the mental health and all of that stuff too, but the focus, the belief, the understanding, how you go out and win and practice and do what it takes to believe in each other, and more importantly, believe in yourself to be able to overcome anything. Like you said, you're up late, you're down here, you're doing what you can, but you're still able. Your team won the bronze medal, had to walk quarter of a mile in their shoes, right? You, John, everyone that's there, that's mental toughness. That's something more than just, holy shit, like I'm at the Olympic Games, we're playing for the medal. I'm supposed to be in the gym warming up. This is not my normal routine. What am I going to do? Like the panic instead of the calmness is a huge piece. And I just love hearing that. And I hope you do talks, and I'm sure you do, and try to help more coaches, especially young coaches, understand that part. John Spraw had a therapist, not a therapist, but a sports psychologist on his staff at UCLA. Actually paid her as a staff member. They were pretty successful, but I just wanted to say kudos that you do that. Obviously, it's your career and you love doing it, but it's a lost art in today's teaching of young kids. And I think it needs to be way more prevalent. We need to be way more resilient. We need to teach the mental fortitude for the elite athletes that want to get there. And that's why I love watching the Jordans and the LeBrons. I could go on forever. Like I said, the Misties. We can talk about the athletes today because they just had it here. They had it, and it's fun to watch.
I think the underdeveloped skill, and you said it before, like every big moment's going to have adversity. And what are you going to do in that adverse moment? And the challenge is that these kids go through the day, and if the moment's not Instagrammably worthy, then it's not a good moment.
You're
like
right.
They don't handle the boring. Like my son and I just drove 13 hours, and I was like, why don't you just put your phone down and look out the window for 2 hours and see what happens? Like you can't handle that. It's too boring. Like if it's not this worthy Instagram moment, and they trouble. So when they face adversity, and it's even more prevalent after COVID, the kids don't have the skills of facing adversity. So we're always talking about, that adverse moment, and it could be a moment that's not postable, but it's still a good moment to get a lot out of and move forward and grow from.
Have you coached any of your players' kids yet? Since you've been coaching for quite a bit of time, or do you have kids coming up in the pipeline that you've coached?
He's like, really, CK? Did you just ask me that?
No, I'm just asking. I mean, you've been coaching since the 90s. You've been around since the 90s. So, I mean.
I'm close, but I haven't got there yet. So
yeah.
Wait, Coach, to that skill set or the mindset that you just talked about, have you built that into what you look for in recruits? Do you now know what to look for?
Yeah. So unfortunately, when you're getting the crumbs, you don't get to be so picky all the time. So,
sure.
So if the kid's jumping, hitting 11-4 with a good arm, I'm going to take whatever mentality he has. So,
you can train it.
Yeah, true.
I think it's teachable. I think it's teachable. That's what we're doing with our roster now. We kind of lost our roster 3 years ago, so we're getting better at handling these moments. The national championship match, as unfortunate it was for us, and Southern Virginia did a really good job. It's a learning experience. It's a learning opportunity. So, mistake's not a mistake until you fail to correct it. That's what we always say. So, if we can get back there and correct that mistake, that'd be an unbelievable opportunity for us.
We talk about failure all the time on this, just a learning moment. How are you going to bounce back? I mean, it's so crucial. Yeah.
That's really cool. We say failure is our fertilizer for success.
I like that. Failure is our fertilizer for success.
Wow.
So we're going for it.
You should actually coin that. We're going to use it. Failure is a fertilizer for success.
Ammunition.
I will always give you credit. I will always give you credit. That's great, because it's so true though. And again, go back to the mental part of the training of what you talk about in your classes, what you talk about to your athletes. Like, that's part of it. And this culture, these parents, and I'm a parent, but I've never talked. I was a coach's kid. So I've had a kid that played college. He's done playing college basketball. I have another one that's in high school, going to go play college basketball. I've never talked to one of their coaches ever about anything playing time, sports related ever. It's just a different culture that so many people do that, right? They're just so involved and engaged, and they can't let their kid fail. If they got a C in the class, they have to go talk to the teacher so their kid can get a B, instead of letting them know their kid got a C because they sucked and they need to get better. The parents are trying to correct it instead of letting them fail. And it's an important thing that we need to bring back around, not in sports, but in life in general, that failure is the fertilizer for success. Is that what it was? Yep.
That's what I wrote.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, Charlie, it's interesting, the mental aspect of it, and you'll appreciate this. So when I do private lessons, sometimes you just kind of do body language and you listen to them. And I'm like, we need to talk this out because you're not going to get any better until we start talking some stuff through. Right. And they coined the phrase Sully time. It's pretty funny. So, Charlie, yep. So that's what they would say. I mean, you get an hour lesson and 45 minutes of it is, we're sitting down talking of your volleyball lesson, then the dad's pissed off because what am I paying for? Then 2 days later, he calls you and says, I don't know what you did to my kid, but she's in on time. She's eating at the table. She's doing her homework. I'll pay you whatever you want if you're going to keep my kid like this. You know what I mean? So just to put some light on you and the things that you're bringing to the table right now is absolutely brilliant. And I just wish it would fester all across our sport and all across the country, but it does take individuals that kind of get it, and it sounds like you didn't have quote unquote official training, but thrown in there and you had to prove yourself. And it sounds like it's really rewarded whoever you come across. So yeah, I think congratulations on that.
Do you encourage or do you encourage or make your student athletes take your class?
That's always awesome. Yeah, it's really great. Yeah, no, I encourage them. Yeah, we have like 3 or 4 semester in there, so
Do
it's
you
great.
make them?
Make the question.
No.
Not make. I guess I want you because some might do it. Like, hey, you got to take this class. Like, this is part of
Or you're a pain in the ass. You need to take my course.
Yeah.
Maybe if I had, we would have done better in Nashiemsha this year.
Oh my.
But I think the opposite of what you're talking about, Sully, is pressure. If you're not being supportive, you're adding pressure. And I think these kids are dealing with pressure in so many ways sometimes.
Tons.
That's just to relieve that pressure is really valuable. My son, I never really coached any other sports. I believed I couldn't be there the whole time, that I wasn't able to do it. And but I was a volunteer coach with baseball once in a while. And Patrick's buddy's on the mound. He's a coach's kid and head coach, and he can't even find the mitt. And he's better than anyone else. He just throws 3 down the middle. We're good. And the dad finally goes, "Why you go talk to him?" So I go out to the mound. We have 1 out. We're out of this. It's like plus baseball is like 3 hours. In the spring here, it's freezing. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm starving. So I go, Tommy. I go, what's your favorite ice cream? He goes, what? I go, I don't know why people have to do too much. Like vanilla bean is so good. It's simple. Like, you put a little Hershey syrup on there, you're golden. Why would we cherry Garcia crunch and all this stuff? Like, what's your favorite ice cream? He goes, well, I think it's mint chocolate chip. I go, wow. Why don't you just throw 3 years and we'll go get some mint chocolate chip? Oh, this is pretty.
Right.
And he starts laughing. And I go back to the dugout and Tommy goes, choom, choom, choom. The dad goes, what the hell did you say to him?
That's right.
I probably just took some pressure off him. Like, we're just going to have some fun, and get some ice cream.
Simple.
Oh, yeah. So,
by the way, and Dad, you owe him some ice cream. So on your way home, you better stop by and get 3 scoops of mint and chip ice cream. I also told him that.
I told him to give me a cake too, but yeah. So yeah. I mean, I think we need to relieve some pressure from these guys sometimes, and these women too. This is just like, it's just too much
so
pressure.
simple when you say it like that, and it really does. And like at the end of the day, we talk about 1991. These guys won at 93. I mean, we care, but nobody cares. Like, it's going to turn into the past. It's a volleyball game. Yes, it's a big one, but it's a volleyball game. And people put so much pressure on themselves, the teams, to win, lose, instead of enjoying the journey and just doing your best. And like, if your best is your best and you win, you were better. If your best is your best and you lost, you weren't better.
Absolutely. It's about the relationships, especially the relationship with you.
Right.
Like how you treat yourself. That's an important relationship.
Yeah. I think I said that in one of the first pods, even with you, Bear, was we had a timeout and I was with the Boise kids and we were getting just rocked. And I called the timeout and I'm laughing, walking up to them. And they're like, look at me like, why is he laughing? We're just getting our butt kicked. I'm like, well, we can't play any worse. So just go out there and have some fun. And we wound up winning, you know what I mean? But again, it was taking off that pressure, reading their body language. They're so that they were just so like, oh, we got to win this. I'm like, we're awful right now. We can't play any worse. Let's just turn this ship around a little bit. And they did well. Hey, Dave, were you at the finals?
I was.
And like, give us some feedback because us three weren't.
I'm sure he's got
Charlie
a
can't wait
lot
to
of
hear this,
feedback
right?
from a lot of fans. I will say this. I thought all planets were aligning that Springfield, you had the upper hand going in there, especially after the semifinals, because you guys annihilated, no offense to the Kalu folks, but annihilated Kalu. And they really held on to beat Juniata for the third time. That's how I felt being in that gym, and it got tight and went to the fifth set and everything for them. And then their right side goes down, coach. And I'm thinking, oh, this final's over. And then we'll just say that the outcome was different than
He's got a lot of fertilizer for the spring, for the summer and the fall next year. Lots.
I don't know what else to say. Put me on the spot with the coach.
But it's hard to get to those finals. I mean, we talk about it all the time, and Coley talks about, made to the finals, and we went to the finals twice. But when you're there, you think, oh, this is always going to happen. And then we won in 91. And the next time they won it is 2017, right? 2018.
I mean,
so they're
Dan Marino going to the Super Bowl, his rookie season, and never went.
It's hard to get to the finals first. So to have you guys go year after year is so impressive. I mean, it's kind of like UCLA way back in the day. They were always in the finals. They're always winning this thing. And man, just to keep this going, where do you see? Okay, college athletics is crazy right now, especially at the Division I level, right? With the transfer portal and the NIL stuff and pay to play, and then we have GCU shutting down their program.
Really, really great decision, GCU. By the way, GCU, do me a favor. If you're listening to this, the president of Grand Canyon University, pull up your social media and just look what happened last weekend at the state or the section volleyball boys championships. Sold out gyms, going crazy. You guys are stupid to cancel that program in your own state when there's thousands of kids, thousands of fans watching young high school kids play championship games. Pull your head out, bring the program back like Cal State Northridge did, bring the program back like Stanford did, and let's start growing the sport of men's volleyball. We have too many great coaches like Coach Sullivan from every level. So yes, if you heard me, pull your head out of your ass, GCU, and bring back men's volleyball.
Yeah, and D3 is growing like crazy. It's growing like crazy right now, and to shut that down, where do you see the world of volleyball in the United States right now collegiately?
Yeah, I just I hope there's some momentum towards some Division I schools adding. I'm hearing some rumblings here and there about these schools that could be adding, but I think we just got to continue to. We have GCU doing the absolute wrong thing, but if there's can be 3 new bursts of a Division I program somehow, that'd be phenomenal. But the Division III programs they're absolutely crushing it. We're almost at 140 right now. So 1997 was the first Molten National Championship for Division III. It was the first time like a Division III school had a path to a championship.
Right.
We were in the IBA until 2012. We were actually in the IBA final one year, and that was 2011. And then we couldn't play. We were out of the IBA as a Division III school. But in 97, there were 27 teams. And the thought was that if there was a championship, more Division III schools would add. And it got to 50 in 2012. And so we're just over 10 years from that now. And we're almost tripled at it, almost 140, so almost 150. So the growth's been phenomenal. So
yeah,
it's
been
been really
awesome.
It's been great for us, all three of us, to learn about D3 volleyball more. I mean, I know Cal Lu and I know some of the coaches out there, but never really followed it. And starting this podcast is like you said, you're always learning and evolving and trying to grow it. I've always knew it was there, but to see how exciting it is and how it's played and how many teams and how much opportunity and how big it is. Yeah. It's awesome. I mean, we're going to talk about it for the next 10 years of us doing this pod. So I can tell you that D3 is going to get a lot of love from at least us.
Yeah, for sure.
It's such a great level and so fun to be a part of it and watch games. And we're talking all the time and doing all that and stuff. So it's been great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I mean, if I can help.
Well, fellas, it's been an hour. Can you believe that?
Wow.
Crazy. Coach Sullivan, Charlie, Coach Sullivan. Congratulations on a great career, man. hopefully you're not going to step down anytime soon because D3 needs you. Your success has been amazing. And all of us, I take it from all of us, we really appreciate you coming on Set the Pipe, man.
Great seeing
Wow,
you,
it was
Charlie.
great talking to you guys. It was a lot of fun. So I appreciate the time and
And we'd
having
love
me.
to have you back, Coach. That's
Oh,
the other
for sure.
thing. Like this is, just an hour of us chatting. But next year when the fertilizer's no longer smelling and you've been watering the lawn, we would love to. No, I'm joking, but it's the truth. I'd love to hear where you are, next October, right before the season's starting, and all the work you've done, and some of the kids that were on the team that weren't successful this past season, and some of the new kids coming on that feel what they felt. We'd love to chat with you and hear more about. Maybe there's some more
D3
teams that
preview.
also, D3 preview, as well as how many more D3 teams are coming into the mix for the following year, and how else you guys are looking at the growth of the game.
Sounds great, guys. I had fun talking to you guys.
Think you got a
Awesome.
good shot next year, Coach?
It's always the goal. So we'll see.
So yes,
That would be good.
yes is the point.
Humility.
You never-
Humility.
It's so hard to tell right now with the portal. I mean, 3 outside hitters from BYU could end up at Division III school, and that changes the whole landscape. So
Yeah, it's crazy.
you never know.
So right
it's
now,
tough
though, I'm
stuff.
going to call you just like DDTD. I'm going to put you on the spot. They're going to do a preseason ranking. You're one of the coaches. Where are you guys sitting next October or November when they go, here's the first preseason rankings for D3? Like, I mean, I can tell you right now, if Moni comes back, I can say Long Beach would be number one. So that's like, okay, Long Beach is number one. Where would you guys be, do you think?
If it's today, we're probably 1 or 2.
Okay.
We lost 1 starter, and most of these programs that went far were like SVU had 6 to 7, 5 or 6 year guys.
Yeah.
So Kowloon had a lot of older guys, grad students and seniors. So most of our competition, the best teams in the country this year, are graduating and leaving a lot. Turning over the rosters. But if like I said, if 3 Division I school players end up at a small
Someone from
Division
Grand Canyon needs somewhere to go, right?
Absolutely.
To play.
III, exactly, yeah.
All of a sudden,
Where they're
he's
already
siding out for Kowloon out here. So
So we're working the portal hard. We're trying to do our best to stay in front of that train.
Yeah.
Excellent.
awesome.
Cool,
Thanks so
fellas.
much for
What did
coming on,
Coach?
Coach.
I'll ask you off air. What did Knife say about the change? Was it?
No, you can
data
ask
analytics?
us on air. Knipe asked us about the. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
You said you even asked Alan Knipe about the significant changes in the game that's taken place over the last 20 years, and you
Right.
thought data analytics was one of those significant changes. What did he say?
I mean, the biggest one is like speed. Like the speed of the ball, the speed of the offense. Obviously, everyone's bigger, but that's really what it came down to. Is also, what you said was the ingenuity of the game. Like when we were playing, we set the pipe, right? And it was. Now they set a low X2 out of the back row, and they call it the Bic. I mean,
Bic, right.
people are flying out of the back row, hitting the ball 2.5 feet above the net. You don't even know where it's coming from. So like that stuff, the ingenuity of changing the game, and really the speed is what he said is where he's seen differently.
And with Moni's setting, he's changing the setter position. Now everybody's trying to emulate what he just did. I mean, some of the highlights, it's like no one's done that. And now you're seeing towards the end of the season, UCLA's pulling that off. SC's trying to, do the fancy stuff. It could be the way setters are going to do from this point forward. So again, more evolution for sport, which is great.
Really cool. Really cool. Awesome.
Okay.
Great
Thanks so
seeing
much,
you, Charlie.
guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Hey, welcome back to Set the Pipe. I am Sully, and with me, CK, Bear, DDT on the East Coast, bringing in this is actually a first for us, guys. I don't know if you guys knew that. This is our first active college player that we're bringing on Set the Pipe. We want to welcome Christian Schaefer, D3, NCAA Player of the Year, National Champion. How does that sound, Christian?
Sounds great.
Congratulations, and thanks for taking the time to join us.
Congratulations, man.
I
Absolutely.
really appreciate you taking the time to set the pipe. For all you listening, hit subscribe. Great little story for you here. The D3 National Champion and Player of the Year. So again, thanks for joining us. Really
Yeah,
appreciate
big
it.
deal as far as we're concerned. DDT Dave DeTinley actually sought out Christian. So Dave, we're going to hand the baton to you,
Yep.
and you can give all the accolades about our boy here, Christian. Christian, you get to sit back, relax, listen to all
It's
the
long.
accolades, my
Trust
friend.
me. We had
It
Peterson
is,
on here the other day, and I had to take a breath. So
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
this rivals his. So all right. So Sully mentioned Christian is the 2025 AVCA NCAA Division III Men's Player of the Year, the 2025 Frog Jump Outside Hitter of the Year. Oh, I love this one because this is Coley doesn't get to like say this all by himself now. 3-time AVCA First Team All-American.
Welcome to great company, Christian. I was there before you were born years ago.
Here we go.
But yeah,
Here we go. I had to poke the bear.
just, it's
All
great
right.
great to have someone join me. It's great.
2025 AVCA Region 3 Player of the Year, 2025 Continental Volleyball Conference Player of the Year, 2024 CVC Continental Volleyball Conference Player of the Year, and AVCA Regional Player of the Year, Frog Jump Preseason All-America First Team, multiple CVC Player of the Week honors. Guys, I will say this. We'll save some of the broader metrics for later, but so Christian is part of the 100-win club. If I counted these up right, Christian, in your 4 years, 101 and 11, 101 wins over your 4 years with only 2 losses in the last 2 seasons.
Wow, congratulations.
And something fun that popped up when I searched on you, if you don't mind. The subject of the king block that broke the internet YouTube video. Shout out to Mitch Sturkenberg for posting
There you
that.
go.
So welcome Christian Schaefer to the podcast.
Thank you. Happy to be
Coley,
here.
what's your normal ask, man?
Come on.
Well, I just got to see, how does it feel to listen to all that, Christian? You've been playing volleyball for a long time, like a lot of us. You were a little kid growing up. Now you're sitting back. It's been a few weeks or 2 weeks or so since you've won it. How does it feel to hear all that? I mean, just the accolades from All-Americans to Players of the Year to finally, getting, a national championship and whatnot.
It's just, it feels good to, take a step back and be like, wow, I've accomplished a lot. I've met a lot of people and a lot of great people along the way. And now I can say I've met all 3 of you guys. So it's a great feeling.
Four.
There's 4 of you guys?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It happens.
It's
hard
fine.
We've got technical difficulties,
Don't
but it's
worry.
great.
Just
4 or
just
5.
go with it.
Yes.
Whatever.
All right.
We'll let it
Well,
go.
You haven't
4
gotten
of you
your degree
guys.
yet. It's okay.
No.
But yeah, and I've started my process to try to go to the professional world, and I talked to this one guy who was like, give me a profile of everything, and I was like, man, I got to go back and like go in detail of all I've accomplished, like the awards. But it feels good to
I'll
sit
send
back
you this
and-
after this if you want it. I got it.
Oh, sweet. That'll be great.
So go ahead, Sully.
Yeah, so who'd you reach out to? And like an agent?
Yeah, so my teammate Cristo Biancan, he gave me one of his best recruiters, best agencies, and it's out of Brazil right now. But I'm hoping to play in Europe. But after my interview, I had an interview with him, I think on Monday, so just yesterday, and he was like, so I think you should play in Brazil for 1 or 2 years, and then we can look to get you in Europe somewhere. So,
Why would you prefer Europe over Brazil?
I had the opportunity to go on a D3 select team this past summer to Brazil, and it was amazing. Like, I'm not choosing one or the other. Like, they're both amazing places, but I want to experience Europe no matter where I go. I just want to experience that. And because I already experienced Brazil, I want to experience Europe and see which one fits me better.
Yeah. TK went over to Europe and Bear went to France. So you got a couple guys. I was wondering, Holy, is TK?
That was my first thought. So,
yeah.
Christian, we can talk after. We know a few people in the volleyball world and some folks that still have gotten players over there back when we played all the way till these days, does a lot of different things. So I'll reach out to him and see if he's still doing that. If he is, which I'm assuming he will, we can, DTT and myself can get in touch with you because that's great that you want to do that. I mean, that's your goal. Was that always your goal as a little kid when you first started playing volleyball to be a pro? Or was it just now pro indoor, pro beach, or was it just how you give us the whole story of you growing up and falling in love with the sport and getting a chance to
Wait. I got to preface this, Christian, because with all the accolades, and trust me, I fanboy on you all year long. I got to see you three times. My son played against you at Eastern Mennonite, so we got to see you there. Yeah. Oh. So, and then we went to the finals and the semis. But I mean, when looking for you, I was looking for how many times did you go to the national championship, either AAU or USAV in Prevail, right? Is that your club that you grew up in? Yeah. I was looking at NTDP lists. I was looking for rosters.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, Christian, you're hard to find. How's that? And so here you are out of Palmyra, Pennsylvania, if I said that right, to now player of the year in Division III. So this story I gotta hear.
Yeah, I want to hear it. Not just player of the year, DTT. He's been a 3-time first-team All-American. So it's not like he just showed up.
That's what I mean.
His senior year and just decided to have
rise.
one great year. Yeah, like it's been going for a while here. So yeah, Christian, we'd love to hear it. Like Pennsylvania kid.
Hey.
How did volleyball fall into the love for you and to want to be a pro to where you're sitting today?
Okay. So let's take it back all the way to elementary school. It's where I first started playing.
Wow. Really?
My father, who's actually the owner of Prevail Volleyball Club, he started the Prevail Club to get my sisters playing. I'm a child. I'm one of 4 or one of 5 others. So I'm the youngest, and my dad started the Prevail program back in 2010, and just to get my sisters in, my eldest. And then the next, it's just going down. And we only started the boys program in 2013. And one of my first years playing, I was in elementary school playing against the middle schoolers at Spooky Nook. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that.
Yeah. Yep. I know that.
And man, I was terrified. But my dad was like, you know what? You're going in. I don't care what you say. And at the time, I was a libero, so I practically did nothing. But I was terrified going against these middle schoolers. But now, I run camps over the summer with middle schoolers, and I'm like, I was scared of these guys, but that's it.
I remember.
But anywho, so that's when I first started, and at the time, we only had like 2 age groups for boys. So I was playing, I was in middle school, and I'm playing against 16-year-olds, high schoolers, because that's the only option I had. So all my life, I've been kind of playing up to the level of other people, but once I got to the age of 13, 14, I started playing with my age group a little bit more. And I mean, that's when I sprouted, and the growth of volleyball was great. But I played other sports. I played basketball, which I
was about
sucked
to
at.
ask you that. So
Yeah.
did you played other sports growing up?
I did. I played football. I was a quarterback. That's pretty good.
Me too.
Oh my
Wow,
God.
it's weird.
Here we go.
What is
Jeez
a lot of
Louise.
similarities.
All-American.
Quarterbacks, 3-time All-Americans.
I'll send you his email
Hey,
after
Christian,
this.
how's
You
your
can
ankles?
link
Your
me
ankles
stuff.
okay?
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
Well,
Let's not talk about
Just
that.
checking.
I'll get to that.
Oh, it's got a story.
Goodness.
I'll get. But when I played football and I was a quarterback, I just kept getting hit in the knees. And there's one the last year I played, my knee was twice the size of the other one. So I was like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah.
And then basketball's all right. I'm not this spectacular player. I knew how to play, but I wasn't very good. But volleyball just stuck with me. I have a very unique build. I'm very tall, long, and volleyball just kind of fit well with what I had to offer. But out of high school, I had a decent high school experience. I started out as a freshman, a freshman setter on varsity. And at the time, my dad started the girls' high school program at Palmyra, and then he also started the guys' program. So I was very fortunate to have my father as my coach, but unfortunate because, he was hard on.
He's your
He's my
father.
father, and he was hard on me. Which I mean, looking back,
been
and
there.
I'm like, you know what? I'm thankful. I'm thankful for
Sure.
it. But
Sure.
It's
Yeah,
tough
so
going through it though.
Yeah.
It's got to be
It
tough.
is.
We've all
It
done that.
is.
We've all had our
Yeah.
We've all been
coaches,
there,
yeah.
and I was the same way with my oldest son, and
yeah,
But like you said, look where you're sitting now, and
exactly.
maybe some of it could have been a little different, but at the same time,
No.
you have that resilience, you have that fortitude, and your dad put you in a position for you for success, and obviously you
Exactly.
earned it, and you did everything
Yeah.
to do it. But that's
Yeah.
cool that you got to experience that with him.
Yeah. And I mean, the same goes with my brother. He's 2 years older than me. So in high school, I played with him for 2 years, and then in college, I played with him for 3 years. But the funny thing about him was in high school, I was his setter, and boy, was he hard on me.
Yeah.
He would hound me, but the roles flipped in college where he was my setter and I got to kind of bicker at him a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
You get
Yeah,
all
get
those
payback.
years of repressed
Exactly.
feelings.
That's great.
Exactly.
So awesome.
But yeah, so I was a setter my freshman year, and then I switched to middle because that's when I started to get my little growth spurt. I went from like 5'10" freshman year to 6'3" my sophomore year.
Oh,
So I had a little bit of a jump, and then even more of a jump going into my junior year, and that's where I reached 6'5". So, I had a good little growth spurt throughout the years, but and then my junior year got cut short because of COVID. That kind of sucked. But then my senior year, I was full-time outside, which that's where I kind of just kept going, where,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew how to play the game. I was good at hitting, and I just got better as the years went on. But, everybody's goal out of high school is to play D1.
Sure.
I was the same way. I applied to George Mason,
Mhm.
and I talked to Coach, I think his name is Hosak, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I talked to him, and I emailed him, but I was a little late, so my athletic risk would have been very high. I don't think I would have made the team, and I wasn't going to go to college without playing volleyball. At that time, my brother, Tyler, he already transferred to Southern Virginia University. He went to Penn State Altoona his freshman year. He had a decent experience. He was a starter. He was a captain as a freshman. So he got good experience, but he just wasn't loving it there. So Coach Tom and John reached out to him from Southern Virginia, and he went, and that was the year that they went to the Final Four. And my senior year, I went on a visit to Southern Virginia, and I practiced with the team for probably like 40 minutes. And afterwards, I went to my brother. I was like, "Yep, I'm coming here.
Done.
Yeah.
Done deal."
That's awesome.
I didn't care about academics. I mean, I'm a good student. Like, I get my work done, but I didn't care.
You just loved everything about the experience with the fellas.
Exactly. And that was done deal. After, I was like, "Yep, I'm coming here." And then later on, 2021 fall, I found myself at Southern Virginia.
Wow. Just let me stop for a second there. Just you go on a recruiting visit, your brother's there, you play, you're not sure, you want to play D1, you're doing all these things, you get a chance, and you fall in love with it. 4 years later, you're a national champion, you're a 3-time All-American, and you got to experience that for 4 years at that university, playing with your brother, playing for an amazing coach that all of us played. He coached against us.
That's awesome.
He did.
Back in he did. He coached against us all. And wow. Just kudos to you. Exciting. It's great that you were able to find the right fit and thrive in it. It's a lost art in today's your generation of college athletes to do what you did and have that kind of experience for 4 years. So tell us about, like, you wanted to play D1 and you played D3, and we all know, especially with having Dave on here and following it along way more in detail now than we ever have, the levels pretty elite. And as many coaches from the D1 on down have said, it's really not that far of a gap between the two. When I say the two, meaning Division 1 and 3, Division 2 is kind of lumped in there, as you know, with D1. So, how was it for you to play all those teams for all those years and the D3 community of volleyball?
I think the D3 community is very special. Personally, I think like D1, it's like a job. It's very similar to a pro team where you live, eat, breathe volleyball 24/7. Academics is on the side. Of course, you're a student athlete, but volleyball is very important.
Right.
And you do have that importance in D3, but I think you get a lot more experience of the university, of the people around you in the D3 world. Like at Southern Virginia, I've met some incredible people, really incredible people, and I was able to get a lot more out of it, not just volleyball wise with all the accolades, but like with the people that I met along the way, professors, administration, teammates. I think you just get a more wider variety of experiences.
Hey, can you go into a little bit about your relationship with Coach Peterson?
Sure.
Yeah.
Obviously it's good. We've built a very strong connection with each other, and I'll tell you a little story.
Perfect.
My freshman year,
Please, that's what we were
my freshman year, I went back row for the OH2. His name was Paul Canlin, and our skills just kind of meshed together. He was a lot better hitter than I was at the time, and I was a lot better passer than he was. So I found my way on the court. I wasn't the best hitter, but I can pass. So when he went back row, he served, and then I went back row and passed for him. After that year, we fell short. Fell short in the first round of the NCAA tournament. We had a end of the year meeting with Coach Tom, and he goes, "I need you to be the guy," because at that time we lost like 6 key players, and he was like, "I need you to be that guy. I need you to be the guy that we can trust, we can go to." So that summer, I took that to heart, and I worked my butt off because I wanted to be that guy for him. And
awesome.
you know, the next
end of your freshman year, you had this talk.
Yeah. Yep.
So you knew what was expected of you going into your sophomore year, then.
Yeah, I knew.
Yeah, what was expected of him to be a first team All-American.
Well,
and that's what he did.
I didn't expect that at all. When my brother told me that after our Vassar loss, I was in tears because I didn't know that I was going to be able to achieve that accolade.
Yeah.
But
and then that just gives you confidence on top of it. Well, we interviewed Coach, and it was such a good pod for us. Just he has quick wit. I'll tell you what, he had us in stitches a couple of times.
Yeah,
really.
And I mean, does he bring that to the court as well? Because he has so much knowledge about the game.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the only one that's won 2 Division I national championships on 2 separate universities, and then a Division III. So we think he's the only one besides Spera, who was a UCLA coach forever, and now he's CEO of USA Volleyball, to do it at 2 different schools. But then now he's got the D3. Pretty special coach you got to experience.
Very. And you know, we've had a lot of like situations where, you know, certain players aren't happy with like playing time, or they're not happy with like how we run things or how coach run things. But then we all just sit back and like, guys, we have an amazing coach. Like, why are we talking back, or like, why are we kind of disagreeing when this guy knows so much about the game? And
because you're in your 20s and you know it all.
We're stubborn.
You're stubborn, and it's a generation of having everything at your fingertips of thinking you guys know more. But like Sully said, we just had him on here recently, and like I mean, I played in the early 90s. We all played in the early 90s. Like, he coached against me in the Final Four in 1993. Like, he was coaching at Penn State, and then turns around a few years back later and goes to BYU and wins a national championship there. And does he bring up any teams ever in the teaching moments for you guys, like players that, you know, maybe have been Olympians that he's coached, to say like, if, you know, such and such could do this, why can't you? Just as an example. Or has he ever brought up his teams on teams that have been special and how to achieve what you guys achieved this year?
Not particularly, but he has brought up to me, like, he's given me examples of the National Player of the Years that he has coached in 91 and then 2003. And he gave me the example so that I can be more humble. And he's a very big believer in it's a team award. And I full-heartedly agree.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to do anything without the 6 other guys, the 19 other guys on my team pushing me to be a better person, being a better player. And I know that me getting this National Player of the Year would not have happened without like Setter Garrick, without Justin Madsen passing dimes for us, and without Jimbo, you know, playing defense behind me when I don't get a good block. Like, everybody has a role, and I'm not going to be able to get any of that without them. But
he even mentioned we mentioned congratulations, Coach of the Year, and he flat out told us, he goes, it really shouldn't be Coach of the Year. I wish it was Staff
coaching
of the Year.
staff.
Yeah. And we're like, that's a good way to put it, because he's right.
That's who he is, though. He's right. It's who he is.
Yeah, for sure. So how big is your school? Let's talk a little bit about Southern Virginia. How big is it? What kind of crowds do you guys get? Because
introduce us to Buena Vista as well.
Oh, well, Buena Vista is a very small town.
Virginia.
Excuse me. I don't know like the exact numbers of everything, but I'll tell you this: we had a graduating class this past year of 155 students.
Oh,
from Southern Virginia.
Yep, my graduating class was 155, and that was the largest of the university in history. Yep.
Okay.
So that just puts into perspective of how small this university is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, we have the best fans. Like, we have the loudest. They come out. Every team supports every other team, and it's really something special at SVU.
You got to tell them about the barn.
Oh, the barn. Have you been there?
No,
No.
but everybody in the stands at the semis and the finals were talking about it, and then everybody's shirts was "Protect the barn." This is their gym.
This is our gym.
Okay.
But the barn is exactly how it sounds. It's a barn. And, you know, it goes up and there's these two big tubes going across, very low ceilings. And I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, we had the longest home winning streak in NCAA history, I think.
Oh.
Don't quote me on that.
Okay.
But
we'll check.
We haven't all my 4 years. I have not lost in the barn.
Wow.
6,600 people in Buena Vista, Virginia.
Yeah, it's very.
You never lost at home?
Nope.
In all your 4 years?
All my 4 years, I never.
How many people does the barn
never
hold?
lost. Huh?
Wow.
How many people does the barn hold?
Oh gosh.
30?
30.
Just kidding.
155.
No.
Yeah, it could. Yeah.
My guess, if I'm guessing, I'm going to say between $2,000 and $4,000. We got DDT checking it, but that's my just guess from the top of it.
We get a decent amount of people there. I don't know the exact numbers, but it gets loud, and it's awesome to play in the barn.
It should be, right? Home court advantage. God, undefeated 4 years.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's awesome. I mean, what again, some of these things that, you know, we're talking about now and you were able to listen to at the beginning, in 5 years, in 10 years, let me tell you, in 30 years, when you're sitting here like us three or us four, and you're looking back on those, that's pretty amazing that you're going to look back and say, you're telling your kids, your grandkids, your friends, whatever, I never lost a game playing at the barn ever.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Like, I mean, as great as Long Beach was in those times, as great, you know, everyone lost a game, a match, or maybe two.
Yeah.
Like occasionally you didn't lose one. Wow. Congratulations. That's pretty rad.
Yeah,
I got a question for you. You said you were a setter and you went to middle and then you went to outside.
Yeah.
And you first got on the court by passing. Okay. I was an outside hitter and an oppo, and I could probably jump and hit with the best of them, but I could not pass. Man, passing was so hard for me. How did you, is it natural for you, or did you work on this? Tell me about how you pass so well to get on the court.
Yeah. So my summers are full of grass volleyball.
Okay.
And I'm going to give everything, my skills of passing, to grass volleyball. I mean, it's exactly like beach. You need to pass, you need to set, you need to hit.
All the
you
skills.
Need to block, you need to serve. Yeah. So it's the same. And I continue to play so much grass volleyball over the summers. And, you know, I just build my skills every year. But honestly, having my long arms, and I'm double jointed, so my platform is really flat.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm able to get my elbows together. But yeah, it's just.
Karch does that. Karch has his elbows together. Like
Who's Karch? Yeah, he did okay for himself. Oh yeah, that guy. He was okay.
Come on.
I'm going to say, of course, Christian, you better know. I'm going to stop for a second and say what Christian just said. I think it's important because, again, Christian, we started this thing to tell stories and kind of evangelize volleyball. We're going from coaches to players. You're the first player.
Yeah.
We had a former player on here who was an Olympian, Casey Patterson, played at BYU. He said exactly what you said. And he told the youth, if you're going to go do anything this summer, go outside and play on the beach or the grass. He said it's the most important way for you as a young volleyball player to increase your skill set, especially in the off season. And you just said it, Christian. You're a three-time first-team All-American. You are the player of the year. You're a national champion. You never lost at home. And what you did was go outside, play twos, maybe fours, and learn how to work on your ball control, work on your passing, work on your setting, work on your serving. Awesome. Kudos to you to actually work on your game that way and do that and get better.
Jaden Blanchfield too, when we had her on, right?
Yeah.
She's big in grass. I mean, shoot, I should get Jaden and Christian even talking right now to do a little co-ed playing. She's she just
Where's she out of?
Well,
She's legit.
She went to out of Boise, but she played at UNI Division One. So she went to a JC at in Utah, and then she went to UNI. Played there, complete utility player. Literally
University of
sounds
Northern
like you.
Iowa. Just to let them know.
Yeah, Northern Iowa.
Yeah.
And then she went pro overseas, and she was a libero. Then she was an outside, but she was a middle when she was in high school. So she's got, she just loves the game and plays grass all over the country. So yeah, I mean, she's a little older than you are, but she's still a stud. I mean, she's still professional. She's just got back from France because of an injury. But yeah, that'd be kind of good. I mean,
I'm sure they would be unbelievable. Yeah, it is a small world, especially in the grass volleyball community. Because again, just like you said about the D3 level, I was curious about volleyball has its own culture too, right? Volleyball is such a great sport for so many reasons. We talk about it. You look at volleyball from up here, right? But then you have your indoor, you have your beach, you have your grass, you have your youth, you have D3, you have NAIA, you have Division One. There's just so much for volleyball and so many stories to tell. So you said what's next for you? You're trying to go overseas, whether it's in Brazil, it's over in Europe. You want to be a pro. Have you ever thought about wearing those 3 letters and trying to make that a dream of yours, playing for the USA team in any way?
You know, I would not be fond to do it. But you know, I don't know how to. That's the big thing. Like, I feel like growing up, it's a lot of just like by your name. Like if you know a lot of people, you know connections. But but
you have a name for yourself now.
It's true. But like the what's his name? He's a middle out of.
He's the head coach.
Karch
So what I would do is I would after we're done here, I think you should pick up the phone and
Email
text, call him. No email. Call him or text him and say, "Hey, I'm Christian. I'm the Division III Player of the Year, and I want a shot. I mean, I think I want to try out. I don't think that's a far enough question. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would say.
Two-time first team All-American Bear.
Yeah,
my bad.
Gotta correct
Dude,
that.
speaking of Karch, Tom actually talks a lot about Karch.
Yeah,
He loves having those stories about Karch and, you know, how he was so hard on his libero back in the day because he's the only one that he trusts to pass the ball. So, you know, he would bark at him all the time in practice. And this is out of Tom, but he was like, the libero went up to Karch and was like, "Hey, like, why are you so mean to me? Like, what? Like, I need you to chill out a little bit." He was like, "All right, I will, but like, I know you're the guy. Like, it's me and you." Because back then it was doubles. You basically passed with 3 or 2 people. Correct?
Right.
Yep. That's correct.
So who was the other outside? Because back in the day there was no libero. Back in Karch, who was the other outside guys?
Berzins in '84, and then it's Stavertlik.
No. Was it Bob Stavertlik?
Val?
I think it might have been, but it was for the Olympic team, and he was like, "I need you to stop being so hard on me." But no,
the Michael Jordan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey,
well, you know the thing about him, and I'm sure you were like this, Christian, because you were a leader and you're a winner. But like, you wouldn't ask your teammate to do something you wouldn't do, right? Like, and that's the thing about Karch. Like, that's what I love about him is like, he would ask a lot of people, whether he played with you, you coached him, but like, it's not nothing he wouldn't do or what hasn't done or still isn't doing. And so, you know, that's awesome. How's the team going to be next year? I know Coach said you had a bunch of seniors. You're being one of them. Being the player of the year leaving. What have you left there in regards to the culture and what's left for Coach for next season?
I think us 9 seniors, we left a really good example of what needs to be done in like the off season, preseason, anything like that. And even during the season, just like staying on top of our grades, staying in the gym. Like, I mean, we have a great strength and conditioning coach, Coach Barney, and just trusting what he has to say and doing it, like not slacking off and just doing it. Regarding the team next year, I think they're still going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Similar to my story, I think Brady, especially Brady Dastrup, I think he's gonna step it up. And same with the other outside, Isaac Carrillo. They're gonna mature and realize we don't have those 9 seniors to, you know, fall back on. Like, we're the next guys. So I think I'm really excited to see what they can do. I mean, and they still have a bunch of guys, you know, like our setter and our middle, Jason Wang, Gary Tolman, all that.
Tolman's
and the break.
Okay.
Tolman, he's a sophomore, so he still has 2 more years.
Wait a second, Christian. You look him up. He's been around a little bit.
Like
He has
starting at well, no. He started at Concordia Irvine,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Then there's a short stop at Benedictine, D3
Yep.
school out of Chicago over
Yeah.
there, and then landed with you guys. So, and he's
Yeah.
only a sophomore.
Yeah, somehow that works. I don't know anything about that, but I think because Benedictine Mesa was NAIA, I don't think that
There we
counts
go.
towards
Benedictine
NCAA.
Mesa, not Benedictine out of Chicago. Okay, I got
Yeah.
you. All right.
Yeah. So he played at NAIA, played like he sat right next to his brother. Him and his brother were battling back and forth. So yeah, and we're also bringing in a great class. I mean, we have a lot of guys from Utah who are big names in the state of Utah. So I'm really excited to see what they have to do, and I'll be
awesome.
watching.
We told Coach I can't wait to watch it, and it's been fun for
Yeah.
us, at least for me, and I know Bear and Sully have talked about this too, to watch more matches and be way more engaged in Division III. You know, when we played, again, we're dating ourselves, but this was in the early '90s, and there wasn't really Division III volleyball. There was 25 Division I / Division II / good luck to you kind of teams when we played, to over 300 teams on the Division III level, and it's pretty impressive. I was talking to my former coach that coached me in college, and I was letting him know that last night, and he couldn't believe it when I told him that.
Yeah.
Because coach is going to reach out to him because they coached against each other, and I was just giving him a heads up. But it's awesome. So where was the toughest gym you ever played in?
Ooh.
And it doesn't have to be during the tournament, but like on the road for a normal match, going to
Cameron
Springfield, going,
Yeah.
like, what would be one of the toughest places to play at the Division III level?
Okay, I'm going to give you my top 3.
Please.
First one is going to be the Vassar gym. That gym is loud. Like it's so small and so compact, and they all have bleachers on one side, but man, they packed that gym and it is loud. That was my sophomore year. We beat Springfield in the first round, and then we lost to Vassar, who was ranked number 1 at the time, in 4. And man, it was a great atmosphere for a home court, but it sucked to play in.
Yeah.
Second one, I'm going to say Springfield this past year. I was not expecting that low of a ceiling, if I'm being honest. It's a lot lower than I thought.
But you're used to that, right?
I am used to that, so I
I
felt
have a great story about that ceiling, but let's finish your story because I always interrupt.
Okay. But sweet. But yeah, so I mean, they played a great game, and again, a great atmosphere. They had a lot of fans. They were chirping a ton, and I mean, we lost, but that was the best thing that could have happened to our team. And then third one, I'm going to give it to Randolph-Macon. Randolph-Macon. They have some raunchy fans, and boy, do they get loud.
Yeah.
We didn't experience that this past year, but I experienced that my freshman year, and man, they got loud, and it was pretty fun to play with, like play against and play in that gym. But they had some choice words to say to us while we were playing, but that's okay.
Because Juniata, when you guys played Juniata, the 2 versus 5, that first match, nationally rankings, that gym didn't look that big either, and it sounded loud, and
it was actually quite interesting, that game, because I felt like we had more fans there than Juniata did. It was interesting.
Hey,
well, your fans travel very well, very well.
Yeah. Hey, Christian, we're going to pivot a little bit. Did you were you able to watch Division I tournament at all? I
saw clips. I didn't watch the full game. I mostly just looked at stats, looked at scoring, but
yeah. Well, I'm going to bring somebody on for you.
Okay.
Hopefully he can see him.
Yeah.
Probably won't
be able. Can you see us right now?
I can see Sully. That's it.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring on.
Bring him on first.
The head coach from Long Beach State. There's Alan Knipe.
Or not Alan Knipe. That's
hi, Coach Alan Knipe.
Yeah. Wow.
NCAA
How's everyone doing?
We're doing good. Hey,
we got two winners. We got two winners on here. Yeah.
Hey, just to give you a heads up, Christian's on a tablet and he can pretty much just see me, but he can definitely hear you. So Alan Knipe has joined us for a couple minutes just to talk to you, Christian. Hopefully you don't mind.
Sweet. No, that's a great opportunity. I'm flattered. That's awesome.
Well, Christian, I just want to congratulate you and your team on a great win and a heck of a career. And I know your coach well.
Thank
He's
you.
a good coach, and you guys have done a good
Thank you.
job. And beating Springfield's that's a tough task. Charlie Sullivan does a heck of a job there, and he's had a nice run. So congratulations to you and your team. And it's exciting to watch men's volleyball grow with athletes like you. And I just want to take a moment to jump on with these
dinosaurs.
This
Knuckleheads.
is the Mount Rushmore of volleyball right here. But
congrats to you as well. That's amazing.
Well, I don't know if I fit in. I'm in the park looking up at these guys on Mount Rushmore right here, but I do want to make sure let's be serious about this. It's a big deal. It's Bear and Sully and I we're all part of a first championship ourselves, and we know what that means to a university and to an athletic department, and how it can catapult a program into greatness in an athletic department. All of a sudden they take it a little more serious when you come back with some hardware like that. But 4 years, a heck of a career, and just so proud of everything that you guys did. It's pretty impressive. And I know whatever level we're all playing at, whether it's Olympic level, when we're all playing juniors, winning the last game, you're one of one. And congratulations to you and your team, and I'm really proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Coming from you, that's an honor. Thank you so much.
Wow,
right.
that's
Awesome.
my pleasure.
Yeah,
Damn it, Sully.
buddy, we know you're
Thanks,
you're
Coach.
busy, man, and appreciate you respond to our text to get on, doc this gentleman. And he had like you said, wonderful career. Never lost at home. His team was fantastic.
He didn't
over the
lose
last
at
4 years.
home, Al.
Never.
He went
lost
undefeated
at
for
home.
4 years.
At
I
the
know,
barn.
it's pretty impressive. That's like Coley at the Matadome.
Yeah, we lost a few. We lost a couple.
Yeah.
Just a few.
Kind of
Not a lot, but we did
That
lose a
part
few.
is Christian doesn't even know what the Matadome is. So we're gonna move
Yeah,
on.
that's good. Yes, we
We'll
are.
send you a link, Christian. We got you.
Hold on.
It's where Cal State Northridge plays our home games.
Well, they
It's
have
where,
a different-
I,
they
it's
have a
where I
different
used to
name.
beat
They
these
have-
guys a lot.
Somehow, because they got a bank sponsor, they're an arena, but now
Yeah.
but
In and out. In and
They
out's a
call
sponsor.
they call it an arena, and it's still the same gym.
It
And I
is
love
an
the
arena.
gym. It's amazing. But it's a
Christian,
gym,
you
and they
probably
call it an
don't
arena.
know anything about Coley, but he dominated when it was the Matadome. So,
Yes.
but listen, hey, let's be serious about it. I really, it's an honor to get on here and chat with anyone who's putting in that kind of effort, because you had to go there and believe in what Tom was preaching, and what what that group, you guys had a vision before it turned into a championship. And all the work that goes into it, we can respect that. Everybody on this group can respect that. So I
Yeah,
just want to
for
make sure
sure.
you understand that as we joke, that it's not a joke. It's congratulations to you and everything for you and your teammates. And make sure when you see Coach Peterson, you tell him I said congratulations too. And I'm really
Will
proud of
do.
you. And I hope to see a lot more of you in the future.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right,
Awesome,
guys.
Al. Thanks for
gonna
coming on,
jump
bud.
in.
Congratulations to you.
Let guys
Appreciate
go.
it.
All right. Good luck.
Awesome.
See ya.
See ya.
Wow. There you go, Christian. How about that, huh?
How about
And
sweet?
DDT,
That was awesome.
Coach
Thank you,
Knight.
guys.
Yeah,
That wins the
Dave
national
Assembly.
championship last night and jumps right in here to jump in. And kudos to you. But again, greatness game recognizes game is a good way to say it. And listen,
Yep.
Christian, what you've done is all joking aside, like he said, is tremendous. I mean, you were a kid that grew up in Pennsylvania that wanted to play college volleyball, and you played college volleyball. You played at the same university for 4 years. You went to tournament after tournament after tournament, and you won the national championship. And you walk out in your last match ever a champion.
Yep.
Incredible,
Yeah.
incredible.
First ever.
Yeah. It was an amazing feeling. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
But you touched a little bit on losing to Springfield. Was that your only
Mhm.
loss of the year?
That was our only loss.
And,
Yeah.
and you said that was a good thing. Can you
That
go
was
into
a-
that a little bit?
It wasn't, yeah, of course. It wasn't just a good thing. It was the best thing that could have happened to us. Because before that game, our heads were way too big. And we were like, oh, we're number one, we're number two, going back and forth with NYU. And we walked into that gym way overconfident, and they took it to us. And it made us sit back and think, oh, crap, like, we're not who we think we are. We got to put in a lot more work.
Mm-hmm.
So, once we get back to Buena Vista, we were like, all right, we got to be in the gym 15 minutes early, like before everybody. And we're warming up so that we can start right at 4, have a good solid practice from 4 to 6, and we worked harder in the weight room because we were pissed. That was one of my teammates. He's told me that was the first loss we've had in 2 years that it didn't end our career, our season.
Yeah, the season ending. Yeah.
So I was like, you know what, you're right. So we took that with that fire and that energy, and we put it into practice. We put it into the weight room, like recovery, and just everything, every aspect. And come the finals, we were prepared for them, and it was a revenge game for us.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
what Coach Peterson said the same thing when we interviewed him. He
Mm-hmm.
talked about losing and it being the best thing that ever happened to him. And he talked about that just not just for your team, especially for your team, but just in general about, when you lose matches, you lose games, you play terrible, whatever it is, those are learning moments. And those are times for you to reflect, gather your intel from whatever it be, and change or adapt or tweak, right? It's all of those things. And for you to lose a match like that, thinking you were the best and get your asses kicked, to turn around, that's really the best way to put it. And then to prepare the right way and be hungry, right? Like it made you hungry again, is what Coach said. And you guys obviously didn't look back and went on a tear.
Yeah, we asked him, was it a humbling moment for your team, or did they get hungry? Because there's a difference, right? And they both can work. He's like, they definitely became hungry. Yeah. And that's what it sounds like, exactly what you just said. We got in the gym, we got refocused, and you guys came out with more fire than before, and you had your revenge match. And why not do it in a national stage?
Yeah.
Christian, let me ask you this. So two losses in only the last two seasons. I mean, obviously we just talked about the one, but he also talked about the one in the quarterfinals. You guys are undefeated the year before. We asked him for some stories on you, and he said, you got to ask him about your brother. And I know you alluded to it, but there's that clip out there of the final point where your teammate is picking your brother up off the floor. He said, he kind of hinted that might have been the beginning of like getting you guys ready, but two different timing of two different losses, but they still put you on the same path, obviously the ultimate outcome. But any differences there?
Oh man, I mean, again, like I said, it was a season-ending loss for us in the quarterfinals against NYU, and Tyler, my brother, was the only senior last year. I mean, we did have two other people that were going on their mission, so they were leaving the team as well. But it hurt because everybody on the team wanted to do it for him because he was our guy, and it just destroyed him. And we were actually just talking about that today, that loss, and he couldn't walk. He said, like, it just hurt him so bad, and it hurt each and every one of us, but it made it worse seeing his reaction to it, his emotions. But going to the Springfield loss, we had the same emotions. Like I mean, we're all athletes here. It sucks to lose. One of the worst feelings.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
We hate it. We all hate it.
We all hate it.
It's awful.
Exactly. So, but it's different because we were able to continue our game and like give us redemption, like redeem ourselves and prove ourselves even more. So I would say that's the difference.
So
go ahead.
Your brother didn't win it. You won it this year.
Yeah.
He was a huge reason, as you know, and I'm sure he knows this, even though it's hard probably for him to comprehend it right this second, but he was a huge reason you guys won. How obviously he must have been overjoyed for you. How's he handling it? Like, he's excited, but is he still bummed, going, shit, could have been me? Or how does he feel about it? Let me tell you, I lost in 93 and I still aren't over it. So he's going to have it forever. But to see his team win the next year and his brother win must have been pretty awesome.
Yeah. I mean, we were all doing it for him. We were doing it for our entire alumni group that we have, but I'm sure he's bummed that he couldn't be there with me and experience that moment with me on the court, but he still experienced it off the court. And I was the first person I went to hug after the game, and I hosted the trophy with him. And I know a lot of the guys, it's not just me, a lot of the guys, they like did the same exact thing. It was like within the 5 minutes after the game, shaking hands with Springfield and receiving our little awards, we all went and hug Tyler, because even though he's not on the roster, he was still a key asset to our team, like being at almost every game of ours, supporting us, and like giving tips to Gehrig, our setter, just to what things he can do to run a little better offense, and just he was still a part of our team in our hearts. So.
Yeah, it's very parallel to Bear, myself, and Al. We lost it to USC, and then we got the hunger, and then the next year we beat USC, and we had two guys, Robert Cooch and Mark Cairns, same thing. They were the backbone for a number of years, and they just couldn't do it. The first time around, they graduated, and sure enough, it sounds very parallel stories and a lot of emotions, a lot of history there. We're all still tight today.
But one thing I'm going to say on that, Christian, and this is something awesome, and it goes. So we just had Coach Knipe on here, and they won the national championship. Yeah. These three guys on here, Sully, Bear, and DDT, they're a reason why those guys won too. And the cool thing is, you're going to be a reason in 10 years and 15 and 20 years when they win again. You're the reason for that, and that's something that Coach Knipe, Al, has never ever forgot about with these guys. They paved the way, just as the ones before they did in 91 to get that title. So, you're always going to be a part of that university. Your brother was there because he was just there last year and he was so new. But in 2 or 3 or 5 years from now, you're the first team to ever win a national championship for volleyball at that school. Yeah. And you are forever going to be ingrained in that. And your brother was part of that, right? And he didn't actually win that season, but he was part of it. And the next title they win, you're going to be part of it, right? And so it's just really cool to hear that about your brother and the team embracing him for that. And again, like for these guys right here on here, that they won the national championship last night. Long Beach State won, they won, right? And it's awesome. So pretty cool.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Hey, Christian, we appreciate you coming on, man, being the first collegiate athlete to come on here. D3, NCAA, Player of the Year, and all the other accolades we had on here. Christian Schaefer, thanks for coming on Set the Pipe, man. And we wish you well in the next stages. And we said the volleyball world's small. You may run into us old men out there, and just make sure you don't squeeze us too hard when we get a big hug from you, all right?
I'll make sure. Thank you guys so much.
Coming on Set the Pipe.
Yeah.
Thanks, Christian.
Really appreciate you, Christian. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, and good luck with you too.
Thank you.
In your future. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Set the Pipe. I am Sully. CK's here. Bears down there. Today, we have a guy with a loaded resume, and we're excited to have him on. Tyler Hildebrand, head coach, St. Mary's. Welcome to Set the Pipe.
Thanks, Sully. Thanks, CK, Bear. It's a pleasure to be on. As I was just saying, I've listened to a decent amount of them so far, and it's just been great to hear all the stories. I know that's why you guys are saying you're doing it, and to relive some of them and remember some of them. And so I'm excited to share some of mine, and also keep listening as you guys keep rolling.
Right on. Well, let me.
I'm so stoked to have you. So thanks for coming on as always. Yeah. Appreciate your time. I know it's valuable these days, especially with spring volleyball happening and the recruiting and always going on, and being a father and all those other things. So thanks, appreciate it.
I can go on probably about 5 or 10 minutes about your background, Tyler. So I'm just going to touch on it. Just a couple things. Went to Long Beach State. What's that? The Princeton? Is that what you calling that, Coley?
Yeah.
Harvard of the West.
It's Northridge. Northridge is the Harvard of the West. You guys are Princeton, Yale. It's kind of it's an up. You're trying to figure it out.
Right. So he was a 4-year setter actually at Long Beach State and was a 2003 ABCA Newcomer of the Year as a freshman. I went to the championship match actually in 2004, was named the NCAA All-Tournament team. And then as of 2024, he was Long Beach State's all-time career leader in assists and was a 3-time first-team ABC All-American.
Welcome, brother. Me and you on this pod have the same
you guys
same
are
thing.
the
Awesome.
3-time club. Anyway, so 6 years on the national team, played a couple years on the AVP, then all of a sudden he got the coaching bug. Coached a couple of recognizable names on the AVP tour. Jake Gibb, Casey Patterson, who we just had on here. So he had some very nice things to say about you. Phil Dahlhauser, Nick Lucina, Tri-Born as well. On the women's side, April Ross, Jennifer Kessie, both USC All-Americans, Ross and Carrie Walsh Jennings as well. and Emily Day and Summer Ross. In 2022, he coached the pair of Ross and Alex Kleinman to gold medals at the Tokyo Games. He then, while he was at Long Beach State on the men's side with Al Knipe, who we've had on here. After the men's side, he got to Nebraska, and he was there for 3 years. 3 years, is that right?
On the women's side, sorry, I
Yeah,
couldn't hear.
on the women's side for Nebraska.
No, 3.5 seasons. Yeah,
3.5 seasons.
because COVID didn't really count for
Yeah,
him.
yeah, for sure. Then came back to his alma mater on the women's side at Long Beach State. After a stint at Long Beach State, went to USC to be the associate head coach at USC. And then he got the job this year at St. Mary's College. Again, Tyler Hildebrand, welcome to Set the Pipe, brother.
Thanks. Again, happy to be here.
Coaching now at St. Mary's, about to start your first season next fall. How's it going for you? What did you inherit, and what's the vision you're putting together right now for St. Mary's going into the next year for the WCC?
Yeah, first of all, Rob Browning was here for I think a little over 20 years. My wife's family and Rob go way back. I think Rob was doing some stuff with Carl McGowan back in the day when you couldn't just pull something up on volumetrics or YouTube to study the game. You had to
Right.
actually physically go there. I think Marv used to do that. I mean, and so Rob was there, and I think was renting out a room from Kristen's family or something. But I mean, they've known each other forever, and I've known Rob since the early 2000s when I was on the national team. He was a volunteer there. One of the best people in our sport, and great guy, great coach. But we haven't been kind of competing as the Power Fours have been pulling away, or Power Fives, and now even the Power Fours getting farther away. So inherited, I think, we got 9th place in the WCC last year. So no one here really wants that. I'm sure, including the previous staff and players and our admin. So, but when I got the call from the AD that brought me to Long Beach, who was there for a long time, did a lot of things for Alan's program, certainly did a lot of things for me the couple years I was
Andy?
there. Andy Fee.
Yep.
Yeah, he's one of the best ever. And so he left like 5 months after he brought me. And one of his close friends who he worked with at San Diego is our AD here, Mike Matoso, total stud, gets it. If you don't have football, you need an AD in a department that gets it.
Get it, yep.
We're going to figure out every way we can to support you. Yes, this costs money and this costs money, but these really matter. So we'll give you those, and then you got to help other areas. So they want to make a big commitment with the rule changes coming. I think that's why they made the move. And to be honest, when my AD called me, I was like, I'm not interested in. I mean, I don't want I want to go Power 4 or whatever. Like, I'm moved around enough. And he goes, well, would you take a call and at least give him some names? I was like, yeah, of course I'll do that. So that was my AD, Andy Fee, saying this guy's really great. Just could you help him with some names? I'm like, sure. So I tell my wife, and you guys, I don't know if you know my wife solely, but
I don't.
Baron CK
Yeah,
know
I
my
know
wife.
Kristen.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
for sure.
Yeah. And so
She was a decent volleyball player.
Yeah, she was all right.
She was
Some
okay.
accolades.
me and Brian Cook, my associate coach, we just have to deal with our wives being way better than us.
Yeah, it happens.
A lot of things, but especially volleyball. But yeah, to wrap the story up, it was we've moved like 5 or 6 times now, and every time it's I think it's hard on the person, whether it was we were moving for her job, it'd be hard on me, but we're always moving for my job, so it takes a little while to process. And so anyway, when I just mentioned it to her, she was like, "Hey, I'm in. I want to go back to Northern California." I'm like, I haven't even talked to the AD yet, So, and he did his homework because he led off with, "Hey Tyler, how's it going?" I thought I was going to give him names. I talked to him a few days later. He goes, "Yeah, blah blah blah. Hey, it comes with a full country club membership right here at the golf course." So he knew what to lead off with.
Awesome.
But I actually didn't even know exactly where St. Mary's was. I just knew Mike Dodd, and Dallas and Dominique played here. So I thought it was kind of more centralish California. I didn't know it was up here in this unbelievably gorgeous, Moraga, which is one of the most beautiful places I've been. And yeah, he just kind of said, we're going to make some changes and we're going to back this thing up and we're going to try to be like our men's basketball team and compete with the big boys, and we're going to put our money where our mouth is. And so far they've gone above and beyond.
That's great to hear. When we were talking to Alan, he was talking about growth of the sport and how do we grow it. And it starts with administrations. It starts with the NCAA. It starts, all the way there for them to give you the support for you to do what you do, which we're going to talk about in a minute with some stories about volleyball, about competing, about winning, about culture, about all of those things. But you cannot do that without funding, without support. And so to hear that you're getting that is amazing. I'm also hopeful. I don't know if you even have any insight on this or you just hear it, but I do have a feeling I think St. Mary's may get invited to the Pac-12, the new Pac-12. And if that happens, now you're coaching in a Power 4.5, if we'll call it a half, with back to the Power 5. But I don't, that's a reality. It is, it isn't. You're a coach and you're just going to, obviously coach where you're at. But I think it would be a cool ad for everyone, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't have any inside information.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. No.
but I know Gonzaga is already in.
Yep.
And I know they're looking for one more football team, I believe. I think they're at 7. You need 8.
You do need 8 to have a conference, and they need to have it within 6 months, and they'll get that. And they're just waiting on their media deal. And once they get the media deal done, which should be done in the next 30 days, the Pac-12 will know what the shares are. So now you can actually, you already have the teams that have committed, which are 8 / only 7 football teams, Gonzaga being the 8th in that thing. Then you know what you can then have, and then you can go out and maybe solicit a St. Mary's or go solicit, a UNLV, or they're trying to get a Memphis or things like that. But it doesn't matter. Just coaching, obviously the WCC is an awesome conference. How was it transitioning from Long Beach to USC, and then all of a sudden within probably, like you said, you weren't expecting it, to all of a sudden being a head coach again at a mid-major, if you want to call it so, going from Long Beach State, low major, going to, in the women's game, these days, going to USC, high major, playing in the Big Ten, to back to like a mid-major WCC, possibly, again, Pac-12 if that was to happen. But how's that been for a transition for you? And how do you keep those kids in the recruiting aspect trying to get to that next level?
Yeah, there's kind of a lot to unpack there, but
yeah, I asked you a lot of questions.
I think I have about the least amount of care of what the volleyball world thinks of me or my decisions. I care a lot about what Team Fletch and Team Paul Mitchell cares about me. I care a lot about what, my friends care about me.
Team Paul Mitchell.
I knew it.
I was thinking about it, but I had to.
I figured that's how you led to all your jobs that you've gotten so far. Was your first thing was you're a Team Paul Mitchell alum, and I just think that opened the doors for you. But I mean, we were talking about that before you got on. That's just my opinion.
Well, there's some. I remember both times. So I was in Canada, Coley. You called me. Do you remember? I was on a national team trip at a Pan Am something, and that was back. It must have been 2007 or something.
Yeah,
right?
somewhere in there.
And back then, I mean, I don't know if I had an iPhone yet, and it was like $4 a minute, and I was broke to answer a call, and I'm like, why is Coley calling me? I've been on Team Magnum. I love Magnum, sort of, not really, but I love a lot of guys on that team. Siggy's great, but I always want to be on Fletch, and I never got the call, and I'm like, I got to answer this. And without even discussing how much it costs, you remember CK, like, hey, you want to play on Team Fletch this summer? I'm like, yep. You're like, all right, cool. We'll see you later. I mean, it was just, that summer, I was like a minute, and I'm like, dude, I was going to say yes. You had me at hello, but I'm glad we got off the call quick because I didn't want to spend too much money.
Yeah, those days a lot of us were poor. So again, I asked you those questions since I asked 100. We're going to come back to that. So the funny story is, you're in high school, I think, playing in Arizona, and we're playing at nationals, and we played you guys, and in
the winners final,
in the winners final, and we were better than you at that time, but you personally blew all of us, and you know who we are and we know who you are now. But back then we were all very competitive, and we were all playing at a really high level. The most of our Paul Mitchell team, guys from all over. and we just had such an admiration for you, the way you competed, and the way the way you went about it. I mean, and it was awesome. It was awesome. You were super young, and then what was the next year you played again? Is that when you had committed to Al, or was it already that year that you were being recruited? You weren't being recruited yet, right?
No, I was. So I basically started playing volleyball my junior year, essentially, like in the spring. And I played like middle, but by the end of it, I don't know, playing, like outside hitter on like the varsity, but we sucked. That's high school, and my knees were so bad in basketball. So I kind of just was like, I'll try this out. That summer, like one of the JOs was in Phoenix. So just 2 months later, JOs was in Phoenix. I'm from Mesa, and they only had 35 teams because someone dropped out or something. So we got this club team that's a local team got put into open like without having to qualify because they needed 36.
Right.
So we put together just this like random I don't know, ragtag team, and I sat and played opposite. We did a 6-2. So that was my first club tournament ever, was going into my senior year. But in boys volleyball, the signing date's in November. Well, I mean, in girls too, but the first boys tournament to get seen, other than like SCVA, but in Arizona, you don't have any of those, was the December Classic, and then the qualifier in January. So I didn't even get seen by a single school ever, really, because the one at JOs, I mean, I didn't even know what I was doing,
Yeah.
Was after the signing date. So fast forward to March, I was almost a Matador, dude. I think I've told you that, CK.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was almost a Matador. Campbell brought me in, offered me actually a pretty decent scholarship, and it was like middle of March, late March. And I thought I almost committed on the visit because no one else wanted me. Kenny Preston told me that they already have the 2 best setters in my class. So
cool.
I never thought about that
When you beat his ass in Woodson?
Went 9-0 against Santa Barbara. I didn't lose them once, but
He said the same thing about Matteo, Tyler. If you don't know that, he told Matteo he'd never be a college setter.
No way.
Yeah.
I mean,
so.
KP is like near and dear to my
Oh,
heart.
and I love Kenny. Yeah.
It's just a funny story. And then later, I think like, I don't know, maybe 2009, 2 or 3 years after I was retired from or done playing college, I was playing national team stuff, surgeries. Kenny Preston was the head of delegation on like a Pan Am Games. And he'd just be like, "Oh shit, man, I remember that call." So he was great. He was a great guy. And
so anyway, I want to go back because I want to hear this. So Kenny and everyone's recruiting you, but not so much.
Yeah, but not really. Al Skate, I was sending letters, sending tape. Pat Powers was at SC at the time. He wanted me to be an outside hitter. I'm like, I think I'm a setter. I don't know. I've been playing volleyball for a year. And anyway, and so I. On the trip to Northridge, you could in-person scout back then. And so Greg Vernovich, Andy Reid, and Alan Knipe were at the match that Northridge was playing Stanford on my visit. And I might have had just a few refreshments before I got into the game. And I'm coming.
It's legal at Northridge, it's fine.
Yeah,
You're fine.
Yeah, it's fine. And I was, I was walking out the door after I think that Stanford smashed them or something, and
I'm walking
out with Ty Tremblay, and a couple other Northridge guys. We're walking out, and I see Alan and Alan right there, and I was like, "Have a good trip." And I was like, "Oh, hey." Walked right by them. Next day they called me, and I went out the next weekend to Long Beach for a junior national tryout. And those 2 setters, by the way, that went to Santa Barbara, they were 1 and 2 in my class, so they got picked and I didn't. They didn't spend any time with us team either, but it doesn't matter. Point is that we I was like on the 3rd court, and Greg Vernovich kept walking up to me. He's like, "Hey, where are you going again?" I'm like, "Nowhere, man." "Wait, where are you committed again?" I'm like, he asked me like 5 times. I'm like, I'm not going anywhere yet. I'd like to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And the next weekend came out and committed on my visit without telling my parents. I committed to Alan at the Marriott right there by the airport. Barry, you know where that is? Solid.
I do know where that is.
Yes,
yeah.
Bear has
time in that hotel, by the way.
Bear has a great Marriott driving story. You might want to tell later today. But
I almost got kicked out of that hotel, but that's a whole
Subscription
other.
only.
Yeah.
Are the elevators good to go?
This had to do with the balcony, not the elevators. But
I don't know
Yeah.
how much, you gotta kind of walk the.
We can
That's
edit.
why
We can edit.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to get a
Okay.
I used to
subscription
work for
going
them,
on
yeah.
here.
So yeah, they're
Yeah.
Oh,
they're
the
not
stories.
So
Jesus.
you commit on the visit and you don't tell your parents.
Yeah, and Alan offered me no money. It was a walk on.
Oh,
And Bo Peters was already committed, signed early. He's my year. He played for Derek Lucero, and he was the best setter in the class, better than Bo and the other two guys won Santa Barbara. He won 3 JOs in a row, 16, 17s, 18s, number one setter. He got like a 90% scholarship, which, as you guys know, it's becoming a
insane.
little more common with like a Moni or a Nikolov or a Heno because they're going big with international. But back then it was like unheard
Yeah.
of. And I was just a walk on, and there's 5 setters at the time. I was so stoked. I'm like, dude, I'm in. I was like, all right, cool. I tell my parents, and they're like, how much is that to say to? I mean, I didn't even ask them. They had to take out
Yeah.
a big shout out to my parents. I mean, we did okay, but we weren't a wealthy family. But my parents did fine. They could take care of whatever we needed. But that's 42,000 or something, just
Yeah,
like
out of-
that. Without
Out of
I
state.
didn't even talk to them.
At Long
And
Beach
so,
State.
yeah. And so,
Princeton.
so I told them I committed, and they said, okay, what did he offer you? Same as Northridge? I was like, I don't think he offered me anything. They're like, you don't know? I was like, I don't know. I think by the time April came around, I got books or something, which was like $800.
Right.
Um,
And then
so
you
that I
played in
could-
May, and then like that next month was nationals when I first played
literally
against you.
1 month, literally 1 month later
Wow.
was national. So
Yeah.
that marks about 12 months of total setting and about, I don't
If
know,
Al didn't give you
16,
money
17
after that, if he didn't give you money after that trip, then I mean, I don't know what he was doing because you were unbelievable.
I didn't get money until my junior year.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, but I mean, that was how it was. I mean, there wasn't.
Yeah,
But Alan was awesome. He said it to me, and this has helped me in my coaching career too, because we all have walk-ons, and we're in the Marriott. He's telling me, hey, you're gonna have, you're come here, and these are gonna be your best friends for life. Al's right about a lot of things. Usually when he and I argue during a game coaching together, I'm always right. He's always wrong. But other than that, he's right about a lot of things. Just kidding. He's usually right. He's usually right there too. But he was like, hey, he's gonna be your best friends. They were. But he said, listen, if you earn your way into money, like if you earn it, even though you're not going to go anywhere, probably, if you end up starting for us or beating people out, because we think you have potential to do that, even though Bo's coming in, all that, he goes, I will help your parents. I will find a way to give you money. And we had a guy transfer, a Brazilian guy my junior year, and Alan gave me a full scholarship that year.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't going I wasn't going anywhere. I was in state by that time, as you guys know. Maybe you could do that back then.
Yeah.
And so anyway, long story of how that all happened, but that's how I went into that nationals. I wasn't really nervous. I was just like, oh, dude, I just committed to that guy like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I hope I don't see him at the bars.
Yeah.
And I wasn't quite of age, but we used to use fake IDs, and I got in, and
I remember Alan saying, hey, he's coming to Long Beach.
That's
before
what
we
it-
played.
yeah.
And we're like, what?
Yeah, and
You were incredible.
You were.
the one night that I did run into you guys, Paul Mitchell, because that was before we were getting the Coley Kyman, like, here's where we're going. Remember you used to do that, Coley?
Yep.
He'd send out the whole itinerary for the whole turn. Well, the cool teams, and I used to get them. I mean, we used to do them when I was with you, right? But before that, I used to get them on my team, but yeah. So I was like hoping I never saw Alan out. I was like, dude, this is not gonna be good. Barry, you and Al were sitting in a booth at a bar. Like, I don't know if you remember this. And I'm sitting there and I'm like trying to hide, trying not to leave. I'm like, don't see me. And then Al just gets up, walks straight over. I'm like, oh, here it is, dude. Here it is. Like, this isn't good. He's going to take that $800 he gave me, and he goes, Tyler, it's all right. It's all good. Relax.
Yeah.
But me and Tim, my friend Tim, are gonna leave. It's gonna be all good. And then he left, and I was, those are the days that stuff was okay because we were responsible, and for the most part,
No
For the
social
most
media.
part.
Those nationals were good times.
they were.
Hey, so I talked a little bit earlier about a nationals with you, and I guess I got the wrong city, the story wrong, and you corrected it. Can you go into that a little bit?
Well,
Can you clarify?
Yeah, I'll clarify. So I played 5 years before Paul Mitchell, right? One in high school, and then
Yep.
the 4 in college. We played 2-ball express. Remember those guys with
Yep.
Walker? And by the way,
Mhm.
quick caveat:
You guys were good, by the way.
we always are like
Yeah.
between 3rd and 5th or whatever.
Yep.
But we got 2 bronzes. But like that time I played against you guys as a senior, the only reason I went is because my club coach Kevin Jones played on that team. And Steve Walker, who played at Long Beach, 49er, by the way,
Yep.
shout out to Walk,
Yeah.
one of my
Love Walker.
favorites.
Arizona
Oh,
volleyball coach. Yep.
yeah,
Beach.
beach volleyball coach.
Yep.
One of my setting mentors. He taught me a lot about being a setter and a competitor. But I never met him. I never met anyone on the team, and I'm a high school senior. And my club coach, like a week before, goes to my parents and goes, "Hey, can I take Tyler to this tournament?" They're like, "What is it?" And they had no idea what it was. By the way,
I'm glad they didn't.
They
yeah,
would never let
exactly.
you go if they
Yeah,
did.
and I'm like, dude, like I can't play against, not, I think the Miso team was there. I mean, I'm like,
Yeah.
I can't play against these guys, and he's like, you're not gonna play, dude. You're just in case Walker like goes down or he needs to rest, I was like, sweet. So Walker comes down with food poisoning the first day, so I got to
Oh.
play the whole first day. Then the next day, he tries to play and like either breaks his finger or like something happened to his hand, and I had to play the rest of the tournament. So I got to
Wow.
play the whole time because Walker couldn't play. But yeah, so I played 5 years in the 4 years of college, and I think I probably would have played with you guys, like with Sealy. Like I probably would have been one of the setters with Sealy. I think it's during college, but I couldn't because Alan was on the team.
Yeah.
If you guys
Oh.
remember that.
Yeah, no, for
And
sure.
so-
We would love to have you. And we always talked about it every year with you. Like as soon as you're
Yeah.
done here, you got to come over. And obviously you fit right in so many things.
So that was the first year, was my senior year, which was New Orleans.
So tell the
Dude,
story.
it was-
With
So-
Paul
yep,
Mitchell.
Yeah.
So
For some reason, I thought
New
it was
Orleans-
Wisconsin, but yeah, okay.
It was right
It was
after the floods.
It was New Orleans. Yep, it was
Yes.
right after the flood. So whatever the street, whatever that street was called, the
Bourbon
main
Street?
drag,
Bourbon Street.
was just, remember, it smelled like sewer everywhere because of the floods. Anyway, so
Katrina.
me and Ty Tremblay were playing on the AVP at the time, and we thought we were going to be a day late, but we got bounced by Ingenio it's the only time out of 8 tournaments. So a little bit of Paul Mitchell kind of magic serendipity there. We had to qualify that year. We were like ranked 90th in the qualifier. So we had to qualify every tournament. We played 8 tournaments. The only time we didn't qualify was Huntington, and that was national. So we actually made it on a red eye. We got in at 4:35 in the morning. And you guys stuck us with all 5 rookies in the same hotel room. I don't know if you remember that.
I do.
Nils, Tar, Spittle,
Yep.
me, and Tremblay. Well,
Yeah.
Tremblay wasn't a rookie. He played 1 year before, but the
In
4 of
Denver
us
when he was
rookies,
throwing up, but
Denver, and he was thrown up. So the 5 of us are stuck in this room. I thought we were getting a hotel room, me and Tremblay, and they give us the keys at 4 whatever. And,
it was
and they're
expensive,
like,
dude. A lot of people know like how to keep it
Yeah,
tight.
yeah.
No
You
money.
know, how to keep it tight.
Yeah,
No,
I gotta
he was
talk
in
to Jules.
charge.
I gotta talk to Jules and Clean about that. But anyway, so we came in and we thought it was gonna be we're gonna go sleep. We thought it was gonna be our own hotel room. We come in and there was more than 3 people in that hotel room. I'll just say it like that. But there was
People.
Yeah.
there was people in the hotel room, and we're like, what is going? Dude, they give us a room. We go downstairs because they were sleeping. They go downstairs. Nope, that's your hotel room. Go back up. So we decided to go down to because we had an afternoon pool. Remember?
Yeah.
So we decided to go to Bourbon
Urban
Street
Yeah.
Yeah.
and start drinking Hurricanes because we're like, we got like 12 hours, so we got to play or something. I was like, this is our first Paul Mitchell, and
The win in Rome.
so we did that. And I don't know if you guys remember, but we go to warm up. None of us were in very good shape, and I set Tar's not even like warming up. He's on the bench, and Alan goes over there and tells him to get up and hit a ball, and I was struggling a little bit. And Sully, I'd never met Eric Sullivan, never played with him. One of my all-time favorite players to play with all time. Tosses me a ball, and I'm seeing 2 of them, and I set him the first ball in warm up straight over the net. He goes to Alan, you guys, and starts going, who the F are these guys? Who brought these guys? This is like the first set of warm-ups. Tar gets up off the bench. I set him a ball. He like trips and like falls into the net and just walked and sat down. So I was the only one of all the rookies that played that game, and I think you and Alan played middle, Coley.
Yeah, we did.
That game. Yeah, remember? And
the one the rule we had, and I think that group they all bounced back tremendously, was like the thing I say this to parents now with my kids when they travel, like, listen, if your kids want to stay out till 3 a.m, great. They better be able to bring it at 8 a.m. And I mean, bring it like you're playing at the highest level. If you can play, then play. And if you can't, then don't go out. It's one or the other. It's one or the other. And that's what it was with Paul Mitchell. You going to stay out till 8, don't even sleep for 3 days? Awesome. Just be ready to side out when we need you. That's the bottom line. And everyone was, for the most part, there.
I mean, that was Fletch, Long Beach, and so my whole career is that way. It wasn't something I think that I, brought. Like, it's just you wouldn't, your teammates wouldn't allow you. I mean, it was, and if you were one of those people that couldn't couldn't handle their stuff either. It doesn't have to be about just going, having socializing. It could be about anything. Oh, you got a cold, or it's like you just your teammates wouldn't accept it, right? It was like, this is what makes us different. And I think you guys probably had that at Northridge too with your era, CK, and Sully, Bear, and I obviously had at Long Beach, and so. So back to the details at the end there. So Schroeder, after that game, we lost like 3-0, I think. Yeah. Which was what was going to put us in the losers, I think, because of either, I don't remember if it was pool or if it just automatically put us. Oh, it was double limb, right? It just put us right in the losers.
It was on the last day,
this got us into the playoffs. It was, or whatever it was. But yeah, I think.
No, but after we lost the very first match of the tournament, when none of the rookies except me
it crushed us in the pool. Like,
that's what it was in the pool. Yeah.
We barely made it out.
Yeah, barely made it out. And dude, Schroeder gave one of the all-time speeches. Like, I think you too a little bit, Bear, but Schroeder he's like, look, man, it's a privilege to be here. And just what you just said, Chloe, like, it's a privilege to be here. And like, we owe it to Jules, Kalina, Paul Mitchell. We owe it to everyone that's won and played on this team before us. And listen, not everybody gets, every year, not every year, but most years, 1 to 2 people get clipped from a Paul Mitchell or a Fletch or a Soha, whatever. It's like, you got to have the right mentality, the right vibe, the right team guy, but you also got to bring it. If you're just coming out of college, you're supposed to bring it and getting 3-0 smash. So he gives this great speech. We didn't change our behavior at all. I kind of laid into those guys, and I was like, dude, I got broken legs. Like, I can't be the only one. Like, let's go. And those guys were all super tough. I mean,
no doubt.
They were all super tough. And, so, it's just the little things that guys like, we got to, they've invited us to this team. We got to win it. Right. We got to win every part of nationals, which we know what that means, but we got to win the volleyball too.
Sure.
And so,
because the other part matters a lot, but only if you win the volleyball part.
Yeah.
That's it. And I had been on some teams that were like that, and some of those guys maybe, but it was great. And, so we didn't change much, flipped to morning pools and I think we started playing pretty, better or whatever. I think we got Keenan and like Furby and those guys and Scotty Lane. They all came after AVPs because they didn't get bounced in the quarterfinal like we did. But or in the qualifier. But so then Monday night is the typical Paul Mitchell dinner. It's just wonderful dinner, like very traditional of our team, right? And Paul Mitchell and Jules and Colleen do a great job. So we have this dinner and Presho, maybe you too, but Presho for sure sits us down and goes, I wish I could do a Presho impression, but I'm not even going to try it. But he's like, hey, listen, this is how it goes, right? You guys have done a great job. You completely scared the crap out of us in the first match, but you guys got it. You guys are rolling. But listen, you guys have been playing hard, a lot of matches going hard. Like, the Monday night is when the old guys could go do their thing, and you guys kind of tuck it in a little bit early, and we were in the losers, so we had the losers semi, losers final, and
double final if we won that final,
right? Double final, right? So we had,
and tuck it in early. It's like 2. That's where we're tucking in
Before
early.
it's light.
Like 2:00 in the morning. Go get some rest because we play at 10. That's tucking in early for Paul Mitchell. I mean, most of the guys are rolling in at 4 or 5. We've had some good times on that trip. I'll tell you that.
Well, especially that year because it was New Orleans, so the bars didn't close at 2, which was
the place
brutal.
was crazy.
So we so Precious says that, and I'd already been kind of riding those other guys a little bit, like, guys, dude, like, this is serious, like, this is our first, I was kind of pushing them a little bit of like, we got to show up. So then as we're walking back to our hotel room, the one that we shared, all 5 of us, as we're walking back to our hotel room, everyone's like, yeah, man, dude, they're right. And I went, you know what, dude? F that. Let's go, right? We're not talking, but let's steer clear of the older guys so they think we went to bed early. So I don't know if you guys remember this, Bear and Coley, but so I don't know what time it is, and we definitely don't need to share, but it's pretty late.
It wasn't tucked in early.
And we did not tuck in early, and thus far, a lot of teams out of the tournament, a lot of our friends are like, dude, you guys should probably call it. And I was like, nope, we're gonna go, and then we'll be there at 8:00 and we're gonna win. And then all of a sudden, there's the song "Shout" or "Jump" or what's the one where you,
A little bit louder now.
yeah. And it's pretty late, and we're in there having a good time, and there's a bar. It's pretty packed still, and all of a sudden that song comes on where you do this one, right? So me, Tar, the 5 of us, we're going like this.
This is so
and the
awesome.
rest of the bar is not like, they're dancing, but they're not jumping. And then we see like 4 other guys going like this. And we're like, yeah. And then I'm like, oh shit, that's Bear, Coley, and Presso.
A little bit louder now.
Yeah.
A little bit louder.
And I was like,
yeah.
and we both are like this. And I was like, uh-oh. And then you guys were like, yeah. We're like, yeah. So then on the way, so whatever, I don't know, maybe got not very, didn't lay down we didn't get a whole lot of rest. And so then we're going to the gym, and I'm like, that you're like, hey, here it comes, let's go, we're gonna win this thing, and I'm just puking the whole way, like it was like a 10-minute walk, and I threw up like 3 times, and I look at the guys and I said, not a freaking word, dude. I'm gonna play and I'm gonna be fine, all right, but nobody needs to know. Unless I keep throwing up, then we could, but. So go in, play the match. We win in 5 at 8 a.m. Okay.
In the semis, right? That was the semis of the losers.
Semis,
yeah. Yep.
Then do you remember we went to breakfast, which we usually didn't do this as a team, but we all went to that breakfast that was connected. Do you guys remember that little spot? It was like a buffet, and which is the worst thing ever because typically we would go get a beer and a broad as we we do that stuff. But to sit down at breakfast, I'm like trying to keep it together. I'm like, dude. And Alan's like, bro, you all right? I'm like, yeah, I didn't really take Preston's advice last night. He goes, yeah, no shit, Tyler. I was like, I'm like, I gotta go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom, come back. Go to the bathroom, come back. And then we got to play another game. Play that game, win that game in 5. But by the end of that game, I was starting to cramp, and I was, I had nothing left. And that's when a couple of guys were like, dude, you got to go get an IV. I'm like, no, dude, there's only like 2 hours. There's only 2 hours left. And it's going to take too long. So I go get an IV. I'm dead sweat. I'm laying there. I'm shivering. They're giving me blankets.
I remember you shivering. Yeah.
Yeah. Bear was the one that was with me the most, like almost the whole time, kind of. And you were there most of the time, just talking with me. And you were kind of going like, hey, dude, Tremblay's got it. Like you're like, dude, you're in pretty bad shape, bro. I was like, I'm freaking playing, dude. I swear I'm playing. I thought I could, but I started to get a little worried when the doctor's like, we need to give you another IV because your like stuff's all messed up. You're still pale. I'm like, dude, get that thing out of me in 40 minutes. Presto comes over. He looks at me and goes, hey, kid, you're going to stay here. Tremblay's going. Goes over. Tremblay freaks out so hard. He starts going into full panic attack. That you remember he was like bouncing 2 balls on stadium court.
Just crushing them straight. Yeah, just bang.
Yeah. So long story, but so once they got it out, the IV out of me, I think it was probably right after warmups,
Yeah,
and Bear
because
was with
Ty started
the first set.
Yeah.
He
first
played the
set.
first set,
Yeah.
and it was uh, oh yeah. So I was freezing. Like I felt like I couldn't move my body, not so much because of like not feeling well. It was more of just I was so cold and frozen. And Bear, we went outside
Outside into the
in the
into the
and
heat.
we peppered. You remember?
Yep, I do remember.
Bear
Listen to
took me
Bear just being a
outside.
teammate right there,
Oh,
just
dude, he was
taking
Yeah,
care
good,
of our
The
guy,
best.
of
getting
course.
him ready when we needed him. Unbelievable,
dude.
Bear.
Yeah. Then
Fellow
we come and
49er. Come on. And Team Paul Mitchell. Come on.
yeah,
That's what you got
yeah.
to do.
And we come back to the court and we had won the first set.
Yeah.
Second set, it was like I think it was about 9-all. And Tremblay, I didn't think they were that bad of sets, but we were down like 13-9.
Mhm.
Like we gave up 4 points. I think he kind of missed a couple sets. And dude, yeah, a guy that's like a father to me, and you know, one of my favorite people in the world, Alan Knight, who's the nicest, greatest guy of all time. But when he gets those Irish red eyes
Yep.
and he gets serious, dude, it's an intensity that's pretty second to none in my experience. I'm sure a lot of you guys would agree with
Yeah.
that.
Absolutely.
And he had not talked to me since I got back. And as soon as the last, I think it was like a wide set, we had to tip it, and they like hammered it. The crowd's going nuts because remember, no one roots for us. Everyone, well,
No,
Yes,
but-
and if we
some,
lose, we're
some,
done. We have to win that
Yeah.
and win a double final. So we
Yeah.
this is like, yeah, this is it.
yeah, there was a decent select, fan base that was rooting for us.
Right.
Very specific
Very.
type of fan that
People-
was
They
rooting for
like
us.
to go out with us, but they didn't like to root for us pretty much
That's
during the
right.
daytime.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the place is going nuts, down 13-9, and Al just goes, "Are you ready to fucking play or what?" And I was like, in my mind, I'm like, zero chance I can play. But Alan he did it. I was like, yep. I went in, and within like 5 points, I felt fine. And yeah, we ended up coming back and winning that set. We ended up winning. We ended up winning the third, and then we ended up smashing them in the
Smashing
golden
them in the double final.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
set.
And that's
Good
gosh, and
times.
that's what made me, Tyler, we go back and around, you and I, all of us could talk forever, is that's what I loved about you when I first saw you play when you're on that Arizona team, is just you had that. Al had that. These guys had that. Deli had that. Pesto had that. Rocky had that. Geeter has that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of kids don't these days, but you know what I mean, and having it. And like, you're playing at nationals, which matters, it matters, but like, you're not playing the NBA finals, and like, you wanted to win. You're getting IVs. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you were out till 4 a.m, but who cares? That's what you're supposed to do. But you were doing what it took to win. And guys like Bear, who I love, and he's obviously a huge part of this podcast, is he's doing what it takes to win, right? Like, it's not like he's like, just because it mattered to him.
That's
It
what we were there
mattered
for.
to us. It mattered to being a team, to finding a way. You were our best setter. I love Ty. You were our best player. You were young. You were thirsty. You had it all. This was your chance to be on this team and be with us and be playing for Al. And you stepped up when you needed it. And most people wouldn't have done that. And that's why I love this team, because the majority of the time we would get together, Al, myself, and Presh, and we would say, hey, what do you think about this person? We would take people that were like so good and be like, no, just not the right fit for us. And I'm sure you do that when you recruit, right? But like, it wasn't like that. Obviously you were a perfect fit from the beginning, but what a great story. I mean, what a great nationals too. And
Well, I mean, and then obviously once you guys kind of pass it down to Kalina, me, and Spittle, we were making those same decisions. Like, we had our guys there on the national team that we knew we could get, and then you had to fill, hey, we need a bro, or we need, and you were thinking about all those factors, and obviously you wanted them to add, humor and comedy and things like that, because that was part of that team too. And
oh yeah, for sure.
but I do want to. A lot of people, I think, underplay. I shouldn't. I mean, it's everyone's opinion how they want to think about it, but I never treated it this way. Nor did anyone on Fletcher, Paul Mitchell, or Joe Soho, right? That I play 6-man now with. But that was my first win ever. I mean, when I lost in the finals in '04, I lost in 2 national team semis and got bronze twice on some, my freshman and junior year. I got to play World University games, and lost, and lost in 3 MPSF finals. I was 0 for 3 in MPSF finals. And to be honest, a lot of them, like now that I know what I do know about the game and setting, I think a lot of people know, yeah, I was fairly good, but I didn't know a lot. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to win. And, Brandon Talfaro is a great friend and great mentor of mine. I mean, a lot of people would look at us as setting the ball, and maybe we're different setters. Maybe people would say I'm a little bit more talented at setting, but he was a way more talented volleyball player, way more talented winner, competitor. And it took Paul Mitchell that win till I started winning as a setter, because people around me, you guys all kind of taught me how to win.
And we
in my
believed in you.
opinion.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's a big statement, man. I mean, I remember with Tommy Hoff when we won the whole thing with him. I mean, that was his first, national championship, and that guy dogpiled like he was just a little kid. I mean, and then look where it took him, right? I mean, talented player, no doubt, but gold medal around his neck. Yeah, Paul Mitchell did some great things. I mean, from a long time ago, from Raymond
All of us.
Construction. Yep.
Yeah.
And it took all of us, to be quite honest.
I mean, my first one, I've told the story when I started, I'm not going to tell it again, but was in '93 with, when we ended up winning and taking the actual sponsorship from Paul Mitchell in Memphis. But it was my first time. I just had lost the Natty, right? A couple months prior to that. And it was, or the year before. And it was just,
first one.
It was their first win. They've never won. Raymond Construction had been in the finals a bunch over the years, and they never won. So like you said, I don't care what it is. If it's down at the local park and you win something, winning something's awesome. And it's something you have forever. And it doesn't mold you or make you if you never won this or never won that. But if you're in sports and you love sports, no matter what level it is, the point of playing it is to win. And so when you get to win a championship, and the best part, Tyler, and you and I talked about this, and, the last time real quick, I'm going to kind of go into, I'm going to tell the story in a second, but the best part about that is you share it with your teammates. You share it with your friends. We all 4 of us played together in different settings, and we have those things. This is the big festival, wherever it was. You're out recruiting in Indianapolis, I think it was, or Kansas City. And, Tyler FaceTimes me with my son, Jake, and his girlfriend, Kelsey, and they're out there and they're 3 together. And it was just an amazing thing to got to say hi to him. You're always so gracious and amazing to Jake and Kels. But my point is going back to winning with folks that matter to you and have the same mentality. And whether you're staying out till 4 a.m, you're working for 10 months every day at 8 a.m, you're still together. You still have that passion and you all have that same drive. And through that has become friendships where my friend right here is talking to my son at a volleyball tournament and buying him a drink, like just being like an uncle to him. And that comes from playing sports, competing, and having chances in awesome opportunities, winning Fletch, winning the 6-man, winning nationals a few times, watching you, do what you do. It's cool to have those stories, and winning means a lot, and it should mean a lot. And winning a championship at any level should be awesome.
Yeah, that's funny. I almost forgot about that. We were with Jake and FaceTimed you.
Yeah.
You're the only one that answers FaceTimes. I FaceTime Prash, Geeter. They never answer.
What's funny, by the way, Jamie Lyles was here this weekend at the house because Ethan was down here playing in a basketball tournament, and she said she made dinner for you guys and you canceled on her. No, I'm kidding. I told her I was going to say that on the pod, but her and Maddie can't wait to see you again. But it's funny because we're driving home from a basketball tournament today, just Braden, myself, and Michelle, and I'm getting a FaceTime from Maddie Lou, and I'm like, dude, I'm in the car, like. Is he, because Parker's playing for championship up in our tournament, and I'm like, I get on there and who's there? It's Presh. Presh is there because Alexandra's playing in the 13s. They had no idea. It's now Sunday, but they've been there the whole weekend up in wherever they are, Salt Lake or Reno or whatever. So it's just great to get a FaceTime. I always pick up my FaceTime because I got to see you, man. I got to see you, Tyler. I love talking to you.
Tyler, if you FaceTime me, I'll pick up, I swear.
Yeah. Okay. I like that.
So what, I want to pivot back to some of the questions for college here, because we want to talk a little bit of the relevancy of college sports and NIL era. Maybe max scholarships, maybe not. I just read the day that they're talking about taking that back off the table of maxing out a amount of players. What is St. Mary's? Because we all want all the people you mentioned, all your teammates, all your friends, all the ones that have been with you. Like you said, you don't care, which I respect a lot. You care what we think, what your friends think, and you already know what we think. We're all cheering for the Gales, and we can't wait to see you rock this thing.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
Tell us about NIL and what it looks like for you guys, and how do you sustain that and go forward with it?
Well, I think kind of, Sully, I think you're saying earlier, I mean, I think the number one thing for a head coach or even a program right now in our sport, I can only speak to our sport, is do you have admin support? Now, NIL is not admin support, but if you have admin support and they're taking care of the things that you need to take care of, you're free to get, whether it's recruiting, NIL, the proper channels, whether it's, so for us, obviously we got to kind of wait till the dust settles totally on all this. But because we're not going to be capped, it's a disadvantage in the sense that we don't have football. Therefore, we're not just getting a couple $100,000 for free just from the university because of the balancing out.
Yeah.
But every dollar we get, we can do whatever we want with because we're not capped at 20.5, which is, I think, a huge advantage because, if you build it, they will come. If you get the fans in, I mean, if you Field of Dreams it a little bit and you can get some momentum going, I think our staff is a really big deal. I think, we also have Taylor Crabb up here on the beach side. I mean, you got me, Brian Cook, my other two assistants are great young coaches that are studs that are just trying to get their foot in the door and they're absolutely killing it. But, Kelsey's going to be involved in some way. So you got one of the biggest faces in the world in volleyball that's going to be able to be a mentor, big sister, which is just what my wife did in 17 when we won the national championship at Nebraska. Like big sister, mentor, been in their shoes before. So, Kelsey, me, Brian, the other two assistants. I mean, there's a lot of buzz up here to be able to recruit, but to be able to recruit people that want to be involved. And, whether that's a certain amount of dollars or not. But our administration is pushing it. I know the previous USC administration prior to Jen getting there, maybe because it's the varsity, because of the stuff that they'd been through, they were like, no on NIL except football,
Yeah.
At least that's what Brad was saying. He's like, dude, we haven't been able to because it's just, and Jen got there and opened it up and said, yeah, go get it. And so we have back to our admin is supporting us. I think there's a lot of people that are incredibly loyal to St. Mary's, which even though, I mean, Long Beach is my school, as we all know, our school, I should say, the three of our school, and there's a great following. The city you don't feel it as much in the city as you obviously would in like a Nebraska, or if you're, if you see Lane Kiffin, in a grocery store or whatever. I mean, it's just the whole that college town, because we're a commuter at Long Beach.
Mm-hmm.
But here is like everywhere you go. I mean, they're like, go Gales, go Gales. And so it's like a very small version of Nebraska. I'm not comparing it to Nebraska, but it has the same feel at a smaller scale. And people are successful here. Silicon Valley's close here. And so we need to be pretty aggressive with trying to get people to believe that we can be in the hunt, like our men's basketball team. And I think we can. We've gotten 4 recruits that are really, really good players. I think we just got a committed program changer as an outside hitter. She's got 130,000 followers. I mean, she's going to be. So we've done pretty well in the portal. We got the fourth ranked middle in 2024. So she was supposed to be a freshman this year, but started at Oregon. She had a bunch of power forwards. She went to Oregon, ended up not playing there, and then transferred to us like 2 months ago. 6'5" middle, touches like 10-7. And so we.
Sounds like me. 6'5" middle, touches 10-7 Coley County, Cal State Northridge.
She doesn't quite have your arm though. CK.
Quickest arm in the West.
It was insane. And but yeah, so that's we gotta do a couple things. We gotta build relationships, and also the golf membership does matter. Brian is a very good golfer. I've golfed a lot in my life, so we could bring people out there and have business meetings and try to see if they're interested to be a part of this. Yeah.
I'm excited for you because like I look at them in the basketball world, right? You know what I've done with Jake and and now with Braden, being able to watch them. You've always seen them if you see them in March Madness, but what they've done and how they flourish, the crowds they get, the excitement that it brings. They're always one of the best. They were the best by far. This way better than Gonzaga this year in the WCC. Underachieved maybe a little bit in the tournament, maybe like whatever it may be, but I don't see why you can't do that, especially since you don't have football, right? Since you don't have football, we talk about it on this all the time, Sully, Bear, and I, and just about the growth of the game, right? Like, I say it all the time. I'm watching Charlie Furberger play on a Saturday, turn the channel, I'm watching Alabama football, right? I'm watching last night with Mooney on the couch, watching the Love, the semis, the crowd's amazing. Everything's going crazy. So I think, like you said, if you build it, you will come. I'm just excited to see it because volleyball's growing so fast, so good. The level's so high. There's so many opportunities for so many people. You just have to carve your niche and do your thing, right, in your area where you can do it. And I think they made a home run hire with you.
No, thanks. I agree with if you build it, we will come, and that we do believe, not just like optimistically, but we believe we can be where our basketball team's at. I mean, that's the first goal is to try to be one of the better mid majors, if not the best. I think we're going to have the support to do that, so it's going to be up to us and staying injury free. But really, one of the things I do want to say on here is that we kind of talked about some of our when we were a little younger and still chasing the dragon in a way of wanting to just go to the Olympics, wanting to be the best, and wanting to win at all costs, and young, no kids, and doing having a good time with the volleyball community and the volleyball teammates, and I think I did my best at that life, and I think that at 41 with two young kids, Rhett and Lennon, 3 and 7. My wife, who's starting a really good, she already started 5 years into a really successful interior design business.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, like, where do we want to be? Like, do we want to go to a Power Four that, there's all this money going around, you could get fired on the spot, you're competing with the Nebraska, like, you know what I mean? Like with all that stress, and go live in somewhere we don't want to live necessarily. Last year's Big Ten travel, although it was minor compared to most of the travel I've done in my life, it was still really the first time I traveled like that with kids.
Yeah.
And that was tough. It's tough on my wife. Certainly tough on me not seeing my kids, but my wife's running a business and having to take care of the kids. So I was like, and this isn't a thing like, oh, I don't want to win or we're not going to get good, because I actually think we have a chance to get much, much better than just about any mid-major, in my opinion, with what we have up here. I don't know if you guys have ever been up here, but it's like one of the most beautiful campuses I've ever seen. I mean,
I've been there. It's stunning. It really is. It's a jewel. It's a jewel.
The whole area is just like stunning. And so I was like, all right. And when my wife was like the first time ever, just so all in, like it's one of the best places to raise kids. There's almost no crime. Schools are incredible. Her job can translate up here as an interior designer, right? Like when we went to Lincoln, it was tough. Like, the people are amazing there, and there's a lot of amazing things about Nebraska. We loved it there, but her job doesn't transfer. When houses are cheaper and $200,000, you're not doing a lot of remodeling, right? You're building a new house, so I just want to kind of wrap a bow on that. I feel like I can be my best self and the best coach I've been, because my family and my front porch is like taken care of. They gave me a lifetime contract here. Obviously, there's no total such thing as that, but it would be, they want me here for a long time, and they gave me essentially kind of somewhat of what you call a lifetime contract. So it was the first time in my life where I'm like, dude, why? Like, I don't need to go to another Olympics or to another Final Four. And I don't say that bragging. I mean, like my internal heart wants to do that here. And if we don't quite get all the way to one of those things, that's okay, because everything else, we're going to be doing it right. The girls are going to love it here.
It's the journey for you to get there, right? And so I don't know if you guys want to say something. I want to say something to you, Tyler, because I feel like you and I have been together for a long time as friends. you've made it. I'm going to tell you that right now. You've made it, and you've made all of us so proud, and you've done so many things. And what's the most important thing for me, as you've known me as my boys, my family, right? Like I've put them first. This is the first thing I've done for myself in a long time, is being part of this podcast. And it's been the most important thing for me to do that. And you're doing that. And you made it. You've traveled. You've been so many places. You've done more than 99% of the world will ever do in general, but especially in the volleyball world. You've coached in the Olympics. You've done all these things. You have a chance to cement yourself into a program and build something and become a legend. And
You are already a legend.
no, I'm saying you are a legend, but I'm saying like you can coach for the next 25 years at this school and take them to Sweet 16s and get to a Final Four and watch your children grow up in a great place and help your wife and have a family and do those things. And you're still doing what you love. I think the chasing of it for each individual is different. I got to look at Karch, and he's still coaching, right? Like he just won a gold medal and a silver medal, and he's like right back into it again. But that's Karch. He loves it, right? Wants the challenge and wants to do something different. I think it's great what you're doing, and I think they're lucky to have you, and I think you're lucky to be there. I think it's a win-win for everyone, and I think the West Coast is going to have another great program. And what Wally used to do with Santa Clara years ago when they were great, and they got, he got places that most people never thought he could. We expect that of you, to be honest with you. I mean, for us to say that as your friends, I'm expecting you guys to win. Just like everyone's like, oh, how long is it going to take Stein? Oh, I'm expecting Stein to win in a year or two. That's what I was expecting when he first took the job, and look what he's doing already, upsetting big teams. So, you got expectations, but you're going to do it right, and you're going to have a lot of support. For sure.
Yeah, Tyler with the mid majors, I always come up with you and I, right? Bobby Peterson out there and making the Sweet 16. She's kind of done that a couple of times. Their following is 5,000, 6,000 people going to their matches, and so I've seen it be done, right, as a mid major. But I wanted to get into your mentors. I mean, the people that you've coached with: Alan Knipe, John Cook, right, and then we get Casey Patterson on here that says you were a young coach, that basically you're a savant at the time, right? Outdoors, indoors.
Savant.
That's why I said legend.
That was his quote, right? And I was like, holy, that's pretty powerful. And you got to think about your career of taking these beach players, getting them to where they needed to be in the Olympics, doing what they do, your indoor pedigree. I think you're very unique in that sense of your resume. It's thoroughly impressive. How do you wrap your head around that, knowing that you went to Nebraska, John Cook? I mean, I've been to that Delaney Center, right? And then Alan Knipe, he's an Olympic coach, right? He's NCAA coach of the year a number of times. How do you wrap that in to make what you want to be at St. Mary's? How does that translate? Because from the beach game, we all know how important the beach game is. And you've trained these high-end individuals, and now you're with these high-end legendary coaches. I mean, how do you put it all together to make it Tyler Hildebrand's way?
Ooh, that's the question I think about all the time. So, my first mentors were my dad. My mom and my dad, but in sports or coaching or teaching was my father. And my mom taught me a lot of things as well, but specifically when it comes to maybe coaching or teaching, I think I got lucky. I got lucky when I was 5 years old, 6 years old. We all were, I'm sure.
Yeah, all three of us actually. Yeah, fathers were coaches.
Yeah, and but I'd be 6 years old, 7 years old, and I'm sure all you guys were too. Like so much better than everyone at basketball. I mean, just I could dribble down and score layup every single time, right? Like I'm sure most people that make it to a high level athletics are better than everyone when they're that young.
Sure.
Or not most, but a lot. And he'd be in there, say, hey, you got to go with your left hand. No one cares, So he was teaching me these kind of uncomfortable things, and we would get home, and he would make me dribble to the left and shoot a left-handed layup around him. And he played college basketball and football, and so he just started to teach me how to be a learner. And when it was board games at home, it was like we got to figure out the very best strategy, right? Like. That was me and my dad's thing, and a lot of our other family members. But we'd be up till 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning, me drinking Coca-Colas, and him drinking Coca-Colas, And we would just play board games for like 4 or 5 hours, just the two of us. My mom would come wake up, Tyler, Tony, go to bed, you know, and like, but we'd be sitting there trying to figure out how to. So my dad, I think it was a good, he's my hero, but he's my first teacher. I had an unbelievable basketball coach in high school who actually is the reason that I went full volleyball, was because I was the captain of the basketball team and all that. I've known him forever. And he kicked me off the team because I was going to go to that club tournament. But it was my fault. The club dates changed and I was going to miss a different game, a more important game. And he said, we agreed to this at the beginning of the year. And he taught me a really great lesson that at the beginning of the year, he's like, if you're going to play volleyball this year as our senior captain, we got a chance to go to the final, you know, be in the state runnings this year. I need to know, because I've never allowed someone to play and miss about anything my whole coaching career. But if we're going to do it, we're going to set the schedule today, August 1, and that's it. And once it changed, I was like, dude, I got to go get recruited. And he's like, turn in your gear. And and the school board tried to like get him fired, you know, because I was, you know, and I always just remember being like, dude, you're right. You know, his name was Greg Sessions. And so he was the second, I think, teacher. He was a pretty hard coach, but he was a great coach. Then I got to play for Al, and Greg Vernovich was.
We just talked about Vern right before you came on here, actually.
Yeah, so he was the most gifted coach I'd ever been around. You know, from just kind of a pure talent standpoint. You know, I think John Cook and Alan Knipe are. I mean, you can't say anyone's better than those guys. But just kind of like that pure kind of crazy motivational gifts I learned from Vern. Andy Reid taught
he
me.
did like Everest a few times and helped some people up there. So yeah, crazy good is to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, he became essentially the most important person on the mountain for a decade. No one would climb. No other human would climb it without him signing off on the weather with IMG. But anyway, so Andy Reid is my first setting coach and one of the greatest of all time. And so I mean, I'm pretty lucky. I have a great basketball coach, my dad, and then I go to Al, Vern, and him, and then I started a club with Derek Lucero. And Derek is the most talented coach that I've ever seen. And I know that, you know, not everybody in the volleyball world knows about that. I think a lot of people don't really know what he really was about or who he really is. I love him with my whole heart, and I know that he's not perfect, and I'm not perfect. We're not all perfect. But I've never seen anything like it. That what he was capable of doing, in terms of it was like a movie every day. It was like watching Hoosiers and then watching Miracle the next day, then watching Coach Carter the next. Like, think of and then watching Remember the Titans, and that would just be in 1 week. And you're like, how is he doing this? How is he manipulating this whole environment to get these kids to believe? And so I learned potentially the most from Derek in terms of what to do. Vern and Derek probably the most. I think Alan, I learned a lot more later, the second time I came back after Al and I been on the national team. Al taught me for sure the most about being a head coach. There's no question about that. And a lot about being a father in life and a great husband. You know, Alan's for sure, I think, the biggest influence, but I think just some of those, like, there's all these different things. And then, you know, I was setting coach on the Olympic team with John Spraw for 4 years. So, you know, that was probably 5.5, 6 months on the road together in hotel rooms and dinners and
terrible mentors.
I was just going to say, anybody else out there has that kind of mentorship? Holy crap. No, you're lived an amazing coaching life. Let me tell you.
Yeah. But I feel very fortunate for all. I mean, I'm probably missing a number of pretty incredible people. I mean, I lived with Rick McLaughlin. I coached with him at Golden West.
Yeah.
I've coached a lot of people, so I'm forgetting some. But
D'Alessandro was that for me. Just sitting back and watching that guy's brain go, and you're just like, how did he pull that? And he was right, and the right rotations, and this is what we need to do. And he just saw the game totally different than anybody when I was around him. It was amazing to watch.
You never golfed with Deli, have you?
I've golfed a couple times with Doug.
Any stories about that? Because you were talking golfing earlier.
Well, the first time it was with Albert Gasparian and Rick McLaughlin, actually, when we were coaching at Golden West. Albert was the AD.
Yep.
And then and we just went to I think Meadowlark with Biggs.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, dude, this guy throws a club. I'm like, he's not going to throw a club in the water. And he threw it like on the third hole or whatever that par four. Like, I was like,
the one that goes down. I know exactly the one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like, he like topped his next ball and he just chucked it in the water. And I was like, hey, Mike, Biggs, you want me to go get that? He's like, fuck that. Like, I don't need that fucking club.
Did you just like throw his bag all the way down the fairway, like every 10 feet?
No, but I've heard that. I've heard he picks it up, throws it, picks it up like the Bobby Knight show.
He's a lot of fun to play with.
Yeah. I played with Rocky a little bit more, but But Biggs was my coach my senior year at Long Beach. Vern left to go climb mountains, and Biggs was there, and man, that was awesome because I was already a senior at that point, and there wasn't a whole lot that. I feel like some days my junior, senior year, like I didn't get coached at all, which was fine. Like I liked it, but what I mean is not that I didn't need to get coached. It was just, we were trying to build the team, trying to work on certain things. So Al and the staff were spending time elsewhere. But when Biggs came, I got to get kind of some really cool, totally different setting coach than Andy Reid. Both really good at their own ways. But I played for Hugh McCutcheon, for 5 years. I got to work with him a little bit.
Man,
crazy. Coach offered me to be his assistant on the national team, so I was in the gym with them for a little bit. But my wife was on the team, so it ended up. So, I mean, I think I've been fortunate to do all that. But by far the biggest teacher for me was the players I coached. And I think people say that, but like, oh yeah, I learned from my players. I'm like. TJ, we founded the club, and 4 days later, TJ was the fourth player in our club. Josh Tuaniga was the first player of the club that me and Derek founded, and TJ was like the fourth. And I mean, coaching TJ, I mean, you want a master class on how to coach. I mean, you have to coach. I think a top 4 greatest talents in the history of the United States.
I asked Alan this, like, how do you coach a player like TJ? I mean, where he has so much talent, like, what do you, how do you make him better?
Was he a competitor? Yeah. Was he a gnarly competitor, Tyler, at that young age when you took him on in club?
I mean, at the risk of, I don't know, sounding a little bit over the top, I mean, from what I've studied about Tiger and what I've studied about Rory, who just won the Masters at a young age, from a Tom Brady mentality as he got older. We don't know a lot about what TB was doing when he was young. I'm missing like a Kobe and like this, like they're 11 years old, and like if they're talented enough, they will be one of the best players in the world and one of the best players that's ever played in the United States. Like me and Derek knew that when he was 12 years old. Like the guy was, it was crazy how driven, and it's funny because he's one of 7 kids, and they're all great kids and great people, and all pretty, not all of them, two of the siblings don't play sports, but the other 4 do, and they're all pretty good. I coach his sisters too, Talia and Tegan and I'm sorry, Taryn and Tegan. I never coached that, but like, anyway, point is that he was just at a level, and it's like, how does that? There's got to be some like I'm big about, Ray Rattel, the big toe used to say, Tyler, you either got it or you don't. That's all I can say. And I'm like, aren't you a coach, Ray? So I would joke with him. He goes, God!
Get your keys. Right.
So, but Ray would joke. He's like, I know, but yeah, I mean, when you're with TJ, you see that, and so I'm not saying like it was all DNA, but something in his life and his makeup and his DNA and his experiences, he was already like that at 12, and then just as good of an arm as anyone's ever seen, in my opinion, in the United States, in terms of what it can do. I mean, maybe Clay and Pat hit the ball harder, and Cole, yours was quicker. I mean, just,
Yeah.
you know, but the versatility of that arm is, I think, as pretty as in anyone I've seen. But he had that at 12, you know, and it was already kind of there. I mean, you know, we worked a lot on range and that, and shot selection. But the one thing I will say is, like with Josh and TJ, you know, I was never their direct coaching club. I mean, I was on their bench almost every tournament, but I was never their direct head coach because I was coaching the Matt Butlers, you know, a lot of those guys that played at Teresa's son. I coached his team. That's how we started the club, was Matt's team I coached, and then we got Josh and TJ's team. And anyway, that's too much information, but the point is that, so I had to do all this stuff with TJ about, you know, him growing and working, and he had a hard time being a teammate. I actually went in to his office. Karch was always great. I probably called 8 or 9, asked for meetings with Karch to just sit down for 2 or 3 hours and ask him questions, and he said yes every time. And I went in and I'm like, hey, like, you were kind of like TJ, like you and TJ and Hugh Foster, I think, are kind of considered the 3 biggest separators in high school, right? Would you guys relatively agree?
That's probably a pretty good depiction of those 3.
Taylor Sanders in that discussion, but those 3 were just like this compared to everyone else in high school. Maybe Chase butting her a little bit, but like so Karch would give me suggestions. Like, hey, I played with my dad and I played against pros, you know, so maybe TJ is just getting frustrated with the level he's playing at. And so, but I learned more about coaching by coaching TJ, because I mean, you gotta understand, I mean, we spent 8 years together, 9 years together, and you know, he was a driven kid, and he was dealing with how to get through emotionally, how to play, and how to deal with the ups and downs and frustrations and being a teammate. And I mean, when we're at Liberty, what was the church that's like a middle school, Bear?
Yeah, I think it's Liberty Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when we're
Across
at
the
Liberty,
street from the facility.
Yeah, exactly. When we're at Liberty, you know, and the best player you've ever seen at 14 years old starts running down, you know, Warner Avenue, someone's got to go get him. You know, that was me. I had to go get him. He's ripped his shirt, and then we had to go sit, and I'd buy him lunch, and, you know, we'd talk for 2 hours. But TJ has a great heart, and that's what I think got him through it all, is that he could have this frustration and not know how to be a great teammate or competitor in those moments, but his team always knew he loved him and cared about him. And I think sometimes, you know, maybe the MJ style or some of that, maybe they didn't know that all the time. I mean, I don't know, but so how, you know, how do you make him better? That's the thing I always want to share with coaches is our pro teams. Once anyone gets done with college volleyball, right? Especially on the women's side, but on both sides, if we would just not coach, if we would just show up from when they're 13, 14, 15, 16, and design drills that allow them to go experiment, play, whatever. I'm not like trying to be like, oh, it's all free play. I understand there's a big spectrum in terms of skill acquisition, but that'd be one thing, but that wouldn't go very well unless you attach watching the best players in the world and then trying to go emulate them. I'll raise your hand on this panel. If you ever went outside with a wiffle ball and tried to be like whoever the guys were, you know, Ken Griffey Jr., so like, we all did that, right?
Sure.
We all talk about
what
this.
about basketball and layups?
Yep.
And every
Jordan.
single
Magic.
Kobe.
Yeah.
Fade away. Yep.
But we all would
Chris
go do that with
McAdoo.
our buddies or by yourself and go shoot hoops or home run derby it, and you know, you'd even go lefty if I was Ken Griffey Jr. and I was a righty, but I would try to do dingers with Ken because he was my favorite player. And I just think that there's so much access to information on volumetrics and YouTube and TikTok and Instagram that if you just said, watch
it.
You go, hey, the first 30, 45 minutes is we'll watch it together or you guys watch it. Just study it, watch it. Then we'll do a passing drill and try to emulate the passers, right? I mean, you think about hold your angle. It's just so funny. Like we talk about that. I'm not here to say what's right or wrong, but you know, I probably use video more than 99% of coaches, I would say, particularly international video. I watch very little video. Like I watched almost a little bit more at Long Beach, but in club, I don't think I ever watched with TJ or Josh them. We would just sit down because TJ was homeschooled, dude. So we'd sit up in the Derek's amphitheater up there. Remember that thing there? Up in the amphitheater.
Yep.
And we would just sit up there, and I'd throw on my hard drive that I had from the national team of the '03 to '08 quad, and we would just sit there and we'd watch the best outsides. And I wouldn't even say much to him, and he would just be studying it and watching. And
Well, that's why he's as good as he is, man. And it's just we talk about it all the time on this thing, Tyler,
All the
about
time.
watching the game to be great at it. And now that there's so much access, especially we're talking women's volleyball right now, like for young girls that are playing, like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, they can watch on ESPN2 the Love Finals. You know, they can watch Division 3 on ESPN Plus. They can stream it. They can go to YouTube. They can go watch an international match, Poland playing Czechoslovakia in the one of the world games, just because you can actually see that now. But watching it and having access to it's two different things, right? Like, you're on text chains with us. We're not missing Laker games, right? We're texting Geeter while he's on the show. Like, we're watching because we love it. If you're a young volleyball player, you should be watching it because you love it. And you learn so much from it. And I'm going to actually, we had a guest on a little while ago asking this question. They coach at a NAIA school, played at Long Beach. International players, so many coming into the game for both women and men. Are we falling behind? And if we are, is it because of what you just mentioned? We're playing too much and not training that way, the right way? Or is it just they're playing way more than we are and they're just getting better than us?
Yeah, it's funny. I did a presentation the first year I was like head coach director of coaching with USA Beach. It's tough to do this air quotes thing because they wouldn't just give a normal title. But it's not Sean's fault, by the way. It's USA Volleyball's fault. But we can edit that part out. But
Sparrow's changing all that. If he isn't, he's going to. But
yeah. Well, I had it locked in. If I would have stayed and not gone back to Nebraska, they were just going to say head coach, so it was like easy title. But anyway, point is, right out of the gates, I went and I was kind of head of the coaching education program, which is called BCAP, Beach Coaching Accreditation, whatever.
Yep.
Program. So I ended up, they wanted me to take that over to transition it because it was super archaic. I mean, it had been done by great players, but that played in the big court and hadn't been out on the world tour a long time. And obviously at that point I had been at more world tour events than probably almost all the other coaches combined in America, because I went like 5 years in a row to every one of them. So they wanted me to do it. So I go to the AVCA, and just to your question, CK, I did the title of the presentation on the website was why we are behind and what we need to do to catch up, or why we fell behind. And at that time, everyone's going, what do you mean? We got Phil, we got Carrie, April. And I'm like, yeah, they're pretty darn good. I mean, I think the two best players ever, Phil and Carrie, in terms of just their actual ability, not what they necessarily ended up. Well, Carrie obviously is the best, but I think Phil and Carrie are the two best. And yeah, but they're going to retire at some point, people. Like, we're way behind Europe. And I said in there, I mean, I could send it to you guys. It's 2018. I had in there, I was like, within 2 to 4 years, Europe is going to be the dominating school of volleyball in beach volleyball. And I mean, I ended up being right, but at the time, you just could not assume. Like, it was hard for me to even come to that. It was kind of a guess because of what I believe in training, what you're saying, Coach. Because America and Brazil had just dominated for so long, and they were just doing this, make it on your own, and we'll give you some money for flights, and hopefully you hire the coach, and hopefully they know what they're talking about, and then Europe is going like full training with each other, training against them. It's like a real
school, everything, right? They do with the indoor.
From the time they're 13 or 14, they're just getting trained and they're watching and studying. Like, imagine if like our 14 and 15-year-old players were playing right next to Matt Anderson and Micah Christensen and Eric Soji, like right across like the next court over, and that's all they knew. Instead of watching our college game, which I think our college game is way, way, way behind. I mean, it's our women's beach college game is ahead. Our women's indoor college game is really behind. Obviously, not every program, but generally across the board, It's hard to find much that's being trained or taught that you can prove anywhere in professional sports. And it sounds like exaggeration, but that's been my life for the last decade.
Well,
Is just like,
I
here's the things that people say, but we can't see them internationally.
Yeah, so I agree with you, and I say it all the time. I think we're falling behind. We're doing basketball that NBA is being taken over by European players and the skill set and the training and how they do it. But we're still winning medals in the Olympics in indoors, right? So like
In indoors.
So like we've talked about it a few times. The Final Four last year, for me watching, I thought the Final Four elite level was amazing for women's college volleyball. But you see it at the you see it at the international level, and so it's obviously I don't see it nearly as much as you do and what you see. So I guess I could probably 100% believe we're behind. How do you change it? Like, how do we stop having 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds travel around the country to play club volleyball on a net that's too short and you're just trying to learn, there's clothes don't fit you, just staying at home, spending 2 hours watching video of, that match and then practicing for 2 hours and then going to the pizza parlor with your parents and having a great time like they should at 9 years old. How do we how do we do that? Or is there a way to kind of, with the world we live in, to get back to that?
Big culture shift, right?
Yeah, it would be, I've thought about this a decent amount. I don't think I have a great answer, but I know some factors. I'll say that. So, one, I think, I have like a PowerPoint deck that I'll send you guys just so you can take a look.
We'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Because it's about, because everyone just says video, but it's like, how are you watching video? What are you watching?
Right.
How much are you watching? What are you taking out of it? And it's got Caitlin Clark and Steph Curry. I mean, I wasn't around Caitlin Clark when she was growing up. I haven't talked to anyone that was, but you cannot watch highlights of those two people shooting the ball from 3-point line and well beyond the 3-point line and come up with any other conclusion than she watched him play NBA growing up. I mean,
Right.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's like Kobe and Magic, right? All of Kobe's moves, he patented them after
Jordan.
After Jordan.
Yeah.
And he says it.
Well, that's what's great about this. My thing is I have 2 good YouTube clips. Kobe took stuff from Magic. He took stuff from Mike. He didn't even
MJ.
watch Michael till way later. He took stuff from Elgin Baylor and Jerry West and Oscar Robinson, and he goes through this interview, and he's just live streaming these tapes that he had back in the day. Where look, and they're showing like Elgin Baylor do a pull up, and he's like, "Oh, Baylor had that big old booty to create space. I didn't have that, so I had to create space more like a Jerry West." Like, dude, I mean, so like.
Yeah, that's
So
Kobe
that's another
now.
thing that's important is like to not fall into the expert fallacy when you're watching. Like, Leon does it like this. I can never say his first name correctly, but Leon is a 6'10" Cuban guy that touches 12-4 with like a hand cannon that doesn't need an approach to still be very effective. But if he had a bigger approach or a better approach, he'd be a little bit better. So you can fall into the expert fallacy of. Or I mean, we've had some incredibly great setters. I mean, Lloyd Ball is a great friend of mine, one of the greatest setters of all time. But
Love him.
you would not say that his mechanics and how he did it is how you would want to teach a lot of people to set all of them up for success. Like you wouldn't teach Jim Furyk's golf swing to 100 kids that had potential, right? Because who knows which one of them are going to be able to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you could teach Rory's or Corey Con, like, whatever. So anyway, so I'll send that to you because I think that's one way that I think that we should all, I think as a club coach or a high school coach, you should just try to get them to love the game, try to develop a mentoring relationship as a human, as a mentor and a person off the court, and let them watch. I mean, you need to watch the game yourself first as a coach, but let them study the game and then put them in drills that are challenging, sometimes blocked, sometimes random, whatever. So that's one way to like execute it. But the problem is that clubs are making so much more money than anybody else. So high schools aren't making money, colleges aren't making money. I mean, obviously Nebraska usually nets about $1 million a year, which is just bonkers. There are like 3 women's programs in all sports in the country that do that. But I mean, so colleges are losing. Every college team's losing money for the most part. Every men's college team, except Long Beach maybe and Hawaii, lose money. Um, and clubs. I mean, I don't know what TAV yields, but
It's a
I mean,
lot.
Large club.
they're revenuing 40 to 50 million, I think, at least. Revenuing, not grossing,
Right.
Yeah,
not profit,
but
No problem.
still,
but they're revenuing that. I know Spry back in the day was revenuing 10 to 15. They're doing camps revenuing another 10. I mean, I don't know inside information, but like Cheese Street, they've now expanded to 3 clubs. They got to be close to 20 million.
yeah,
I mean, you can't get people that are making tens of millions of dollars. I mean, that's Dustin Watton. Like, Dustin Watton is probably sharing more valuable information about the game than anybody that ever has, in my opinion, in the world, because it's not Dustin's ideas. A lot of the libero stuff is, but he's had 3 of the greatest setters in the history of the game of teaching and talking about just in the last 3 months. When has anyone ever been able to share all of that? He's had Grobenikov and Sergio, who are
yeah.
probably the 2 best liberos of all time. So he has all this information. I think he thinks about the game extremely high level, certainly a lot different than girls club or girls high school or boys club even, although I think the boys club and high school game is way ahead and the boys college game is a joke. I mean, that's why I think we're going to be good. I'm kind of all over the place, but that's why I think we're going to be good, Cole, is why we're still going to be good indoor medals is we have so many women that we're going to stay relevant. And with League One and so many, I mean, we're gonna just the tide is gonna rise with the boats on the women's side. I think our men's club in high school and collegiate is the best in the world. I mean, I don't know if you guys watch like top 6 or 7 teams
Yeah.
on the men's side. It
Oh, yeah.
looks as good or better than a huge portion of international volleyball. And that's not even it's not even relevantly close
Yeah.
on the women's side.
Well, that's exciting to hear, and I want to go back to something just because I think it's important for our listeners. If hopefully people are still listening to this, is you can't change it overnight because of the money, and it's understandable. But if programs and clubs that are running across this country for volleyball, for youth volleyball, can all get on the same page through USA Volleyball, like if John has some kind of edict, like you said, like they're never going to stop. It's a moneymaker. It costs thousands to play, and you have the gyms and the facilities. And again, it does provide a lot of value, and it's an exciting thing to be a part of. But if they can find a way to have some form of accreditation, like, like if you're playing in, there's the USA division or the national division, like you can't get to even here without taking a test, for an example, right? Like an actual test. Like,
Soccer does that.
Yeah, like who's the best volleyball player? You give them a multiple choice. Who's won more than one gold medal? Misty May, Carrie Walsh, Coley Kyman. Like if they can't answer those, like what I do with work, and you don't qualify, then you shouldn't be playing volleyball at that next level unless it's fun. But then the other thing is I love what you said, and anyone listening, hit subscribe. But besides hit the subscribe button, parents, because you should be listening, because this is a Division I head coach who has tons of resume, is if you really have a daughter or son that really want to play at the next level, if they're 12 years old, the next level is high school. If they're in high school, the next level is college. And if you're in college, obviously the next level is playing pro or playing in the national team. Start now if you're not, and get them to love watching the game itself. Watch videos, pull up videos from games, go to the local high schools in your area if you're younger, go to the colleges if you're in high school, go watch the pros if you're in college. If you're playing at a lower level college, go watch if you just go watch the game. It's going to make you better. It really is. And it's really the only way, unless you're just elite. You just said, in your opinion, and I trust your opinion, TJ's one of the best to ever do it in this country. And he's 12 years old watching video, right? Like that's why he's that great. So if you want that, just do it. We've said it a few times on this thing. It's up to you to become the best player you can be. And I said this earlier, like what's going on with the international game, both Joy and I were telling Heather, she's worried, her kids. And I was like, well, just have your kids get better, right? Really simple. So if you really want to get better, I would find every avenue you could to do it. And one of them is what Coach Hildebrand just said, is start watching video, not of yourself and the highlights with all the mixtapes that you sound good. Start watching matches. Start watching players that you want to emulate. If you're an outside hitter, go watch DeFalco and see what he's been doing, right? From his early days to where he's at now. If you're a setter, go watch Tyler. Go watch Nikolov, especially if you're any setter. I shouldn't say boy or girl or man or woman. I'd go watch that stuff. And
when I had a club in Boise, I'd let them watch their match, right? Good 10 minutes and say, okay, we're going to rewind it. And this is how you need to look at it. This is how you need to study it. It's not what your shoes look like. If your hair was out of place, if your knee pads, oh, look at that kid, we get that out of the way. But then I taught them how to watch the game. And then we would watch it like a normal college game so they can just watch it. And we've said, Coley Bear, must have said this on half of our podcast. Turn it on for them. Have them sit down for dinner, turn it on. Because on the girl side, my experience, they're just not going to turn on. It's not part of our culture yet, right? Where the guys are most likely doing that, right? Like we all said, oh, Jordan, right? Trying to hang like Jordan or, fade away like Kobe or something. Yeah. But from the girls' perspective, literally the parents and the directors of those clubs and the coaches of those clubs need to say, you need to go home, put this on, tell me about how the first set went. Tell me how the second set went, whatever the case may be. So they're still watching it. So I am thoroughly loving the fact that you are absolutely, you're a big proponent of watching video and how to watch video, but just to watch is a big deal.
So go ahead.
Go ahead.
No.
Imagine, your kids played football and you send them off to, quarterback school and they're teaching something that you can't find Mahomes, Rodgers, Brady. Like, they're teaching them something that you literally can't see any of the top quarterbacks do. And it would fizzle so fast, right? That person would be out of a job. No one would give them any more money because the parents can watch it or the parents' friends who are told them to go that can't, But like in volleyball, until League One, it hasn't been really kind of that accessible. And, I just think I think a huge portion of almost every skill being taught in America, particularly on the women's side, it's hard to find almost anything that's being taught that's consistently what the top of the game is doing. Like, just an example would be, do you want to set the ball out of system close to the net or off the net? And I'm not here to argue what's right or wrong. I'm just here to say, if you don't say throw it up to the net, you're making a choice to go against what every single professional team in the world does. 100% of them. And it doesn't mean it's right or wrong. Okay, maybe not 100, maybe 98%. But, you can't watch an international match and not see that that's what they're doing, particularly on the men's side. And so that it's like every one of those little examples, how we change it is the coaches or the clubs, they need to try to find a way to put like everyone did when Tiger changed the game, all these people that changed the game, everyone that's a teacher, everyone that wants to make money or be successful goes and studies where the game's going or where it's happened. But without the NBA or the NFL or, the Master, whatever, it's a lot harder to access. But that excuse is no longer valid.
Agreed.
Because it's not hard to access. It's actually super easy.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier than the Masters to access, to be honest with you.
Yep. Nikolov's changing that right now for the men's game. He is.
Yeah.
From a setter's perspective, yeah.
Go ahead.
No.
I was just saying, I've been studying volumetrics since it came out, in 2014. And when Jake and Casey, that's nice that Casey said, something nice about me, but they offered me the job after 2 practices in Huntington. I'd never coached beach volleyball in my life. And I was kind of like, guys, are you sure? I don't know, this is an honor for me, but, what was I going to do? Go around the world and try to learn from other coaches? I just had to watch
online.
And study.
Boom. Yep.
I go, man, this is what I'm hearing people teach blocking. This is what I heard indoor. This is what I hear on the girls' side. And the guys, so then you just start to go, not hardly any of these things are adding up, but this is making sense.
Mm-hmm.
Ali Stone's doing it like this. Nikolai, Phil, Jake, Robin Seidel. You could go down the list. And then obviously you have the greatest blocker of all time now in Anders Mole, who combined what everyone else was good at and put it into one blocker. And it's just obvious. And I'm fortunate that Bjorn Hoos, who's now at Michigan, who was at Long Beach, he won with TJ on the left. He grew up with those guys. Those are his best 2 friends. And I was like, what did you I'm like, there's got to be some guru in Norway, right? Like studying the game and teaching it. He goes, what, dude? No, there was like 6 of us. We were all best friends. We all knew Anders was going to be Anders, but we'd all go, we'd watch YouTube, we'd watch the semifinals or whatever on YouTube, and then we'd go play for 4 hours with no coaches and nobody around and just try to emulate these moves. And, then Christian and Anders ended up being one of the Norwegian team ended up being one of the more dominant teams, we've seen. Like, Misty, Carrie, Phil, and Todd level of just winning 60-70% of their tournaments and stuff for 6 years.
Wow.
Well,
boys,
you can learn a lot. The only thing I was going to say, I want to go back to, I'm not going to be long, but I did take 2 classes at Long Beach. So when you pointed earlier and you said U3,
I didn't know that.
Easy.
To listen to the End of Geeter's podcast, I was kind of a student at Long Beach.
Yeah, he paid to go.
I did get some credits there to help me towards my
for the
degree.
Credits. It's the whole did he do the coursework and actually attend? That's
what happened at USC years way before what happened at USC. Like I was, hey, I paid for my courses. I enrolled in the classes.
No one's arguing you paid for him.
Ray was my teacher. Thanks, Ray. It was amazing. No, but listen, Tyler, go ahead. You were going to wrap it up, Sully. I know what you're going to say. So.
Man, it's an hour and a half for us, and I think I can speak for the other 2. Is we'd love to have you on for another 5. We absolutely appreciate you being here. We cannot wait for you to get started where you're at St. Mary's, and we like you said, it's important that you know that we have your back, and we're talking multiple people. But it sure was a pleasure, and thanks for taking the time for being on Set the Pipe.
Yeah, thanks, Sully, and thanks for having me on. Like I said, I love what you guys are doing. I mean, every time that Set the Pipe notification comes, I'm fired up. But I also want to thank all 3 of you individually. You guys have been very important mentors and leaders and friends in my life, and we've had a lot of experiences together that
yes, we have
been cool and really molded me, not just as a volleyball player or coach, but as a person. So I appreciate you guys very much.
Yeah, well, like I'm going to echo what Sully said. Hey, man, I know you're busy and I love you. You know that. We talk all the time when we can, and I'm just so proud of you. And thanks for saying that, because I know I feel the same way about you. You were younger than us, but you were always one of us. And that's the thing that we might have been different ages at one point, but sooner or later we became the same. Teammates, friends, and you were always one of us. And I'm so grateful that you came onto this. We love telling stories. We love doing this. We love having people like you on that we love, we respect, and hearing your story. I mean, a kid coming out of Arizona was playing basketball. No one, wouldn't even have thought that you'd be playing volleyball. All of a sudden, you're playing in the national championship. You're winning national championships. You're coaching the Olympics. You're coaching at USC. You're coaching at Long Beach. You're coaching in Nebraska. You and I are 3-time All-Americans. Sorry, guys. And now you're running an unbelievable program at such a great university. I mean, great. I mean, this is why we're doing it, Tyler. What a story. You are a great story. And I can't wait to have you on again.
Tip of the iceberg.
Thank you so much, Tyler, for coming on. It's always been fun with you.
Yeah. You too, Bear. And I'll come on anytime. And we have a saying that God is a Gale, so go Gales.
Hey,
go Gales.
And FaceTime me anytime, please.
All right, Bear, I'm going to FaceTime you for sure.
Bear will answer. It won't matter what time it is, no matter what he's doing. And Bear's done some few things that some of us is,
Okay. Oh God.
So, Bear's done.
My mother-in-law watches this, so you got to be careful.
Hey, there's just a story behind a story. I'm not editing that out because it's a really great story. It's like when you coach. I told Braden this today. There's always a game within the game, right? And that's what makes sports to me always so great. Like you said, studying it, knowing everything. There's always a story within the story because it's always about the story. Hit subscribe, set the pipe. Tyler knows he's always coming to CK to set the pipe because I'm delivering it.
You're the man, Tyler.
Tyler, thanks again.
Thank you so much.